organization benefits specialist has got to have the data mindset where their accuracy, the ability to analyze is very important. And whereas a business partner is somebody who can relate to people, who can kind of get. So there are, in HR itself, there are these variants. So it's not one job.
Different segments.
There are several pieces to it. The key is to really figure out what is it that I excel at, what makes me come alive in that, and then quickly try and get closer to that to the extent possible. In any job, there's always a mix of things that you do, but it is about knowing your core and doing more of that.
And learning.
And learning. As part of that, any job will have to have, expertise. You have to invest in learning throughout. And that is not a journey that ends at any point. For a youngster or at any point, learning is important because things are constantly changing.
Right. What is the difference for, a young student who's in the first year or the second year? Colleges, unfortunately, don't prepare the student for the corporate ready, for the corporate business. So what is the difference between HRBP and what is ER? And my second question is, can I just get into HR and not into HRBP or ER?
Okay, so again, these are nuances where, I would say if you're getting in and you're keen in an HR career, just get in and gradually navigate your way through the processes. But to answer your question on what's the difference, a business partner is somebody who's working closely with the business, and hence they are driving the business's people agenda, which is, so how do I achieve this business goal through people, and how can somebody help me with that? That's really what the business partner.
Can you elaborate, please?
Okay. So if somebody is a business partner, then they work closely with the business unit head who will say, okay, listen, my attrition in that particular team is high. Okay, I need to contain that. Can you help me? And then the business partner kind of gets into that. Then they look at the data from an external perspective. There is a manager who's already there, who's doing the job. But then the business partner comes in with a slightly outside view with the intention of helping you.
Sure.
And then you look at that thing and then you realize, okay, problem could be the manager, problem could be the kind of work, problem could be the type of people we've hired. And hence they are able to then come back, look at it very objectively, and then influence the change, saying, oh, people need to be trained, or the manager needs to get some perspective, or the business needs to take care of people better or give a slightly different job. So that is how a business partner tries to influence it through different facets of analysis, influence, training, coaching.
Interesting point that you mentioned is it could be a wrong hire as well. What is that and how do we rectify that? Or how do we fix that? Supposing an employee or set of candidates have joined the company and they don't fit into either the culture or the job. How does an HRBP fix that?
Okay. But it's not an easy fix first. I think, we should agree that sometimes, everything doesn't have a very easy fix. This is one of the problems, which it's a real problem. And there are few ways to look at it. First, I think the most important thing is to understand that it is a wrong hire. Many times we just don't want to accept it or don't want to acknowledge it, and it takes a while to, get that going. So first is to acknowledge, saying that, okay, it's not working. Once there is a clear understanding it's not working, then you have some options, which is that, can this person fit somewhere else with what we have? If that is the case, then make the movement possible. Sometimes it's available, sometimes it's not. Then it could be an issue of, can we train the person, reskill them to what we have? That will require some effort. That will also require some effort from the individual, because they need to also invest and say that, okay, I am willing to be part of this to reskill. If that's possible, then you do. If none of that works, then I think we should say at some point, saying that, okay, it's not working. I don't have the opportunity. You are not ready for reskilling. Then we need to take it to a logical closure of saying that, okay, let's just part ways. But with a reasonable conversation, giving them the time and so on. So it's always real. Keep it real is my thing. And to the extent possible, we must always treat people well. whatever the situation.
Absolutely. Since I come from an HR background as well, I completely agree with Sriram that you have to treat people well. It's not that cannot be hire and fire. My next question to you is, Sriram, as once an employee joins in the let's say one candidate or student joins in the recruitment department, can he move into company benefits or ER or PMS, etc.? And how?
If somebody comes in a thing, there are two types of growth which are possible. One is grow in the same line, or grow across and then move and then grow. Okay?
Laterally and vertically.
Laterally and then vertically. So, now the question is, first is that you don't want to make these movements based on whims and fancies of saying, oh, I saw that person, they achieved that. That's a different story. When you match your passion and your skills and then say that as part of what I want to achieve, I think that will add to my dimension of.
You also are talking about have fixed or set goals and then achieve your goals.
And always relying on who you are and what you can influence the most.
Your core strength.
The core strength. See, if you are an extremely good recruiter, and then you say, I want to become a compensation specialist who's going to sit and work in front of the computer and data all the time. Now, is that really good for you? That may give you a temporary growth because that may be a role which is slightly elevated from what you're doing. But eventually, if it's not tallying with who you are and what you're good at, that's not going to give you growth. So that is the illusion that we must not succumb to, but really look at it from saying that, and today growth is possible. And that's my whole message is, become an expert, become excellent, pursue excellence. Expert is that you really know your domain really well. And this whole thing of I spent 2 years, I spent 1 year, I know everything, that's not enough.
Okay. Very rightly said, because youngsters today want everything in very short time. It's not, life is not 2-minute Maggi noodles. So what is the advice that you give them?
See, I am all for energy. I'm all for, the need to grow, need to learn. But I'm also for realistic, practical patience. And because what we often think is only one dimension of intellect, but there is social intelligence, there is emotional intelligence, there is, and all of these are part of your growth. And some of them take time. It requires maturity for you to deal with people. You want to lead people. You have to inspire people. How will you inspire people with an intellectual knowledge? Unless you've really gone through that yourself. Right? And that's what people sometimes fail to understand. We are somehow too caught up in the intellect part and say, oh, I know it all. As a thing, and most of it is coming from internet, from, kind of thing. That's not enough.
True. You have to not just learn from the internet like you mentioned, but you also have to be soaking and learning hands-on. My next question to you, Sriram, is if one gets into company benefits in terms of growth and there is an opportunity, I would very strongly advise that student or that young professional to learn Excel thoroughly. Beyond just learning, what else can he do to grow vertically and laterally?
Important is to network and get to know what is happening in there. Because sometimes we are like that frog in the well. We think, I know everything. But you have to get out of the well. Then you know, oh my God, there's a huge world out there. And then there are so many more things to learn. And then ideas come like that. How did Steve Jobs, put a brick phone and your Walkman and a computer together? That's creativity. When different things come in and then you're able to make something tangible of that in your workplace. That is creativity and innovation.
I will just add one more point to what Sriram just mentioned is beyond just wanting to grow into another role, you also have to ensure that you value add to that role. Because there will be 10 others. So what is the difference that you are going to create for that role? Do you want to add to that point?
See, when we want to value add, we must also have a little bit of humility. Okay? Because sometimes what happens with intellectual knowledge is our ego kicks in, you become arrogant and you start thinking they don't know, I know. Right? But influence is not that. When you want to really make a difference, the biggest thing that you get as you go higher in your levels is that you realize that I have to influence.
Absolutely.
And if I have to influence, I need to work with the person who's opposite me. You have to get into their mindset. You have to understand what they're going through. Then tweak what you are saying, what you want to their language. And that's a lot of effort. It's not.
And that's not just your colleague, but it's our juniors. And your juniors probably 10 years down the line. 10 years junior than you.
Because knowing is not enough. It is to get people to do things as well as you.
Very true. It is very important to connect with youngsters, not just in the context of saying hi, how are you, and things like that, but context of saying go down to their level, learn and be adaptable, adapt and adopt. That's my philosophy all the time. You also have worked with Infosys, and that was that was a job that was given to you, which you did not want to take. Can you please?
I was just extremely reluctant to move, but then my boss was much more senior and older and called me and said, "See, these kind of opportunities don't come off. You must take this up if you're serious about your career." Okay. And I know the people who are there; they will take care of you. You will really kind of. So based on his maturity and his kind of thing, I took it up a little reluctantly. The first day I ran over there, exploring and saying, "Okay, what have I gotten myself into?" Then it turns out the next 5 years of my life are probably best. Okay, just because of the fact that I really enjoyed that experience with the people that I was working with the freedom I got, with the amount of stuff that I was able to, really kind of. And the fact was that I took that risk. I was willing to kind of say, okay, I'm serious about my career, and even though I wasn't really kicked about doing it, I did it, and then I realized that's what I got to do. And sometimes people are too stuck on with the location, with the circle, and so on. If you really want to grow, you have to go after. Yeah, go after where your growth is. Don't be like shut in a thing saying, "Oh, this is what I can do. I will not do that," and all that. You go try it. If it doesn't work, then it's okay. But most times, in that trying is where you go out of your comfort zone. Then you realize, "Oh, I'm actually good at it."
There are two questions that comes to my mind. One is, how does one take risks? Because risks is something which we get claustrophobic and don't want to take that. Second is, or rather, that could be the second question. The first question is, what are the various roles that you did in your Bangalore's tenure?
I'll answer the second question because it's easier. Okay, so I started with the development center HR, then I took on a business partner, we lead for a big, kind of unit. And by the time I left, actually, I was leading 2 business units, and then I moved to a bigger center as the head of that location. So, all those kind of movements happened, but the big thing was that I had the leader of one business unit sitting over there. He was absolutely inspirational. So many things that I've learned from him, which I still kind of value a lot. So that's the second easier part. Risk taking. I've taken the biggest risk of my life last year by moving out of corporate into something which is kind of thing. Now, how do you make that decision, right? One is to really know what you want. That I've always known, and I've known for about 7-8 years that these are the kind of things I want to do. I want to teach, I want to train, I want to coach, I want to write. Okay, and I want to make a difference to a larger audience through who I am and what I know. So, and through knowing that also, it took me some 7 years to actually, be willing to take that risk. So it takes time to kind of, but it's not about taking a foolhardy risk.
That's very nice.
It is about being practical, saying, I'm passionate about this, and at this point of time, can I do it? Okay, do I have a little bit of financial support that can help me take this risk, which is important, so that we don't, kind of just blindly run into something. But beyond that, there is an element of knowing that I have to go all into this, give it my everything, and really make it work. If you are really passionate about something and that's aligned with what you are trying to kind of get into, and if you're willing to have the patience to wait and go through the grind, that's where your whole point, that resilience will test you.
Resilience, persistence,
And because in that process, it is not just for the heck of it, right? In that process of resilience is where you grow. It is where you think out of the box, where you're saying, okay, how can I do more? How can I reinvent myself? How can I, kind of make a bigger impact? So that comfort zone goes away because now it becomes survival.
So I like two more adjectives of there: resilience, persistence, and consistency.
Yeah, right.
I'm sure you agree with that.
Yeah.
When you were working with Infosys and you went to Mangalore, I understand your journey.
Yeah.
You then moved on to D-Shaw.
Yes.
Can you walk us through that?
So D-Shaw was entirely different, right? So Infosys had been almost 10 years and I had the best experience for a while. And then, I felt like I was not growing and I needed a change of thing. And this was a good role, it was a head of HR role, but it was a completely different culture. Mm-hmm. So it was an MNC, it was a hedge fund technology setup, extremely top end. That is that you have the top talent in the country, very well paid. And at that point of time, HR was kind of irrelevant. It was all being run by mostly the business and what they thought was right for people. And so from a process to policy to benefits to, getting the team right, to really making, they had a good culture. It was not that they had a bad culture, they had a good culture. But HR was not the driver of many things over there. So
HR team and HR process.
While it was there, it was not really something that was seen as a very important function. Right? From there to really now, even now, if there are people who will talk about things, and now people who moved out and gone to other companies, they say that we still talk about the culture that was there when you were, kind of managing HR there. And through that, I'm now getting some business also because people are saying, okay, sure, I want my HR person to talk to you as a thing. But that was the kind of thing we took from. It had good ingredients, but HR wasn't very good. So we built that whole thing and they were willing to, they were not a very stingy firm, so they were willing to spend money. So it gave me some freedom to kind of operate. And I think we really took it to, I would say at that point of time, 2009 to maybe 2000, 3-4 years, we were among the top companies in the country.
D-Shaw was a very predominant company and it still is. Going back to the risk point of view, young professionals, youngsters today, after the graduation, they want to become entrepreneurs. What are the 3 salient points that you will advise for the young professionals, young students who want to become entrepreneurs, or even the young professionals who just 2-3 years in the career, they want to become entrepreneurs?
The why is extremely important because you don't get into it for the fact of it, you don't get into it because I don't want to be part of corporate, you don't want to get into it because I don't like my manager. Okay? All those are not the right reasons. Certainly, that's the first element of it. Now, if your why is good, second is, are you willing to take risks? Because you know for a fact that not everybody makes it. In that journey, a lot of people fall off. Many more people fall off than people make it. We don't know the stories of people who make it. We don't know the stories of people who don't make it. But there's enough data to say many people don't make it. Okay, and that's a fact of entrepreneurship. Are you ready to, so if you're looking for success and not willing to do what it takes to succeed, that's not a journey for you. Then you're better off in a place where you will continue to get that steady income, and that's not a bad thing. Right? It's just knowing what I'm ready for. Right? Third is that when you are an entrepreneur, it is a multi-faceted journey. You have to do everything. Right?
From the janitor to the managing director.
Correct. You have to do everything and be okay to do everything. Right? And those are the 3 elements. And if you're willing to go all in, if you know that this is why I want to do it, and if you have the resilience, persistence, and the risk-taking ability to kind of sustain, then it's a journey. Don't go into entrepreneurship just because you have an idea. Oh, I have an idea. People have millions of ideas. You know how many thoughts everybody gets about 60,000 thoughts a day. In the 60,000 thoughts, there are some 2-3 ideas that people get. It is not the idea. It is that I am willing to make this idea work and I am willing to do whatever it takes. And I believe in it.
Right. When a student or a young professional wants to become an entrepreneur, you have to have the funding capacity. It should be coming from the family or yourself. The second, very long way down the line, maybe 5 years, you will get venture capitalists who will fund you. So what is the advice you would give the student to prepare to become an entrepreneur? In both context of his abilities and his financial abilities.
So first let's talk about what is in the control, which is your abilities. So remember that the entrepreneurial journey is a multi-faceted journey. So you need to know a little bit of finance, you need to know of marketing, you need to know your domain, you need to know the product. So you have to now, because many times why the entrepreneurial journey works is because you're not willing to look at the other domains because you have a aversion to it. Oh, I can't deal with numbers, I can't. This is one story. Okay, you think that the vendor on the job he needs all those capabilities apart from selling, sourcing, quality checks, customer relationship. He's doing all of that. You have to do all of that. Okay, so it's simple equation. Where are you ready to do? Because some people know I'm only interested in the idea and talking about the idea. I'll not do anything else. That's also okay so long as you have the expertise available at for you to somebody else or from anybody else. Then it's kind of still okay to be able to build the.
I'll interject you here. If you were having 3-4 people like Sriram mentioned who can join your team, they should also be in the capacity to not be earning a single rupee for the next 6 months or 1 year.
So I come to the financial part, but even if you have 3-4 people, the best combination is to have complementary skills with some overlap. So it is like you take 2 circles, there is an overlap, okay, and then you have, you form like a chain. Right? That people, I can do product, somebody else can do digital marketing, somebody can do finance. Okay, then it's an extremely good. If all of you can do the same thing, you don't have too much, kind of thing. So think of that aspect as well. Now, the financial aspect, right, which is that if you believe in the idea, go all in, give it everything. If you need to borrow, do that as a thing, but understand that it will take time. No good thing in this world ever got done in quick fix. Nothing. Nobody, including what you see as success stories, have all gone through those journeys of, kind of in their own way. They've had to struggle, right? You will also have to struggle. So there is no running away from that thing. All it is to be realistic, saying that the struggle, how much time are you willing to give yourself? Okay, and I would say a reasonable time is anywhere between about 2.5 to 3 years is a good timeline to really be prepared for, to give everything, go after something, make it work. And at that point, if it doesn't work, then you should know that this is not. Because there's always a time when you abandon ship, right? If you wait too long, you crash, right? So you don't want to crash also. So, but 3 years, I would say, is because the incubation, the whole thing. But by the time you kind of get into second year is when actually things start moving for you. And by the third year, you know how much it's really going to take off or what is going to happen, right? And then you know, is it working for me? It's not working for me. And kind of at that point, but are you willing to give yourself to this? Are you willing to go all in? If you are willing to do these 2 things, then it's working.
Going by the last point that you mentioned, are you willing to give that kind of time? If, for whatever reasons, the entrepreneurship business or my role in a particular job, specifically entrepreneur, does not work out. I'm asking you in the context of young professionals succumbing to pressure. What is the inputs you want to give the young professionals, students, and not necessarily just young professionals? We had Cafe Day, CMT committing suicide. So what is the most important things that students, young professionals should learn and not succumb to pressure?
Remember, life is too precious to be wasted. Doesn't matter. What we think of failure is a construct. Okay? And you know how many times Babur attacked before he became successful. If you go back into history, there are so many failures that, we celebrate the victories, but there is so many things that came, even with the most successful people, even who you revere as people who think like Steve Jobs. He went into hiding. He was, chased out of his whole company and he was like, out of that before he came back in there. So there is no thing saying that this is a failure. Yeah, there is a learning.
There's a journey.
There's a journey. In that journey, there will be up and down. That is the way of life. And if you live long enough, you will know that as you go down, you'll also come up. That is how it is. And sometimes the pressure goes up. And at that point of time, you take help to understand that it will pass. You stick through it. Be through it. Whatever has to happen. Okay, what's the worst that can happen? Your money will go. So what? They can come back as a thing. But life cannot come back. Okay, so many times, and I see this with kids also, right? Because the expectation that is built up, you try to match that expectation, and sometimes because you fail that expectation, you suddenly feel that I am a failure. There is no such thing as failure. There is only trying and learning.
Failure is a stepping stone to
success, because that is just, I just look at the word failure as a learning opportunity. It's a new opportunity to learn. Okay, so as long as you look at that from a thing, and everywhere there is learning, that's the mindset, that when you have that thing. So for people who are under stress, one is that first, be reasonable with your expectations. Second is, do what you're good at. Follow your passion. Know where your core strengths are. Follow that. Because if you are doing what you like, even if it doesn't get you the money, you still enjoy it.
Yeah, money is not be all and end all. Having said that, as long as you upskill and reskill, money will come to you. Not today, tomorrow.
I believe in this thing that value is always, there is a way in which the world works, and that way that works is that you give value, you get value. Simple equation. Okay, so it's always the question is, am I giving enough value? If you give enough value, the money will come. So don't focus on the money coming, focus on giving value.
This talk that you just gave is leading to the success, you becoming a success coach.
Yeah.
What is success coach? What are the things that you cover under this platform?
Right. So I'm of course focusing both the individual and the corporate. And for the individual, I'm calling it peak performance, success and happiness. Okay. Which is that first is before we kind of expect somebody to do something, we fix ourselves. How do you fix yourself? Fundamentally, there are three elements. You fix your mindset, you fix your behaviors, you fix your habits. If you can do these three things, your success and your element of earning money, all of that will follow. It is easier said than done. Okay, and it's a journey. The entire life can be a journey, and these things may not be fixed. So the mindset is all about what I believe, what my values are, what my virtues are, what my purpose is, and really always kind of aligning yourself with who am I, how do I become the best, and how do I keep thinking about it in a positive way. Second element is saying, how do I become a better human? How do I keep getting over my limitations and my cheap behavior and my cheap thought process, evolve beyond that. Third is,
what if a person is constantly, wallowing in self-pity and negativity?
That is the element of mindset, right? Where you not elevated your mindset to understand, what is possible for you. Because why are you in a negative mind space? Because you are either caught in this is happening to me, people are doing this to me, and all of that. And this whole thing, somebody or the other will do something to you. It is to get out of that whole thing and say, I own my life. I am creating my life. I am willing to do what it takes. That ownership, accountability for your life comes, and that is the first step of the mindset. The last part of it is, I always recommend that go after your habits. Okay, fix your day. If you do enough good things in your day becomes happier, and as you build momentum, eventually you move towards a happier life, because the solution is in your day. And what you do in your day is fix the parts of your day so that you put in good habits. Good habits,
How does the young young student in their 20s have a fixed schedule, and how can he improve his life better?
First is understand that if you want to be successful and make a lot of money, you have to fix your life and your day. Okay, now your day starts with sleep. People are sleeping at 2 o'clock and saying, I'm waking up at this time, I sleep for 5-6 hours, I'm superhuman, all of that. You're not superhuman, you are just shortcutting your life. Okay, don't go up at all that thing, because sleep is so powerful. People don't understand the science of sleep. Need 7.5, 8 hours of sleep. Very, very important for you to have the energy you need during the day. Then what do you do with your mornings? The mornings are an extreme, that's why all, kind of religions have always focused on the mornings. Do your yoga, do your pranayama, do your, gratitude, all of that. Because the mornings have some, special power in terms, because there's science to it. The morning, if endorphins get released in your bloodstream, they stay in your bloodstream longer. And thereby, your mood gets affected. Your mood generates your thoughts. Your thoughts drive your actions. So these are all interconnected very beautifully. Which is, they didn't explain all of that. They said just do the yoga, do the meditation. Right? So you start with your day.
So you're saying Surya Namaskar is the best way to start your life?
Yes.
Start your day, sorry.
Yeah. In fact, if you can do 12 sets of Surya Namaskar, what happens is that the body releases endorphins at the point of breaking into sweat. So even if you do for 10 to 12 minutes, you have to do it to the point that you're sweating. At the point that you're sweating, your body is releasing endorphins in your bloodstream. That's really good. So people don't understand, it is stretching, it is, something and all that. No, there's a chemical influence of these things, and that is why it is important.
And yoga is definitely not religion-based in that context.
No. I mean, people misunderstand many of these things. Yoga now has gone to the West and they've made it into hot yoga, all those fancy things as a thing, but it is far more than that. It's a way of life. It's a way of life. Yeah.
Can you talk more in detail or elaborate on your success coach and your career for the last 1.5 years as a success coach?
So it's not been a very easy journey, for sure. Okay, so I've had my, kind of thing to say, did I do the right thing and things like that. But I know that this is what I want to do. Okay, and I'm saying that I'm doing the same formula, giving myself 3 years to make it work. And if it works, it's good. Otherwise, I've given it everything that I've got, and it didn't work. That's fine too. Okay, but I'm more or less sure it will work, and the signs of that are now, kind of showing up, because now, I can see the road ahead more clearly. So when I started off, it was more about the people I knew and little random bits of kind of thing, and I was also creating different types of, solutions that will work and things. So now I think I'm at a point where I know what I want to do, what will work. I've experimented enough, tested it. So now I know, so clarity. I think that was one piece which was missing in the initial days. Now clarity has come. I now follow up clarity with the right strategies. So then, because without clarity, where to invest in? What do I push? What do I sell? Who do I talk to? And all of that is very confusing. Now with clarity, now I know what my strategy is. Now I know that in LinkedIn I need to do a few things. I need to talk to people. This is how I kind of project myself and so on. So with clarity, I'm able to now propagate my, kind of solutions much better. And with that clarity and the propagation, now the traction is picking up as a. And my, I think, model is I want it to be multi-pronged. And so I'm focusing on speaking, coaching, training and teaching and writing. So, different, and it gives me different accesses, it's different, kind of thing. And of course, I've written my book, Happiness Habits as well. So that also kind of generates some income.
So can you also talk about what is happiness coach and what do you do in that area?
It's a big domain. So the question is that, what is your definition of happiness? That's the first question I ask people. And people will say something vague. Right? And the problem is, the first is that people don't have a standard definition of happiness. Okay. Which is, I feel, a problem, because if that's what you're looking for in life and you don't know what you're looking for, how will you get there?
Yes, right? People say that I've got chocolate, so I'm happy.
Yeah. And that is the pursuit of pleasure. Now, pleasure is in the spectrum of happiness, but it is not happiness. Because the same chemicals that work for happiness work for pleasure also, but they have, in pleasure, you go up and down like a sugar rush. So when you go down, you can't stay there, so you want to go up again. So then you're constantly chasing. You're constantly chasing food, entertainment, sex, anything that will kind of get you out of the down. But then this up and down keeps you stuck, and you're not going to get out of that because you're thinking that this is what it is. But that is where the element of your habits and all that comes. Because what they do is they actually manage the same chemicals, but in a far more, stable way. They don't take it up like pleasure, but it goes up slightly. Over a period of time, the benchmark is higher. So then the triggers are lesser. What would irritate me doesn't irritate me. What would, kind of think my thought process is much better, my tolerance is better, and my positivity is better. So that is how the element of, kind of happiness. Now, what is happiness? Just as a thing, it's a much bigger dimension. There are two large elements that I want people to understand. One is that happiness is about being a successful person in all the important dimensions of your life, which is your career, your money, your relationships, your health, your parenting, your spiritual, your hobbies. All of them have to work to a reasonable extent. Otherwise, examples like Rakesh about 40,000 crores. What is the point of a life where you have so much money but you're not living a full life, right? Same thing that, and today, so many people, have relationship issues and problems. Right? So, first is you have to look at the dimension of life more holistically, make sure all dimensions are balanced. Second is that two things. One is I should always be doing the things that I'm really good at. I must enjoy what I'm doing because every day matters in your journey of happiness. So you can't say I will become happy at 60. You know enough old people to know that happiness doesn't literally land on you when you're old. You just think so, it doesn't happen, right? So today is the day for you to be happy. How do you do it? By doing what you're good at. The last element is always pursue being a good human. Have the right values, have the right virtues. That is our journey. And that and we know that all of us have shades of gray. We have in our thought process enough things going on over there. When you become a good human, it's not only about doing, but internally, even your thoughts change. That is the thing. My benchmark at some point that I want to become is when I can, my thoughts can be out there and I can really say what I'm thinking as it is without filters. Then I can work.
Sriram, you explained it very well. But my next question to you is why youngster may understand what you have said. But youngster will question Sriram saying, I have a lot of aspirations. Aspirations means a lot of burning as well, or burnt out as well. So how does one balance that?
Okay. So first is to understand that happiness is multidimensional. I should do what I love. All of that is very important. So for me, I'll tell you what happened. Right? So, and I know that, initially you're chasing in the Maslow's hierarchy also, you want security, you want entertainment, you want money, all of that. But what happens at some point of time, now it's happening faster because people are earning more money, that you get all that security and comfort very soon. What happens next? And for me, it actually took an episode of almost having a heart attack to change my whole dimension. I was about 40, when my younger daughter was just a month-old. I thought I might die. And that was the turning point of my life, where I realized that, okay, but I'm not happy. Right? Okay, something is wrong. I'm empty on the inside. Everybody thinks that I have everything that I'm supposed to be, but I'm not happy. That point I decided to change. Okay? But so it takes a little bit of time. I think people have to go through their hormonal cycle of enjoying and going after things in life, but it will come. At your mid-30s, it's likely to hit you that I have the comforts, I'm not finding meaning, I'm not finding purpose, I'm not enjoying what I'm doing. And then all of these things come back in full flow. Right? And then that's when and the earlier you start pursuing, at least follow what you're good at. Because that itself takes care of a large part of, your eventual happiness.
I will just add to what Sriram mentioned is, one is being happy, second is being content in what you're doing. While you can have aspirations and aspirations one should have, but you should also be content in what you're doing. You want to grow, fantastic, but growth will be progressive. It cannot happen as a 2 minutes noodles.
In fact, I just want to, sorry to interrupt you, but I have this term called contented aliveness as one of my definitions of happiness. People say, tell me what. Don't give me stories, just tell me in 2 words, right? I would say contented and aliveness. Contented is to know that, we are all, in a way, we must be grateful for what we have. We have perhaps more than what is needed. Yes, you can get more, but learn to be happy with what you have. Doesn't mean that you don't aspire for more, but just be happy with what you have. That will give you the ability to be alive to the opportunity.
So, I will also add that you constantly have to upskill and reskill. Young students have the stigma of saying, I want to grow, but I don't want to learn. What will you tell them?
Growth is part of the core needs of your life.
Of any being.
Of any being. Without growth, there is no meaning. So let's get out of the illusion saying, I'm not willing to learn and grow. Because even whether you want to choose it or not, life is always trying to teach you something. In its own way. And we just don't understand it as a learning. But life is always teaching us. It is necessary to be open. To be willing to kind of grow. And there will be times when you have less growth, you have less learning, there'll be times where you have more of it and steeper curves and so on. But then you cannot eliminate that and say, I've arrived. There is no arrival over here. Okay, there is a journey and there are different stops in that journey and we continue to go. And as if you do enough in your life, I think people are always changing. I shifted from marketing to, to do a job in marketing to then recruitment to then different HR and from there now to, kind of coaching and happiness and so on. So there is always, things which are going to shift. So the whole idea that no, this is it and this is all, I can be is just an illusion.
You've also written a book. Can you talk us through your book? What is the title and what is the content of the book?
Yeah. So a little bit of that I covered earlier. The book is called Happiness Habits and it originated from the instance where I had that episode of almost having a heart attack, and then for the next 8 years or so, I was just learning. I was learning, growing, trying to understand the meaning of life, happiness, and so on. So I followed coaching, gurus, religious, modern kind of philosophy and so on, until I came to a framework which I feel worked for me. Mm-hmm. So then I thought this framework is something I have to offer to people like me. So it doesn't really work for the people who are like a laborer kind of a mindset because they're still chasing the basics of life. But this is very, very, kind of relevant for people who are, worked in the corporate for about 3 years. Then it kind of settles. What I talk of there is that first start with finding what you're meant to purpose. Second is how do I become better? Third is fix your emotional mastery as a thing. Then, learn how to be in flow. There are elements of productivity, peak performance, which you need to learn and, kind of practice on a regular basis. Then bring in the element of balance in different dimensions of life. Then it's about mindfulness. And I also talk a lot about in that thing about healing. Because that's not something which people often discuss. Mm-hmm. But healing is very important when we want to be born. Like we hold on to so many grudges. How do I forgive? How do I become more grateful? How do I, kind of learn to elevate my mood? And healing is an important aspect of letting go of our emotional baggage to really think. So those are the 7, I call it the 7 quests. So it starts with the mindset, with the 7 quests, and then I have a framework of implementing it through habits. So that's the final, kind of thing. Saying that all this is fine, but now you go do something. And how will you do? Do it by fixing your habits on a daily basis.
You may have touched on this point, but I will reiterate. Anybody, it could happen to you and me as well, more so with the youngsters. If there is a financial problem or a health problem or a tragedy at home, we always constantly say, why me? So what is that he should not do and he should not ask God why me, and how can he pull himself up or elevate himself?
Okay, that is a big answer. Okay, now if I start that answer, I think that will just take all the time and it goes into a lot of spiritual wisdom as well.
That is briefly.
Briefly, okay. See, what happens to you is not in your control, right? The moment you are going to sit and blame, why did this happen, right? Now that is not going to give you any movement. It's not going to keep you stuck. Because when you say, this happened to me, I put the blame there, and what happens with blame is there is no responsibility for me to do it. It's beautifully kind of passed on to say, you did something bad, God did this, circumstances did that, oh, why is my luck so bad? Everybody, there is no human being who does not go through difficulties in life. The richest person to the poorest person, everybody has a cycle of outcome. Now, some people have it easier, some people lesser as a thing, but everybody goes through it. There is no concept of, kind of saying that it doesn't happen to me, right? It is about ownership. It's about ownership. There are reasons why certain things happen. All of them are rooted in you learning something. For example, this concept of how will I learn to be a more forgiving person if I am not exposed to a situation which needs forgiveness, right? That is a duality idea, which says that you learn from an instance which happens to you, and then is when you evolve. For that evolution to happen, something had to happen to you. Now, without that happening to you, how will I become grateful? How will I become forgiving? How will I, kind of evolve? So, but then somebody did that, right? if you keep blaming, say, oh, but what can I do? Anything that happens to you, always focus on, is there something that I can learn from this and do something? When you always redirect it into your own ownership, saying, okay, this thing happened to me, this bad thing happened, can I now take something from that?
Introspect is what you're saying.
And take action. Not only introspect. Introspect is to give you a shift in mindset. But with that mindset, now you should take action.
Right. We spoke about risk, but what was the risk that you took moving from the corporate sector, being head of the department in TE shop, and then starting your career? May not have started your career, may not have started being a success coach in terms of finance from scratch, but you had taken a huge shift. What happened? Can you tell us?
See, I've been planning it for a while. At least not planning it, but thinking about it. So it's been in my thing. So I've been telling people, saying, this is what I want to do. It's not a hidden thing. So my team knew, my management, everybody knew that somewhere at some point, kind of thing. And, I kept postponing it because this whole risk business is real, right? When you want to really do it, there's always apprehension and there's no thing. Then COVID came, that kind of thing. I wrote my book, that kind of thing. Once the book went out and I saw, decent response to it, that gave me the confidence that, okay, I'm willing to now, actually try it. And so I was very clear that there is risk. There is a, kind of element of it may work, may not work. And I said 3 years. Right. If 3 years all in, do it, works, good, doesn't work, I'm willing to go back and, get into corporate. It's not that my skills are going to go away. Somebody will give me a job. I'm good at what I did. That's why, I got here. So, that's not a problem. As a thing, I was willing to do it. If I have to relocate, I'll do it. All of that, I'm kind of as a thing. So, and for me now, I have younger kids. Okay, I have EMIs to pay. So, it was also that I was not doing this as a retirement thing. I'm doing it as something which I'm passionate about, but it's also my livelihood. And hence, I have to make it work at a scale which justifies my decision. So, what I'm trying to build is equivalent or even higher than what I was, kind of earning earlier. And hence, that is trying to say that I will not now say, because sometimes you get in the comfort to say, okay, why should I go and send to this person? Why should I send this email out? Because I don't feel good about it. Can I just stop doing it? Now I don't have a choice. Okay, because I've burned the bridges. Okay, I need, to go forward. There's no really going back. There is an option of going back, but, I want to use that only when I have gone far enough, tested it, and said, okay, it works, doesn't work as a thing. So I did my research, I did my kind of thing, and still there was struggle. Still there was, enough things to doubt as a thing. So it took it, slowly, I think the momentum is picked up. And now it's like, in a much better shape.
Especially when you have young kids who are still in school, then you have to put them in college, etc. That's even bigger financial drain, I would say. What is your plan for the future, for the next 5 years? What are the things that you plan to do?
So right now I'm focusing on corporate. Okay, my thing is that I want to propagate happier workplaces. First, happier workplaces means teach the individual to be happy, teach teams to be happier, teach leaders and make the culture happier. Big pieces. Okay, so very ambitious on its own, but everybody needs it. It's just that they have to, kind of be willing to do the work for it. It's not rocket science, but it needs work. And it's slightly different from how it's been done in the corporate, because corporate doesn't talk about happiness, they talk about engagement, things like that. But emotions are the most under-tapped thing. If you want somebody to go and fight in a war, you can't use logic, you use emotion. That is the most powerful driver for human beings. Corporates are not tapping into it. So that is one of my things. They tap into emotional feelings. So you want happiness, that's key. That's missing. Right? So that's one piece. Second piece from there is to move into retail, which is that teach people how to be happier in the context of the life. And my whole idea is from sleep to sleep. Is your opportunity in that? How can I fix my life? That's my eventual goal, to take that to a scale where you can propagate something which is practical and doable, but at a scale where people are, where it's flexible and doable to the extent they can.
Okay. Apart from your coaching abilities, capabilities, what else do you plan to do? What are your interests?
I'm all in this. Speaking, teaching, coaching, writing. It's a big spectrum on its own because slightly different skills again as thing itself is like thing. For me, it is audios and books are the kind of things that I am kind of think. One really thing that I'm keen is to bring ancient wisdom and stories in the element of what I'm doing to kind of, because become too left brain, too logical. But emotion tapping is creativity, is through stories, right? But we need to alternate. To go too much over there, people say it's fluff, okay, nothing, right? You go too much logical, there's no inspiration, there's no motivation. I understand, but I'm not doing it. So how to do this? And there's so much ancient wisdom which needs to be used.
You're so right. I'm glad you spoke about this because our Puranas, our Vedas, I hate to call Ramayana and Mahabharata as mythology. Our history of Ramayana and Mahabharata has got so many nuances, so many small stories which teaches you even your day-to-day life. It can change you dramatically. So the point that you mentioned, our ancient history and culture, has given us lots of inputs. Do you want to speak on that as well?
See, I think what we forgot is that we've stuck to rituals and practices.
I don't like to use the word ritual. I like to use the word ceremonies.
Yeah, but even in all of that, right, what got missed is, and why people are not doing it right now is, they're questioning it and they're not getting the right answers. But there is deep science on the why it is you're being asked to do it. There is such deep science. But our traditional Western science has not evolved to understand quantum mechanics, energies, there are so many. We have 7 layers of body. And all of this is documented and, kind of so many thousands of years ago. Still science is validating it. Right? And that is where the gap is. Because there was so much science that explaining all of that to a layman was difficult. So they codified it through pictures, through practices, through rituals, through ceremonies, so that you get the benefit of it. Now what happened with our, history and people trying to take away stuff, now why that needs to be done went off. Only some ceremonies and some things remain. And now people are questioning because the Western influences, they're saying, why? What is it? What is the thing, right? And people are getting convincing answers. And they're saying, oh, this is all just, no. If you take every year, and even in our system, there are certain things which were done in the context of that environment, which may not work now, and that maybe should not really continue.
No, but in a larger context, Sriram, I will agree with you that every small aspect, even like I was just talking to somebody, even the rangoli that they put down south, we used to use rice flour. Why was it used? Because the insects will not come inside the house. So there was huge science. It was all scientific and extremely logical. So for the youngsters to fashionably say that I don't believe in culture, Indian culture and tradition, but I will go, understand or agree with what the Western culture, I'm so sorry. Please go back to your roots.
Yeah, no, and not only the rice flour, right? That you first disinfect the whole place.
With cow dung,
which had antiseptic properties.
Yes.
And they would just do it. Nobody understood antiseptic, this, that, and all. They would just do it as a practice, saying that it's good for the place as a thing. And now, not only the rice flour, it's also the shape of what you're doing has an impact on how, because the brain thinks in pictures.
True.
So there is so much science in that one thing that you're doing.
One small rangoli.
Yeah. And this is what is missing, right? People don't understand that, that your mandalas, all of them, all shapes have a certain impact on your mind. That was one reason. Then there was a practical reason of that. Of course, it looks good. Then there is a reason of, using rice flour. Then there is, disinfecting the place. So much is there.
And not just the Rangoli, but the stories of Ramayana Mahabharata has got so many nuances. So I would strongly, through this podcast, would strongly advise and suggest to all the youngsters, go back to your roots. There's enough material on Google, please read it. What else do you wish to do in your life, apart from being a success coach?
My life purpose is to try and transform lives of other people using my skills to the best that I can. And those skills I feel are in the space of speaking, teaching, coaching. Right? That's what my ultimate intention is, to be able to really impact lives of people because I've done so much work. It is the money I've spent, the time I've spent. I don't think people will have that much energy to do it. Now I want to be able to offer that to people like me. Okay, I'm not claiming that I know everything, but I've certainly invested a large part of my life in learning. And if I can translate that into pieces which people can then quickly pick up and just use it, right? They don't have to spend the 8-10 years of study that I've kind of done. So not only the 8-10 years, even before that I've anyway studied. It's just that it kind of accelerated as a thing. But the idea is that let's make our lives more pleasant. We have everything. This is the time in the whole history of mankind where there is so much comfort and so less happiness.
The last couple of questions is, what are the things of the podcast that we have spoken for the last few minutes, as what is the 3 salient points or 3 important points that you would advise young students and young professionals?
First is
in terms of both their career and their mental wellness.
First is enjoy life. Okay, life is precious, but it's also meant to be lived fully and enjoyed, and all experiences add up. So don't look at experiences as good, bad, success, failure, but just as experiences, because the failure then makes you enjoy the success. That is how duality is, that is how life is, day and night, all of that is like that. So life is a journey, life is an experience. Just take it as an experience. Okay, don't get too caught up in expectations and so on. Second is, kind of do the work that's needed. Yeah, I'm not saying that you have to do hard work and things like that, but I'm saying that work is required. That you have to do it.
What you mean is get your hands dirty.
Get your hands dirty. Become the expert. Do what it takes to really go down. Because a lot of things I find, people are on the surface and then they claim to be experts. They've not really done the work.
They've not done it.
Okay, without that, it is not possible for you to create great value. Do the work. As a third is always follow what you're passionate. That is the most important fact. For that, first you have to discover what you're good at, and that I've seen even when I'm coaching very, very senior people. They say, I don't know what my purpose is. I don't know what I'm good at. But they are good at something. That is what brought them here. But it's just to decipher that, pull it out, and do more of it.
My last question is, you mentioned networking. Young professionals should network. How does a student build his network?
See, first is that treat every conversation as an opportunity to connect. First is to listen actively.
And also meet people.
And meet and connect. And forge a genuine connection. Because if people think that you're just connecting with them with the need to sell them something, they're going to run away. Right? So it is not that. It is to have genuine, interesting connections. When you do that, eventually that connection then grows. But that only comes from the fact that I care about you. I want to know about you. I want to, kind of be the recipient of listening to what you have to offer. Then connections form. As you have more connections, from these connections, there will be people who can point you to other connections, people who can buy what you are selling, people who can direct you. And people who can value add. You can do service to them. It is always a give and take. It is never just taking, never just giving. Always give and take. And if you go into that mindset of genuine interest and then connect with as many people as you can, that's the
I will add to what Sriram mentioned is, as a student who's just in their college, you can build your network through your seniors, your lecturers, your visiting professors. You will get into doing internship, build your network there, and gradually it will grow. It was wonderful talking to you, Sriram, and thank you for being a guest today. We wish you all the best for your career, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your time. Wonderful having you.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Today, this is simply amazing. What a beautiful sunset that's happening right in front of me on the sun-kissed shores of the Arabian Sea by the beach of Tanirbawi. Here we are talking about an event where we are going to focus on inventions, innovations, startups, and ideas. So when we were conceiving this event, I think myself, Vishwas, and the team which is all here, and including this graceful lady who just made the introduction, we all were contemplating where to host the event. We said, let's get out of these mundane activities of running it in an hotel, in an AC hall. Let's bring everybody out, make them stand in front of the sun god, get some vitamin D, and in the meantime also talk about inventions and innovations. And that's the whole idea of coming and launching this entire thing on this beautiful beach, on this beautiful setup, which I don't think coming from Bangalore we would ever get. All we have is some halls, some pubs, and some lakes which are still there, but I don't know for how long. But that's the only atmosphere we might get in Bangalore or any other metro cities. But the whole idea is bring out inventions and innovations out of the places which are having all the potential to come out with and showcase it to the world. Like I think Dr. Sapna had pointed out that the Manthan platform, which is being created by the government of India, we are collaborating extensively with the PSA's office and to see how inventions and innovations can be brought out of the tier 2, tier 3 and tier 4 cities of this country. What does the word of IFIA is all about? IFIA basically stands for the International Federation of Inventors Association. Our job basically around the world is to bring out inventions and innovations to the global audience, to the society. It should impact and it should create value to the society. It could be university inventions, it should be startup innovations, it could be independent innovators, it could be rural innovations, could be anything. But we want those innovations to add value to the society, which should be scalable, which should add more value to the innovation index of the country. So that's the whole purpose of what we do at IFIA. So IFIA as such is part of the World Intellectual Property Organization. And apart from World Intellectual Property Organization, we also have association with about 6 UN bodies. And lastly, I think last October, we have been offered our US headquarters right inside Google. So when an organization like Google is partnering with us, you can imagine the potential growth for the startup and the innovations that is going to come in the days ahead. So this is what we are trying to do on a global scale, and through the Manthan platform and through the PSA's office, who happens to be a silent player in the background, yet trying to push us, saying that get more and more of innovative ideas from tier 2, tier 3. Like Sapna is like sitting there and getting a call from her her team. Anand, सपना जी को चाहिए कि आप जरा और थोड़ा गांव के तरफ जाके थोड़ा इनोवेशन लेके आओ. अच्छा ठीक है, हो जाएगा. So the PSA's office is again a driving energy for us, which says that please push more and more and get things out so that the world should see what India is delivering. That is more important. We are at a cusp, at a specific point in time where we have as a nation got all the powers to push and take India to the next level. And that's what we want to do as a federation, and that's what we are trying to do through our global body. And at IFIA Bharat, that's the whole agenda for us, as to take Indian products to the world, take India to the world in terms of innovation, in terms of product development, and in terms of more technologies which can be used as an intervention to our new product development. That's what we are trying to do through both the at the global level and at the national level. And here, Mangalore, we have an excellent team which is led by Vishwas and other members. So all of us here are also trying to focus on driving all the inventions which should come from the Dakshin Kannada region, and trying to see how more and more rural innovations can be taken and scaled upon a global level. I think this should summarize as to what we are and what we are trying to do. And without wasting further time of all of you, and as such, now with this beautiful sunset coming in, I think there is host of other events which are going to be lined up throughout the evening. I hand it over back to the organizers, and thank you all for hearing me out. Thanks a lot. Good day.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello everyone. Firstly, I'd like to draw attention of all the colleges here who have been doing some amazing stuff there. So all the students, if you can just spare some 5 minutes for me, it will be great. The reason why I want the young students to listen to this is the fact that while we do a lot of things building the next generation products in tech and in AI, I also feel that there's a huge space out there for us to actually create social impact, and that's where my presentation is going to be. I'm an accidental entrepreneur where my purpose was to really have an impact at the bottom of the pyramid. So how am I doing it? Today you all know that there's no hunger in the country. Would you all agree that there is no one in India dies of hunger, unlike say Somalia or in any of the African countries? So we see that everyone gets a plate full of food, but still India ranks 102 or 103 in the malnutrition index. What does this mean to us? It just means that we are not having a nutritious diet. While what exactly constitutes a nutritious diet? I'm not going to take much time, and I'll just leave with one food for thought and then what we're doing. See, these are some 40 essential nutrients a body needs. While everyone gets to eat the food of their choice, in Mangalore, I think it's fish and other local cuisine. But do you think the food that you're eating, you're getting all of these 40 nutrients? Chances are that, you might not be getting it. The simple fact that, whenever, say, you would have commonly heard of, say, iron deficiency or like calcium deficiency. See, these are deficiencies when you suffer from this, it shows up as some kind of bodily dysfunction. In sense that you'll have brittle bones, you'll have anemia and things like that. And what do? You just go to the doctor. He prescribes a single vitamin or a mineral, and you take that, pop that tablet in, and it's the solution is there. But have you ever come across someone who has had like sodium deficiency or like a potassium deficiency, magnesium deficiency? Now these are deficiencies you would have rarely come across, especially magnesium. But these are very, very important for your body. If you don't receive these in good quantities, there are high chances that you won't have the normal growth, especially for smaller children. So what we are trying to do with this company is to build products, especially for the bottom of the pyramid, to ensure that they have nutritious diet and nutritious meals as they're part of their everyday life. And how are we doing it? So typically at the bottom of the pyramid, there are about 240 million children who just depend on what the government gives. But the top of the pyramid, if you look at multi-nutrient supplements that are there, you have all the Ensure, Pediasure, Horlicks and all of these big brands. But as you go down, do you think a bottom of the pyramid person can afford an Ensure or a Pediasure or even a good quality nutrition supplements? No. The only thing that they have is Horlicks and Boost, which are more like taste enhancers. So what we have tried to do is take the Ensure and Pediasure of the world to the bottom of the pyramid. So these are our products that what we have built. It's called Punch Potion Multi-Millet with Milk for Children, Nutrify Plus for school-going children. And these are products which can be given to children, and it just costs just one rupee per serving. 1 rupee per serving. So we are on a mission to make these kind of products available to the masses. And this is what we have done. What we have done in the last 5 years is very simple. So I was not an entrepreneur. In 2018, a group of people who were doing some social work with school children, they approached me and said, look, we're giving breakfast for school children, morning breakfast for school children, and milk is being given by the government. Why don't you help us supplement the milk with some kind of multi-nutrient supplements so that it will enhance the child nutrition? And that's when we started working on it. We developed products like the ones that we saw, very similar to Horlicks and Boost, but much better than Horlicks and Boost in terms of micronutrition. So all the 25, 26 micronutrients in just one serving, we would give them at least 50% of their daily requirement. And this is how we have scaled up. In 2018, we helped the trust address about 1,000 children in 10 schools. And slowly now today, this is a week older. Today we are making these kind of supplements available to 8 million, which is 80 lakh children every single day. And that's the impact that we are creating. And now my next mission, while these products are available through the trust to the most needy children free of cost, my next mission is to make these products available and affordable for the tier 3 and tier 4 markets, so that they become nutritious and we have a nutritious society, and we don't call ourselves or fall in the list of say 102 or 103 in the malnutrition index. So I would say one takeaway point here is, please remember that the food that we are eating might be rich in carbs, might be rich in proteins, might be rich in fats, but it's not that you're getting all that nutrition. Say 40 essential nutrients that you need, you might not be getting it. And here is a chance. I'm very happy to chat offline. And that's in brief my story, and I'll keep it short. And if you want to know how we are doing it and where are we manufacturing it, how are we, I'm happy to take questions offline. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Good evening, everyone. It's very nice to be here in Mangalore. Thanks to Vishwas Rao giving me opportunity to be here today. So I will be talking more specifically on artificial intelligence and intellectual property rights. Artificial intelligence as a subject is penetrating all areas of day-to-day life, and there are lots of legal disputes related to usage of AI. So as you know that intellectual property means anything which is created out of human intelligence. Now what if the same intelligence is created by a machine? Okay. So have you ever used ChatGPT and created a content? I think all of us. So who owns that content? Whether machine owns that content or I own the content. If machine owns the content, then how we are going to establish ownership of that particular product? Yeah, next. Can anyone recognize this person? Can anyone recognize this scientist? Anyone from the audience? So he is John McCarthy. He is the first scientist who coined the word artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence, by the way, is not a new subject. So first time the term artificial intelligence was used in 1956, and then he actually coined definition of artificial intelligence as a machine which generates intelligence. And yeah, next please. Artificial intelligence is the science of making machines that can think like humans. So what we do in artificial intelligence is that we create very complicated algorithms which start behaving like a human being. So the outcome of artificial intelligence is more or less the way human thinks. Recently, Sophia, robot, was given citizenship. So that means there might be a possibility of treating a machine like a citizen. So if a machine can invent, then can machine own also? If a machine can own any IP, so tomorrow any disputes happen and there are damages to be paid or there is penalty to be paid, then would a machine be liable to pay or a human being is liable to pay? So if you look at the global market of AI, it's phenomenal. Every industry, every area of science today is AI enabled, and the world is going to face a circumstance wherein the AI market will grow multiple fold, and we are in a stage of history when we are witnessing that AI is going to help us. But at the same time, we need to have right policies, right processes to make sure that this technology does not harm human population, because all over the world we are already witnessing that lots of jobs are getting lost because of AI. And also we cannot ignore that science always had plus and minus about it. Whenever science grew, there were negative things also along with that. And there was a time, but on the other hand, there was a time when computer was invented. People thought that now this is the end of the world. Computer can do everything. So now we are again into the same era. We feel that, with AI, everything will get disrupted. But that might not be the case, because with time, things will settle down and we will accept AI as part of life. At the same time, there will be opportunities for everyone to grow further using AI as a base. Intellectual property is creation of human mind, and this creation of human mind can be of different types, different shapes. It could be design of a product. It could be a computer program. It could be a secret recipe like we have in Coca-Cola. It may be a drug formulation. It may be a vaccine. So the generally speaking, IPR is nothing but creation of mind. Creation of mind can take any form. It can take a form of a book. It can be article. It can be a vaccine. And depending upon the kind of intellectual property you have created, we have to figure out how to protect it. If it is design of this mic, then aesthetic look and feel of the product has to be protected. And if it is a vaccine, then maybe the process of making vaccine can be protected. But at the same time, there are many products wherein you can best protect it by maintaining secrecy of it. Your kitchen recipes. Okay, your grandma, same kitchen you use, but taste of your recipe will not be same as your mother cooks or your grandmother cooks, because there is some secret right time of putting the ingredients, right temperature, whether lid should be put or not. So these all are trade secrets. They are maintained very well by keeping them as a secret. Coca-Cola is one of the examples wherein the recipe is best protected by maintaining secrecy of it. When it comes to protection of intellectual property, there are mainly three ways of protecting it. One is you simply register it. Okay, if it is name of your product, we have a lot of startups here. Name of your product, name of your company, name of your business, services, product, it should be registered as a trademark. Trademark is one of the very important kind of IP. People mostly talk about patents as IP, but in my personal opinion, trademark is the most important form of IP, because I have seen people losing their trademarks after 10 years of usage, 12 years of usage. Just imagine that you have been, because you fall in love with your company name or your product name, and after 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, you feel that you don't own that. You lose it to your competitor because it was very similar to some other brand which was much bigger than you, and they had all the ways and means to stop you from using a particular brand name. So brand name has to be taken very seriously right in the beginning. Select your marks very well. Make sure that they don't resemble any existing brand, because as a user of a product, you tend to be inclined towards very generic names. Like if it is a soap, maybe Wash Well will be the name you will opt for, but later on it gets rejected. So registration is one of the ways you can protect your brand name. And second could be, sometimes it's important to protect your IP by having contracts with the third party, to whosoever you are going to disclose it to. At the initial stages of your business, when you have to disclose your invention or the innovation to investor, then contractual relationship between two parties is something that is helpful to protect your IP. And third will be, you can keep it secret. Don't disclose it to anyone. So if you feel that your IP cannot be reverse engineered by anyone, then I think trade secret is a kind of thing you should be looking into. Mainly 4 kind of intellectual properties are important for any business: patent, copyright, trade secret, and trademark. These 4 are important forms of IP. Even though some of the products may come under a regime of trade, the design, but here today I am talking more specifically with respect to your artificial intelligence. Copyright in AI products. If you have not watched this movie, please do watch. It's worth watching. I've watched it once, but I want to see it one more time. It's a very brilliant movie. In fact, everyone in the family, especially your kids, should watch it. So in AI products, algorithm is something which is protected by copyright. Okay, so when the product is ready, algorithm can be registered as copyright. And good thing about copyright is that there is something called as Berne Convention in copyright law. So you register your copyright in any one member state of Berne Convention, and automatically you get protection in all member states. So which means that if you register your copyright in India, you automatically get protection in close to 180 countries, and it's very affordable. It's one-time protection, and you must go for copyright for your algorithms if required. And in copyright, you have classes like literary, artistic, cinematographic, musical classes. So selecting the right class, you can register your copyright in that particular class. Next, please. Trademark. I think I have talked enough about trademark. So take your business names very seriously. Do a trademark search right in the beginning and make sure that your trademark does not resemble any existing trademark. It has to be unique. So mostly in trademark, self-coined terms are very much preferred. Inalsa, then you have Ola, OLX. These are self-coined words. Yulu bikes. So they are registered very easily by trademark office. And I have seen a lot of businesses, rather than focusing on the businesses, they are now handling trademark litigation. So which is not really worth. Then comes trade secret. Trade secret is any secret which you feel is difficult to reverse engineer. You can choose to maintain it as a trade secret. Many companies have been choosing to keep algorithm also as a trade secret. Only one condition is required to be fulfilled to keep a trade secret, that if I take your product in my hands, I should not be able to reverse engineer it. If I can reverse engineer it, it is not a strong trade secret. In order to be a strong trade secret, it should be almost impossible to crack the recipe or crack the algorithm. So if it is difficult to or impossible to reverse engineer, I think it is a trade secret and you can always protect it. And best thing about trade secret is you don't have to hire any attorney like us. So you can just have your own processes, your own policies to protect your trade secret, and life of trade secret is perpetual. As long as your trade secret is a secret, it has value. The moment it is out in the industry, it does not have any value. Now, coming to AI related inventions, there are 2 aspects of AI products. So one is the product itself, AI product itself, like ChatGPT. And second is outcome of that product, which is like the content which ChatGPT is producing. So when it comes to the product, AI-based system or AI-based product, then in India, we have some parameters wherein we prohibit giving patents on software related inventions till the time there is a technical effect or technical advancement produced by the software product. So if a AI product has some association with the hardware, it becomes very easy to patent it. It's easier to convince patent offices that, okay, I have a software product, but it has hardware components. So together I can register it as a patent. But if it does not have any hardware component, then it is usually challenging to register it as a patent, not only in India, but also in the US these days. Earlier, there was a perception that if not India, US will grant you a patent, but now US also does not grant patents on pure software. And Europe and India, they were always like more or less same as per, because Britishers ruled us for so many years. So Indian laws, they always have impact of European system. So Europe follows India and vice versa, but there is close similarity between laws of Europe and laws of US. So in India, the definition of invention which can get a patent is that it has to be a new product, new process, which has industrial application plus technical advancement. Okay. Yeah. So just to summarize, novelty is required. Next is inventive step, and next is industrial use. So novelty in case of the inventions which are produced by AI is always a big question mark, because if I made ChatGPT to invent for me, then can I ethically be called as owner of that invention or not? Is always a big question mark. And then very interesting to note here is next slide, please. Yeah, in addition to fulfilling these three conditions, we also have to see if the software invention falls under preview of Section 3 of Indian Patent Act, which says that software per se is not patentable till the time it has any technical effect. Novelty in case of AI related inventions. So the journal definition of novelty is that your invention should not be anticipated by any existing prior art. So there should not be any patent, there should not be any paper publication, there should not be any use of that invention in the world. So prior art search is always done globally. So novelty in AI related innovations is difficult to determine, because AI system would have been trained to produce a particular output based on the data that has been fed to a AI system as a input. Now, one of the conditions to get a patent is that invention should look to a person having ordinary skills in the art. That means if I invent a software, my invention should look good to a person who's a software engineer, okay, person with ordinary skills in the art. So that person doesn't need to be a very Nobel Prize winner and all. So if it is a biotechnology invention, then it should look good to a person who comes with biotechnology background. But when you have AI related inventions, then who is this person skilled in the art? Okay, so we are raising standards of persons skilled in the art also as per patent law when you have AI as an inventor on the other hand. Section 3 of Indian Patent Act says that mathematical, business methods, computer programs, algorithms are not patentable if they don't have any technical application. They don't result in any kind of technical advancement. And in India, we have computer-related inventions guidelines, but we don't really have any guidelines for AI. But just 2 days ago on Valentine's Day, US released first round of guidelines for AI-related inventions. Yeah, next please. So the main issues related to AI is subject matter. What should be patented, what should not be patented, has to be clarified. And then second is how do we determine inventive step. But most important issue that comes up is ownership. Who is going to own? If I want to write article and I take help from ChatGPT, okay, give me best places to visit in Bangalore, and one nice write-up comes out, then who owns it? Do I own it or machine owns it? If I want to register that article as a copyright, then in whose name shall application be filed? So at this point of time, I think the legal system is confused, people are confused, and lots of case laws are getting generated to address this, and different courts across the globe, they have given different kind of judgments. But end of the day, the thing is that we need to have a unified kind of system wherein we establish a machine or a human being as innovator or inventor. Now let's understand what the law says. In India, patent has to be filed by true and first inventor. True and first inventor is the person. It has to be living person with 4 limbs, breathing, alive. Okay, so true and first inventor is a person who conceived the idea. So if you conceive the idea, then you become true and first inventor. So if I'm working in an institution, if I'm working in a university, then I invent something. So my name in the patent application will be as an inventor of the patent, inventor of the invention. And I may assign my application to the university, wherein the university becomes the applicant, but my name remains as inventor. So inventor has been given a very high regards in patent system throughout the globe. If my invention gets stolen and I suffer because of that, then patent office is going to address it on my application. But true and first inventor is something which is non-negotiable. I sell my technology transfer happens. You sell your patent from A to B, B to C, C to D, but inventor's name never changes. It remains on the application as inventor. So true and first inventor always gets a patent, and inventor always has to be a human being. It cannot be a machine. Next. This was a very important and very first case when the patent was filed in the name of AI machine, device for autonomous bootstrapping of unified sentience, that is DABUS. This was a machine, AI machine, and this was created by Dr. Stephen Thaler. So Dr. Stephen Thaler filed lots of patent applications, but two important inventions this machine made actually. One was for beverage container, and second was flashing light for attracting enhanced attentions. Now these two products were invented by the machine, and then Dr. Stephen thought that, okay, I'm not true and first inventor, maybe this machine is true and first inventor. So he filed his application in a US patent office. Next please. So he filed his application in UK, US, Australia and India. So India rejected. First of all, India said that this application failed to pass formal and technical examination because DABUS is not recognized as a person, natural person, as per Section 2 of Indian Patents Act, which is like, I feel it's logical. Next please. Then this application was also rejected by US Patent Office, UK Patent Office, Australian Patent Office also rejected. But then later on, Federal Court of Australia, they accepted this application, saying that DABUS can be inventor. So now machine becomes inventor of the inventions. But later on, there was a bench of 5 judges in Australia. They again rejected the application, saying that machine cannot be owner of any invention, because it's not just a filing application, but it also is like tomorrow any litigation happens. Okay, so in that case, whom to blame for and how to proceed with those applications. So now the thing is that expanded 5-judge appeal bench of full federal court reversed the judgment and brought Australia back into line with the position taken by other nations. So as of today, the law across the globe is that machine cannot own any invention. So when this question was asked by DABUS, so he asked that if not machine, then who should own this invention? So there were certain, possibilities proposed by Australian Patent Office itself. So Patent Office said that either the owner of the machine can own it, okay, or the developer of AI software can own it, and the developer who has developed the software code can own it. And if a person who is giving input to the machine to generate a desirable output can also be inventor, but end of the day, you take any combination of it, but end of the day, it has to be natural human being, legal entity, which can own a patent. In Beijing Court of China also, it was held that human production or creation is prerequisite for copyright protection, which may exclude AI software as an author. Just 2 days ago, US Patent Office, they released some first guideline in the world has come up. So US Patent Office said that machine cannot own a patent. Patent has to be owned by a human being only after providing. They said that you can refer a AI system to invent something, but final shape of the product has to be given by a human being. And I think with time, patent offices would also ask the inventors to show the prototype if it is like AI related invention. And US Patent Office also said that if it is realistic, invention is realistic and you have put enough efforts, then you don't even need to disclose to Patent Office that it is generated by AI. if you see beautiful images you can generate using AI, images are so beautiful. You can't really, you don't really feel of having paintings, handmade paintings done, because you really get brilliant. In the movies, you see the AI generated images; they look really very beautiful. And when it comes to copyright, the fundamental rule is that copyright is not granted to idea, but the way idea is expressed. For example, if it is idea is a love story, then the way different directors make love stories is different expression, and all these expressions can get copyright. But when it comes to AI, now you want to search images of Lord Rama, then you can generate any kind of pictures using using AI. But now, do you own it, or who owns those images is always a question mark. But there have been some case laws here again. This was the first case that came up in the US, Anderson versus Stability AI et al. In this company, 3 artists, they sued the company, saying that the images which AI system is producing is violating their copyrights, and they should train their system in such a way that it does not violate third parties' IP rights, and the AI should also be trained to take licenses from copyright owners in such a way that their rights are not touched upon. So this was first case when 3 artists, they formed a class to sue multiple generative AI platforms on the basis of the AI using their original work without license to train their AI in their style, allowing users to generate works that may be insufficiently transformative from their existing protected works, and as a result would be unauthorized derivatives of that particular work. In another case, Getty Images is a company. They have images, and they give some images are royalty free, but they charge to give images, to sell the images to the users. So Getty Images, they had around 12 million images, at least 12 million images that were copied by different AI systems. But end of the day, AI has to be trained. AI works on the data you feed, and AI has to be trained to ensure that third parties' IP rights are not violated. And if those rights are to be used, then adequate licenses should be taken from the users. Then this was a case of Som Prakash Lekhi versus Union of India. In this, this is one of the good Indian cases. Here, Supreme Court held that since AI does not fulfill various essential conditions like power to sue or get sued, it cannot be considered as juristic person, and law cannot attribute duties to it. Therefore, patents cannot be granted to any AI generated content. And court also said that necessary human intervention and the role is a prerequisite, and therefore in order to obtain a patent for AI generated content or novelty, it would be necessary to have a human force behind it which shall be eligible to obtain a patent. How can you mitigate the risk of violating third parties' IP rights? First is that you have to read through the data privacy policies. You are feeding your AI system with some initial data. You have to protect data privacy laws. Data privacy laws are very strict in Europe, US, and in fact now in India also we have data privacy law now. So you have to comply with data privacy law. Then term of use privacy policy of individual site has to be read, and licensing option has to be worked in the cases wherever it is required. And there are some well established ways to have IP pool also, wherein licensing becomes very easy. And with time, I feel some organizations will work on it and will have bigger patent pool. Yeah, next please. And AI models, they shall be trained to review the term of service, privacy policies of the sites from where it is taking the data, and users should also be vigilant about what they are using and what they are not using. So just to conclude that AI, ML, they are new subjects. They are very good. I mean, it always has pros and cons. They have made life very easy. But at the same time, lots of people, they are losing the job. There is lots of confusion related to the content that is getting created. So there is a very dark side also of artificial intelligence. And especially with respect to the area of IP, how to protect AI product and outcome of AI, how to assess novelty, inventive step, who is going to own AI related product, and how to prevent violation of third parties IP. They are going to be very crucial issues, and I think following US, other countries will also devise the guidelines to protect AI related products. And I represent my organization, Origin IP Solutions. We help companies protecting their IP. We provide end-to-end consulting on patents, trademark, copyright, designs, etc. And we also undertake very wide range of legal documentation, policies, contracts, and we help companies commercialize their IP. And we are also into mergers and acquisitions of companies. I think in due course of time, with so many startups in the country, time will come that when lots of mergers and acquisitions are destined to happen in the country. If there are any questions from the audience, maybe 1 or 2 questions can be taken up. And if you have any inputs to add, don't hesitate.
Hello. Ma'am, if I'm setting up, let's say, 10 data points on which an AI is going to build a model or a solution, or it could be any product. So the initial data points or the initial set of ideas or rules were set by me, right? So wouldn't AI can also be just looked at a assistant or let's say a team of people of your own? Because isn't AI just reducing the manual labor also in some industries? Let's say we were talking about, biochemistry or pharmaceutical. Let's say we want to do 10 iterations to come to make a chemical. But if I can bring in mechanical and electronics and AI combined together to make iterations of chemicals and have 100 machines doing it at the same time, wouldn't all of that also say that I'm actually contributing like 95% and just the AI is only using,
Yeah.
At that point, what would they say? I mean, what would
See, the important keyword here is human intervention.
Yeah.
Right from the conception of patent law, the word has been used as human intervention. So if you can justify that there is human intervention and the outcome is executable.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to present a presentation about St. Joseph Engineering College. The part which I will be presenting is mostly about the history of the college. It was established in the year 2002, and it has been an interesting journey for us. Right from the beginning, our vision has been service and excellence, and towards that goal, we have been trying hard to make sure that we bring out engineers who are dedicated to give the best of service with excellence. So this is vision, and the mission statements are also there. The vision is to be a global premier institution of education and research, and I think it's not much different from the vision that many institutions have, but it's the journey that we have lived and what we have achieved so far that speaks for itself. Well, as I said, the inception was in 2002, and this was the dream child of the Bishop of Mangalore, then Most Reverend, Aloysius Paul D'Souza. The current bishop is the president of the college, and from 2002, we were mostly focusing on teaching and trying to establish ourselves as a teaching institution. But that is the main thing, that when you talk about setting up an undergraduate college, that is important to make sure that your teaching is effective to the undergraduate students. But as we progress, we started looking at other important aspects of engineering education. So, infrastructure development was one of the main themes in the early years, and we quickly built up the campus. And with the growth came new programs. We started with some master's programs, PG programs, MBA, MCA, and also doctoral programs, PhD programs were started on campus. By the time we were 10 years into the business, by 2012, we had already PhD programs on campus. So early years, some of the programs that we started are all shown here. And in the year 2011, 2012, we started aspiring to get accredited by NBA, National Board of Accreditation, because accreditation being one of the important things. When you have accredited degree, then doors open for you across the world. So that was one of the important things. And then we were also looking into trying to be an autonomous institution. So we started working towards that. And in the subsequent years, we had the first cycle of NBA accreditation. We also started many more PhD programs on campus. And one of the collaborations that helped us was collaboration with Universal Collaboration on Engineering Education, wherein we were able to certify all our faculty with international certifications on engineering education. And that's one of the reasons why we are now looked upon as a college of great teaching, great teachers, and it's a sought out college for admissions in the city. And some of the infrastructure that we have built up, we have amphitheater on campus, we have hostels, and we have academic blocks, sports facilities, and everything is built around the greenery that is there. We have tried to retain as much greenery as possible, and we are trying to grow more trees, in fact. So it's a campus which is really green and clean, and a really delightful place for our students to study and prosper. Our admissions have been growing very steadily. We started with 240 as the intake, and now we have almost 780 is the intake right now for undergraduate, and 240 is the intake for the PG courses. And one of the other things happening is that placements on campus have been very good, especially in the recent years. We have been able to place most of our students, and that is something which we are really proud of, especially in the core sector where placements are otherwise not so easy. We have been having a lot of success. And the number of companies visiting the campus for placements also has been growing steadily. Another thing that we are now focusing on is trying to go towards a deemed university status, and for that we are now focusing on research. We want our teachers to be good at research, and so a lot of progress has done so far, already happened, but we are trying to go more deeply into that. Next. So this is our profile in IRINS, that is the Indian Research Information Network System, and it shows for itself that we are our faculty are publishing good papers, and we are trying to make the mark in the research field. This is the number of Scopus publications by our faculty, growing steadily year by year. Now, one of the things is that all this has been started showing itself, the impact is there. We were able to get our programs accredited in the second cycle in 2019, and now already we are into the third cycle. In 2022, we were able to do that. And one of the things is that we were able to get autonomy through the UGC autonomy scheme in the year 2020. Now, so St. Joseph has become an autonomous college under VTU, and we are free to have our own curriculum as well as conduct the examinations on campus. And the benefits which come with autonomy also is to be more proactive in reaching out to the industry, to the local needs, the local problems, and to the community. And so that is what we are now trying to do. In the year 2021, we also got the college accredited by NAC and A+ grade. which was a great achievement in the very first cycle itself to get A plus grade. So now the college has A plus grade NAC accreditation plus MBA for almost all the programs on campus. Another thing that we were able to achieve was in 2021, we got the AICT Idea Labs. Just 49 colleges in the whole of the country were given this grant, 1.1 crores to build skilling facilities for our students to make them hands-on and more skilled with the modern day skills as such. So this was one of the great things that we achieved. Some of the recent courses that we have introduced on campus are all emerging technologies like AML, computer science with data science, and computer science with business systems. These are some of the new founded programs. Also, we have a very niche program, MBA in Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Venture Development, with a small intake of 30. And the explicit aim of students who take up this program is within 2 years to launch their own startup. And we are mentoring students towards that goal. The other thing that we have tried on campus is to promote entrepreneurship, and so we have a very structured program to do that. These are some of the programs done with the mentoring of very reputed people who come in to guide our students and help them in understanding how entrepreneurship works and how they can be part of it as such. Some of the student achievements, just wanted to highlight a few of them, recent ones. This student who attended the Republic Day Parade in 2023 got the gold medal for shipbuilding, which is a very, for the first time that it was got for the Directorate of Karnataka and Goa, the Admiral Nanda Trophy it is called. So it was a proud moment for us. And our students have been doing very well in hackathons. This is the Mulvar Medithon where they got the 3rd place and a cash prize. And this was another hackathon where they did well. The Automation and Robotics Clubs of the college, Healthcare Innovation Hackathon, organized by NITI University. So the Idea Labs and the facilities that we have, our incubation center, we have main funding from the government of Karnataka, New Vision Incubation Network. This is helping us to set up the incubation facilities for startups, and these are some of the areas in which we are trying to focus currently. And the way ahead is that we are trying to work towards NRF ranking, and the explicit aim there is to try and become a deemed university. So focus is on research and also in the long run to go in for a BET accreditation. So what is it that we are here for in Emerge? Why are we associated with Emerge? One of the reasons is that we are looking for engineers, managers, technocrats to help us with our entrepreneurship and incubation efforts on campus. We would like to have people of experience to come in as adjunct faculty or professor of practice or guest lecturers. Also to support anyone who wants to start a startup in our incubation facilities. This is what we are looking for. So we will keep in touch with the participants here, and we will try to see in what way we can be part of the great dream of making Mangaluru a place for a hub for ideas, innovations and business ventures. So a few glimpses of life at the college, St. Joseph Engineering College, SJC as we call it. We would like to thank some of the people associated with us here at the Emerge, Mr. Anand Kanan, Mr. Vishwas U.S. Rao, Mr. Arvind Kumar, Mr. Karthik Attawar, Mr. Madhukar SM, Dr. Madhukar SM and Mr. Abhishek Bhandari. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Glenson Tony, the training officer at St. Joseph Engineering College. Aspirations in education. It is important that we match the aspiration both of the nation and of the students. And at SJEC, we believe in mentoring students to be industry leaders. And we've been, it's been years of hard work and to build this ecosystem that drives innovation on campus. SJSV has been one of the first institution in India to have the National Innovation and Startup Policy in place to support the student and faculty to actually go towards entrepreneurship. And we have seen the results of it. The magnanimous number of student startups and staff having their startups on the campus is the true testament to the implementation of the National Innovation and Student Policy. When we look at student startups, at the beginning, it's very important that they are mentored. They are mentored both on technology and on legal aspects. And that is exactly why we built and we have the state-of-the-art incubation center on campus that looks at building sustainable startups. So we provide students with space and mentorship both on technical and legal aspects. And the discussion on the fact that students lack skills that is required for the industry. The argument of academics versus industry requirement is always here to stay. In order to beat that, in order to ensure that our students are actually skilled, in order to ensure that our students indeed have experiential learning, with the support of Ministry of Education and AICTE, we built the unique Idea Lab on campus. You have an idea, walk up to us and walk away with the product is what we say. And over the last 2 years that Idea Lab has been functioning in the college, we have seen a huge transformation happening with our engineering students in the year 1 walking out with products that they dreamt of while they joined for engineering. And indeed, InnoVenture is a year-long process where our students are mentored right from ideation to product development to release of the product in the market. The selected set of students go through this entire cycle to experience in real time as what it takes to actually turn an idea into product. And SJEC has always believed that student clubs has an impeccable effect on the innovation journey. And we house 11 in-house clubs on campus. A few to mention. The SJEC racing clubs are always on the lead. We boast of our SJEC racing clubs designing, developing and manufacturing all-terrain vehicles, e-vehicles and such mobility vehicles on campus, participating in reputed national level championships and making it to the top. We've also seen Terror Bull, bunch of combat robotic enthusiasts who built the small club, which went on to make its name amongst the top 5 combat robot champions in the country. Their speciality lies not just in combat robot. They have come up with products that has actually made an impact to society. The inspection robot that they built for line inspection post the Kerala floods, the inspection robot that they built for AC duct and cleaning are something that I have to mention at this point. Also, we have the Automation and Robotics Club, which takes immense pride in presenting their automatic wheelchair for disabled, which happened to be in the grand finale of Smart India Hackathon in the last edition and was also incubated by Faraj. To drive the IT sector, we also have the reputed Google Student Developers Club, which is indeed giving our students a global outlook while also giving them an insight onto the most recent technologies. This January, our student lead was also identified by Google as one of the star performer in the country. Also leading the innovation on campus, especially on the IT segment, is Team Skeptics that holds multiple workshops and seminars for our students. And we have hosted multiple hackathons in connection with industry through this club. And this Monday, we are also hosting a 36-hour hackathon in association with EG India. We would request and welcome all of you to join us in this innovation journey. Also, it's very important that our students are in the know of what is the industry requirements, for which professional memberships does come as a come in handy. And that is why we have tied up with most reputed organizations that make predominant changes to our students professionally. And when we look at few of our student achievements, a bunch of students from our engineering multidisciplinary team that has been working on a technology-based solution for beekeepers have been inducted for the most prestigious TCS DISC cohort 2024. They are undergoing a 14 weeks boot camp with TCS. These are a few of our student teams and members who have made a mark at the national level in various events, and I'm not getting into the details of that. While we do promote innovation on campus, it is also important that we also look at the preparation of our students for enriching career. And that is where the SJEC Career Development Cell comes into picture. And we run the specialized campus to corporate program, a 4-year segmented program for our students, which looks at ensuring that our students are the right mixture of knowledge, skill, and attitude, which dwells into different aspects of placement preparation. And we have also tied up with industry veterans to ensure that our students are prepared the best, be it for training, be it for assessment. We have big brands like Coursera, Wipro, Infosys, Springboard, CoCubes, and many such industry leaders who are helping to us in training our students and ensuring that they are prepared for enriching career. And all of these measures together has indeed helped us to place ourselves as one of the most best sought out destination for education. The last year's placement season that we closed very recently, we clocked 1,200 plus placement offers with over 175 plus companies visiting our campus. An impeccable journey indeed. As we close this presentation today, in terms of the innovation and the preparations that we do for our students, we would like to take this opportunity to thank all our industry leaders who have taken, who have indeed taken confidence in us and in our students in helping us shape career of our young students. Thank you so much. And it's indeed a journey that we have begun. It's a long way to go because we believe that every day is a new story begin. And we are here to be a platform where great stories begin. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for patient listening. Before I wind up, I would invite one of our students to Mr. Anupam to talk about his journey of innovation at SJEC campus. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Good evening, I'm back here. Yesterday we had a wonderful, the moderation with such wonderful people who had so much of knowledge to share and the experience from the industry, from the academia, and also from the startup world, right? So today we are continuing to hear more and also about the intellectual properties and how that is going to make an impact, right? We need to create more IP, and that is what, as humans, we are born with that intelligence. If only we know how to nurture them, support them and make it impactful, right? So the secret is riding the wave, and what better than this kind of a setup at the seashore where the waves are just getting created, right? So the smartness is about riding the wave. The effort to reach the shore or even have fun, like just the surfers would do, they know how to engineer their devices in such a way that, they are able to ride the wave and it's fun. Trends are of that kind. If only we understand the science, then it's going to be a fun ride, right? Otherwise, it's going to be a tough one, swimming against the currents. It's a smarter way to ride with the wave. And this is the stage being set today for me to speak about the twin trends, which is driving, innovation, and entrepreneurship. So some of them are going to be based on my own personal experience, and I'm going to be even tapping into, I'm going to be drawn to my system, and let's see. Okay, Okay, looks like I need to have a dive. Can I get your help, please? Can you click the down arrow? So it needs my attention. So this is like a pet. My system is like a pet. So wants to see me, and maybe AI enabled, right? So needs that recognition. I'm going to be actually referring to my book by name Inseparable Twins. It's also been translated into Kannada called Avali Javali Sutragalu. And this is a book to inspire innovation and entrepreneurship. So there are three characters in this. One is Appy and Proppy. They are two elephants, and they are synonym to happiness and prosperity. And these two are just amazing, brimming with a lot of questions, and they're very inspired, and they want to become intrapreneurs or entrepreneurs, right? So they want to do their startup, and they're very interested in coming with ideas, and they happen to meet a human friend, and he becomes a friend, and then their mentor. Okay, they understand the power and the usefulness of a mentor. So that they learn and they accelerate. That's one of the secret, right? So let's welcome Appy, Proppy, and they're here with this beautiful setup to engage with you and share their thoughts with you and their questions with you, and also to listen to you as to what you've got to say and what you're presenting, right? So if you get to meet any of these two elephants, don't be scared. They actually have so much fun with you. So I'm sure you will have fun with them, right? So this is Appy, Proppy, and Lucky. So let's see what they are up to. Okay. So here they have a lot of questions. Okay. The spirit of entrepreneurship. They are very interested to know what is this entrepreneurship and why entrepreneurship, and what can happen through entrepreneurship. So a lot of questions. Why, when, where, and why me, kind all that, right? They have these questions, and Lucky is happy to take questions, because in this world of AI, I think the power is going to be coming through the questions. It's not the answers, right? Our education system has been tuned, and we've all learned how to answer. We have not been taught how to question. So even ChatGPT or your Googles can't help you if you don't know what to ask and how to ask, right? So this is something that we need to all develop ourselves, and the coming generation needs to be learning how to ask questions, right? And when to ask questions. So questions are more powerful when it comes to entrepreneurial journeys than the answers. You will figure it out as an answer, but then information, knowledge, all of that is there in abundance today, right? The question is how to question, right? Here they ask a lot of questions, and let's see whom to tap and get to know. Okay, so here tapping into one of amazing gurus, and Sri Satya Sai Baba once said that I want more youth and youngsters to embrace entrepreneurship. So when asked why, he said in such simple three things. One, he said entrepreneurs are those special people who will identify a problem and solve it. Very simple. They're very powerful people, and the simple people who identify a problem and solve it. Second, they're special because rather than seeking jobs, they will provide jobs. Fantastic, right? Very powerful again. And a lot of them are worried what jobs are going to be taken away by AI. But if it is entrepreneurial thing that, which will create jobs. So that's one of the reasons why your mindset should shift towards entrepreneurship. The third is they're very special because they're talented and have the power to create value and wealth. And if good people can create value and wealth, the whole society will benefit. And that's how the whole sustainability aspect is taken care, right? So I can't articulate it much simpler than what I've learned. These are the simple three factors as to why entrepreneurship and the spirit of entrepreneurship. So with that as a stage setting, and so here are Appy and Proppy got into an argument, And these two, they keep fighting all the time and nudging each other, pulling each other. And when somebody asks them, why are you guys fighting? They say, who's saying that we are fighting? We are not. We are actually having constructive conversation. That is how they respond. And they have this intellectual debates and, pull each other. They're very opposite in nature, but they can't live one without the other. And here, according to them, it is innovation focus, which is going to help drive entrepreneurial journeys. And on the other hand, we just heard from Bindu how it's going to be helpful to have that, the patents or the novelty in their ideas and so on. And we also had our doctor who presented from NITE as to how they're been helping and the innovation and the kind of, the patents or the ideas which has become commercial realities today, right? Be it in the healthcare side or be it in the manufacturing, and we got many insights through that, right? So that is the API side, which is the blue, and they are in the trunk war, but then API says it's the innovation focus. And the other side, Propi says, and it is, she means technology. She wants scalability. She wants something which is reliable, and in terms of making the process, it's process driven. That is what she believes, and she says it is technology focus. Let's see which one you want to take side. Okay, let's see. Some show of hands. How many of you believe it is innovation focus which will help drive startups? Show of hands. Okay, I see many hands. Wow, happy should be happy with that. And I was actually also wanting to see, I see one happy and proppy right here. Okay, so the husband and wife, yesterday, the wife was Indrani, like, she was on the stage sharing all her experience and so on. I am sure she can relate to Proppy so much. Process driven, it has to be like method to the madness and ability to switch hats so easily. And in the end, before leaving, she was so happy and came to me and said, you should meet my husband, tomorrow he's going to be here. And today I get to hear him about, all the inventions and the innovations which is going to be in the market, which is making a difference and bringing happiness, right? So the creating that social impact. So that is really happy. So I'm very happy to witness Appy and Proppy seated here. Well, you see two of them right there on the screen, but you want to see the real one, they are seated here. Okay, a round of applause to both of them for the kind of work that they are doing. And they both happen to be from this region, creating an impact globally, right? And this is exactly what Appy and Proppy are. And I saw many hands going up that you want to be supporting, or you think it is innovation focus which will give you that impetus, the force to really thrive in your startup journeys, right? And I see many of those novelties and the kind of innovation. And Ifya Bharat is here, and I'm sure Anand is going to be jumping up to say it is innovation focus, not just innovation, it has to be inventions. And Anand, where are you? I'm sure he'll be so happy to know that, right? So show of hands for those who believe it is technology which is going to be making a difference, right? Oh, I see two hands, and some of them even jumping up saying, they are on the Proppy side. Okay. So, well, they are inseparable twin. One without the other is kind of incomplete. So let's see what they have got to ask. And here they are. Appy says, which are the current trending industry segments? And Proppy says, why should we keep an eye on emerging trends? So how many of you have the same question, either as Appy or Proppy? Show of hands, right? Do you have the same question? I see some hands going up. Okay. So good. I don't know which one you are in, Appy's side or Proppy's side. Either way, it's hard for me if I'm playing the lucky's role. And if I have to be lucky, I better address to both of them. Otherwise, you never know. I'll be on the poster on the wall, right? Otherwise they'll love me so much. So let me play the lucky's role. And here are the twin trends. And the smartness is about riding the wave, right? And here, the twin trends, one is UN Sustainability Development Goals. The other one is all about using technology and the power of technology, right? So here are the 17 sustainability goals which are there, right? And I see such fantastic opportunities for startups right here. One of the incubation centers, educational institutions in the Bay of Bengal side, they reached out and AAC-SKU actually referred. So I supported that institution for them to get science and technology sanction because we were willing to be the knowledge partners for them. And the whole focus of this incubation center is going to be related to the aqua side, right? In the aquaculture, to agriculture, in the using the water and export opportunities which are there. Such wonderful startup opportunities there. They've been exporting, but it's been happening without much of technology interventions and business model innovations, right? Not just innovation in a product or, creating some machine or so, right? It has to go beyond. And even business model innovation is so powerful if only we know how to exercise it, right? So in the sustainability development goals, I see some of it which is very appropriate for a region like Mangla. And both on the agriculture side, the food side, and under the water, the amount of opportunities which are there, many pearls are there. It's just that, we have spoiled it and wrapped it maybe in plastic. So if only we know these islands, instead of creating islands of plastic, if only we know how to really feed those beautiful nature which is there. One smart way is to the trend, right? Make friend with nature and be friend with nature. Otherwise, you are actually inviting somebody who's too powerful, which will just wash you out, right? So if only we understand those and bring that human values to the forefront. And I think as inseparable twins, here is an opportunity. One is as much as innovation focus and technology focus, that is science coming to the forefront. I think the smartness and the way India is going to emerge as a leader in startups is the time when we understand the power of Bharat, that is the ancient wisdom. And I keep saying this, the best of the innovations are probably discovery. It was already there in different form and the way. It's just that we have lost that science. And if only we know how to start tapping into that ancient wisdom, you have answers for so many challenges which are out there. And I think smart youth, would know and should develop this appetite and aptitude on how to tap into that ancient science, ancient wisdom, and use modern technologies to solve problems, right? I think that is how one of the ways that the Indian youth is going to lead. And the world wants this. It's just not about competing, right? It is, the world wants it. It is a sustainable way. So I think that's one secret. And when we are talking about sustainability and the development goals, be it in the education field or the food, yesterday we heard Annapurna member, how they are bringing the entrepreneurial mindset to the social impact and the kind of products that they have created. These, even the millets, usage of millets, right? So, I was conducting a training program in Anantapur at the AAC-SKU on the entrepreneurial development program. So 4 of them, and they had students, they had come with this name called 4S, and they wanted to create ID, that is detection of bombs. That was their startup, and they were going through the whole program and then realized they had to apply for the incubation program. They did apply. They did not get selected because it meant the defense tech and all that is a pretty complex process, and these were students who had no access and no backing for that. So they said this idea is not going to be helpful, so they had to drop their idea, and within 24 hours they came with a new idea. And the new idea was they wanted to create something called as millet, which is millets and chocolate as a combination. And they realized when they did the search, and thanks to the AAC that they helped them, they realized that it was the first time in the world that something like a chocolate being made out of millet was happening. And when the good things happen and the whole nature starts supporting, they were invited to one of the shows of this kind where there was a startup event. They were showcasing, and then they were showcasing the Minister for Agriculture of Andhra Pradesh was visiting, and he saw that and he said, "Wow, this is amazing! You and young girls, you want to do this? So we will support you." They gave a grant, and they said, "We will support you." And it so happened, because it was an agri-tech event, there was a farmers produce organization, so many farmers who came, and they were actually producing millets. And they said, "Oh, you're doing this? If you need the raw material, what you need, don't worry, we are there." The farmers signed up, and all in just one event of this kind. You never know what happens, right? And the best thing is this. The budget comes just after that. This happened in January, and the next month in the budget, suddenly millet year was announced. Okay. and these are 4 of them, but 3 of them computer science girls, right, studying computer science. And their parents said, "Are you crazy? You're studying computer science, so many jobs out there, and you want to create chocolate, and what you do, sit at home and create chocolate or so?" They said, "No, why are you thinking that chocolate making is such a small thing and a mean thing? But we want to use technology. We want to actually bring in robotics. We want to use AI, and we are thinking scale." And they were talking about scale and enrolled their family members. Now it's a company, and the best part is in the same event, Haifer, they come in. They saw this girls doing this nice food product, right? And they said, "We will support you. All our gifts for the whole year is going to be this millet chocolates," right? They got customer also signed up, right? What else can happen? So if you know how to ride the wave, then the effort involved in terms of crossing that bridge which you need to is a lot easier, right? So this is one of the trends in terms of the 17 sustainable goals, and the whole world is supporting. In fact, you would hear from Dr. Shivakiran. Dr. Shivakiran, are you there? And he's going to be speaking next. But recently he was part of the G20 Startup Summit. And he was somebody who got elected to represent startups, and startups happened in the G20 for the first time, which happened in India. And now it's going to be sustaining. And he was mentioning, as part of startups in the G20, take a guess, what is the quantum of money? There is a commitment from these 20 countries and even beyond for startups going further, which is all focused on this. I was shocked and I was pleasantly surprised to know a $1 trillion commitment is coming for supporting startups which are focused on these, right? So that is again another opportunity from the funding and the support and the need which is there, because this is the need of the hour. And if your innovations which are becoming startups is focused on these areas, industry segments, then that is one key thing, right? So the other one is going to be on the technology front, right? So environment friendly technology is one of the key trends. So we talk about agriculture, and man, well, this has been one of the professions which has been there for a very long period, but technology is coming in as a disruptor, right? So the kind of ideas that people are getting, and these are meant to be bought by those people who have grown up in the rural areas and studying in interesting and important subjects in technology. I think this marriage has to happen. This is where the appy and the proppy needs to come together. The happiness and prosperity need to coexist, right? So this is environmental friendly technologies, right? The next one, I'm going to be presenting 10 of them as the trending trends, but there could be many more, but these are some of my picks, where the super apps, today, well, app, name it, you have an app for it, right? So people would be lost as to where to go and what to do. So here are some big boys like the Reliance and the Tatas have already moved into this, and they started even acquiring companies and, bringing all of these services or the products under these one umbrella, making it easier. The super apps is going to be one of the trends. So are you going to be either app into, this is like a fish into the tank, or are you going to be building one for yourself, right? So that is one trend. The other one is the digital health. And yesterday, in fact, we got to hear from the doctor on what's happening and how technology is coming in together, right? And I was doing sessions for the hospitals, and many doctors were a part of it. And that time, in terms of be it the process, the innovations happening and the startups coming up are phenomenal in terms of digital health, right? So preventive care is another big area, which I think India knew it as Bharat knew it, but we lost it in the recent decades. It's going to come back again. And Ayurveda, again, this region, it is pretty large, and how one side is the Ayurveda real thing, and with the nature, the other side is the digital platforms, which would play an important role even to identify ailments, to connecting with the patients and also the care providers, the hospitals, right? So digital health, another big thing. So the cloud computing and the infrastructure, name it, everything is in the cloud, and we don't know where it is, what it is, but it is all in the cloud, right? So everything is happening in the cloud, and we are having such a wonderful time under this cloud, right? So here is our opportunity, infrastructure, as everything is moving in there. Those who know how to manage it, how to create that, it's a phenomenal opportunity again, right? So one of the companies that, I remember I used to be a mentor to them, and on the advisory thing, called Vigyan Labs. So this is a company where Srinivas Varadarajan, who was the founder and the CEO of that company, was part of the Aadhaar, right? He was the architect. And when they were creating this infrastructure, they went around the world to see which one has this infrastructure capability to handle volume of the kind of what Aadhaar is needing. So when they went around, they saw nowhere in the world there was anything of this size and magnitude and the kind of impact and the need which was there. They didn't find any. And that was the time he realized that, one side we need this cloud infrastructure and the digital infrastructure management. On the other side, he also recognized there's so much of heat the servers were all generating, and the power optimization which was very required. So his entrepreneurial venture journey of integrated power management started, and that is how the Vigyan Labs. And today it is helping save so much money. And when in the US, when they rolled out this product and a lot of patents and IP that they created, when they rolled it out, what American companies did, they said, a penny saved is a penny earned. So what they did is, if you are using this particular technology to optimize your power utilization, they said we will give you $10 per system as a grant. So it was a lot of money for a lot of corporates which uses hundreds of thousands of systems and so on, right? So that powerful. And he came onto stage when one of the occasions while meeting the Prime Minister, some of these startups were invited, and he was invited to present. And he presented this and said, made in Mysore, right? So very proudly that, such solutions are getting created in these tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities. Actually, Mysore is a royal city, but in terms of startup and in terms of technology, it is probably, these are all emerging places. And I see the same with Mangalore. And today I had a visit to AIC Nite, which is one of those near and dear to me, because I was nominated and provided the opportunity to be a super mentor from Niti Aayog and Wadhwani Foundation as part of iCrest. So the kind of ideas which is being nurtured, this is to mentor the incubation center itself, right? And when I was mentoring in 2020-21, when it was newly incorporated, there was this concept of, how do we bring farmers together with the jackfruit and all that. So then it was an idea, and today I visited the factory where the farmers have come together, and with the support of AIC NITE, this whole setup is being created. And today I also got to taste some of these chips, which has been jackfruit chips. So it was so tasty, right? And I'm now looking forward for how these products coming right from these places, from Karkala, from Mangaluru to going all around the world, right? So that is going to be, and how technology is being used, the food tech, and it is all farmers association, right? So all of these needs infrastructure, and the cloud infrastructure. This is a big opportunity. The other one is the agri-tech, which I was just now mentioning. Well, the jackfruit has been there for a long time, but how you process it, what you do with it, and how do you bringing the innovation in business model, how do you brand it, how do you name it, it's all going to make a huge difference, right? And the world wants this. And here is the opportunity for us, right? So when I used to go abroad, bring projects in technology to India, I've heard this many times, that yesterday I was mentioning, oh, you guys are amazing. If only we tell you what to do, right? That means that we tell you, you do. So we need to come with ideas. It's not that we don't. It's just that we don't know how to present it. I was doing one of the training programs for a large corporate, and the program was translating brilliant ideas into business ideas. We as technology guys, we come with some brilliant ideas, but we don't know how to package it and present it as a business idea, right? And even packaging, product and packaging are inseparable twins. Well, product actually means that, it has to be good, no questions. And well, that addresses the problem or the need. Packaging enhances the value. How you name it, how you brand it, how you package it. And there's a big opportunity in the agri-tech. Well, agriculture has been there, and for us, it's the primary source, and the whole world needs it. Now with the technology, I think the scale and the way we do it, we have to be the leaders, right? So that's what world wants. And the next one is metaverse. Again, I was just mentioning about how the presentation matters. Even this as an experience, this is a fantastic experience. I've seen once it happened in Kerala, where the beachside, the startup festival and so on. So this is the other one personally that I'm experiencing. I'm loving it. From here straight, I can see the sea. And at the same time, yesterday was very special as a Ratha Saptami. I'm able to, the sun was kissing us. So such a pleasant, beautiful thing. If others have to experience this, currently Startup TV is broadcasting this live, right? And just for those people who are consuming, not just as a content, they're going to be feeling it, experiencing it. I think Metaverse is going to be phenomenal platform and opportunity for people to experience it, right? So yesterday I met one of the startups which said, here is the headphones, where if you want to listen to music, you can use any headphones. If you want to feel the music, then that's our headphone. I don't know if your pitch was as good as what I pitched, and if it is not, please take it. And I loved their product, right? So it is going to be the experience. People will be paying for not just the content, it is the experience. And Metaverse is one of those which is going to start changing the game, and a lot of startups are going to be building their solutions to create that great experience, right? So the next one is the cybersecurity solutions. As much as everything is moving to the cloud, and just imagine your payments, right? So India is showcasing now as the leader in payments, which is happening through digital modes. And people don't have change now, because they say, phone pay, Paytms and all of these, right? So which is very important. As much as we are moving into the digital side, there is two sides to the coin. As much as, the positive in terms of natural, but then there is this threat which is also there. And yesterday again, I met few of the startups here, and some of them have even put a stalls on ethical hacking and so on. So the security at the internet space, in this internet space, will play an important role, and every individual, whether we like it or not, we have become a part of this digital world. And in fact, it's a sorry state with some of the senior citizens who have not been savvy with the internet because they did not grow up with the internet, and their banking and the kind of exposure that they have, irrespective of the age, now you are in the digital world. So as much the awareness and as much as awareness, here is an opportunity for the startups to play a role and where to create a positive impact. And here is the values which plays an important role to come to the forefront. Minus the values, it's like a knife in the hands of a person. If it is in the doctor's hand, he or she will save a life. If it is in a thief's hand, maybe stab and take away one life. So internet is that kind of a knife. And one side it is on the security and the safety, the other side it is the threat, right? The choice is yours, but I think it should be for good, social good. So that is where Indian culture, the values, the ethos has to come to the forefront, the dharma, right? So bring the dharma to the forefront, and I'm sure it's going to be benefiting to the whole world, and that is a sustainable way of developing. So what's the next? Interesting one, it is the quick service restaurants, right? As much as the food, but restaurants has been there, and now how it is serviced. One of the machines and the startup innovations from Israel, you just go in, pick and choose what you want to, and from thin air, it seems like a whole thing is getting created and served. Unimaginable. That's the kind of level of innovations that we're talking about, and technology playing a role in of how we eat, what we eat. And one of the incubation centers that I've been a mentor, super mentor, was Anna University, right, in Chennai. And there I saw one of them coming out with, how beautifully a machine, you leave the coconut, the tender coconut, it kind of, cuts it across, provides it to you, be it as a tender coconut where you can drink from it, and it is a vending machine of the pure fresh coconut water, versus the other side, where how it is dispensing the bottled ones, right? It will bottle and then dispense. So the quick service restaurants is phenomenal. In Bangalore, one of the favorites for our guests who come is the sugarcane juice, which happens, and canola, where no hands are touched, but very fresh, sugarcane juice has been, served. So that is amazing, right? So I see phenomenal amount of opportunities here again. And the other one is electric vehicle. So one example is Pneumo City in our business labs in Bangalore, where we have a co-working space, and where innovation needs environment, education, and the ecosystem support. So one of the group, they all came from technology background of, the telecommunication background. And they foresaw this opportunity that, the same way as the telecommunication network is built, that concept they wanted to create for electric vehicles. And today, they've grown, and it's been acquired by ABB. And it's there as part of the infrastructure management for electric vehicles in 32 countries, right? So the way things are moving into the electric, and also the enablement, there's a lot of innovation and technology disruption, again in the clean tech, the phenomenal opportunities, right? So in the mobility space, this is an interesting thing. Today I went and saw in Nitte also that, how they've put up some of these machines which will help you to do 3D printing. I was doing one session to the doctors in Bangalore, and that day there was one of the representation from a large multinational company, and they came and spoke about how 3D printing is being used for kneecap replacement, right? So gone would be the days when a surgery is going to happen, and like the Toyotas which did just-in-time inventory. So the kneecap replacement, the kneecap is going to be produce, not one size fits all. It's going to be one size which meant for you is going to be fitted in, right? So it's going to be generated, created right there, and during the surgery, it's going to be put in, right? That's the way it is moving. So the organs are going to be created, and so it's all going to be 3D printed. And one of the best ones that we saw recently was in Bangalore, where the whole post office has been created in, and set up in a day. Post office. The 3D printing, the way the startups is going to be implementing, it will take wherever your imagination goes. I can't say unimaginable. You imagine, and 3D printer will make it a reality. And that will be the kind of trends which is going to happen. So the advantage of riding the wave, as I said, is it's a phenomenal opportunity for incubation of your ideas. Three main reasons. One, there is a natural market fitment because it's the trend. Two is the market size is pretty big because again it is validated. Three, that market acceptance is there. So these are the advantages, and I hope you would take the advantage of this waves which is happening and riding the wave. And well, Appy and Proppy, so well, they were listening and they are interested to share their vision. I'm sure you have one for yourself. And Appy says his vision is to do a startup in next 1 year. Well, he understood the trends, right? So he wants to start working. And Proppy says it's to conduct a thorough research and define the problem statement. Without a problem, without an opportunity, what's the big deal, right? Not just jumping into, I have an idea, I will do a startup kind. So that is how their vision and the mission, and they are like two sides of the same coin. If you know how to bring them together, you're going to rock. So with that, let me see what they have got to do. And this is what they got to do. They have got into an argument now that, Appy says it's idea is everything, and Proppy says it's all about execution. So how many of you are with Appy? Idea is everything for a startup. Show of hands. Okay, and 90% of the entrepreneurs think idea is everything, whereas investors think idea is only 10%, remaining is all execution. So if both needs to meet, I think incubation and incubation center and creating the proof of concept and validating if the problem is really required to be solved and why you. And if those matches there, then I think you're going to rock. So with that, I think it's a celebration time. Celebrate with your ideas and let happiness and prosperity be yours. Okay. Bye-bye.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Hi, good afternoon, Mangaluru. I'll be taking you through a small AI journey, and I'll be talking about how it's gonna benefit Indian economy and as a startup, all of you, how it gonna affect. So I was not aware, what I should talk. What should be the topic? So I asked this question to my AI assistant, Copilot, that what Mangalore startups want to hear and what people in Mangalore want to hear. So I got some 20 odd answers. From that, I have selected few, and that I'm gonna present. So the picture which you can see in the screen, so that's AI generated. So I'm a Konkan, but I never visited Mangalore, so I wasn't aware, how Mangalore will look like. So I asked this question. So this is what my AI assistant generated for me. So I can very well say that many of you might have used AI, Gen AI in your work, or for some reason, for fun or for work, you might have used. From the research organization's report, I can see that, and you all might have known that Gen AI came to us somewhere after pandemic, and it took very little time to spread among us. When we compare this with mobile phone or tablet, it took years to reach something like 75 million users. So in case of Gen AI, it took something like less than a year to reach. So similarly, I think you are not able to see the second chart. This talk about the compute power. So back in 2010, the total compute power used by AI, all these supercomputers in IIScs and all these universities and research organization and private public, IBM Blue, Gene, and all that organization, it was somewhere around 1 petaflop. So which is equivalent to something like 1 billion personnel, each with somewhere around 1 million calculator. And if you do the calculation, how much the power is required, compute power is required, that is equivalent to 1 petaflop. So that was the capacity used by the AI back in 2010, somewhere around that time. So currently, how much it is used? Any guess? I think no. So currently, somewhere around 10 billion petaflop. That is the capacity, it's used by many organizations, and ChatGPT itself is using somewhere around 3.5 million or something like that. The number is crazy number. So also, there are two pictures from the similar event. One happened back in 2005 and the another in recently, before pandemic or somewhere during the pandemic. So can you tell me the difference? Exactly. So compared to 1.5 decade back, now the mobile phone usage are more, which means that everybody is generating data. So the data overflows, and somewhere this need to be stored. Somebody is processing this data and generating something else, etc. So let's park that there. And there is one more question which we were trying to address. In our organization, we were trying to find out how this AI is affecting us. So we have asked two developers to write a JavaScript using AI and without using AI. So with taking the help of AI and without taking the help of AI. Can you tell me, I believe, you might have, some of you might have programming background. So how much time it takes for writing a JavaScript without AI? I think it's there in the screen. So the developer took somewhere around 2 hours 41 minutes to create that or write that code. At the same time, the person with AI assistant did that in 1 hour 11 minutes. You can understand how, it reduced the time by 60% or more than 50%. So that's a productivity gain from the AI assistant. So and I can say that there are many study and some of the studies says that 70% of developers are using AI. Somebody says that 92 and somebody says 80. So in either case, it's the number is very high. Okay, let's park that as well. What all mean? data is increasing, and algorithm like GPT and GPT 3.5, 4 and GPT 4 Turbo is ruling the world now, and the compute capacity is increasing and the productivity is increasing. So what that mean to all of us? It means it was earlier creative, cognitive and mechanical, which means that so it was creative, cognitive and mechanical, which also means that earlier building a robots were much easier than doing some creative task. However, right now it's reverse. Now it's easy to train the ALM to talk like me, or create a picture, or talk like our Prime Minister Modi. It's easy. If you are able to train the LLM, and then we can generate whatever we want. At the same time, building a robot is still difficult task. So or doing mechanical things are more difficult. Let me come to the point. How it gonna affect it? All this data gonna affect us. So I can see that from various study that Indian economy will get benefited. So the recent study from E&Y say that Indian economy gonna go help by 1.2 trillion by 2030, which means that somewhere around 5.9 to 7.2% of GDP will be from Gen AI services, which also means that the startup need to adapt this. And similarly, there are various pointers which also says that 80% of enterprises will use Gen AI. That's Gartner says that. And similarly, PwC say that PwC India recent survey say that 50% of enterprises already on it, and we are adding somewhere around 100 startups every day. And from Mahesh, I heard that the number is much more now, and it's reached some 170,000. That's a number I heard. Last 1 year, so we heard about Gen AI. Gen AI was there, with us like 3-4 years. However, we heard about Gen AI after release of Open CI Gen AI version, ChatGPT. So what happened after ChatGPT? So everybody were rushing for Gen AI capability. So Microsoft, Google, Amazon, all were investing millions of dollars or billions of dollars into Gen AI, and they all developed their own LLMs. And in India also there are a lot of startup came up with LLMs, and some of them are getting integrated with Microsoft. Can you move to the next slide? So I have 3 simple tips for all of you here who own startup, who are currently studying, and who owns enterprises. So the first is learn, unlearn and build. So whatever you have learned earlier, probably you need to unlearn and learn new things. That's what you can see from the previous chart. In 1 year, there were so many changes in the ecosystem. So from cloud to security to zero trust, it directly jumped into AI technologies. Now AI technologies are ruling everywhere. And second is unlock productivity. So wherever, whatever you do, you need to integrate your work with AI, and you need to utilize these AI technologies. And third is wherever you work, you need to build your own capability, especially for startups. You need to build your own chatbots. You need to use this existing LLMs and train your stuff so that it could be used in your whatever, mobile app or websites or e-commerce, whatever you do, you could get benefit out of it. It's my last slide. So what is the 3 key message for startups? So my key messages are, one is AI is the most exciting market, and it will rule the world in next few years. So if you are not adapting it, you may be out of the game. Second is AI is very real. It's not a hype. So I don't need to explain this to you. So we are using AI, many of us using AI, and many of the organizations are using AI, and many of the organizations are training resources. Recently, Microsoft announced that they will be training 1 million students in India. And third is, you need to be unstoppable, which means that you need to think creatively, and you need to develop product with the creativity. Can you go to the next slide? Yep, it's my last slide. So I have a QR code. So if someone want to connect with me, you can scan, and we can have offline chat whenever required. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Good evening, one and all present here. At SGEC, we started our first MBA program in 2007. I am here to give a glimpse of the management programs that we run at St. Joseph Engineering College. In fact, the first program that was started in 2007 generally focused on job seekers, and we started admitting students who would like to become industry leaders. But then our aim was not to focus only on job seekers, and we were thinking very widely on this, and we wanted to introduce a course which would directly focus on job creators. Therefore, when the college became autonomous in 2021, we applied to AICT, and it was a tough task for us to get this program. And finally, with the efforts of the visionaries of St. Joseph Engineering College, we have started a niche program which caters to innovation, entrepreneurship and venture development. And the permission was granted to us to start this niche program with a sanctioned intake of 30. The course title is MBA, Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Venture Development. Now, why did we focus on MBA, Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Venture Development? In fact, this course is in line with the Startup India initiative of Government of India. And the course offers practical experiences for real-world problem solving. Then it empowers students to transition into entrepreneurs and job creators, as I said. Then, of course, side by side, it implements mentorship initiatives for venture development, creates incubation and startup culture on campuses, and exposes students to global entrepreneurship trends and diverse. As I already told you, this is a recognized program. AICT, MHRD, UGC and Ministry of Education. It is a 2 years full-time program. The advantage of this program is side by side, you can start your startup and you will get a full business administration degree which is recognized by AICT as well as UGC. What are the key takeaways of the new venture development? And it teaches you how to take an idea, build prototype, launch to carry to early customers in the market. The knowledge of venture growth strategies, knowledge of business models and fundraising, and of course, information on startup related policies of the Indian government, knowledge of international startup ecosystem, and knowledge of team and talent management. Now, what are the benefits of this program? As I already told you, knowledge of business models and fundraising, ability to develop and evaluate business plans, knowledge of international startup ecosystem, scaling up or developing existing ventures, knowledge of hiring and talent management, knowledge of venture growth strategies, capability to take an idea, build a prototype and launch it in the market. The course is a 4-semester course with an innovative curriculum. If you see the course titles, they are not the titles of the traditional MBA program. In the first semester, we have got courses on innovation and management. Of course, the specific titles are ideation, design thinking, ideation and design thinking for entrepreneurs, techno-entrepreneurship. Then we have got innovation, development and management. And in the first semester itself, we have got 2 capstone projects. Then coming to the second semester, we have got a course on entrepreneurial leadership and is on venture development. And we have got 2 capstone projects, 1 capstone project and 1 acceleration program. Then in the third semester, we have got courses on venture financing and startup policies, particularly to raise funds for the startup ideas. Then side by side, we offer skill development courses from Coursera, and in the 4th semester, all the students are let free to start their venture. It is called as real venture establishment. Next slide, please. This is the entire outline of the capstone projects. In fact, capstone projects cover 55% of the entire syllabus. We have got capstone project 1 starting from proof of concept. Second is on business model fit. Third capstone project on again continuing on business model fit. Then 2 action learning programs, enterprise residency learning program, and finally action learning 2 is real venture establishment. There are four ways of learning. Of course, classroom teaching is 40% of the total course. Then you have got 3 capstone projects and 2 action learning segments. Then we have got 3 skill certification programs in the entire program. There are 4 tracks in fact. The foundation of ideation, innovation and entrepreneurship track. Second is startup experiential track. The third one is entrepreneurship intensity track, and the last one is venture establishment track. These are our industry mentors. We have got C.A. Salome Lobo, Mithun Bhatt Kakunji. He was here at 7 o'clock. I met him. Then Arjun John D'Souza, who is a managing director of Alter Marketing Solution, who is focusing purely his business on digital marketing. Then Sachin Nayak. We have got Rupa Bhatt, Gaurav Kamath from Micro Degree, and Prashant Shanai, who is the director of Mangalore Infotech Solutions. In fact, these mentors, industry mentors, they interact with our MBA students to train them to take their business forward. This is our strategy. We have got a team of experienced faculty and industry mentors. We start fostering innovative and entrepreneurial skills, develop business ideas, develop a viable business model, utilize collaborations and expertise from various people to launch the enterprises, and our goal is to see that our student becomes a successful entrepreneur. This is everything from my side. The intention of presenting this is that there are very many people who can become professors of practice, and you can also join us as industry mentors to take this program forward. Thank you for the support.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Government of India program, which is the AI program, the national program for AI. It's basically on a couple of areas. One is on health, as almost all of you would be aware, that AI can be used on health, right from dementia onwards, where you make the patient remember his older days. You use AR, VR, and all the techniques, IoT techniques, which are required for him to do better in terms of his memory. Similarly, you could use trending analysis, data analysis, the various data mining and structuring that you need to do, and so on, for all the health trends. Again, in life sciences, biotechnology, you could use for genome sequencing, infectious diseases, the trends, the gender analytics, and all of that. Similarly, you could be looking at AI for differently abled. You could be looking at, like, say, standing wheelchairs, to any kind of technique which would help differently abled. So health has a huge scope. There are several test cases. So the whole idea of this AI program that I'm talking about is that we would be requesting, Niti Aayog is along with METI, has formed this program, and we would be requesting each of the ministries to take charge of the test cases. It could be Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Water, it could be Animal Husbandry, Coal, Fly Ash, or any of these ministries to take charge of some of these test cases, and then the startups could be helping them to implement those projects. So health is one large piece, as I said, for social impact. Then comes education. Again, a lot of education is done through AI tools, especially again for differently abled and for slow learners, for autistic students, and also, of course, to look at the trends of and analytics of education. Then comes agriculture. That's the other big piece, where you look at AgTech and AI for AgTech. Right from looking at weather, water, moisture, soil cultivation, the measurements which are there, all the metrics that we get from different ministries. It's all open today, and people, the startups are using them. You could have apps which help the farmers to look at crop patterns. You could have there are some good middlemen as well who try and help the farmers, largely the NGOs and civil society, so there are information for them available there. Because of the fact that this data comes in very complex manner from different ministries, like Jal Ministry, Environment, ISRO, and all other ministries. So it comes in a very complex manner. So there has to be a way to have data mining, data structuring, as well as simplification of the data to the level of a farmer. And it has to be in different languages, it has to be visually provided, or an audio. So all of that will need a lot of AI. AgTech again is huge. Drones, UAVs, which we use for chemical spraying and all of that. So agriculture again is a big piece there. The third one is mobility. Mobility again in terms of transportation, traffic management. You have driverless cars today, driverless trains, and so on. So there are several ways of doing mobility and using AI for mobility. Similarly, we also have health, agriculture, mobility are the three large pieces, and education, of course. But there are other areas like biodiversity, or where we look at images of different animals, and we study the trends of those animals, the species, how many are going to live how many years, and things like that. So there's a lot of trend analysis that we do, predictive analysis that we do. But there are certain issues there. One is the authenticity of the data, because at a government level, of course, there is data which is being uploaded, but at the state level, or the BDO level, or at a village level, I think each one of us need to put efforts, especially the startups. And so you need to have a grounds up data as well, and do a comparison with the government data, and use both for that matter, so that there is completeness, there's accuracy, and you also have authentic data. Now here, there needs to be some kind of a strategy when you are collecting the data, because of the fact that why should a farmer or anybody for the rural milieu share any data with you? So it's important that you keep them as a stakeholder, and you train them, and you teach them. It's like a capacity building, where you tell them that there is something in it for them. When they give you data, maybe you will use that to get loans for them. the bank credits, for instance, credit worthiness, for instance. So there is something that you need to give back to that person immediately, because you cannot expect somebody who is not so literate to understand why the data has to be collected, why it has to be authentic, why it needs to be needed, why AI is used, and etc. etc. So hence this would be a strategy where you have a grounds up view, and you also have him as a stakeholder, and he gains something out of that. So that's the second piece that you need to look at. There are several countries that have been using AI in different manners. They have different models, but I think India's model of AI for all is something which is going to be relevant. However, each piece needs to talk to each other, and hence there could be clusters of domain clusters. For instance, for agriculture, all the AgTech AI related projects come together so that there is no duplication of efforts, and there is no there is a structured scale up, because you can't just keep doing cute experiments all the time. You need to scale up. You need to have sustainability. You need to have a sustainable technology. So come together to see that what each of you have as strengths and what are you trying to develop, and do not duplicate efforts. Similarly for health, mobility, and so on. So this is where Manthan comes in. So during COVID, we had about 300 to 400 innovations that were thrown on us, and the pandemic was on. So we were wondering at that time that how do we manage so many evaluation of innovations, and how do we ensure that we give the right thing to the public, how do we encourage the right startup, and so on. And this had to be done very quickly. We managed to do that. We looked at oxygen concentrators, ventilators, we looked at reagents, testing kits, and all of that. And we did about 800 crores at that time. So that is how I realized that we are just 3-4 people trying to do things right now. So how do we move out, and how we are not the bottleneck for each of you to engage with each other? And that's why we thought of Manthan, which is a platform for all. It's a free platform. It's an OTP based registration, and we crowdsource all the challenges and all the projects from different industries, as well as different foundations, line ministries. There are 17 line ministries there, about 22 countries, so different countries like Sweden, Korea, Japan, and so on. So there are several of them providing their problem statements and challenges for the startups and academic institutes to apply. So we give a month or so for each challenge, and for each competition, or for each opportunity, as we call it, so that you are able to get grants, you are able to get, you are able to provide the proposals, and you get the grants. There are 222 startups who have got grants this year. We have sourced about 6,300 crores worth of projects, as well as competitions and challenges so far in a year and a half. And we would like to keep going. And of course, once we get one organization, then the repetitive business comes on its own. We don't need to really, keep cajoling them to come to the platform. They understand the importance of the platform. Of course, you need to have patience as a startup, because you will keep applying and sometimes you may not get it so easily, but there would be a time when you can crack it, and you should be able to get funds. Not only from line ministries, but from foundations like Rockefeller, X Prize Foundation, Gates Foundation, Elon Musk, all kinds of organizations on the platform, STFC, Intel, Microsoft, and so on. And everything is given very transparently. You have the problem statement, transparent, opportunity is given, success story, result, proposals, everything is given. You could also showcase your innovation on the showcase side, so that people can engage with you like a LinkedIn. So people engage, and then they talk to you, on the sidelines. And we don't have a payment gateway, because I don't believe in touching funds, but you can get funds outside of the platform once you engage with each other and you sign an MOU and so on. And then you give us a success story, so that gets amplified. And the last bit there is that organizations like Amazon, Netflix, Doordarshan, Sunset TV, there are several OTTs who are with us, Daily Hunt, and we have, now we most probably will have the MyStartup program as well. So the MyStartup TV as well. So there are several of them who take your innovations, the winners of the challenges, and they amplify it. They take it international. There are international movies made out of it. In fact, I wrote a little storyline for Amazon Prime where I said there are only 300 incubators in India. So how do all the grassroots innovators, garage innovators, and independent innovators learn? So we have done a reality show called the Mission Startup, where we have, Snapdeal, Kunal, and a couple of other investors as investors. And these founders, we put the challenge on the platform, and about 1,500 founders applied, and about 14 founders have been selected today. And they are the ones who are doing this reality shows and teaching other startups in terms of what is communication, what is leadership styles, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot that can be learned from each other, and this is what we do through the OTT platforms that are there on the on Manthan as such. Lastly, I will leave you with just one thought that if we don't work in an integrated manner, we are never going to touch the first two countries that I was talking about. And hence, we really need to work together. We need to scale up quickly. And the investors here need to take that risk. There are several investors in the other countries who are actually taking risks and looking at startups with a lot of trust. So we need to look at each other with a lot of trust. And we need to align to what we want to do as a government as well as a nation. And all of us really need to work together. Thank you so much for providing this opportunity. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
The launch of my new book, Don't Think Big, Think Giant, From Passion to Profit, Embrace Failure and Break Barriers to Build Your Dream Startup. This book is more than just a collection of words. It's a culmination of a passionate journey, countless hours of exploration, and deep desire to share what I have learned with you. For too long, we have been told that success is reserved for a lucky few. We have been conditioned to believe that aiming small is safe and settling for average or the ordinary is acceptable. What if I told you that today is the day we break free from those limitations? Don't Think Big, Think Giant is not just a book. It's a call to action and a roadmap to achieving great is your own limiting beliefs. So why think giant? Because thinking giant is not enough. To truly achieve greatness, you need to adopt a giant mindset. This means seeing possibilities where others see limitations and turning challenges into victories. As an author, my mission has always been to provoke thought, stir emotion, and inspire change. This book is an avatar of that mission. It challenges you to think differently, to push your boundaries, and to embrace the giant within you. This book serves as your roadmap to success as an entrepreneur or entrepreneur. Discover the critical mindset needed to thrive, from igniting belief in yourself to cultivating passion and growth-oriented attitude. This book also delves into the practicalities of starting and growing your venture. Master the passion, art of decision making and prioritizing while building a strong team and prioritizing an exceptional customer service. While the book offers real-world examples, proven strategies and activities, it also emphasizes the power of your mind. Unlock your full potential through brain power and hypothetical visualization techniques. Explore the importance of understanding different types of problems, using empathy to build strong connections. Whether you are an entrepreneur, aspiring entrepreneur, business owner, innovator, student, or curious mind, I challenge you today to pick up a copy of the book and take the first step towards becoming the best version of yourself. Remember, success is not a destination, it's a journey. And with Don't Think Big, Think Giant as your compass, you can navigate the journey with confidence and achieve anything you set your mind to. I hope this book finds its way in your hearts and minds, sparking conversation and connections and inspiring you to break free from limiting beliefs. I want it to entertain, enlighten, and challenge your perception, encouraging you to embrace the journey ahead. Thank you for being part of this celebration. I truly believe Don't Think Big, Think Giant will be a profound impact on your life Now let's raise a toast to this transformative journey where each reader embarks on their path to greatness. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to my Startup TV.
Good evening to all of you. It's a very lovely evening. I can see the sunset. I think I should be enjoying the sunset and talking to you. So it gives certain motivation. I'm here to talk about something very phenomenal that's happening across the world that supports startups, innovations, young people, young by spirit. I mean to say, because I have several startups who started their second career at the age of 65. So startups has no age, no gender, and it's like Atma. Okay, it's anybody can do that, and I'll prove that. I'll have some of the examples. And in my daily life, that's what I do. I support people from various walks of life to realize their dreams. If they want to start their business, if they want to solve some problems of the country, if they want to achieve something, make a mark through innovation, that's where that's where my help comes in. So where you would have heard this. Can you move to slides? Next slide. Slide number 11. Yes, thank you. So what I do is in my incubation center, when you say incubator, commonly you remember an incubator in a hospital, right? A small box where the premature baby is kept, and doctor ensures that baby gets oxygen, right temperature, so that premature baby can grow, and once it feels confident to see the world, then doctor takes it out. So I'm sort of like that. When your idea is very, very early, you don't even know whether this idea works or not. And you don't know whether somebody copies this, whether it works or not, whether you have money or not, or do you have enough expertise to convert your idea into reality. So for example, there is one startup who makes batteries using mechanical energy. You've never heard of it, right? All our batteries are chemical batteries, but he uses gravity as a source of energy. So it's a certain crazy, right? It's a 9th class thing you learn, but he doesn't know whether it works or not. For such people, our incubator comes at early stage where the failure rates are very, very high. So we give a protective environment, we give certain funding, we give mentoring, and we help them connect to the right customers, understand whether really the market needs that or not. There is a research that says 40% of the startups fail because they make a product which nobody wants. They assume that market needs. So it's not about the lack of funding. It's a lack of an idea that is sellable in the market, right? So you might be thinking, this is a great idea because it's your idea, but it really works or not, we don't know. So that's where I work, and my organization works in all these geographies. So I come from Andhra Pradesh, the latest Andhra Pradesh, not the united one. So we work with colleges, universities. That's where the real talent comes from. And we touch upon rural colleges, because when I see the students from rural colleges and institutes, they face a lot of problem. I give an example here. We have one startup, actually he's here somewhere, Pramod. He comes from a place called Bapatla. It's a east coast of Andhra Pradesh. It's like this. It has got beautiful beach, Surya Lanka beach, and but problem here is 90% of the drinking water in that region is saline. Means you can't even drink because of deforestation. The seawater has gone into their wells, and the entire municipality provides very salty water. Now this is a big problem, and he sees that problem every day in his life. Now he wants to solve that. He wants to provide a drinking water to his village, and he is coming with a design. Now you see, this kid who is coming from a small town is not from IITs or IIMs or big institutes where you have got all the tools and kits to do. Now we pick up such kids and train them, give them support, fund them, provide them a mentor, provide them a market understanding, technology, then they can solve. Then when he said, sir, it's not about my problem, there are 19,000 island places across the world which are suffering this problem. And there are 370 or 80 districts which are having the border with the ocean in India. 70% of them can't have a drinking water. There is a water, but you can't drink. Right? So this is not just in India, across the world. Now, can I solve this problem? So water is going to be commodity. No, this is what we do in an incubator. Now, how we do it? There are eggs on this. So these are the eggs where we created incubator. Another interesting story I tell. There is another place called Bhimavaram, okay, in Andhra Pradesh. It's a coastal region again. And most of the cinema stars, producers in Tollywood come from this place called Bhimavaram. So rich place, full of aquaculture. And 90% of our prawns, you eat, that comes from this place called Bhimavaram. And we have created an incubator which works the innovations, technologies that will support the small farmers who grow prawns. Can they get better prawns? Can they get healthy ones? Can we solve the disease? Can you use AI, satellite imaging, to tell which farm is good, which farm is not good? All these things. Another one, I'll tell you, another incubator we created in Tumkuru. All of you know Tumkuru district, right? Kalpataru Nadu. So, the maximum copra, the dry coconut that comes from the country, is from this one district called Tumkuru. And Tiptur is the place, precisely. Now, traditionally we have been doing all these things. What is the innovation? So this university has come with a incubation center around coconut value chain. Coconut value chain, Kalpataru by name. It gives oil, it gives coconut, it gives chutney, it gives ropes, it gives textiles, it gives firewood. So that's why it's called Kalpataru. But there are no innovations around it. I think the latest innovations I saw in coconut is a doormat. Beyond that, I have not seen any innovation around coconut value chain. So this is where we can create. Lot of employment can be created. So incubators are not just a place where startups come from. These startups create not just products, they create employment. They nudge the economy to grow. They create wealth for the local people. And they improve the innovation index of this country. So startups are definitely different from regular businesses. If somebody is selling coconut, tomato sauce, that's an MSME, a micro enterprises, right? That is not a startup. Startup means if the same tomato, instead of making a sauce, simple sauce, which is already known thing, can we create something better valued? Can you make probiotic tomato? Can you make wine out of tomato? Can you make dry tomato powder so that you can keep the tomato for all the seasons? In my region, in June, July, the rate of the tomatoes goes anywhere between 0 rupee to 1 rupee per kilo. Okay, and in rainy season, like when October, and when it crosses, the price of tomato goes to up to 100 rupees. 1 rupee to 100 rupee, it goes within 6 months. Can we solve this problem? Right? See, this is what incubators do. And what else we do? We work with schools. So we have reached out to 1 lakh students in the last couple of years, talk to them, try to understand their aspirations. We'll tell them, see, after your graduation, there are only 2 choices you have. 1, higher education. 2, any job you get, you go there. What is the 3rd option? Can we look entrepreneurship as a 3rd option? They don't even know such option exists. I spoke to a lot of polytechnic college students. They give wonderful ideas. The only difference between them and the successful startups is, the successful startups have got a platform, they got funding, they got an opportunity to express their idea and build on that. And those ones who couldn't get the platform or an opportunity, they just stayed back wherever they are. They didn't grow. So this inequality exists, and we try to solve this inequality. And we have gone from Andhra Pradesh to Bhutan now, A to B. Now we are reaching out to Bhutan. In fact, the team of Bhutan had come to Anantapur to understand our model. So when I asked this question, why you couldn't go to premier institutes, they said, see, premier institutes anyway they'll do. When there is nothing, you should be able to do it, right?
When there is nothing existing, you should build on that. And that's precisely we have done it. 2018, Anantapur had no startups, no innovations. Everyone was migrated to Bangalore and Hyderabad. Once we started our incubation center, now we have got 40 startups, and among them, couple of them actually migrated back from Bangalore to Anantapur to build their businesses. And I often tell, before 2018, Anantapur was exporting bananas. Now we are exporting biomedical equipments and engineering products all the way to Greece. Okay. And today morning we had some discussion about Make in India or Create in India. So this product actually created in Anantapur. All the components come within different parts of India, gets assembled and goes to different parts of the country. Okay. So next slide. So how do we do it? Okay, this is little technical, but what I do is I sit with colleges, I sit with universities and managements. I try to convince them, see, we have been doing a lot of placements. All your colleges have wonderful placements, but it is time that you should give them an opportunity to create job creators, right? How do you create job creators? Startups. It's not as simple as I speak. It involves a lot of commitment. And government has been pushing in every nook and corner that we need to create more startups because they understood, the only way forward for the country to develop is through startups and innovations. If not for that, we will not be able to, be third largest economy, right? Those countries like Israel, US, South Korea, who have invested in innovations 30, 40 years back, today they are reaping the benefits. If we invest today, in next 10, 15 years, we'll be able to reap these benefits at a scale, at a massive scale, right? So that's what I sit with the college management and help them create incubators, okay? So that their own students get benefited. Then we train the faculty. What I see is there are two important factors that are important for the growth of startups. They can be impediment or they can be launch pads. Parents, faculty. If they have right orientation, they can be supporting to the startups. If they don't have no orientation, no understanding of this, they will become the biggest blockade for the growth of startups. So we take it, to the faculty level, train them. If a student comes to you, please encourage them to become startups. I'll give one illustration how faculty play very key role. We had one student from second year civil engineer from our university. He came with an idea of mechanical batteries. So we are making lot of chemical batteries. These are all, recycling is an issue, pollution is an issue. So many such issues are there. And there is and most of this, we are moving from, lead or, aluminum kind of battery to lithium ion. Do you know that the lithium that comes to India comes from China and Brazil? It's a geopolitical issue. If we do not have good relationship with these two countries, our lithium ion industry will never survive. Because it's a extracted metal. It's not something you manufacture, right? It has to come from earth. And 90% of it is imported, right? So this is a dangerous thing. We need to have alternative battery system. And this student told we'll use gravity as a battery source. So we'll take stone like a lift, we'll take it something up and drop it. When you drop it, we will connect that to a certain gear and it will generate an electricity. This seemed very, very simple for me and workable. So he went to his faculty and told, sir, I have this idea. The first thing faculty told is, there is no such thing in our syllabus. Okay, it won't even work. This was the first statement the faculty told. And the student came back to me and told, sir, my faculty told like this. Then I opened Google. I showed gravity-based electricity storage systems. 2 startups list came. Gravitricity and Energy Vault. One is from England, second is from Australia. How come they are working? Sir, I never knew this is the thing. This is what incubators do, right? If faculty knew that this is a possibility, that person would have encouraged, right? So training the faculty becomes very, very, very key important point that we have been doing across the country. Okay. And can we go to the slide number 7 or 8? Yes, thank you. Now these are some of the products we did. Very interesting products. I would tell you 1 or 2 stories which will inspire students. So that's first one, which looked like walkie-talkie. This was done by second year students in an engineering college. This was a request from government of Madhya Pradesh. So there were a lot of animals that were killed by poachers in Madhya Pradesh forest. So there were, they were killed by a very unique method. They put electric wires on the floor of the forest. When animal is walking or strolling there, when it touches that, it gets shocked and dies. And unfortunately, forest gods are getting killed. Now, this was a problem we got. Then we put up a challenge in a competition. Okay, whoever comes with a beautiful idea, workable idea, we are going to fund them. A couple of students and faculty came with an idea which worked, and we gave them money. And they designed. They went to the forest, and there was an agency called WWF. Many people would have heard, World Wildlife Fund. So they protect animals, and there is a funding for that. And when we give this device to the forest, the gods, they were so happy. They were actually crying. Sir, this is going to save our lives. Okay, this is like our life god. Now, what started as a small idea became a big business now. Now, this kind of product, we are actually recently, government of Tamil Nadu showed interest to buy such products. We are in Andhra Pradesh. Now we are supplying this to Madhya Pradesh and Tamil Nadu and many such places. So this is how you build innovations. Okay. And another one, can you go to next slide? Okay. This last one, the furniture one, there are some furniture based startups here. Anantapur district has almost 60,000 hectares of banana cultivation. Okay. And we export a lot of bananas to many countries. After the harvesting of banana, the stem is basically discarded, allowed and burnt. They burn them, and lot of pollution that happens. Now one student came with an idea. Sir, these are all there, people are burning it, it's creating pollution. We'll come with a solution. Okay, fine. Take time and come with a solution. And after our program, yesterday you had Naveen Lakur talk, right? So he is our innovation coach and he's our knowledge partner. He does a lot of such programs for us. And after his program is over, they came with an idea. Why can't we convert them into furniture? Okay. Well, explain in detail. Then he told, sir, we'll take the stems, make them into pulp and we dry them. Then we use a certain glue, the kind of gum we get. And we make it into kind of, boards. So this will solve many problems. One, a low cost furniture to the people. Second, the banana stem that is being burnt is stopped, which is solving the environmental problem. And the farmers who otherwise don't get any extra money other than the product, I am going to buy each stem for 10 rupees. Okay. So in an acre, 1,000 trees will come, banana trees. So they get straight away 10,000 rupees without their effort, which otherwise they burn. It's like burning 10,000 rupees. So we are giving 10,000 rupees extra. There's a income generation for the farmer. There's a minimizing the pollution. Third, you are creating a new line of product in the market. So this was the innovation, we liked it. So we immediately funded. And these are the students, BCom, BSc, 12th standard. We also have stories about a student from 7th standard, a tribal girl from Alluri Sitaramaraju district. She can't even speak English, but she has got wonderful product. And bone conduction earphones. Not many people have this idea. So I can see that India has no dearth of innovative ideas. It's just they need launch pads. It's just they need a certain care and platforms like us to take it forward. In fact, there is a next slide. Yeah. So this is something related to healthcare. The first one is a printer. It's a bioprinter which prints human tissues. Okay. There's a little deep tech, and this is based from Bangalore. So they print nose, they print ears. So it's a prototype level. We have not yet come to the conclusive, outcome, but this is worth pursuing. And second one is a device which came out of a COVID experience. This device is an IoT detector which looks like this mic. Okay, and when you put your hand on that, it will take your temperature, your BP, your perspiration levels, SpO2 levels, like that 7 parameters it will take without taking the blood. and it will give this information to the doctor wherever the doctor is sitting. So doctor need not go to the patient, and patient can be in any village with basic internet, and any person with a basic understanding of mobile phone can use this device, capture this data, send it to the doctor. What this bridges gap between rural and urban, because I have noticed lot of people, especially senior citizens, elderly people, they come to the town hospitals like Anantapur for silly reasons. Okay, because like silly in the sense, not in a negative sense, because those kind of ailments can be treated in their own homes or with little bit medicative efforts. They need not come to hospital. What is happening? The doctors are overburdened by OPD patients. One problem. Second problem, these rural women or whoever they are, the patients, they had to travel 10 kilometers in a share auto, spend half a day, then have some food in the afternoon. Again, they have to go back in a share auto. It will cost them every 100 rupees to 200 rupees every day, as long as there is an ailment. Why should they travel for small diseases? It's not necessary, right? If the data is given to the doctor can tell what kind of tablets they can do or what kind of home remedies they can follow, so that their sickness comes down within couple of days. That saves a lot of time to the doctor, hospitalization, their expenses. This is how it bridges gap between urban and rural. This is the kind of innovations you need to look at. Youngsters who are sitting here, note that startups are different from regular businesses. Regular businesses, they do for their own survival. Okay, they want to make money, they want to start a cinema theater, they want to have a rice mill. It's good. They are not depending on others, they are on their own. But startups are several notches high. They take risk. They want to solve a problem in the world. They want to make sure that some of these problems are solved, and they'll have a satisfaction out of it. Okay, money always comes little later. Whenever I talk to my startups, what motivated them is they have a personal problem, and one of my startup lost his father due to COVID. So that's why he started a company so that others people do not die because of this reason. Look at the altruism. Look at the empathy they create. That's what startups really will see. And when we fund these startups, we have funded almost 2.5 crores. From a single incubator, startups have got 2.5 crores. Like this, we have almost 700 to 800 incubators across the country. Now you can imagine how much money there is there for the startups, right? So I feel this is the right time for youngsters who want to really chisel out your future. Okay. Like they say, Swami Karyam, Swakaryam. So you do God's work and you also do your work. So both, there is a beautiful statement in Sanskrit, Atmano Mokshaya Jagathitaya. So you have your whatever your personal ambitions, same time make sure that world gets benefited out of it. And I'll give you another dimension to this, because I also represented a startup ecosystem in G20. This is the Startup 20 is the highest platform for the startups in the world, right? Here, recently there was a commitment given by 20 nations. What is the commitment? $1 trillion of investment in startups every year. Those startups which are creating value, solving some of the sustainable development goals. There are 17 goals listed by United Nations, like zero poverty, zero hunger, good healthcare, equality, education, pollution, climate change, like that, right? So if your startup is solving some of these problems very seriously, there is a huge amount of funding that is coming through. Okay, so right time, right opportunity. So I'll be happy to support any of these startups. I have spoken to a couple of here and I give them some guidelines, but I'll be happy to support your startups. And I come from Karnataka, from Tumkur, so I always have, though wherever I work, my Janmabhoomi and is here, so I have, a lot of affinity and love for this land. So whatever initiative that comes from Karnataka, I take it up with wholeheartedness. With that objective, we created an incubator in Tumkur University and around coconut value chain to solve the problems of coconut farmers. Same way, Section Infinite Foundation is our partner here in Mangalore to help. This is the irony of Mangalore. I don't know why. This is the birthplace of several banks, and very legendary education institutes are here. There are several research organizations are here, and one of the oldest trade body, Chamber of Commerce, is here. And yet startup ecosystem has not grown the way it's supposed to have grown. I think maybe this podium or this platform will give the right booster, thruster to that ecosystem, and Mangalore should contribute to the overall economy of the Bangalore. You know, Bangalore has, if Karnataka, if you take entire startups in Karnataka, 99.2 startups are in Bangalore. Just in Bangalore. 0.8 startups are rest of the Karnataka. So when you say Karnataka is the biggest startup ecosystem, no, it is Bangalore, not Karnataka. So I think you should give a tough competition to Mangalore, and we are the Bangalore. So I really take this opportunity to thank all of you for bringing me here, share my thoughts. I'll be happy to take up one or two questions if the chair permits. You can raise your hand so that they know that.
Hello, sir. This is Prashant. So once the product is done under the incubator, what is the next big problem that startups face that you have noticed?
Yeah, there are several problems you face, definitely. I don't call them problems. It's next milestones, should I say, put it in a positive perspective. It's next milestones. So once a product is developed, you need to validate that product in the market at different levels. And customer validation is required. If you have enough money, that's fine. If you do not have money, then you also need to raise another round of investment. And if it is related to healthcare or aviation or defense tech products, then you need to get certain clearances from respective authorities. Like if you have EV, then there is an agency in Chennai. That's a singular agency that gives validation and licensing for such EVs. If you are working on a tractor, then there is a Ministry of Agriculture's tractor testing unit. Unless they test and certify, you cannot use that in the fields. If it is a healthcare, there is a CDSCO and other bodies which do that. So those are all certain restrictions you get it when you are using niche products, right? Specific products. If it is a regular commodity, if you are using organic rice or something like that, or even as simple as a SaaS product, I don't think you need to worry too much. There, if it is a very competitive market like SaaS products or organic soaps or such things, it's highly competitive, right? It's a very crowded market. Then you need to have a lot of money for marketing and understanding which market it is. So money comes there. So it depends on what kind of product and which startup. Your milestones vary. Okay. Yeah. Okay, you can shout your question. If that's okay. Okay. Right, it's all right. You can we'll have a side chat. Yeah. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hello everyone. Hi. So I can see a lot of Mangalorean startups here. And I've heard a lot about Mangalorean startups. They are very passionate and successful startups came out of this place. So I would like to extend about our International Startup Foundation, how it can help the local Mangalorean startups and elsewhere startups as well. So there is a small story about our organization to tell about. So we started 1.5 years back, about 18 months back, and we ourselves is a startup. And we started as an India Startup Foundation, where we have done India Startup Festivals in Bangalore. Well, we started, as I said, 18 months before. Approximately 1,000 startups has registered with us. Top startups came out of it, and then they benefited out of our organization. So we are more than a startup ecosystem.
because we help startups, connecting to the investors and investors connecting to the startups. And also there are a lot of CEOs and CXOs in our network who themselves benefit networking with each other. And also, more than the startups, what we feel is this kind of mentality of an entrepreneurship should develop at the school level. So we encourage students at the age of 10, and then we bring up their ideas and make them pitch in front of the big CEOs across the world, and then make them an entrepreneurs at the age of school level. And we actually coin a word called unicorns, which means an unicorn is a word, as you know, a $1 billion worth of a company, and unicorn is something, a junior who is going to become an unicorn or an equivalent to that. So if you see, we have done many conferences for the past 1.5 years, and we have grown to the international level as well. Now we have delegates participating in our conferences from more than 20 plus countries. And as you can move the slides, so our next events are going to be in Pune, Hyderabad and Bangalore, and we are doing some of the international events in Jamaica, Europe and USA as well as we going forward. So I would like to take this opportunity, and every startup has to be part of this organization to get benefited themselves. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
This evening I'll try to talk a little bit about our Technology Enabling Center. And I think this is a very good opportunity. When I came here, I was very happy to see the opportunity to meet different people in different areas in which we are working. We have here innovators, we have startups, we have incubators, and we have other support systems. So it is very nice to see such a interesting group working towards development of technologies and solving the problems of the society. So it's indeed a great opportunity, and I am happy to be here with all of you. So what I'll try to do is try to explain what we are doing as a Technology Enabling Center. Now, often people know about entrepreneurs, people know about incubators, but what is this Technology Enabling Center? So this is some rather new concept, and the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, has started this. So we are one of the centers, Technology Enabling Centers at Nitte University, established by the Department of Science and Technology. Next slide, please. So why do we need this Technology Enabling Center? So now on one hand, we have academic institutions. So Bangalore is full of academic institutions, Bangalore and the surrounding areas. So we have engineering institutions, medical institutions, science institutions, and in all these institutions there are a lot of very active scientists who are doing research, publishing papers. So now what happens to the output of this research, findings of this research? So when scientists publish, of course scientists are mainly interested in publication. They are at the basic principle, or they are at a research finding, which may have a potential to become a technology. But for this principle or a finding, research finding, to become technology, there is a long journey that has to take place. So from a research finding, you may have to develop a concept, and the concept has to be proved as a proof of concept, and then it has to be validated. So we call this as a ladder of technology readiness level. Of course, this actually terminology comes from NASA. So they introduced this concept of technology readiness level. So most of the academic institutions are at the this end where they are having research findings which may become technologies. So academic institutions may go up to say level 3 or level 4 where they show a proof of concept. But then if this is to go to become a technology, there is much more work needed. So there is a big gap which is often referred to as the valley of death. That is because most of the findings we say ends up in shelves as publications. So further nothing happens to that. So that gap, there is a big gap. So what is needed to be done to fill this gap? So there maybe many times biology researchers are interested in working on a single, they have a focused area. So they are generally only restricted to their own discipline. But then if it has to become technology, for example, a biological finding, you say one plant has a anti-cancer activity. So a researcher may find this. But then if that plant, you have to have a product developed from that, you may need a chemist who knows about the phytochemicals. You need pharmacologists who may know how to develop drugs out of these phytochemicals. And then you need people who can do clinical trials, animal experiments. So you need a multidisciplinary team before it can become a technology. So that stage is referred to as translational research. So now there is encouragement for doing this, and this is where we need multidisciplinary collaboration. So before the industry comes in, there is this big gap. Next slide, please. So this is where the DST thought that, of course, Government of India has been funding a lot of research. The ICMR, ICAR, DST, DBT, all have been funding a lot of research. But when they looked at how many of them become technologies, they found that there are very few. So what is the gap and how the government can facilitate this? So DST then thought to establish this technology enabling center. So what we do in a technology enabling center is to connect academic institutions and industry, and we even within academic institutions, different disciplines. The different, we try to bring together doctors and engineers. We had Dr. Rajendran here who just now mentioned that generally doctors are working in their own areas and there is no crosstalk with other disciplines. So we facilitate this type of crosstalk between different disciplines and try to facilitate the development of technology. And as technology gets developed, you need to protect your intellectual property. So we need to have patents filed. So we try to facilitate this IPR protection. And then we are also facilitating transfer of technology. Now, research findings may be there not only with academic institutions, but also with the industry. So we also need to talk to the industry. They have certain observations. They have problems. So we need to understand what are the problems of the industry and try to see how academic institutions can address these problems of the industry. Next slide, please. So our mandate in a technology enabling center is to create an ecosystem for technology development in universities, academic institutions, and collaborate with other academic institutions and also national laboratories and also with the industry. So we are only enabling, we are not incubating. So we are between the academic institution and industry or incubator, and then trying to connect these two and provide an enabling environment. So we try to bring together institutions, have discussions with them, they may need funding at this stage. So we facilitate them to get projects to carry on this activity further and so on. Next slide, please. So these are our main activities. So we are trying to mine technology. So we were talking to the main thing is we need to connect with other institutions. And when we talk, we come to know many things. So when we were talking to many of the startups, we were talking to Atal Incubation Center at Krishnadevaraya University. So when we talk, we get a lot of ideas and what things can be done and taken forward. And we have expertise in different institutions. So we have to bring together these expertise from different institutions and different sectors of this technology readiness level where institutions can come in, and then see how we can facilitate this development of technology. So mining the technologies, then assessing them where they are at the technology readiness level, and see how we can support them to take these forward. And now, for example, NITE University as an example, but we work with all academic institutions and incubators. So we have a hospital, we have dental faculty, medical faculty, engineering faculty. So we try to bring together these faculty and try to see, for example, developing medical devices or testing drugs or pharmacologically important compounds and trying to develop diagnostics. So this kind of activity we try to promote in different institutions. So we work with other institutions also. St. Joseph Engineering College we see here. So we are working with them also, Canberra Engineering College, and number of other institutions where we are trying to facilitate this type of activity. Next slide, please. So these are some of the activities that we conduct by networking and developing projects and facilitating technology transfer and facilitating pilot testing of these products developed by startups. Next slide, please. So these are some examples of academic institutions and industry partners with whom we have been working. And of course, there is no limit. We are open to working with institutions everywhere. Wherever there is need, we can try to fill in the gap. Next slide, please. So presently, of course, we are working with, for example, problems of the Coffee Planters Association. We are working with KCCCI, trying to understand what are the problems of the industry. We are working with CFTRI Mysore and other medical colleges and trying to bring together experts from these different institutions. And we are expanding this to other areas of Karnataka because Technology Enabling Center is supposed to be for the whole state of Karnataka. And there are Technology Enabling Center in other states also. So we try to connect with them and try to see how we can act together and try to see how we can bring in expertise from one area to another. Next slide. So I'll give some examples of this type of interactions. Next slide, please. Now, for example, this is an example of a startup because they needed, this startup developed a device that can help babies. Now, when babies are born, sometimes the infants go into asphyxia. So how to prevent this asphyxia and try how diagnosis can be done early. Now, in a hospital, in a say city, there are big hospitals. These hospitals have blood gas analyzers. So quickly they will analyze the blood and see whether the infant can, is there any chance of the infant becoming susceptible to asphyxia. But what about in a rural area? They don't have devices. So this startup, Mr. Avinash, he has developed a device which can analyze the blood and give the parameters that are required. And it is a one-time use device. So it can be used in a rural area. Now, he has developed, as a biochemist, he has developed this device. Now, this has to be tested. So how to facilitate this testing? So then we connected him to the doctors in our medical college. So we have pediatricians here. So we had the project was submitted to the Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council, and he is now incubating in an incubator. So now we are going to do validation of this device. So we are facilitating this through our medical college. So this is how we can help a startup. Well, he has a product, but that product has to be validated. And that requires an institution where he doesn't have connect. So this is where we come in and try to facilitate this. Next slide, please. So these are some of the other startups. We also connect with the Society for Innovation and Entrepreneurship of IIT Mumbai. So IIT Mumbai is a great institution, engineering institution, and they have so many engineers working there developing devices, medical devices. But then these devices have to be validated. So this is where we come in. So we partner with them and we help their startups to validate the prototypes that they have developed and see how that can be made more user friendly, more user possible to use in hospitals or in mainly rural areas. So these are some of the startups with which we have been working. Next slide, please. And we also facilitate academic institutions. So we bring together institutions and help them support submit projects to BIRAC. That is the agency, but we can help to fund other funding agencies also. We can help. So these are some of the examples. Next slide, please. And this is one more engineer who has developed a device or a system for storing fish in a hygienic manner and without wasting the material and reducing the waste. So this is now, of course, he has also become a startup. He's going to further develop this, and we are trying to see how this prototype can be supported. Next slide. This is another startup that came up from collaboration between a medical college and a dental college and an engineering institution. So this a dentist, they came up with the problem of periodontal disease. Now all of us face problems of pain in the oral cavity because of infections. So when these infections occur, how to detect them? Is it an infection or is it due to something else? So normally we know that if we have an injury, there will be warmth. So there is an increase in temperature. So this dentist wanted to develop a device which can measure temperature within the oral cavity regions where they suspect infections to have taken place. So they collaborated with our engineers, a team of engineers from our NMIT, and developed a periodontal probe. So this probe can not only detect temperature, but it can also measure the depth of the cavity. So it can tell many things which the dentist would require for treatment. So now they have registered a startup, and with our incubator, they are doing this further. They have made some prototypes which have been distributed to different dental colleges, and to get opinion from them how to improve this and make it more user friendly to dentists, connect to dental chair and so on. Next slide, please. So these are some of the examples of other institutions with which we are working. Next slide, please. And also we try to bring in industry. So now here, this was a project that we tried to help an academic institution, a researcher who is working on carbon credit. Now, of course, we have one startup who there from NITE who has developed a device for measuring carbon credits in various areas. Now, this researcher, he is working on ocean acidification. We know climate change leads to the oceans becoming acidic. Now, how to manage this problem and what are the chemical changes that are taking place? So, this researcher wanted to identify, because he is from a physical research laboratory. So, he wanted collaboration with biologists. So, he approached us, and with the help of this industry partner, who is a big producer of ornamental fish. So, he's a big exporter of ornamental fish. So, we set up some studies, microcosm studies, to see how the carbon or acidification is taking place. So we try to facilitate this type of collaboration between academicians and industry and try to see how these ideas can be taken forward. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And we are working with number of industries and trying to facilitate addressing their problems. One of the problems we are addressing is also with Camco. We are working on the possibility that, of course, if you, it's generally believed that Areca is grown in this region and so much of consumption takes place. But normally people consume this Areca with tobacco and number of other things. And people have a belief that, okay, even WHO has said that if you take these products, there is a possibility that you may get oral cancer. So the oral cancer may not be due to Areca, but due to other components that you are taking along with that. So Camco wanted us to investigate whether Areca alone is carcinogenic. So we are working on that using different models, cell culture model, animal model, a zebrafish model, and also our dentists are working on the community setup. So we are trying to facilitate this type of research to address the questions which industries have. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we have a number of MOUs with other institutions. Next slide, please. Yeah, these are some of the examples of this type of collaborations. We also collaborate with even institutions abroad, with Sahlgrenska University in Sweden. So public health students from there came and they were trying to see how Indian system works. So we try to facilitate that type of collaboration also. And of course, NITE is also working with Northeast. Our Chancellor, Sri Vinay Hegde, has a lot of affiliation to help students from Northeast. So NITE is offering students from Northeast seats in many of the institutions here. I think some 40 seats are offered to students from Northeast. Now, so we have developed this connect with the institutions and students in Northeast. And now we are trying to see how we can connect with the incubators and academic institutions there and see how our technology enabling center could contribute to this and try to see how technologies developed there could be taken forward. Either it can be transferred to industries here, or if they are at a lower level of technology readiness level, how we can facilitate them being taken forward. Next slide. So these are some of the MOUs with other institutions. Next slide, please. And some of the technologies developed and in pipeline through our technology enabling center. Next slide, please. So we have a list of these technologies available and the technology readiness level is also indicated in our website. So this can be seen by anybody. So this is an open website. So people who are interested in this technology, we can facilitate the transfer of this technology. And whatever action is required to take them forward, we can try to facilitate that. Next slide, please. Yeah, and this is a continuation of that. Next slide, please. And yeah, these are some of the products and some of the food technologies from NITE who have developed this. Next slide, please. And we have number of technologies which have been also transferred and commercialized. Next slide, please. So this is one is the example of beetle leaf tea. I think yesterday Indrani spoke about that. So this one startup came to us. Of course, he was a journalist at that time. He was observing that beetle leaf is grown in his village and he wanted to see what product can be made from that which is available to common man. So our food technologists developed a tea with this beetle and which is now become a product and is already commercial. And then that is the other group is the Dentronics I mentioned. You have the professor of dental surgery and also engineering professor who have come together to develop that periodontal probe. So that is also now a startup already. That product is under development. Next slide, please. Yeah, this actually, it was a project of a postgraduate student, Dr. Karishma, who is there. So she is the CEO of this startup and she is taking this forward now. Next slide, please. And this is the product release of this beetle tea, which happened in Mangalore. So we had a program when the product was made available to journalists and others who came for this program. Next slide, please. And other technologies, we have diagnostics for medical purposes or for aquaculture or for other, because we have molecular biologists and specialists who are working in different areas of biotechnology. So we facilitate this. So this is one technology for detection of salmonella. We know food poisoning is mainly caused by this organism, salmonella, which is there in poultry, eggs. So to detect this very quickly. So we have this technology which has been taken by the industry. Next slide, please. Yeah, and he is working with us in number of areas. Next slide, please. And there are other technologies like bacteriophage technology. Now, antibiotic resistance is a big problem in all hospitals. So doctors are finding it difficult to treat patients because the bug which is causing infection is resistant to all drugs. So how to address this problem? So we have a biological control. So we have a virus which can attack these bacteria. Now this technology, actually we developed such a technology for aquaculture as early as 2005, and the product came to the market also with this company called Mangalore Biotech. So they had this technology, which of course they are still producing this for aquaculture. Now we are working on a more advanced form of this with groups of bacteria, like the whole group of vibrios, which can cause infections in aquaculture. So this is one technology which has been transferred. Next slide, please. So this is another technology for detection of these vibrios for diagnostic purpose in aquaculture. Next slide, please. And of course, we facilitate patent applications from, it could be a startup or faculty or students. So we facilitate that. Next slide, please. So on our website, we have examples of these patents which have been filed, published, and so on. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And we also organize programs for other institutions on awareness of this IPR protection. Next slide, please. And also how to facilitate the transfer. And we bring also experts from different areas. So we have we had a scientist from institute called Agarkar Institute in Pune. It's a DST institute. He has developed a number of nanotechnologies, and he wants to see that every PhD thesis leads to a technology development. So we brought him here to explain to him, to our students, this concept and how they can also go in that direction of producing every PhD thesis leading to a technology development and patent, and then finally a commercial technology. Next slide. And we also bring experts from industry. So now this expert, Dr. Narayanan, he's actually a biotechnologist and also a very well-known entrepreneur. And he has developed at least 7 or 8 technologies, and 2 of his technologies have been bought by Tatas. So Tata Soulful, you might have heard. So that is a product that he developed, and he has now sold it to Tatas. So we also brought him because he has number of ideas about how these agri technologies can be developed further. And in fact, we are bringing him again in joint collaboration with KCCI. We are having a program on 28th February where bringing different experts in the agri-tech, food tech area, so that entrepreneurs, technology developers can interact with them and try to see how we can avail the expertise that is available with these experts. And of course, another professor, he is a dental professor who has developed a bone replacement material from eggshell. So we brought him also to explain his journey. So he was explaining how he was struggling to get some funding initially, but then once he got funding through BIRAC, then now of course he has got crores of funding and his product is becoming commercial. Next slide, please. And startups created. Next slide, please. And we also facilitate ideation. So we start with ideation and help them to take it forward through hackathons. And we also try to identify best ones and try to see how we can support them. Next slide, please. So we had Dr. Vishal also with us, and there is another professor from Indian Institute of Science, Hardik Pandya. So when we said Hardik Pandya is coming, people were very excited. So they thought cricketer Hardik Pandya is here, but it was scientist Hardik Pandya. But he is also very exciting scientist, and he has done number of this type of technology development promotions. And we had another doctor there. He has just completed his MBBS. And by the time he completed his MBBS, he already has 4 companies. So he has been working with engineers and developed number of technologies which is useful for the medical community. So we wanted to expose our doctors to this type of thinking, where we think, okay, the doctor means it's only to treat. But doctors have a lot of ideas. They know the problem, which engineers do not know. So we need to understand the problems from doctors and try to see how we can address it through scientists or engineers. So that is what we are trying to do. Next slide, please. So these are some of the winning proposals from the hackathon that we had. There was one team from, I think the Smart Wheel team is from St. Joseph Engineering College, and then from other institutions. So we work with bringing together all the institutions. Next slide, please. And these are our startups. Of course, Shiv Kiran is already here. And his technology has now become a startup. This is another faculty from our physiotherapy institute. So these are some of the examples of startups that we have enabled. Next slide. So now this is, now we started with some 100 ideas and then tried to see how many can be supported. I think some 15 came, it has been narrowed down, and now out of that maybe some 10 or so may be supported by NITE, which can become a startup immediately. Next slide, please. So how the screening has been done. Next slide, please. And the boot camp and other support was arranged for these. Next slide, please. Orientation program was held. Next slide, please. So these are some of the startups which have been selected for pre-incubation. Next slide, please. This is with our Atal Incubation Center. Next slide, please. And of course, we connect with the government bodies and international institutions. Next slide, please. We are connected with the Food and Agriculture Organization in Rome, which is a UN organization, connected with food. So we are working with them. We have been recognized as a reference center for antimicrobial resistance and aquaculture biosecurity. So we work with aquaculture industries, we work with other institutions, government institutions working on this, we work with FAO. So we conduct training programs, capacity building in other countries as a reference center. So this reference center was launched in Rome last year. So we were there for the launching in Rome. Next slide, please. So these are some of the programs we have been virtually organizing. Next slide, please. And also with the industry, on World Food Day, we brought together the MSMEs, KCCI, FSSCI, and try to understand the problems of the food industry and how institutions can address this. Next slide, please. And training programs for the industry. Next slide, please. So we organized a number of training programs. We brought experts from FSSCI also. And yeah, we are having, as I mentioned, on 28th program along with KCCI on Agri-Tech. Next slide, please. A number of webinars, and yeah, on World Ocean Day we had a lecture by a very distinguished American scientist who is one of the giants in microbiology, recognized by the American Society for Microbiology. Next slide, please. And we have also produced some white papers for the industry to take forward. Next slide, please. On one is on jasmine, which is produced locally here. So what are the products that can come up and what is the potential to take these forward? And we are working on the others also. Next slide, please. And we produce a newsletter. So our website has our newsletters which explain our activities. So if anybody is interested in connecting with us, we'll be happy. So just send us an email, see our website, send us an email, and we'll be happy to get connected with you and try to bring together the expertise from different institutions and try to facilitate development of technologies and how this can be further taken up to become startups and technologies. I think that's it. Next slide. Yeah, this of course, yeah, this is not relevant. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is our team. Yes, all our team members are here in our stall here. So you are welcome to contact us and we'll be happy to connect with you. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Abhishek Krishna. I'm an oncologist working at KMC Mangalore. I was associated with the Emerge 2024 as one of the team members. One of its kind event where, Beachside Startup Festival, which is probably the first time happening in India, where a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of startups, a lot of students, budding entrepreneurs could come here, meet the people, meet the persons, meet the investors, talk to them, have a good interaction and carry forward their ideas and carry forward their innovations. We also had an ideathon that was specifically focused on one non-student crowd and the non-student crowd. We got a lot of entries. It was a very good experience throughout here. So we look forward to host more of such such programs in the future in Mangalore, because Mangalore is as you know, has a lot of medical colleges, a lot of engineering colleges. Talent is immense. So Mangalore being a tier 2 city, it is high time that we build up an ecosystem here, ecosystem of startups, of innovations. So Mangalore should lead the world. That is what our intention is of brand Mangalore. So let us all work together towards that, and let us host more and more such sessions and such programs in Mangalore, so that we lead, that Mangalore can lead from the front for the world. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I'm from Tech Talks. We work with B2B technology-driven companies and focused on engineering, manufacturing, and software product companies. We provide end-to-end services in technical content development. Our offerings include technical manuals, interactive content, learning content, and process documentation. So we decided to participate in Embark 2024 because we thought that a lot of new entrepreneurs and startups will be participating. So it will be a good opportunity for us to network with them, to understand their requirements, how they are promoting their own products, and how we can really integrate our services with them. So with that objectives, we actually participated in Embark 24. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hi everyone, I am Vinayak from Chikmagalur, and we started Ragnarok Furniture in Chikmagalur last year 2023, and we are producing dining tables, teapoys, live edge tables and clocks. And our main intention is to increase the beauty of the house with our tables and clocks, and just support us, and yeah.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I'm Dr. Vishal Rao. I'm glad to be a part of this wonderful fest today of the Embark 2024. It's a very new beginning, and I'm recollecting that beautiful old quote that says that if you think something is impossible, do not disturb the team that's trying to achieve this. I think the team out here pulled off something for the first time on a beachside festival with startups, and the vibrancy, the entire enthusiasm, the entire networking was all very inspiring, from the PSA's office to the state government's participation to the innovation teams that came up to the young, brilliant startups, innovators, inventors, to the wonderful talk that Anurag gave about innovations and about how we can think differently, and how India should move from Make in India to now the next Create in India. A lot of ideas were shared and exchanged, and I'm hoping and looking forward to the next event of 2025, which I think will be more meaningful, more stronger, more robust, and exciting to more of the startups who are going to come with more funding opportunities, which will be able to have startups go back with some amount of reassurance of their future, to secure a future which is reimagined for the ecosystem that's going to benefit the state, the country in a new way, and help India position ourselves internationally in a bigger way. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Moving on to our next session, it is a fireside chat with Dr. Sapna Poti on industry academia and startup academia alongside Anupai and Indrani Karuna Sagar, which is moderated by Mr. Naveen Lakur. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and lovers of inspiration, welcome to our fireside chat by the beach. Tonight, we have the pleasure of gathering under the starlight sky with the soothing sounds of the waves as our backdrop for an evening of thought-provoking conversation during the fireside chat on industry, academia, and startups academia. Tonight, as we come together on this picturesque Tanirbavi beach, let us embrace the spirit of collaboration, exploration, and discovery. Thank you for joining us for this fireside chat on industry, academia, and startup academia. May our conversations tonight be as invigorating as the ocean breeze and as enlightening as the stars above. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and privilege that we welcome our panelists for today. I request Dr. Sapna Poti, Mr. Anup Pai, Dr. Indrani Karunasagar, and the moderator of this session, Mr. Naveen Lakur, to please come on to the dais. Dr. Sapna Poti is currently the Director, Strategic Alliances in the Office of Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Dr. Poti is a PhD from IIT Madras with a dissertation in Enterprise Resources Planning and has around 30 years of experience. Her current role is to facilitate and promote scientific research and development and innovations in India. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Anup Pai is the founder of eSamudai. Anup is building eSamudai, which is a decentralized digital community network for local sustainable living. Building eSamudai is a 1 to 0 journey which enabled him to navigate the increasing rate of change, which he terms hyper change. Previously, Anup had a 0 to 1 journey with Fintellix Solutions, which he built from scratch to sell to Nasdaq, listed Verisk after 2 rounds of funding from Tier 1 VCs like Sequoia. eSamudai is actively engaged in building a network of digital districts interconnected on India's national digital public infrastructure. Within each district, a nest is created which combines community commerce, community finance, and community media. Nest integrates people into a network of cooperatively operated local digital businesses. Recognizing climate change as the greatest challenge of our times, eSamudai has configured Nest to prioritize local action while fostering global cooperation for sustainability. Welcome, sir. Dr. Indrani Karunasagar is an MSc PhD in Medical Microbiology from Kasturba Medical College, Manipal, India. Her professional career has spanned across 4 decades in multiple prestigious institutions such as Kasturba Medical College, JMI MPR, Pondicherry University of Agricultural Sciences, Mangalore, and Karnataka Veterinary Animal and Fisheries Sciences University, College of Fisheries, Mangalore. She was also the Associate Director of Research at KVA FSU, Bidar, until her retirement. She has served on several national and international committees, including FAO, WHO, Joint Expert Committee on Microbiological Risk Assessment, member of FAO Subcommittee on Antimicrobial Resistance, Scientific Advisor, International Foundation of Science, Sweden, faculty member of the International Life Science Institute, Singapore, and National Academy of Science, USA. She is actively promoting One Health research and education. Her recognition at the international level includes the coveted position of Director of UNESCO Center for Biotechnology, Chair of the International Jury for UNESCO Life Science Prize for Research and Social Relevance. She was the Director, NITTE, and also headed the NITTE University Center for Science Education and Research and was the Dean Faculty of Biological Sciences for 6 years from July 2014 to October 2020. Presently, she is the Director Projects and heads the Technology Enabling Center of Department of Science and Technology at NITTE. She is a recipient of several awards and recognitions in India and abroad, notable being National Technology Development Award, Government of India, Fellow National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, Sir M. Vishweshwaraya Award for Excellence in Research and Lifetime Contribution to Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka, Punjab Rao Deshmukh Outstanding Woman Scientist Award, ICAR, Government of India. She was recently ranked 11 among the top scientists in India in microbiology 2023. Thank you for being here, ma'am. Moderating this session is Mr. Naveen Lakur. Mr. Naveen Lakur is the founder and chief innovation coach at Institute of Inspiring Innovation, corporate divisions such as Dell R&D, Mercedes-Benz Research and Development, Standard Chartered Bank, TCS Healthcare, Fujifilm Sericol, Crimson Logic have utilized his training programs to nurture their human capital with innovation competencies. Naveen Lakur is a serious entrepreneur turned innovation coach. Naveen loves to inspire enterprises and entrepreneurs to innovate and guide them to grow in the right direction. In his professional career, spanning 25 plus years in the industry worldwide, he has co-founded several innovative companies. He has also been a catalyst for 250 plus ideas to have become commercial realities. He's passionate about sharing his practical knowledge of building companies and nurturing ideas. He brings to the table his personal experience of a unique combination of systemic innovation, a structured and scalable, structured and scalable approach, and tactical innovation, a frugal and flexible approach. Besides his active engagement in the industry, he indulges in writing books with international recognition, and he loves telling business stories. Sir, we're glad to have you here. I kindly request you to commence this session.
One side it is industry, the other side is the academia, and then the other dimension, the three dimensions, right? So is the startup. And looks like all three of you are bringing all those three aspects to the table. Like, when I heard your keynote talk, it was coming out, and with your IIT Madras, one side the academia, and now with the startups that you're doing, and also from the industry experience that you've had. So you're a combination of all three, and similar is what I'm getting to see from the other panelists also. Welcome. I'm sure it's going to be interesting and useful for our audience. So this was the synergy that we wanted to bring. And we were looking at curating some questions while asking the audience. At the same time, this was done even before the session. So I have few of them for all of us. And are you game? So yes. Wonderful. So here, the very first one, interesting one, it is between synergy or silos. Okay, the theme is it synergy or silos? In your experience, how effective are current collaborations between industry, academia, and startups? What are the biggest challenges faced, and how can we foster greater synergy? Okay, so synergy versus silos. What's your thought?
Yeah, initially, earlier days, I think the industries and academia and startups used to have their own silos. But now it's more and more industries are also coming forward, looking for startups. We also included from the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor 2 clauses in the CSR. One is to fund research, which is aligned to Sustainable Development Goals, and the other is to incubate any startup. So these clauses also help the CSR funding to reach the startups and academia. So that is the other reason why they're all wanting to work on some of the Sustainable Development Goal areas like water, waste management, renewable energy, etc. So there's a lot more synergy now. However, as you mentioned, what are the challenges? There are quite a few challenges. One is the pace at which people are going. So industry goes at a different pace. Startup is able to match that pace in some ways. Academia surely is not able to go on that pace because they have their regular jobs of teaching along with research. So they are not only doing one or the other. And hence they are not, and they are also technologically, interested in cracking bigger and bigger technology problems. So they are not interested in the mundane stuff. So they are always seeking something very challenging and so on. So they are in a different world altogether.
Manthan itself as a platform is actually promoting that synergy, right?
Yes.
So bringing the ecosystem players together. And one of the books that I've authored is by name Inseparable Twins. Like they are two sides of the same coin. To me, I see the synergy and the silos are like the two sides of the same coin. They coexist. In fact, in the previous panel discussion, we saw that some investor are focused on the specific areas of the investment in the gaming, right? So it is in silos in a way, but there is synergy. So they are like two sides of the same coin, and in the way you are focused on developing a platform which will bring everybody together and optimize the efforts. And I'm sure she's spending more time on the academia side, right? So but then you want to connect with the industry and also want to see how startups are benefiting. And NITE is one of those institutions where incidentally I was a super mentor for Atal Incubation Center NITE. So I have a special connection with your institution that way, and where startup, from the startup focus. So what's your approach? Do you think it is in silos or is it synergy? And what are the challenges that you think should be addressed?
It's $1 million question. When I think that I come from a generation that did not look at anything beyond what happens within the four walls of a classroom, max a university portal, that's it. And through the 5 decades that I've spent, and as they mentioned in different institutions, I have seen the change that has happened in the thinking. And that change has been also undergoing a lot of innovation. While the government had, started off incubation centers, along the way they realized before they incubate, understanding the TRL level of any technology that one is interested in has to be probably looked into and has to be mined, whether it's from a school project, a college project. No one ever thought that what they did was going to become of significance because we were limited to getting a degree, finding a job. But today the situation is different. Research encompasses, apart from basic aspects that you study, a translational value. And this has made all the difference in the connect. In my former years, if somebody in a university was associated with a company or worked for some company, it was considered criminal. But in the last 2 decades, things have been changing, and government also has started supporting through, as I said, incubation centers. And as the director of a center set up by Department of Science and Technology, which is called as a Technology Enabling Center, we serve as the link even before identifying who can become a startup by making them realize that what they did is of significance. We have, of course, some startups from our center, and you are very well aware of it.
Yes.
Apart from, say, looking at developing apps, which in the engineering college is happening all the time, I lead a biotech center, and therefore the focus towards understanding real life situations to think of solution. For instance, the climate change aspect that was talked about by one of the startups. Who is going to be interested in a device if you tell them you can have this to reduce the carbon footprint? This would come, I mentioned to him, under the corporate social responsibility. So they have a responsibility towards a larger project such as reducing carbon footprint, and not merely thinking about something that an individual can just benefit for themselves through sales.
Okay. So I'm an entrepreneur, and when I see a silo, I take out my bazooka, right? So it's always been that way. See, I mean, silos come from an old world where protecting and, sort of being ultra competitive was a thing, right? We are in the new Web3 decentralized network economy, which is symbolized by what is known as competitive cooperation, right? So there is cooperation at some level and there is competition at many levels as well. So, and synergy is the only way to be in the network world. I mean, when you try to hoard information decays at a very rapid pace, because now we know that information has got half-life, and the more you hoard your knowledge, the less it becomes in value. When you share knowledge, it increases in value exponentially.
Absolutely.
And these are all learnings that we're having from physics and other natural sciences and other things. So I am a big advocate of the fact that silos need to be broken down. Faster you do it, the better. I take out bazookas every day to break out silos. And that is done through conversation, that is done through, consulting and trying to share each other's point of view.
I think in general, I agree with you, right? But you as an entrepreneur and you've raised investments for your entrepreneurial ventures, well, as much as the synergy is what is required from an ecosystem side, but as a startup, you need to specialize, you need to actually focus on particular area. That is also in another way as a silo.
That's
right?
focus.
How important is that to specialize and to focus?
So look, I mean, nothing can be done without focus, right? You can't achieve anything if you don't focus. But at the same time, I think our work has become so interdisciplinary these days that we have to collaborate with other people with other walks of life, right? Because you're not building in a silo.
Yeah.
You live in a society and solutions have to come and live in, I mean, and for example, since we're talking about academia, industry and startups. So we think building from our perspective, but I think that we're building, I'll be living in the world of the young tomorrow, right? In 20 years, the world I'll be living in is their world.
Correct.
Right? So why can't we see the whole world from their perspective? Because eventually, what the biggest opportunity in India right now is the youth of India, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's the opportunity, right? So if you build for them, I mean, if you build, everything we think about is saying, what can we do with young people and how can their lives
the vision
be?
And enrollment. And actually, the next question is actually based on that theme, which is the talent bridge. Okay, so here is the question based on the theme talent bridge. Many argue that academic research often lacks market application, right? That's been the way. We all know that this current academic, the design of the education system was for Industrial Revolution 1.0, and while we are there at 4 and looking at knocking at 5 and also talking about 6, but the system is stuck at 1.5 maybe, right? So, and while we are wanting entrepreneurship as the mindset which is required with the youth, and youth as the biggest asset, so the talent bridge, the gap is pretty large, right? So how can startups and industry help bridge this gap? Attracting and nurturing talent with both research expertise and commercialization skills. Okay, so that's a pretty big one, right? While there is a gap which is high, and you being an entrepreneur, I would love to hear from you. If you are hiring people or if you want youth to embrace entrepreneurship, what are the gaps and the challenges that you see, and how do you think we can address that? Your ideas, your thoughts.
So first and foremost, I think I spend a lot of time with people in campus. And I think entrepreneurship has gone from being like a sexy thing to being something that they want to pursue, definitely, because everybody has come to the realization that a job is not going to give you security, financial security, and fulfillment through the 40 years we're going to work, because change is happening so fast, right? So entrepreneurship is definitely there. I feel I've got very, stoic old ideas about how to implement. I think the alumni networks of every college are crucial here, right? To be able to bring the alumni network who come from either academia or in government policy making or in industry or in startup, connect to the institution at a deep level, right? Because there is already trust, right? You already know that you are from that institution. If alumni networks engage with student networks, job done, right? You have collaboration built there. And there's synergy already there. I mean, there's so
Absolutely.
much
That's a wonderful secret that you have brought out. I think today, all that what you need to learn from just as an academic, as a content, right, is all available. And even ChatGPT and the AI is all available. You don't have to go to college for that degree and, that kind of learning. It is the network which is going to be very useful. And are we building that platform? Educational institutions, are they building that? I think that's the new mindset, right? One of the quotes in my book, A Little Extra, refers to, building from an entrepreneur perspective, it's very appropriate. Building a net worth is ordinary. Ordinary is not bad. We need to build net worth. Building a network is extraordinary. Ask any of those people who built great net worth, they will tell you how their network mattered, right? So educational institutions in the entrepreneurial mindset, I think it's so important, and in the research perspective that, can we build that network, right? Can that play as a platform? And moving that question to you as a research, right? Because you're from biotech aspect, and, so most of the educational institutions, the way it works, it is based on the ranks, and based on the placement is where the demand for their institution grows. Yeah. And we are talking about entrepreneurship. It's not about getting a job, it's about giving jobs. And the mindset is about research, mindset is about solving some problems, and so on. So how much of that is happening in academia, and what do you think is the gap in India, and how can we bridge that?
The first point is, I think doing research in a laboratory is all about a lot of honesty with what you're doing, not looking at how much is going to find a place in the industry. Whereas when you get into an industry and start working on the same aspect, you deal with a lot of lies. And this big divide is what sometimes frustrates people who have gone from a laboratory where they did probably research of a very high order, and then they go to an industry and say, especially we've seen this with so many people telling us that it's completely different in an industry. It's about getting certifications. It's about having the right market approach to its saleability ultimately. But somewhere the two meet, because I think industries also have realized that for them to be sustainable, marketable, internationally acceptable, one does need to go through a very good R&D system in their own centers. And I think this in-plant quality controls, in-plant R&D and networking.
But is that happening?
It's beginning
because
to happen.
The way academia, the way it is taught, right? Mug up, answer, and if it is A for not apple, then you don't even get a mark. When today people relate apple to a phone than a fruit. That is the world that we are in. And, where the gap between the academia and if you see what the research mindset is required, it's no connection only. So how do we think we can bridge that?
I personally think, see, we have to consider every method of approaching a problem from the perspective that exists in a particular country.
Yeah.
We can talk about these kind of methods in Germany. We talk about it. I've been to most of the countries.
I think.
But in India,
yeah.
if you look at the number of students in a classroom, the number of students in a university, all of us have gone through that old-time kind of education. But there is today opportunity for the younger people to have exposure, either online or through the visits, to know how they can maneuver and mold what they have learned to suit the industry.
I'm sure if there is an opportunity and time, I would have wished, how do we get many more Indranis, right? So where Sir M. Vishweshwaraya's award is what you are a recipient of, and what does it take for that research mindset, that wonderful engineering aspect in terms of be it bio or be it any other field today, right? How do more students develop that? And I think those are the secrets probably the industry needs, the academia needs, and the startup would also need, because the research oriented here in India, as part of our startup ecosystem and my personal experience of dealing with hundreds of startups around the world, I've seen here that the research mindset is low here with the students, young entrepreneurs. It's either they say it's a gut feeling, or it is like, somebody else is doing, so I'm doing it kind. It's a copycat model, or somewhere else it has worked, so let me do. And even the investors are backing that way, right? So that is where I think the new mindset altogether is required for India, and for India to lead from the front for entrepreneurial things.
It's changing, but it's changing.
Yes.
Any change in India will be slow. We wouldn't be having Manthan, which is addressing so many issues. Everything against the background of the very, very large numbers. And we need to realize that gone are the days where you proposed research projects and they got approved for the basic science that you were doing. Today there is a social science component to it. There is a component where the translational part of what you're doing is taken into consideration by the experts. And it is here that I would maybe say the startups should come even to centers like us to talk and apply for projects with the government, where it doesn't become so highly, I should say, I wouldn't say competitive, it's like pressure about what you're going to deliver.
I think there's a hidden...
Say BIRAC, big grants from the DBT, all these are available, and we have been hand-holding people, and I can I can inform you that quite a few of them have got support.
Actually, that is where the secret is, right? Where the young youth especially should know how to tap into the resources of the academia, where there's labs, research centers, and so on. So it's not as much utilized, right? So I think underutilized, and that shifts to her when you mentioned about Manthan, and she was actually traveling last several days and straight landed up here, and the talent bridge. Talk to us about how your travel, just recent one, and about the Manthan, and how the talent bridge is bridging, and how are you bridging, and what do you think can be done?
Right. So I was traveling to Dubai because Manthan got selected by the World Government Summit, which is organized by the Prime Minister's Office of UAE, along with WHO, United Nations, and World Economic Forum. So this got nominated in the last minute, and they kind of came to know about it through interview that I gave in Government Insider. What I feel is that when it comes to industries, yes, they are very keen on certification, etc. They do whatever is required for livelihoods because they have to generate them, they have to pay salaries to their people, and hence the pace at which they need to go is much faster. However, I think the research outcome that comes from various academic institutes is also very useful for startups. Almost all innovations that we see are somewhere or the other an outcome of research. If it's not an outcome of research, then at least it has some international journal papers behind it. Because almost anything to do with drug discovery or biotechnology or even Ayush for that matter needs certifications. So because of that, I think it needs to work closely with academia. In terms of Manthan, of course, it brings in, the whole idea is to source, CSR grants, foundations, line ministries, and so on. So people think once you make this platform, everybody will come on their own, just like it is in Facebook or Amazon, right? But the point is, it's not true. You have to have people behind it who convince these industries, convince these foundations to come on the platform. The minute they get good proposals, they'll keep coming back. But if they don't get good proposals or they don't get good solutions, they are not going to come back. And it's a big task to bring them back. Or if one academic institute or one startup has burned their fingers with the industry, then we are dead. I mean, I have cases like that, where one IIT, I don't want to name them, but I was so frustrated and furious. I really had a big fight with the director, where they have returned some of the funds which they received. Can you beat that? Like, I mean, here we are dying and trying to get people to pay and all that. And these guys, and they're telling me that we didn't get enough good startups. I said, how come? The first 3 startups could have been, you would have given them more money. Just because you didn't get 5 of them. So that less people want to think today. And this is also coming back to your AI, that AI is making, and also a lot of these gadgets are making people stop thinking normally. That intelligence that has to be used, why are you not using that intelligence? You're a faculty member of an IIT, for heaven's sake. And we have put a lot of efforts to bring that organization to you.
What are the emerging areas of research and technology where collaboration between industry, academia, and startups hold the most promise? Bonus question, each one will get a chance to share a success story of a collaboration between industry, academia, and a startup that has led to a significant breakthrough or positive impact. Okay, so we will come back to that. But before that, future focus. What should academia, the startups, and the industry should collaborate for as a future focus?
So first thing is, I think a lot of focus is going on bio and technology synergies, right? I mean, a new space of research around how we can build systems that are biomimicry, and how can we make have more, let's say, artificial intelligence in the whole biotechnology. Or so I think there's going to be a lot of research in there, and that can, if we can extend the life of the human, if we can make our lives more healthy, productive, that's excellent, right? The other, I think, is I feel we do less, but we should do more, is in theoretical physics and looking beyond current instrumentation. We depend, in current science, we depend a lot on instrumentation and experimentation and proved results. Whereas we're entering periods in theoretical physics which go beyond what we can experience or experiment with. And I think we need to invest more in theoretical physics, because that's going to lead us to quantum supremacy and understanding quantum at that level, I feel.
Wonderful.
So, yeah.
In fact, this resonates very well with one of the experts that I was talking recently. They said Indians, as the Bharatiyas, the ancient wisdom that we have, mathematics, that skills comes natural to us. It's been in the DNA. If only we know how to really, nurture that, and it might play a big role in the AI generation, that the youth is going to be like playing a big role, and you wouldn't know whether it is machine or man who is working, right? So it kind of extends and resonates very well with the point that you're saying, as a future focus, right? So, madam, future focus.
The way you talked about Indian mathematical mindset, yes, the proof of it is already there with both Satya Nadella as well as,
Sundar Pichai.
And not to speak of course, Ramanujam, who, of course, we lost him very early, but his legacy, when I go to Cambridge, more people know about all that. So these inspiring stories are very important. But coming back to your question, I think industries in India need to have more confidence in the institutions in India. I think there is a basic lack in that. Whatever be the reason, if today you make a white stand with me and there is a problem that is put forth, they would rather have it solved or approached. They approach the lab somewhere outside, not knowing that that person will come back to me to solve the problem.
The back end. The back end.
I know, I have actually examples of all that. When there was serious problem of, okay, I used to work a lot with shrimps, okay? It's a major exchequer earner for this country. And in 1984, 85, there was boom. But when there was a major disease that struck, well, they went and approached. They were, of course, government institutions. Even government always trusted them. Today, they trust us also, I think.
Yes.
But they went and approached the experts in Australia and in America to help them with the disease problem, until suddenly we had some directors from the government and all turning up in our lab, and we wondered how they came to us. they were guided by those people saying the expert on this topic is in the College of Fisheries at Mangalore, Dr. Indrani Karunasagar and Dr. Idia Karunasagar. And so you need someone else outside of this country to tell you are good.
Yeah.
Maybe the recognition we enjoy is also part of that, because we have had so many bilateral projects, so many people from abroad.
Yeah.
And for those very diseases and...
the thought leadership, right? So I think...
Today it's different.
Yes.
The government of India has introduced, that is why, bilateral projects in a big, big way.
Correct.
So equal partnerships, patent sharing, everything is there.
I think this is where academia, we should also teach. We know how to solve problems, but we should learn how to present, right? So one of the key things, when I used to travel around to bring projects to India, I've heard this multiple times to myself directly. They saying, "Oh, you guys are amazing. If only we tell you what to do."
Exactly.
Okay, so that's the mindset, and like they will tell and we will do kind, right? So unless we start learning how to present and we know how to innovate and we know how to represent, right? That I think is changing. So it will, and now we are with the digital, kind of democratization which is happening. And tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities, no barriers, right? It is, we need to learn and develop that skills. And that is where academia should go beyond the subjects and bring the softer side of skill development to happen.
No, the channels are publishing.
Yeah.
But publishing has become the biggest industry. I'm sure with Dr. Poti sitting here, she would... I'm telling all this because I know they are involved in helping to solve many of these problems.
Absolutely, and that's
they pay
next.
So much. That's why
that's
I'm very
the next
happy
stage of Manthan and Future Focus.
Exactly.
I'm sure she's developing this platform itself as an architect for Manthan. So, what is the sapna for that? So your name is Sapna, and Future Focus is that dream, right? So, what is the dream that you have seen?
So I think a lot of academia, startups and industries today have started working together. The pilots are very small, they need to be scaled and things like that, and hence industry is required. Like I said, research outcome needs to get into an innovation. Only then the innovation is going to be really profound and solid. And hence there is a lot of this synergy which is going on between these three. Let's take the pandemic times. When a ventilator had to be developed, researchers were putting all their efforts in making a good ventilator with technology, with all that was required in terms of making that ventilator. That went to a startup for pilots as well as they made the cohort, and then they took it forward and did the pilots and things like that, and they built the whole business plan, all of that. And then came an industry like Maruti or like ABB and several companies which came forward and said that we will scale it up. Yeah. So when during a pandemic this could be done, which is a value chain between three different animals, that can be surely done in day-to-day business. So if you see Mahindras, you see Tatas, they're always looking, Mr. Anand Mahindra himself is always looking for new ideas. Yes. He's always looking for new startups. He's always looking for research output. And that's what they come to Manthan for. Let's not go so far. Even if you look at XPRIZE Foundation, which is an unknown entity for most of the startups, we have brought them to Manthan. They said, that is Mr. Elon Musk is also funding that. They said decarbonization, anything from idea to TRL9, you let us know which is, what's there as a good idea and what have you as a solution, and we will give grants and we will take that forward. So that is the kind of stuff today.
Wonderful. That's the future focus, and the Manthan itself is supporting that future focus of building synergy and so on. So, from my side, the future focus, tomorrow my talk is going to be all based on that. Twin trends, I'm going to be speaking tomorrow evening. So if you want to listen to what I have got to share, be here tomorrow evening. Okay, so, but the last question for all of us, I'm sure it's going to be an inspiration to everybody who's listening in and tuned in virtually also, right? Share a success story of a collaboration between industry, academia, and a startup that has led to a significant breakthrough or positive impact. Be it you as an entrepreneur, be you as an somebody in the academia, and you as somebody from the ecosystem of startups. I would love to hear one story each. Yes.
So let me go first. There is this startup called Modulus Housing. So they worked with Chitra Thirumal in Trivandrum, which is one of the best institutes I've come across. And they came up with a modular hospital, which they built in 3 months' time with about 2.53 crores of cost, right? So there are these two people. And then we went to several industries and talked about this. So he just came and he said, this is what I have, and I have a CDSO certificate for it, which is a big one, because you got a certificate, and so we can go ahead with this, right? So we requested Tata Memorial Hospital that can we develop one prototype in Munger, which is where they wanted one more unit. And so they said yes, but we don't have the funds. So we got Wells Fargo, which is a financial organization, has got nothing to do with hospitals or anything to do with anything. They said we'll fund it through our CSR funds. So we got one prototype done there. Once we got that done, we did roadshows through with the help of NASCOM Foundation and talked to so many companies. Finally, we got 54 hospitals done with 15,000 square feet land from state government free of cost. So here, not only is it academic institute, startup and industry, it's also a state government. So there are 4 stakeholders, right? And we've done this in 3 months' time flat. And it's a case study where 54 hospitals across the nation were done. And today, those have been adopted by those CSR organizations which funded the hospital. So they are carrying on with those hospitals. This startup has got 500 hospital contract from National Health Mission, NHM, and 140 from Meghalaya and several other states. So he's at a different level today.
Wonderful, wonderful. A round of applause for that. It's a very inspiring, and you know what it can do, right? When synergy happens and collaboration happens. Thank you.
So my area has been mainly food, water, and of course when I say food, both agriculture dependent as well as fisheries. So after becoming a technology enabling center and scouting for research that could give rise to startup, I have a whole lot of it. But what really is a success story is when during COVID, an individual working for Z as an interviewer, he lost his job. And as he walked, he's from India, and as he was walking, he found so much of betel leaves, nobody to use it, lots and lots. So he came to us and he said, there is lots and lots of betel leaves. I don't know, I feel if you suggest what I can do with it, we can think of an industry. We have the food technology division. So we said, since betel leaf has got medicinal properties, can we think of making betel leaf tea? Of course, the process is a very long one.
Yeah.
It took close to a year. He hadn't yet become a startup. Idea came from him, so we cannot take the credit for the idea.
Yeah.
But hand-holding, doing everything in the laboratory until it became a product.
Wonderful.
In 2 years' time that could be launched. And he got startup grant from MS Ramaya, big money.
Fantastic.
But helping him with getting the appropriate machinery.
Yes.
And also the pilot studies were supported. The machinery was available at CFTRI.
Wonderful.
He is now gone international because he has orders from many parts of the world, but not yet a big company. It is actually betel leaf tea that he has made.
Yes.
And it gives us, all of us who are working in government, it gives us great satisfaction when startups and entrepreneurs become successful.
Now you never know how a chai wala can go to whatever level, right? So there are enough inspirations, and this is a wonderful story of inspiration and a story of success.
One more small story.
Yeah.
This is where I say industry should have faith and come to us.
Yeah.
there is a major block in Supreme Court that has been raised on the cancer-causing property of betel nut. Campco is a very big industry. And they came to us, they said, a lot of problem is being faced. Many people's livelihood depends on agriculture. Can we do something to work on this problem? Okay, they didn't say find an answer to say it's not cancerous. They say, can you scientifically work on this? So it didn't have a lot of steps the way we do for a government project, you know. It was easy to prepare the project, give it to them, and right away they supported with a whopping sum. See, for us, for 1 year, 1.5 years, somebody gives 45 lakhs to do something, it's big money.
Yeah.
It was a comprehensive exercise involving the dental college of ours, because I take care of the whole university, the research center, and of course social scientists, and my own people who have a stall here, DST Tech. All of them were involved. And the study went on to look at the property, anti-cancer property or otherwise, of betel nut, obtained from Puttur, Shimoga, wherever it is grown, because there could be variation, without processing, okay? So it came to be that a lot of chemicals go into processing. The word betel nut could be panparag.
Yeah.
The word betel nut could be everything that has been tampered with, taken with tobacco, taken with sunna, but a lot of the laboratory results that were done using model systems like zebrafish, Drosophila, tissue culture, and of course real life data obtained by a lot of data generated by visiting every household.
Okay.
Is there a genetic component in the family?
I think this is a stage set for the need for industry, the academia, and the startups alignment to happen, right? The need for that. There's a big enough number of opportunities and the problems out there to be solved, and I think well, the stage is waiting for performance, and there's a lot of wonderful knowledge and inspiration. One quick success story from your side. No, there was a signal already which came to me saying, we need to wrap it up, and which we are.
So one is all these stories. We've got 3 stories already, so I won't add more. So I just show.
Please, you are an entrepreneur.
I don't have any stories to add right now. So
your own story.
So I think we should all talk about collaboration. I think the way the stories I've heard, I think it's just about people trying to solve problems together, right? I mean, and Tapasya Beach Festival, and I just want to talk about the organizers and bring them back into Vishwas.
Vishwas, a round of applause for Vishwas and all the organizers here, right?
Karthik. So
Karthik, a round of applause for Karthik.
I think the way the collaboration has come out, they've brought industry, startup, and academy on the same stage.
Oh,
this
fantastic.
has all happened. So
this is an example. Wonderful. This is a success story. We should write about it, right? So this as a platform.
Thank you, everybody. Let's go to the...
So one of the things that I witnessed or been part of this as where the collaboration happened amongst all 3 is during, again, going back to the COVID times. Well, I was the super mentor from Niti Aayog, and Wadhwani Foundation had engaged us for mentoring the incubation centers. So one of the incubation center assigned to me as a super mentor was LMCP, AIC LMCP. And LMCP is the first pharma college in India, post-India independence. This is in Gujarat, Ahmedabad. And when the CEO and the manager and all I was mentoring, and this was during the first lockdown time, and COVID, and people were stuck and wondering. So that was the time I was asking what's happening in healthcare, and healthcare is health is wealth today, and lockdown, and what innovations are happening. And so on top of the mind, innovation that time was about sanitizing and masks and so on. So the real innovation, take a guess, and it was vaccine, right? So don't know when it is going to come, which country is going to release. And I asked one question to them during my mentoring thing. how many people, if there is a vaccine, need for vaccine, how many people would need it? I wanted to quantify. Obviously, they said everybody in the world, right? So, but I wanted numbers. So they said some 6.3 billion people would need vaccine. Okay? So then my next question was, what does it take? We don't know, 3 months down the line or 6 months down the line or 1 year, 3 years, no idea. But when it happens, how many syringes are required for that vaccine to be provided? And they said, obviously it will be 6.3 billion or even double of it, and depends on the vaccine, right? So where do we get that from? There's absolutely no way that we have that, and no country is equipped. And there is probably one which nobody wants to go with it during the vaccine, especially related to COVID. So just imagine a situation where vaccine is there, they announce that vaccine is there, but no syringes. There will be riots, there will be black market, there will be and the worst part is the vaccine price is cheaper than the syringe price. Just imagine that situation. Right? And the worst part is still it won't work if you can afford, because the principle of philosophy of vaccine itself is the herd, the more the people, then the efficacy increases, right? So then I said, you being in the healthcare industry and some of the best industries being come out of your educational institution, because it's the first pharma institution in India and 75 years in the making that time. Right? So what can you do? How can you? So long story short, they sprung into action, got some of the startups to take care of the logistics and all that. Then they saw industries which could manufacture syringes, but hardly any in India. And those who could, very little. They started providing support, looked at how to fund, and bringing funding support, clearances, because government in pharma and syringes and all, you need a lot of clearances. All of that they did. And today, India is the largest exporter of syringes in the world. And Gujarat has played a big role in that. And not only that, irrespective whether the vaccine is ours or not, syringes has been ours around the world. And if you look at nowhere in the world, ever there was a report that was raised that shortage of syringes in the world during this whole vaccination time. And the best part is this, the whole world has an alternate for syringes beyond the vaccine today. And that is industry, the academia and the startups, a combination and the impact that we can create. I think if we can synergize and these three aspects, the entrepreneur, the academia and the startup ecosystem, I think we can make a huge difference in this world. And this is the time, this is the opportunity. And thanks for bringing us together and making this event happen. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Our startup Test AI Solutions is with a product called AI Ensured. So our product tests and validates AI products. Well, you may be wondering, we do testing, randomized testing in AI, right? But that is just a randomized testing. In many cases, AI products work well in the development environment, but when they are deployed, they fail, and they fail miserably. The reason is they are not tested rigorously. So our product, which is again a deep tech AI product, understands the model and the test data, processes it, and comes up with data on which the model would fail. So the data scientists can use this data, rebuild the model to come up with a more robust model.
Okay, so what was the reason, or how was this idea that came to your head that you should, do a testing for these AI tools that are out there?
So we founders are good in AI, some in AI and some in testing. So we founders who are well versed in AI and testing domains, either of one of these domains, we came together sometime in 2019. So Dr. Srinivas Padmanabhuni, who is the CTO of the company is an AI guru, and CEO Vipul Kochar is guru in testing, and even I am well versed in AI. So when we came together, we thought there is a great need for a product which tests and validates AI products, not just coming up with some random AI product or a product AI product, right? We see many companies which are building AI products, but we only see some AI products that are actually in use. The reason is they fail when deployed. So we have come up with this product just for the sake of it, so that after we started our product, the need for responsible AI has grown bigger, wherein AI product has to follow AI ethics, AI privacy, and model security. And our product also enables AI products to be responsible AI products.
Okay, so can you tell us about your team? How big of a team is it since when you've started, and how much you've grown over the years?
Yeah, our team is primarily with 3 co-founders, myself, Nilima Obugari, the CTO, Dr. Srinivas Padmanabhani, the CEO, Vipul Kochar. And when we started our team, ours being a complex product, because our product works on image data, text data, structured data, also noise data. We can figure out if noise is deep fake or not, created by deep fake or not. We're also working on LLM. So when we started around 4.5 years back, we started as a services business where we were testing AI products, just like that. And then after 2 years, we realized there is a great need for a product because most of the processes were getting repeated. So when we, around 2 years back, our team size was a little bigger than now. Right now, it is around 11 people.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
So our goal is to make sure that AI products value our societal values and work reliably. Thank you for giving this.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hello, sir. Can you please give us a brief introduction about yourself?
I'm from this ecosystem of Hyderabad. This is that time of the year all of us assemble in IIIT to do the startup evaluations. It's great fun, a lot of learning, seeing new startups doing their fabulous journey. We all like this activity that we do for HYSIA. I've been doing for many years now. So do not miss to come on 14th of February to HICC. HYSIA awards are going to be announced in a day-long event. Please be there and register.
Sir, can you please give us a description, elaborate about the evaluation process that goes behind for these startups?
So this year we had 6 teams, 6 different panels of jury evaluating startups. Each jury panel has got about 6 of us, and we had met multiple startups. Then we had ranked ordered them. I am aware that there are about 175 startups which applied this year, which is really heartening, and hope to see the high 10 startups on 14th of February.
Sir, can you give us your take on HYSIA's contribution to this initiative that they've taken?
So for the last 31 years, I guess, HYSIA is doing a great service to bring tech companies together, learn and celebrate success and achievement. And for the few years now, since the startups have really come to Hyderabad, they also started ranking high 10 startups. It's a fabulous opportunity for startups to get these awards and also showcase some of these achievements in their own business plans and pitch decks to their investors tomorrow.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your time.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Okay, so can you tell us a little about the evaluation process that was held today for the startups?
Okay, the evaluation process was pretty much like a Shark Tank pitch. Of course, we did not choose to invest in those companies. So the company founders or the team came and presented about the company, the product proposition, go-to-market strategy, and related aspects.
So how much of a growth have you seen in the startups over the years?
Oh, it's really fascinating to see the wide variety of startups that have come for the presentation today. In good old days, it was primarily web-based startups, but today we have seen startups that leverage deep technology, something like a metaverse, We have seen startups leveraging core engineering capabilities. For instance, we had somebody who came and presented about replacing internal combustion engines, fossil fuel based internal combustion engines with EV batteries. And we also had startups that are in the legal tech domain where somebody presented in terms of how to democratize will creation.
So can you tell us a little more about how HYSIA is contributing in this effect and what do you think about it?
I think it's a pretty good initiative on part of HYSIA to give a very good platform for all the startups to come together and present their ideas to set of senior people from the industry and also to the folks from from the funding space as well.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
My name is Shyam Mohan. I'm founder at TreasureOps. We are a container native DevOps platform. Mostly we focus on end-to-end CI/CD pipeline. So you can use our product for any cloud, cross cloud basically for deployments, so multi-cloud and all test reporting and end-to-end pipeline, code building, testing, deploying, all those things we provide in our product. So it's a SaaS product. So we are one of the startup from T-Hub, incubated in T-Hub and DSCI Telangana or NESCOM recognized startup. And we also have offices in California. So we are a US company. So we registered ourselves as a Delaware company and now we are operating from US as well. So we are having almost 25 member team who are operating in different departments. Mostly we have like 15 plus engineers who are the certified cloud architects, Amazon, Google or Azure cloud architects. We help companies to adopt the better DevOps and better delivery processes. That's it from my side. So this is our product. You can have a look. If you want, you can visit treasureops.com or always you can visit to T-Hub. We sit on first floor, so we can help you. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
So what would you like to tell about the evaluation process that has been put forward for these startups?
I think it's a very interesting format because the first time you come across a format where you're not putting a numerical score and you're really doing a relative ranking and doing it in a slightly more subjective manner, but eventually leading through the triage to be able to rank them. So I think interesting format, but good.
What about the standards of startups that have come this time? What do you think about it?
I think that's a mixed bag, at least in the panel that I evaluated round 1 and round 2. It's a mixed bag, I think, categorized broadly into 3 areas. Some guys who have understood the problem, have real good quality solution, some who are kind of there, and some who are totally lost and still kind of trying to figure out what to do. So I think if you broadly classify them into those 3, is a fair good mix of all 3. So,
what's your take on HYSIA's initiative that they've put forward, their contribution for this?
Well, I think HYSIA has been doing a wonderful job. I've been associated with them for almost a decade with these awards as a jury and jury chair. So I think it's a wonderful initiative to be able to look at everyone in the ecosystem, bring them, evaluate them, rank them, reward some of them, and give all of them a chance to demonstrate and showcase their product. So I think kudos to HYSIA for having been doing this for the last many years.
So would you like to give a message to all the startups that have showed up?
Well, I think the message is that these are fantastic opportunities. Make the best use of it because, whether you win or you lose in the startup space, you're already and always a winner. So make the best use of the opportunity. You're meeting so many new jury, investors, mentors. So just go out, pitch, and take whatever you can take from these forums.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you
for your time.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Hi, my name is Vijay. I'm a Senior Director for Startup Innovations at T-Hub. I primarily look at all the startups that get into this ecosystem, looking at capacity building, market access, and scaling up startups.
Can you give us a description about the valuation that goes inside for these startups?
You mean the valuation
process,
or the HYSIA process?
No, the HYSIA process.
All right, okay, thank you. The evaluation process was very democratic. I think we were around 7 people in the jury, and everybody played a very important, independent role in evaluating all the startups. The parameters that were set were very objective, and very pointed questions that were asked, and I think towards the end, when we accumulated all the points, we realized that we realized that okay, there has been some kind of deliberations around that, who should come first, second, and all those things. But I think the entire jury had a consensus. Everybody agreed on the top startups who are going to win this competition. But I wish all the best to Hysia for organizing this. This is the 31st awards that they are doing, and all the startups, and winning and losing is a part of the journey. I think all the startups are doing great stuff.
What's your take on Hysia's contribution for this initiative that they've taken?
I think Hysia is doing an amazing work, primarily because they being an industry body, recognizing startups, it's a big deal. Startups need a lot of push in terms of the industry startup connect. This kind of recognition also helps them get market access, which is very important. And also because as part of the jury there were a couple of investors there, it also helped them pitch to them, not just to win this product awards, but also in terms of raising some capital. So we see some good traction coming in, and thank you Hysia for doing this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I'm Vinita Ralapalli, the CEO and founder of the funding office. I've been working with startup ecosystem for over a decade now.
So ma'am, can you please give us a brief description about the evaluation process that goes behind in the panel for the startups that you're interviewing or talking to?
Yeah. So for a lot of us, this is that time of the year where most exciting time when Hysia product awards happen. It's a long process where the startups are evaluated over multiple levels of evaluation with experts from very different fields. And we have like 3 levels of evaluation before the startups really get to the stage, which is on the 14th. We are all looking forward to that. And this is my personal association with Hysia for over a decade now. So it's all the more special for me.
Okay, so what development have you seen over the years in the startups from before and now? What is the major change that you have noticed in these startups?
You mean the Hysia?
Yeah, or in general, like whatever startups that you interview or you look at.
I think over the last decade, the biggest change that I have seen is the ability for startups to network with corporates, with CSR, with government. That has definitely, the visibility part has definitely improved. Still, of course, miles to go. But I think we have done pretty decently well when it comes to being able to connect the right stakeholders. And Hysia has always been a great support for that.
So what is your take on Hysia's initiative that they've taken?
Like I said, this is that time of the year I look forward to personally, where we all, first of all of us kind of get together. Most of us have been volunteering our time for this initiative for the last few years. So it's a great time for all of us to regroup, look at great promising startups. So yeah, it's always been a pleasure to be part of Hysia.
Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Today we are launching the program on IAC, Industry Academia Connect program. In this program, we enroll the colleges and universities as members, and we have also established collaborations with organizations such as T-Hub, Task, T-Works, etc. Make the students employable in the industry. Also, we prepare them for innovations to engage them in the startup activities. So that's the idea of the IAC program. It has been launched today in FTCCI.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
First question, Rajesh.
a lot of talks on AI, a lot of talks on everything which is tech in the last 2 years, and suddenly the world has shrunk again big time. The biggest impact, I think, both on the industry side as well as the confusing the student a little more. But what would you like to tell the students here? The impact of AI, how to take it, how to be prepared for it, or use this as an opportunity, Rajesh?
Yeah, so what I would tell students is stop watching all those Hollywood movies where AI is shown in a sinister fashion, right? AI is not going to be sinister at all. And then the lot of things have changed, and these things come over the cycles, right? For instance, a small story that I experienced as a kid. My dad was a career banker with SBI, and one day he was usually he goes to office on Sundays as well. So one day he was at home, and I asked him what happened, and he said his staff is on strike. And I asked him, why is the staff on strike? He said, primarily the tellers are on strike because they're introducing automation in the bank. And those tellers felt that they will lose their jobs over a period of time. It's it's a different thing that all those tellers took the sponsorship from the bank to learn the computers, and they moved into the EDP department of the particular bank. So at that point of time, when they felt that they are going to lose the jobs, it's not actually has happened. So what has happened is they have reskilled themselves, and they have either gone into an EDP department in a bank, or they ended up taking up newer roles. For example, 15-20 years ago in the banking industry, you didn't have a relationship manager, you didn't have a wealth manager, you did not have a loan officer, you did not have an underwriter. But today, if you look at that same banking industry, the kind of roles that have emerged are quite different. So what has helped these people to tide over the change process is their willingness to learn, which is basically in terms of unlearn, relearn, and then redeploy themselves. And that's exactly what is going to happen in the world of artificial intelligence. Today, we have a factory model of churning out engineers in India, which that factory model, the other countries also want to replicate it. While we using that factory model to churn out those engineers have to make a little bit of a course correction in terms of the kind of the tools that they become familiar with, right? Like Shrikant has mentioned earlier as well. The discipline of engineering has changed quite a bit, and so is the case when AI comes into the picture. Today, while AI is being used to generate a lot of content, 80% of it is unreliable and unbelievable. And I'll also give you an example. I recently engaged Gemini, which is Bard, erstwhile Bard, and then I asked Gemini to share 10 unknown facts about Anand Mahindra. And then it said the first entrepreneurial venture of Anand was to sell the photographs that he took as a kid. Right? And I sent it to Anand. I WhatsApped it to Anand and said, this is what Bard is going to say. He said, absolutely crazy. Right? So it is generating a lot of content which is not reliable as well. So it's gonna bring what I call as the trust deficit. Those things aside, the interesting things that it is going to do is, ability to convert a legacy code into a new age code. Many large companies in the world today still run on mainframes and the legacy code, right? They are absolutely scared to touch it. But now there is a prospect of using a generative AI algorithm and apply it to that legacy code and see how that legacy code can be generated into a new age code. So the course correction that these engineers or the professionals need to do is how to use those particular tools in a right sense, and what is the additional inventory of the skills that they need to acquire. And a good inventory of skill that they need to acquire, which is what we were taught in the school as well, is the spirit of inquiry. That's where the prompt engineering is going to come from. If you don't have a strong spirit of inquiry, you won't be able to come up with meaningful prompts. So it kind of ties down to some of the basics that we have learnt in the school, where our professors have
kind of asked us to foster that skill of the spirit of inquiry, which is going to work very well in the world of artificial intelligence as well. So this is how it is going to shape up over a period of time.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Rajesh. And I still remember, बचपन से हमको बोला है सत्य की खोज करो, right? I mean,
absolutely.
Everybody, when we were growing up, they want us to do satya ki khoj. So prompt engineering and satya ki khoj, if you ask the right questions, you'll get the right answers. Okay. Next question to Raghu. Raghu, as representation of NASSCOM, you do work with a lot of startups as well. Mid-size, small, new age, deep tech, etc. What do you see as your experience of this entire, demand-supply paradox that we have for those startups, and what is it the necessary steps that are being taken to address that in your sphere?
See, on the challenges, if we see, first of all, thank you for having me here. If we see the industry challenges, if we take one step aside and see the last 6 years, the kind of disruption every sector has faced is unprecedented, starting with pandemic, followed by geopolitical stability, and followed by technology disruptions. So there are challenges on business along with the challenges on talent, right? Again, there are conventional challenges with talent in terms of skill gap, in terms of retention, and with pandemic, there is a widespread talent across the nation. Now, we see talent everywhere, which is a good problem to have. So the important point is what are the measures taken to overcome it, right? Whether it's as early stage startup, a mid stage enterprise, or a large enterprise, the steps taken to overcome these challenges. So if we see a technology sector point of view, which is what I would like to share a couple of points, technology sector has been very pivotal, in the growth of the entire segment. Despite of several disruptions, tech sector has seen a positive growth, right, in the last couple of years. And as we stand today, it is $254 billion revenue generating segment with 5.4 million workforce, and with a strong, diverse, workforce of close to 36% women, right? And these challenges of diversified or spread over workforce have also given opportunity to reach various geographies. We see a lot of tier 2, tier 3 centers picking up in tapping large potential of talent, across these segments. So these and of course not the new block, the most prominent kid across the block, the Gen AI. In the recent survey, we see a lot of enterprises have committed their spend on building Gen AI capabilities. So it's a two-way street. One, of course, the academia coming forefront, building those partnerships with the relevant tech players to build the capacity to the students, and of course again industry also moving that hand to bring the practitioner's point of view to overcome these challenges, to build or reduce the skill gap, to bring solutions close to reality. So these are few aspects which we see is happening, and India leading the AI wave. I think with the inevitable India, as everyone speak, there is a large demand on, with talent and technology are taking a center stage for every enterprise, as Mr. Rajesh said, to reimagine, to rewrite, to, their entire growth pattern. So we see a lot of opportunities for the ecosystem, for the academia. It's more, how these enabling initiatives will help them leverage the most out of it and reduce the skill gap.
Thank you. I like the word inevitable India. I like it. From incredible India to inevitable India. Wonderful. Thank you for that, Raghu. Ramesh, Dr. Ramesh, you have been leading this organization, I think last 2 years you mentioned. It's into product, it's into digital infrastructure for banking. As a product leader, this company and yourself, what's your experience, right? I mean, and you have a mix of a global presence outside India and India. What's your perspective on this entire scenario right now? Would love to hear from you.
Sure, thank you. I think it's probably the most pertinent topic of how do we manage the talent paradox, because whether it's a product company or a services or any other industry, without talent, I don't think it's going to move forward or there will be any progress, right? So, while many points have already been called out, first is my perspective being on both industry and academia side is that the temptation to have a very short-term view needs to go both from the industry side as well as the academia side. And Professor Desai called out that an industry looks at it from a quarter on quarter versus a few years. I think I was fortunate to experience both sides. And that temptation is very much there today. While we talk of wanting solutions, from the industry we want them to be quick fix, turnkey, very point in time, which is not always the right scenario. Similarly, academicians, I think Shrikant called this out, right? That the first conversation always is about, can you come over for campus placements, right? So, the moment the short-term view goes out, there is a possibility for a more meaningful conversation. That's my view. Second, both sides need to adopt a more supply chain type of a view, right? If you take an automobile industry, the supply chain is set up in a way that it's always for the long run. There are partner, dealer tie-ups, there are spare part tie-ups, there is a whole set of experts who are always associated with the spare part dealers or others. There are panels that are conducted, there is a huge amount of testing that's conducted before even a single nut or a bolt goes into a car, right? So I think that supply chain mindset needs to come in, whether it's a service company, product company, or any other industry, which will then automatically shift the view from a short term to a more medium term, long term. And thirdly, very important, well, there's a lot of talk of AI. I always call this out. One of my passion is to talk about emotional intelligence. The PI model that Shrikant called out, or the T model we had, I will put a foundational bar below, which is, call it the Roman letter 2 model or I model, is the NI, which is the natural intelligence. In all this buzz and noise that we are hearing about all of these, most students, unfortunately, maybe for no fault of theirs, are severely lacking, or they need desperate help on that, is how do we deal with this constant influx of information, and how do we build that natural intelligence, right? Make it stronger, the emotional intelligence. And our entire education system has been on who's got the best marks, who's going to the top institutes, who's scored the maximum. And we are all part of it. Let's admit it. We are all part of it, right? So till that obsession with only top institutes, top marks, top percentages it's there. We will have this same dialogue again a few years down the line. If we really want solutions and this to work, we'll have to step away from that. I think those will be my 3 things. Focus on foundational aspects from a student side as well as industry side. And since I'm on both sides, I'm being blunt about it. Yeah.
Fantastic. And artificial intelligence versus natural intelligence is not the thing. It's AI plus NI. Fabulous. Nice. I'll use that in some of my panel discussions as well, Doctor. Thank you for that. Rajesh, coming back to you, right? AI disruption, it's just become synonymous. But I think this could also be the moment for our country. What do you see how we can all come together as a community, right? So that's what we're trying to do. But how can we do it? How can we really make it happen? Any prescriptive steps that you can suggest?
Yeah, in terms of the best prescription that one can give is based on the model that has worked for us in the past, right? When I was setting up a financial processing services company along with Raman way back 10, 12 years ago, at that point of time when I used to go to any bank or a financial institute, they used to give the example of a China Union Pay. And they used to say China Union Pay is the world leader in the financial processing, and China
it exceeded India by a very, very wide margin from a digital payments perspective. And now if you look at China is trailing far behind India from a digital payments. Recently there was also a WhatsApp forward that was showing a timeline how India has raced much ahead of China. So if we decipher in terms of what has happened, one, I'm not saying that we should bring in another demon exercise. That will be disastrous. So I'm not saying that you should bring in a demonetization experience. But what has happened is there was a clarion call from the Honorable Prime Minister and also the others saying that you should teach other people how to do digital payments, right? Today, now it's quite possible, I'm not trying to demean, but it's quite possible that a beggar on the street may teach other person how to accept a digital payment, right? They know how to start using the digital payment. So if you take that particular model, can we do the same thing like one teach and another person with regards to artificial intelligence? Can we replicate that particular model in terms of, first of all, what is AI? And here the focus is not on technology, the focus is on outcome. And one good example is Uber. If you tell your granny that Uber has cloud, Uber has robotic process automation, Uber has machine learning, she will throw the phone away, right? You're not going to tell her that. You're going to tell her that if you want to go from point A to point B in a safest and the cheapest manner, here is an app that will work for you. That is outcome and an experience led rather than focusing on the underlying technology. So is the case with AI, where you have to focus on what is the experience it is going to deliver and how it is going to make one's life a lot more simpler and easier. So if you bring that particular narrative forward and use some of the models that have helped us in the country and replicate it, then we will be far, far ahead when compared to others in the world of artificial intelligence. Whether it's artificial intelligence or natural intelligence, the idea is to make things better for an individual.
Yeah, exactly. And I do foresee that there is a requirement for AI for grandparents as a session too sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, AI for kids as well, right?
Yeah, of course.
In terms of, it's not only for grandparents. Maybe if you make the experience easier, it may turn the tables and the grandparent may be teaching it to the kid.
Wow, that would be interesting. Thank you. Thanks for that. Raghu, next question to you. We were discussing during our IAC meetings and as well, there are a lot of policy recommendations around fellowships, internships, already with AICTE and other education bodies. But what could be done to make it really more meaningful, right? We had a couple of viewpoints in the morning session, but just to make it more programmatic, if you could share some of your viewpoints, and we will also try to incorporate that as part of this IAC policy framework, yeah?
I'm sure you will put me in spot. So, see, my point of view is the policy is mainly an enabler to provide the basic access to facility, to mentorship, to enhance the knowledge and experience. Let me share my experience. When I've started my career, I've worked for a manufacturing organization where the training period was 1 year. So we were told to have a 6 months just the training across various departments to understand how the business functions, and then 6 months on the job for a specific department which we will work in to understand how the workflow and what needs to be done and how it works, so on and so forth. For the first 1 year, it doesn't make any sense because as a youngster, we always wanted to jump on the live project which is in progress and be the star, take that award and good grant money and so on and so forth. But at the end of the year, we realize the actual sense of imparting the training. It's not just to directly enhance our tech and soft skills, it is also to embed the cultural fit into the organization to see if we can have the same vision of what business is taking. So these any initiative which will enable, of course, we have chief guest and Shrikant sir and all the panelists have impressed upon the practitioner's point of view to understand the application per se, to have the right solutions in place. So, and I was also, looking for one of the, reading one of the podcasts where one of the leaders said, do not get fixated on what you want to do. Focus on, your fundamental aspect of what the problem is and how will you approach to do it, and take every opportunity it comes. This will lead you, in a right path. So I believe the stress upon the foundation of the problem skills, inculcating the cultural fit for with the enterprises. These things, will take along for any individual or also enterprises to have a long-term, strategy.
Oh, perfect. That's a very important point. And I think that leads to the question to you, Dr. Ramesh. Cultural fit, when you're hiring people, you cannot really make out in the first few interviews, 5 hours, how culturally fit this person will be to my organization. What are the basic tenets that you follow while hiring processes, right? What kind of mindset this person has? Anything that you can share, our students here will benefit a lot.
Yeah, great question on that, and very valid in how they get selected, as well as what we typically look at, especially in a product type of scenario, is that ability. We've talked so much about solving problems, right? If you extend that further, is there a bit of a design thinking mindset? We, of course, in 30 minutes, 1 hour, you can't find out all of it, but in the past, even if you're studying during your engineering days, what are some of the activities? I typically, for instance, look at beyond the academics. I believe IQ is there with everybody nowadays. Everybody has a very high level of IQ. What are some of the areas where this IQA has been applied? B, I talked of the emotional angle, right? Have you been able to take that mindset forward on addressing some very practical scenarios in your institute? Second thing is the dynamic aspect, right? Beyond the academics, have you also participated in various activities that are helping in the institution building? For instance, have you been on some committees? Have you been part of anything environment friendly, right? So where you can see that passion coming out of your what you have done there. The third thing I think is very clearly a can-do. We talk so much about it. There are no ready-made solutions in any place. Is that can-do spark or that attitude coming through in your actions so far, whether it's in your engineering or even outside? So if that ability, I think, matters a lot. In fact, in our current organization, it's one of our values, and that can do also brings out the sense of entrepreneurship, and it's not always waiting for direction. Culturally, unfortunately, India has been a bit of a direction taking scenario, and it used to hurt me when so many of my clients, and when I was on the consulting and services side, despite the best efforts, they would always point out that if you have a floor, everybody is waiting for instructions rather than standing up and saying something is wrong and this is how I'll solve it, or this is how we'll do it, why don't you listen to us? So that I don't, and even unfortunately our organizations don't encourage too much of that. That's a reality, right? So I think these 3-4 things as a combination are what we would broadly look at in a selection process, right?
यहाँ पे कोई क्वेश्चन पूछता है तो बोलता है अरे क्रांतिकारी आ गया. We don't want.
I call that out because it's not just the students. We as people who are interviewing them need a mindset change.
We do, and I think 25 years back we were getting interviewed and we were talking like that, and now we want the other person to just tone down a little bit and work in a.
Just to add to what Ramesh has mentioned, all wonderful points, Ramesh. Only one thing that I wanted to mention is we seem to be living in a world where fake it till you make it seems to work, but when it comes to culture, faking it doesn't work. And it takes 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes for an experienced person to figure out whether you're faking it or you're really saying it. So for God's sake, don't ever follow that practice of faking it.
Brilliant point. Thank you for that. And I don't have any questions to you guys, but I just want, for the sake of the initiative, for the industry academic connect, 30 seconds each one of you, what is the commitment that you guys can make? And I'll start with Dr. Ramesh.
Sure.
For taking this initiative forward. And this is getting recorded.
Yeah. After this, I'm going to get this tattooed on myself as well. So my commitment clearly is, I've shared this with both Manish and Pankaj already, is that I'll be there to share my experiences, and I clearly told him I don't want it to be a one-off sharing, would like to be associated probably with the full batch for a longer time, and quite frankly, I'm done with turnkey solutions and quick fixes, right? So that's my commitment.
Oh, thank you. We have already counted you in. We sort of volunteered you already for that. So thank you. And Ramesh, I think there's lots to do together. There is, I see not just through the organization that you're working with, but in your personal capacity. I think even if we can influence the students a wee bit with the learning that you have, that would be immense for them.
Sure. And I'll be more than happy. One last statement that applies to both all of us is, personally, I keep reminding myself, is this will need a lot of patience and perseverance. I hope that's something that we are all, FTCCI especially, with as this, the institute that's bringing everybody together, and talent farm, while we'll commit, it'll need a lot of patience to get the required outcomes, right? So Pankaj, I'm only looking at you here. So thank you. Thanks again for that.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. Good point. Raghu?
I'm already part of this ICT, so please don't ask me any more commitment. I am already committed. See, from NASCOM standpoint, we are always with, we support these initiatives which are the enablers for the industry, academia, and all the stakeholders. We are committed to work along with industry and academia to make it happen, make it, a large success. And yeah, I am with Srikanth sir. Given a choice, even I want to be part of this youth. At least I can tell I am part of youth.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, that's not the reality. Thank you. And Raghu, your massive network that you have on the other side, I think we will drill into that a lot as we go forward. Thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yes, to you.
Yeah, from my side, 2 points. One is in terms of, after so many accomplishments, I made one decision 18 months ago, which finally made my dad to say, "Nalayak se layak ban gaya." Because I decided to do PhD, which my dad did way back in 70s. He was one of the few PhDs in the world in grape culture, viticulture. Then it's a different thing that he went down the career path with a bank. So that was his cherished ambition to see his son with a doctorate degree. So I finally decided to do, and that to juxtapose that to what Professor Saab said earlier, enlightened self-interest. So with given my PhD journey and my enlightened self-interest, being a professor of practice comes naturally because it's of my enlightened self-interest. So if you have to marry this both, I'm happy to contribute probably 8 to 10 hours in a month to the student community, which I am committing to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ravi.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This is one of my personal soft initiatives since almost 20 years, where we want to work with the students and see what the industry folks can come together and share their experiences. We got a lovely platform with FTCCI to run this as a large initiative now, and we will bring this to all the colleges that we are working very closely with. In fact, in the next 3 to 6 months, we should be having at least 100 students doing full-time internship with at least 10 projects or 10 companies. That's our first milestone. And immediately, we would want to take this into 2 different aspects. One where we want to do the nurture program, where we will engage about 100 women students. And the second is the accelerate program, where we will do a lot of large initiatives together. So thanks to FTCCI for allowing us to bring this initiative together. I want to thank all the colleges who have committed so far. We wish the rest of the colleges come soon. I also want to thank all the industry members around us who have come together and giving us all the strength to be part of this initiative. This will go a long way in creating a platform for nation building in a very small way that we people can organize. Thank you, and we will come back to you very soon with more updates on this. Thanks.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I think we had a great event today in terms of Industry Academia Connect program by FTCCI and powered by Talent Farm. We had some wonderful speakers in terms of Mr. Rajesh Dudu, Mr. Shrikant Sinha. We had our chief guest, Professor Uday Desai. We had a special address by Mr. Jayesh Ranjan. We spent a lot of time in emphasizing the need for industry and academia to work together and ensure that we create models which are effective.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, I think we had a great event today, the FTCCI Industry Academia Connect initiative. We had industry leaders from the academia and students all joining in and debating, discussing about how industry, academia and students can work together to ensure that on one end we help the students from getting great employability opportunities, and on the other side we can solve the talent challenge that industry faces. I'm very thankful to all the mentors, to the industry guests who came down, who shared their insights on this. We had leaders like Rajesh Dudu, we had Mr. Shrikant Sinha from Task, we had Avnish Bhatnagar from ServiceNow, we had Rashi Srivastav from Quintele. I think it was a wonderful event. Thanks to Professor Uday Desai, who was the chief guest, and Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, Special Chief Secretary for IT, Industries and Commerce, who could not join in person but recorded a beautiful message encouraging us and motivating us to do this. I think this is a great initiative of FTCCI with its Industry Academia Connect, along with Talent Farm as an implementation partner. The idea is to bring industry problem statements, mentors, access to learning resources to students. And as students solve these problem statements, the curated profiles of the students is shared with potential employers. This will effectively create a win-win situation for students on one side to get great employability opportunities and for industry to get great curated talent. So all in all, it's a win-win situation. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I'm here in this FTCCI Talent Farm program, and this is one of the really very good and wonderful initiative, Talent Farm as well as FTCCI. This kind of industry connect along with the academics, and we have to bridge the gap that has been there for long, and definitely the way all these stakeholders are getting connected. I wish all these teams work together for a better tomorrow for Telangana and for India. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good afternoon. We are from Srinidhi Institute of Science and Technology. It was a great initiative set up. Through this, our colleges get a lot of exposure, and many of our startups, for our startups, it could be helpful.
This event helped us to network with a lot of different colleges, so which would be useful for our student startups to grow in the future.
We actually have a lot of prototypes in our college. Maybe with these industries coming into our college, it would help these prototypes set up to a next level. So yeah. Thank you for
giving this opportunity.
Thank you for giving us this opportunity, and looking forward.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
The Industry Academia initiative is one of the need of the hour, much most important initiative in enhancing the skill set, reducing the skill gap for the talent in the ecosystem at large, which also which also builds the entrepreneur mindset. Very, very happy and delighted to be part of this ICT committee and also the part of the event. I wish FTCCI Talent Forum and the ICT a very grand success for this future event ahead.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I think this is a fantastic forum where both industry and colleges get to meet and talk about how do we work together? How do we collaborate well? Talentform.ai has given a platform where the students and the industry mentors can connect, and we bring that the solutions for the problems that industry is looking for, people that the industry is looking for, and also get the talent ready for the industry, because there's a usual complaint that the talent is not ready and the talent says that the industry is not picking them up. So I think there's definitely this need of coming together, and I see this as a great initiative of meeting both the objectives. Thank you so much for inviting me again. All the best.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We are marching towards the $10 trillion economy, and we have a large role to play. So I will not do the questions, but I will let them each speak their point of view. And the point is also about where do we get started. There are multiple initiatives. There is a lot of people coming together, wanting to commit their time, all the value add that they are ready to pour in. But then from each one, we would like to understand what is it that you would like to kind of pour in your views, and where should we get started and how do we get started?
There are a lot of points, and we've been discussing on this topic. I think this is one of the topics, like you said, 10 years or 20 years back also we were doing Academia Industry Connect, and we were talking about women empowerment and how do we bring them to forefront and things like that. Again, we are talking about it. I think this needs a mindset change as well. Like how we are talking about product mindset, this needs a mindset change big time in terms of how are we bringing up our kids, how are we bringing up our organization, how is faculty treating both girls and boys in the college. It goes everywhere. I think this needs a fundamental change of mindset from the start. How you start treating your girl versus boy, and we were talking about boys need A, B, C, D, you need car and all, and girls would ask for home toys and things like that, right? I think this, the mindset needs to change completely. And when it comes to industry style, and I'm not going to talk about all the points because there are a lot of points in my head running at this point in time, but the key things that probably we should look at is setting up a good ecosystem or the support system for women employees. Not looking at numbers saying, oh, we have crossed 30% in the diversity ratio in our organization, that's an achievement. I don't know why we call that as an achievement, because you should look at the talent pool. You should not look at the number and say, yes, there's a tick over here. So that's the second point. I am a single mother. I have a 2-year-old girl, and I totally understand the need of the support system at home, at work, and people recognizing that, you need that time with your kid as well as you are committed to your work. So when you're at work, you're 100% at work. When you're home, you're 100% home. You need a very supportive staff, your supervisors, your your peers, your reportees, and all. So that's why I said it needs a mindset change. I'll stop here and let's listen to other folks now.
Just to add, I think apart from, I think the usual tick boxes that are done in corporates, I've experienced this. I had number of leaders walking in, especially during the month of March, when everyone wants to portray that they're the most ID'd company, if I should say, which counts inclusivity, diversity, and equity, and equality to a certain extent in terms of various aspects, but they start off with gender, right? It's very irritating to be on the other side where you hear the numbers. But I think while the bad news comes in data, the good news is always the efforts that also count with organizations and individuals who are trying to set up initiatives that could really help these numbers move up, and the initiatives that we all talk about hopefully help more people to come into the workforce and stay in the workforce, right? The problem is no more about coming into the workforce. It's actually staying back in the workforce, because we all know the attrition rates in terms of mid-careers that are happening with women at work forces, especially with COVID. I think COVID actually COVID with a hybrid work environment has actually given a lot of perks and flexibility that's never spoken of in corporates in general, the flexibility of ensuring you kind of work from home and work from anywhere in whichever part of the world, and can still manage your calendars, right? So I think that's really important for us to maybe look at as well, how you're, as allies, I think the most important thing I've realized while we were noticing the wall of fame on the outside, because the number of men that we saw there and literally no women, it's also in this room when you look at it, then I think I see most of you as allies for your own respective homes, your organizations, your teams that you're literally supporting, right? How many of you could go back and be a shoulder to lean on for your respective team member, for your organization, for picking up an initiative? It's very easy for a woman to pick up an initiative and say, hey, I'm trying to do something with respect to diversity. If you see, actually most of the diversity teams that are run in organizations and corporates are mostly run by women, especially right from cutting a cake at the desk to running organizational institutional activities around inclusion and diversity are run by women, where a few of them will be sponsored by men. I think we're speaking about a few genders here, couple of genders here, if I should say so, right? But I think it's time that we see the other side, or the other gender, also picking up more initiatives that could help build spaces, build communities that could help get a dialogue and a discussion together. Otherwise, I don't think this will just be solved by 10 Sheetals, 10 Vaishalis, 10 Avnishas on the panel, right? It's got to be a community effort in how we build capacity as we go. I think with respect to startups, corporates, technology coming at the intersection of all of this, how do we solve this? I remember entrepreneurs back in those days, and back in those days could be just a decade back as well, just a year back as well, if I should say so. We used to hear a lot of people pitch conversations on pickle, papad, petticoats, especially for women entrepreneurs. That was the usual spectrum of sectors that they were looking at. But I remember, I think the last quarter, or I think just before the New Year's, we heard pitches of platforms, programs, and products. And I think this is the best time to see if you'd want to be an entrepreneur, especially as a woman. There are enough programs, and on the academia side as well, there's enough push that's coming in through. Maybe it's time that we reimagine these institutions and how we all perform as individuals as well.
I'll start by, we talked about all the T's since the morning, all the S. We had the RRR panel. This is by far the most diverse panel. Right? So, and we know what the state is today, right? Everybody knows the data, the numbers that we've been talking about and everything. But I want to start by the happy picture, right? Who's the supreme commander of our armed forces today? Right? Our Honorable President, Shrimati Draupadi Murmu. I come from an organization where my business unit is led by a woman. The top leadership is majorly women in my organization. We have a very strong focus on DEI, right? We have Karen, who's our Chief Equity and Innovation Officer, a CXO level position, right? Why I'm saying all that is that in product organizations today, there is a lot of focus on diversity. So this is a very good time to be a woman in tech or a woman in product. Last 4 or 5 years, our Honorable Prime Minister has put in a lot of focus on Nari Shakti. Now, that doesn't mean that everything goes away, what Rashi has alluded to or Vaishali was talking about. I'll give you an anecdote. Once taking an elevator in my office building, it so happened I was the only man in that elevator amongst the group of women. And that day was like, a realization for me, what does it feel to be sitting in a meeting room full of men, right? And especially, being very honest and transparent when some take pride in making off-color remarks and jokes, right? That respect has to be there in the work environment. That empathy has to be built in. Diversity is not just a gender diversity. Diversity is of diversity of thought, right? I don't want to generalize that all women think alike, all men think alike. But yes, there's a pattern. And when you have women on the table, there is a diversity of thought, right? So my message to all the women out there, this is a great time because a lot of companies are hiring for diversity. Go out there, right? We men have a lot to catch up on. We are not even 30%, 40% in the second occupation that the most women run, which is the household, right? So if we do our part, if we come to at least 50% and take that 50% responsibility of the households, right, that would go a long way in having women sustain their careers and reach the leadership positions in the organizations.
Absolutely, I think that's where we call ourselves super achievers.
Or I can maybe just quickly add, whenever I introduce how I am from AWS, usually while we were on these speaking engagements was, I used to have a slide which I couldn't today. I just realized, imagine a taxi and a candy along, right? And I think this is every parent's nightmare. I remember number of times while we were, and this is also coming in place in terms of how technology is playing these days. I was always told whenever I was playing in my respective lanes of the colony, do not get into a stranger's car, do not accept a candy, do not take water, do not even talk to them. Everything, that's coming that way, saying do not, right? And imagine a company like Uber literally building a business model based on that, where we tell them where we live, we accept a candy, we accept their experiences, we accept their water, we tell them where we are going, all these things that are really coming in place. So much so that we don't call taxis anymore, we call them Uber, Ola, we don't call banks anymore, we call them Paytms, we call them, mostly not theaters anymore, but we call Netflix, Hotstar, Prime taking over. And if you've experienced any of these technologies or applications and products, you've experienced AWS. That's how it always came to me, that technology has built a lot of trust that we cannot see. And I think with what Mr. Rajesh has mentioned with Uber, you can't explain this to as if, explain it to me as if I'm 5 or your grandmother. You can't explain the details behind all of this, right? But it's great to build that trust that this person that you don't know will take you from point A to point B and will also maybe give you a bottle of water. Just be nice to him. The least that you could do is be nice to him and maybe do a scanner at the end because they only accept cash these days. Or do a digital payment, call, ensure you have a quick knowledge of your scanner and then your OTP and everything else, right? So imagine how much of trust is being built with platforms like this. And all of these don't really have gender. And I think that's really important to the point of diversity in thought. There's so much safety aspect that really came in, and people look at it from a women perspective as well, and how the number of initiatives that are really coming in the number of initiatives are being taken by these corporates as well to ensure there's enough trust that's being built between the consumer and the rider is also important, right? So I know there's still a lot more to do there, but we'll only realize the lot more to do when we have more women in the decision-making rooms, more women in the boardrooms who are making these feature designs or use cases, right? I think it's important maybe we all speak up in this room as well. There's nothing called a stupid or a silly question. We are expected to maybe do silly answers, but not on your side. No, I think it's interesting, right? I've done this in 2016, and it's just one of those best experiences because you also got to fundraise for your own expedition. So as a part of the group called 2041, along with this person called Robert Swan, who's the first person to walk both the South and North Pole. The idea is to learn more about climate change and come back to your respective city or the state that you belong to and become an ambassador for climate change. The best part is how you discover and how everything can just happen in a fraction of a second. The number of times I think I watch, every time I'm literally on my lowest of the lows, I go back and watch that video, right? Where there's an iceberg falling in just on the boat that we were on, and it could have been, I still remember my mom asking me if I had insurance while I was going there, right? So things like this can just really change the way on how the climate change is really not really spoken about. While the topic that we are on, I think the climate change and resource scarcity is not really being spoken about so much as we speak about technology and urbanization, right? So I think those topics also need some rooms and dialogues and discussions. I think that's where we wanted to build those communities. I came back and I was part of one of the teams that was doing Hyderabad Urban Makeover physical literacy days. We used to do Ragiri days and Happy Sundays towards the roads of ISB. If you know, the entire road was blocked so that we could do only physical activities, and for families to come over and learn more about environment and what it's really doing to you as an individual, as an organization. I remember we did car-free Thursdays. I think I had a board as well that I carried to Antarctica where I wanted to talk about the initiative where all the IT employees were really picking up public transport on Thursdays and not really picking up their car and their respective vehicle. So there are quite a lot of initiatives that were coming in through while we were in the PPP sector of the world, which is public-private partnerships. We worked across with Cyberabad Commissionerate, Sajjanar Garu and the team so that we could build this, right? So it's important to understand how you could I think once you're really interested about a cause, there are always platforms that will give you the position to go back and talk about it. If there are no platforms, I think it's your bare minimum responsibility to go back and create them. And that's what I believe organizations or initiatives like this will do as well. But I think it's an interesting experience that I had. Now that you asked me about Antarctica, I've also realized there's another train journey that I've taken called Jagrati Yatra. I'm not sure how many of you know about it. It's a train journey that's built, it's a train that's only built for entrepreneurs to go. Happens every December. 500 entrepreneurs aspiring, someone who's been there, done that, is on the train along with 50 other set of mentors. The idea is you go back and meet. You go to 12 places across India, which we call the Middle India, covering Bombay to Bombay again. We go to meet Mr. Narayan Murthy in Infosys. We go back to Anshu Gupta in Delhi, Barefoot College, where they make grandmothers engineers, in Rajasthan and Thalonia. We come back to Bombay, right? So we go to these 12 places. And imagine being on the train every day morning. You go to these role models, come back in the night, sit down with your respective cohort, which you're assigned to, live on the train for 15 days and come back. Trust me, it was a life-changing experience for me. I think those experiences are many and many in India because I've never experienced a tier 4 district. I've experienced a tier 3 district, tier 2 district because my grandmothers are from a particular village. I went back during summer and I came back. But tier 4 district where we still have women who use dry cloth, sand, dried leaves for their menstruation hygiene. is something that's still existing in India. For me, that was a big shocker, right? So you will, to the question of, I think what Bharatwaj was asking, you don't have to, I think India, we have a lot of problems. We don't really have to ask for what's your problem or what's your latest problem, right? I think there are many problems as we go rural as well, not just urban. I think it's time that we maybe just, we don't have to romanticize the whole problem statement. I think it's time that we kind of build a business use case or understand how do we build a better solution across these problem statements. So for me, that was really a life-changing experience. And I hope whoever's inspired an aspiring entrepreneur, especially when you're a student, we've got enough platforms to do this. So,
fortunately, I'm blessed. I have parents who support me. I have about 24 years of experience now, and throughout my journey, they've been very supportive. So during the day, my mom becomes my daughter's mom, basically. She'll take care of her entire day. And in the evening, when I have a couple of hours, I am with her. So either it's my work or family. I am a very antisocial kind of person, so don't meet a lot of folks outside even on the weekend. So I'm able to manage, and knock on wood, it's all because of the support system I have. My supervisors, my peers, my office mates are very, very nice. And they all, I mean, we still have hybrid work culture. So I'm usually in office, but at least 3-4 days in a week I'm in office, and when I'm in office it's like 10 hours in the office. So yeah, I'm able to manage. So far so good. Probably when she gets older, I have to change my strategy a little bit. So I did change. I used to work probably 14-15 hours before she came into my life, and now it is 10 hours. And we'll see how it goes. Plus, I have a very good team, so I'm able to manage it well. I think it's just that you need that support. You need that ecosystem, and that supports you. Yeah, totally agree with that. Totally agree with that. I think we are in a very good era of deep tech, where all of us are always connected. And I think the deep tech. Someone was saying, right, if I had an opportunity, I would have come to be born as a youth now. But I think this is the era when you have a lot of things that you can avail and benefit out of. So, yeah.
So, I want to just add another perspective to that. We're talking about women in tech. What about women in other vocations, in other sectors, right? We have maids coming in our houses for doing the dishes and the cleaning. Most of them women. I haven't seen any man come in and do the dishes so far. They have kids, they have families. I go to the Vijeta store, most of the staff is female. They have families, they have kids, right? You go to the malls, everywhere, you would see a much higher participation of females in workforce in these sectors, right? They are managing. I don't know how. I sometimes ask my maid, what about the kids? And then she says, yeah, they'll play there. And, someday she'll say that I want to take a day off because the kid is not well. So they also have this real problem. So we should not, I'm sorry to say, sit here and fantasize that all the problems are with us.
I think with that we will close the discussion, and thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Today's Industry and Media Connect and Education Academia Connect was a wonderful event organized by FTCCI, ICT and Talent Farm, and I was happy to be a part of it. This is going to help the students grow in their careers, for sure. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
as part of the initiative Industry Academia Connect, we are looking forward to bridge the gap between academia and industry. And I think we are using a very innovative platform called Talent Farm. The idea is to basically bring all the use cases from the industry and enable students to work on those with best-in-class mentors from across the industry. We're looking forward to get started, 100 students to begin with, and we will be ramping this up across the state.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Which is basically the platform that's powering this initiative of IAC driven by FTTCI. We are happy to be part of this program, and we are looking forward to working with all the colleges and corporates to enable the children to achieve their potential. Talent Farm will play the role of enabling them to their potential. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This is a great event. Definitely, I think as some of the speakers were mentioned, that it was always like we always start the initiatives and do the MOUs kind of a thing. But this is going to be the next step of what they were, and now we wanted to kind of take it into the next level. I see a lot of synergy that has been there within the academic industry and the governments as well, and Talent Firm driving this whole initiative. Pankaj and his team has done a tremendous of work, and definitely whatever I see, typically like Pankaj kind of take it very seriously and kind of takes to the next level. That's exactly what everybody is kind of looking for. So I wish Talent Firm and this whole academic and industry connect a big success, and we're all part of it. I'm a mentor already, kind of delivering this at some of the colleges, whatever the knowledge that I have from the industry, and I'm happy to kind of do it more, and wish everyone a great success. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
To LitFest 2024, where creative young minds and literary maestros delve into engaging conversations.
This LitFest 24 aims to tell the world about the power of literature. Literature is a form of art, and the art is something that can be perceived on the eyes of the beholder. The artist can mean a completely different thing. The reader can perceive it in a very different way altogether. Since it is an art, it beholds utmost power, and it has a lot of effect on the reader's minds. How one consumes their literary knowledge tells a lot about their character as well. So let's all come together and let's all acknowledge the power of literature in Voxen's LitFest 24.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I think this literary festival is going to be a very important milestone is the journey of this great university, Voxen, because it actually is going to be the beginning of bringing a different set of minds to the campus. The literary mind, the reading mind, the author's perspective, which is a vast world outside, or perhaps shall we say, in parallel with the academic world. And when that literary world and the academic world meets, it's a creativity and a frisson which improves the campus vastly.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I'm participating in the AI days in JNTU, conducting right now in the JNTU. It's a very crazy event. Learning a lot from the AI front of view. Currently, I'm working as the director of engineering in the Paytm, where I am handling the data part. All the data related stuff is something that I'm taking care of. And after coming to this conference, I got to meet a lot of people, the data veterans, the AI veterans into the industry, learning a lot of things over here. Overall, I would say a very really nice setup and a lot of learning on the front. Please do join us if you are here over the JNTU or in the Hyderabad. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We are a digital trade finance platform building trade finance for the next 50 million MSMEs of India. And I'm here as part of the FinTech panel where we were discussing about the application of AI and ML in the financial services industry and FinTech industry. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the AI Days team, which has created this event. It's been an exceptionally good event. And I've seen a lot of enthusiasm here, a lot of students, because we are in the JNTU, which is the education hub of Hyderabad. So it really feels great to share my experience and share my knowledge with the enthusiastic crowd here. I wish AI Days all the very best. And I have really gained a lot of good knowledge and thoughts from my co-panelists. And also the fantastic questions which came up from the audience today. And I'm really thankful for providing this, for getting this opportunity from AI Days. All the best. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
I try to understand how AI can impact the society, and today I'm happy to be in this conference, AI for Society in Hyderabad. It's a fantastic opportunity for me. I'm here. I really enjoyed the conference, the way it is organized, and I try to contribute the best. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
I'm so glad that I'm here today. Actually, looking through the event here, which is AI Days for 2024. What a wonderful event with about 2,000 delegates that are participating across the board. A lot of students, a lot of startup companies, and also industry leaders that are come and joined us here. So glad to be part of the panel discussion, supporting the fintech, how AI is growing in the fintech. It's a great event. I encourage all of you to participate in the future events like this. Most importantly, I think connecting, understanding where AI takes India as a whole is important, and India journey towards that AI, we all can make a big difference coming together. Thanks.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We have enough data across the world, and the compute power has increased. Not a breakthrough in terms of the compute power, but essentially raw increase in the fundamental computing power that's available and the data that's available. So now we are able to crunch all of this data, put all of these together, and now those same algorithms, neural networks was what, perhaps 90s or something like that, when neural network algorithms were coming in. I know, for example, Professor Kumar Ishwaran is here. He's been working on this. Chaitanya has been working on some of these things. And there are other challenges as well. Can brute force approach, be relevant for India and all of this stuff. But before we get into those things, I would like to start with Surendra Garu. You're at Microsoft again, which means you've seen what's happening in the business landscape and enterprise landscape, the challenges and other things. What do you see for India as both the opportunities and the challenges in terms of becoming the AI leader? Let's say if we want India to become the AI leader, what do you see as the potential challenges and opportunities?
You can do for me in the question, we can say what I can do in here. I think that has to be a
mental model or mental shift one has to start adopting. And especially for Indian context, how in Indian ecosystem, the Indian youth, we have the largest talent here, how they can really lead. When I actually put this in context of how it can be done, in any technology there are 4 parameters of success, okay, or 4 parameters to really ponder upon. I think a lot of students here, we all heard about IQ. Generally in academia they are introduced as IQ. And as we grow from academia to professional, we get into a lot of EQ. How do you handle your emotional quotient in terms of conducting with each other? These are the 2 personal and personality aspects of it. Any technology has to become, and I have to adapt, I have to embrace it. There are 2 more parameters which are very, very fundamental and which generally not talked upon in a larger forum. One is the social quotient. Okay. In terms of the amount of population, amount of societies, amount of communities which we have, what is the social relevance of any technology is the most important aspect of it. And when I was looking at the UPI, why UPI has become so relevant and so successful? Because it has elevated the social identity of every person of every Indian. That's the fundamental key difference to the success. So any AI technology which we wanted to implement, we want to represent, first it has to bring the social context, social quotient in every person and everyone who is attempting to do that. Once it helps me in terms of establishing my social identity, it increases my social awareness, it increases my social quotient, then I will be slowly start trusting that. 4th aspect, once the social thing is established, it has to be very, very relevant to the way I live and way I conduct myself. That is where the CQ comes into the picture, which is called cultural quotient. It has to be very much relevant. When I saw the demo of the IoT, it will be adopted here because it is basically talks to me and then responds to me the way I conduct myself, my life in the society. So I think the key challenges or opportunities for any company, any product, any AI revolution is to, while we establish the basis of the technology, we start basically making the social relevance and cultural importance. These are the 2 aspects, and that is where I saw one of the first introductions of data for me when they introduced this language model for Tanmama story. That's my cultural question. That's why I relate to that. That's why it becomes so relevant for me. So those are the opportunities and those are the challenges one has to really consciously. You're wearing multiple hats. You know, you're the director at Meta, Facebook, you're dealing with data, emerging tech and stuff. But might I request you to put on the free software advocate hat, while we talk about this. Srinagar was talking about this, with these opportunities, there's a social opportunity, there's a cultural opportunity. For AI to be relevant in any of these things, we require lots of data to come in. Right? And we have spoken about the same thing now that the data storage is cheap and expensive, it's available. But I don't know if that's quite relevant to data that's produced or data that's required to build these open source models and stuff. Right? What are the potential challenges that you see in terms of building these data sets in the country? Now, India is quite diverse, from across the length and breadth of the country, you have lots of data that can be generated from, agriculture, the stories, Sannamama Kabulu that Srinagar was talking about, voice data sets. There are tons and tons of data sets that can be generated. But without, in some sense protecting, what are your views on how do we protect our data, to build models that are relevant, that can help the society? I know there are no license per se, but your views on some of this so that we can build a better AI for the country.
Thanks, Praveen, for your question, and thanks to Switcher for having me here at this event. It is truly an honor to have this opportunity to share some thoughts with all of you. Since you're asking me to answer the question with the free software or open source software hat on, perhaps I should start with that piece, which is what is Meta as a foreign tech company, what is Meta as a producer of proprietary software? What are we doing here at a free software conference? What many people don't know is that Meta is a very hardcore believer in free and open source software. And it has happened, Mark Zuckerberg was not very keen when he was building Facebook to pay for other people's cloud, or as Richard Stallman would call it, other people's computers. So he started an open hardware project called Open Compute. That was the first big project at Meta, which was an open source project. Today, and every year, we publish a state of open source report. So if you count the total number of projects at Meta, it is 1,200 open source projects that Meta has released. Separately, we are keeping an account on GitHub and on Hugging Face. We have released 650 open source or close to open source AI models, and we've also released 350 open data sets. So that is the extent of our open source portfolio today at Meta. And that's why we believe we are part of the same tent. Free software or open source software is a very powerful concept where you will see the same idea in the manifesto of the CPIM and the same idea in the manifesto of the BJP, and both of them will give separate ideological arguments for why open source is important for the country. So in the same movement, you will have large capitalist mega corporations, and with the same movement, you will have a small socialist cell as well. We're all part of the very same movement. So that's the first thing, that it is in a world where increasingly we feel divided, that you are different from me. Open source is still that very powerful big tent which brings us all together. But it is very connected to the question that Praveen is asking about privacy. So suppose you're using a proprietary software like WhatsApp, and as WhatsApp, a proprietary software company like Meta is saying, we are protecting your privacy and nobody can intercept your communication. The guarantee is being provided on the back of an open source project, which is Signal. And in the Meta white paper, we say very clearly, for the end-to-end encryption part, we have directly copied the Signal code, because it was available under a liberal license, where you could put it even in a proprietary product. Then, more recently, what Meta has done is we have moved to make Facebook Messenger also end-to-end encrypted. But when we did that, we did one more thing. We made some additional contributions to open source. We released a project called Code Verify. So what does Code Verify do? From your browser itself, you can verify that the code running on your computer is exactly the same code running on somebody else's computer. So that there is no targeted backdoor that Meta has put into your software to spy on you. So how to verify that there is no targeted backdoor? Only way to verify this is to use this project, one of the ways, and this project Meta has released as an open source project called Code Verify. So open source and privacy are very, very closely connected. If you don't have open source, then usually you cannot be 100% sure that you have privacy. So that is a very important piece. But what is the situation in India? India has a new law enacted in the middle of last year. It's called the DPDP, Digital Personal Data Protection Act. They have tried to do what Professor Raina said, what engineers do. They try to secure a trade-off. The trade-off is between three broad objectives. First objective is protecting individual rights of citizens. Second is protecting innovation. And the third is to protect the ability of the government to govern its citizens. So that was the three objectives that the policymakers had. So very strangely they say, if you voluntarily put your personal data into the public domain, then anybody can use it for any purpose. It is not even covered under the Act. So voluntarily, if you put data in the public domain, it is not covered under the Act. But if it is not voluntarily put into the public domain, then you need consent. So at least in India, that's quite a firm basis to protect the rights of citizens, and all corporations, big or small, hopefully will comply with the obligation under the law. So I will end off by connecting this back to one of our projects at Meta. The project is called Llama 2. It is a near open source. There are some big distinctions from the standard open source licenses, which people will complain about, and they should complain about. But the advantage of using Llama, I'll first start with the advantage for us. When we released it, we had released the code in Python. It was not very fast. One developer called Andrei Karpathy, over a weekend, re-implemented the same code in C, became 4 times faster than us. And we ourselves took his C implementation back into our servers to use. Obviously, free software is good for the capitalists, that much is clear. But the more important thing is, once you made it so small and you could run it on small devices like a Raspberry Pi or a Pixel or even your laptop, then you can disconnect from the internet. And you can ask Llama any question. And now there is a whole series of small models like this, which are offline models, that completely protect your privacy. Nobody will ever know what question you had asked the model. Because sometimes regulators in their enthusiasm will go too far. For example, the FTC in the US at one point thought that every single prompt used against OpenAI could be an attack. So they asked OpenAI to submit a database of all prompts to the FTC. And that would be a horrifying thing if you had asked some embarrassing question to OpenAI. So this is what is important, that there are multiple rights. These rights are often in conflict with each other. For example, we have a right to information. That right is in conflict with the right to privacy. And we have to be part of the policy-making process so that our lawmakers make laws which solve this double optimization or double maximization problem.
I think it's a great opportunity for startups as well, right? To be able to reply to things. I know there's a huge data problem. We'll get to that. How do you see this as an opportunity for startups? You don't need to build your own models right now. One can, but as Sunil was talking about, we have lots of open source models available right now. Data is a problem. We'll get to that. Can leverage this thing. How do you see how can this ecosystem be nurtured in that sense, and especially in Hyderabad, Telangana? Right? If you want to, let's say, become the AI capital, what are the potential pitfalls, challenges, opportunities that you see with models also being available, the open source models being available? How do you see this? The startups, I'm sure some of these people would want to take this opportunity and build something out of it as well.
A lot of people know about T-Hub, but let me spend a couple of minutes more about T-Hub. T-Hub is the world's largest innovation hub. Not sure how many people know about it. Second thing is, I don't know if you've been to that place, you would find that there are a couple of other entities also in and around. One is T-Works, and there is another tower that is coming up behind called Image Towers. So, T-Hub itself has got about 450 plus startups, right, resident in the building. And T-Works, that is next door, is the India's largest prototyping center, right? And then Image Towers that is coming up right behind is going to be one of the world's largest AR, VR, VFX gaming solutions setup, right? Just coming to your point, Praveen, about what are we doing here, making this place Hyderabad unique model. Now, leave that aside, let me continue the story that, the professor was talking about. So, he spoke about the untold story of UPI. There is a bit more about the untold story about UPI. The UPI stack that was built had a significant contribution from startups, right? So the sourcing of a lot of applications happened from startups. There's also another application, I don't know how many people remember, I don't think we can forget, called COVID application. You guys remember COVID? Right, so nobody can forget COVID application. Very interesting thing about what we have done to the world. I've seen people traveling from the US coming to India carrying the COVID certificate. Did any one of us carry COVID certificates? No, right? I hope I heard that. No, right. So the point is, if you lose a certificate in the US, it takes about 2 to 3 weeks to get the certificate. And we never lost any of the certificates unless somebody had a problem. So this was another technology export that, along with startups, India did, to the world. In fact, the other point about Hyderabad and Telangana, again, because you brought up that point, Hyderabad is the pharma capital of India. Hyderabad is the pharma or rather vaccine capital of the world. So, if you look at sector by sector, there are so many sectors where there is one transformation is happening, and Hyderabad has been contributing both to India and to the world. In fact, in that process, we have attracted Microsoft and Meta, and I'm sure that's a long list, right? So, as of now, 25 to 30% of foreign companies that want to come to India are actually coming to Hyderabad. And this is something that I am not saying it is national support, I'm sure you can go and check it out. So where I am coming from, the opportunities exist. You don't have to look outside, beyond, say, India. I'm not saying you have to drop your plans if you have any, but there are opportunities right here. There are support systems that are available. I know there was this question about, it is just one GitHub or, one of those entities, GitHub, etc. Both the governments as well as the institutions like ours are trying to see how we can replicate this model across different segments or sectors. For example, in colleges, many of you are probably still studying in colleges. Some of the colleges have already taken that responsibility to build innovation hubs within your colleges. And some of them have approached us, some of you have already the talent required, infrastructure required. All that might be required is to really go on and build on those. Now, when it comes to technology challenges or issues, I think both my eminent panelists have actually talked about data. In fact, I was in Delhi last week attending a seminar or a symposium on healthcare. The biggest challenge in India, and this is a challenge for all of you youngsters who want to pick the problems to solve, right, is really to look at healthcare. So, again, there is lack of data. We were just chatting a little while earlier. There is lack of coherent data. Of course, data is available, but it is not available publicly. If a startup working in healthcare domain wants data about clinical data, or they want data about patients, you have to approach 100 different hospitals or clinics to get validated data. So that's a challenge. So one is, how do you build applications that addresses that? Just to let you know, the government of India and of course local government is actually building something called UHI. So on similar lines to UPI, Unified Healthcare Infrastructure, and that is going to be equally massive. It is being touted to be much bigger than UPI, where you unify, stratify data for patients. Patients are nothing but people like us, who go to the hospitals. So that is going to be an opportunity. I would request all the youngsters to watch out for, because if somebody is in Nagar Karnool or say Adilabad, where do they rush if they have a critical issue? Everybody comes to Hyderabad. How do you make the tertiary care, or rather the primary care? Tertiary care is what we have offering here, which is like the Apollo hospitals, etc. The primary care facilities. How can technology, the same AI, which actually solved one of the problems that was demonstrated, can take up a challenge around healthcare. You know, it's one opportunity that I really see that is in front of us. So the other point is that, you know, when we come to the entities like we have, you know, we have people from 16 years to 62 years as the founders range. So age no bar. Really, it is about the idea. It is about the problem that you want to solve and the technology that you want to pick and adopt. These are the ones that, you know, exist in front of us. You just need to walk in and build on it, and we provide a lot of support from ideation stage till you are able to raise funds. So one of the motto we carry is, you know, we want to create job creators rather than job seekers. I'm sure all of us, each one of us, innately want that to be the case. So there is tremendous opportunity. Of course, there are challenges, but you know, very confident if we have delivered UPI and COVID, I'm sure UHI and many more would follow. So, you know, I can only wish good luck.
You've been in this, you know, entrepreneurial ecosystem space for quite some time now, and you know, you've seen a lot of people come in, try to put up their startups, and you've been with incubators. You're an angel investor yourself, right? What is the message that you would perhaps give? Because you've seen a lot of people come and try, and some succeed, some perhaps fail, right? What is it that you see? What is the message that you would want to give if somebody wants to get into this AI space? It's quite nascent now. I mean, let's say the level. It's still a level playing field for now. You know, what is the message that you would give to them from your experience working with different startups?
What is AI use cases for different societal use cases, right? And I kept noticing the first 10 were always US case cases, UK case cases, or in a few cases, somewhere in Australia. The Indian cases were like the 30th or 40th number. I started counting after the third or fourth search. So any use case that we develop here will have to be for that kind of database and with a diverse database. Let me take a simple example. The government is developing something for languages in India, right? One of the best use cases somebody suggested was that we can use it for translating government documents, government information into easily accessible to women entrepreneurs and any other entrepreneurs across the board, right? So you can access, let's take for an example, agripreneur, right? Which an agripreneur has information that they require for doing their business. In Telugu, that data will not be available easily. That information is not available easily simply because he has to type in the data, search through 10 different websites. Half of them will not be, my Telugu is not that great, but even I can make out that the translation is little off. And you have such, if the simple language translation can be made so that the person in the last mile of India can get that, understand the skill and apply for that skill. That's the best use case to start with now, right? Simple things like the Right to Information Act. Why should there be one person sitting somewhere in some office making that decision? There is in fact a startup which is working on that anywhere in India you can put in the information and the AI tool answers the question. You don't have an AI officer having to answer the question. Believe me, most of the time the AI officer has got many other things to do and he's not interested in replying to that, the RTI officer. So let there be an AI tool that's building that. Simple things like this if you can build and execute it. The UPIs and UHIs will have the big technicians doing it, but let's have some startups build legal, agri, health, education. Taking off from what Sujit said, there is telemedicine that's being talked about, right? One of the reasons it's not working is because there is enough data around women health. And most of the time, the women health which is the last priority in the family. The data sets around that is not available. One of the entrepreneurs that I'm working with is trying to develop data for women around menstrual health, right? And that, she's developing data. She's not talking about building an AI on top of it. Right now, she's just developing the data. Can we, with different, sorry to disappoint, but many, not all women are the same. We have different health problems and different issues. and different genetic compositions lead to different issues. So if a person is suffering from a certain type of disease in Telangana, the same disease will not occur in Nagaland. Can we therefore have the data for each place? And that's something that a startup is working on. Can you build the data sets? Indian data sets will be very different from foreign data sets. And please, if we can have startups which are giving data, there's money to be made there too. Because Meta and Google are not really sharing data with us.
I hope nobody minds. We are going to create these data sets. In fact, this data set is going to become open source. Right? We are just working on a licensing model to create and release this. I was talking about, some sort of attribution should go back to people who have contributed to this. Right? And this was not built by one company. This was not built by a few engineers. This was built by tens of thousands of people coming in together to contribute data sets. In fact, for the next few months, this is the focus of Swecha. We are going to be releasing a lot of data sets from agriculture to healthcare to all of this stuff. But I'll come back to this because there's a lot more questions about data. For example, all of you are mentioning this. If I'm a hospital, why should I share my data? What am I getting out of it? But we'll come back to this. We'll come back to this in a bit. But I'll go to Raj. Raj, as a CTO of one of these very few firms, it is that I know of, which are really working on AI ML projects, product services. Can you give us an example, or have you seen projects where AI is being used to solve societal problems, where AI, not just SORAs and the ChatGPT, but something that can directly solve a social problem? Have you experienced anything like that? Any projects like that would you like to share with us now?
One thing I want to say is, social problems are everywhere. So we have one customer in the US. What they do is they work in providing jobs for the low healthcare jobs. So these jobs are mostly from Mexicans or the blacks or low food, right? They basically take up the jobs, cleaners, janitors, things like that. Right? So what they said is, this company does a job screening for all the employees for healthcare companies to hire such workers. The problem here is when you plan these interviews, the guy is so poor, he doesn't know how to come to your office, he doesn't have commute, he cannot come at the right time. And when he comes, the interviewer will not be there. So it's a big challenge to make sure that the interviewer and interviewer are both present when the interview has to take place. It's a real societal problem, right? In Philadelphia and other regions. So what we said is, we can give an opportunity where they can do the interview at home. Right? They will go to a web, there will be questions and they'll answer. These answers are not like ABCD, right? They are like interpreting how somebody thinks to. So somebody says that, what will you do if you find a difficult patient? So there are different ways, right? I'll talk to them, or I'll ask my manager, I'll talk to my peers. There are so many ways we can judge on how a person reacts to a problem. So what we have done for this particular stuff is, we have from the interviewer the list of 10, 15 points that somebody can say when this kind of question is asked. What we simply did is, we created a recording. The user simply records his response for that. We simply do a semantic matching, thanks to the tools we have, and we do without them really match, and we get the information back to the interviewer. So the interview process is done quickly. So what I believe is, wherever technology can help the poor to make a difference, it will really help. One final thing I really want to say is, when I see all these LLM, the way I see them is, there are different small tools. Some tools can convert voice to text. Some tool can translate text to another language. Some tool knows how to get information from documents. Some other knows how to get data from SQL. The beautiful part is unlike, see, everybody uses chatbot now. Chatbot was at 10 years back also. I had a lot of challenges with chatbot because never will understand the intent of the person. So those chatbots used to be, if you go to the bank, select one for savings time, select two for checking account. It is like your mobile phone only. Why? Because we don't understand how to interpret that. But now, thanks to ChatGPT, whatever you ask the question, it understands your intent. And based on it, knows what to do. And of course, we do a lot of work behind the scenes to train the model so that all scenarios, all prompts, it works. So I encourage all the youngsters here to basically use all these tools to solve different problems. When you have this set of 10 or 15 ways to solve a problem, like you said, any problem that we have, any challenge we have, we can think about how to bring all these tools together to solve a problem. Thank you.
It's not that we don't have the data. Data is there, but in different silos. For example, hospitals, let's say one of those big corporate hospitals, but they have lots of EMR data already available. But they are in silos. Everybody has both thing. And in fact, Raj was also mentioning a little while earlier. People have their own 5G deployments right now. There's a lot of data that's being carried, but inside a silo. In edge cloud deployment, where the data is in a silo, right? What do you think? How do you think we can actually, break these silos? And I know there's a policy aspect to it, right? But what can be done? What could perhaps be an incentive for, let's say hospitals to begin with, right? To start sharing some of this data, because I know that there's a lot of potential policy outcomes that can come out of that, from early detection of cancers to all of that stuff, somebody, I think we can get different perspectives on the same thing. Who would like to go first? Yeah.
Hyderabad has the highest number of research institutes after Delhi. Delhi is mostly administrative, but Hyderabad has the highest number of research institutes. These are central government, these are state government research institutes. And they have a huge amount of data sitting with them. So let's take an example of hospital data that we talked about. There is an organization called CCMB, right? Center for Molecular Biology. They have been trying to collect disease-related data and other kind of data. They have been trying to collect it. One thing, if we can just have a policy, a way of getting that data to them, they can then democratize that data. So there's one person who is in charge of all the data for medical. Then we can, so the way NCPI was created, then we have the central research institute which have the capability of managing the data, which understand use case of data. Because data is not just about having a data, it's understanding how it can be used and how that can impact ethical, non-ethical, all of that consideration. But if we can have a central agency which is using it, and the people, scientists who understand how the data can be used and received, then those can become the basis of having all the data. And make it mandatory for sharing the data. If the banks have to share my financial data, somebody can as well share my health data. So, everybody is possible. So, and data can be, in a way, not be very personal, but you can at least have the data in terms of, let's say, female, so age, has this is the genetic makeup. You don't have to have my name and my phone number attached. So that can be sent out. I think that could start working there.
The hospitals or clinics are the custodians, have a fiduciary responsibility to hold the data. They do not have the authority on it because we give the consent to them to, for the data storage and processing, etc. I think, I'm sure it's not something what I'm saying is new. They understand it. I think so that's where the policy needs to come in to help everybody come on to the same page so that the data sharing starts happening. It is not monetized but anonymized, what she was talking about, so that everybody starts using it the way it was done in UPI. I think that is something that is already happening. I'm sure the professor would cover that at some point. That's the way forward.
The data is ours and ours, but are they actually really acting as fiduciaries or custodians, or the hospitals like to believe that they are holding the data? And what is there some policy on this? How do you see this?
So Meta has released a open source model called Massively Multilingual Speech, and the model can ID 4,000 languages, and it can do speech to text for 1,100 languages. So what was the data set to do that? Because when you start talking about 1,100 languages, many of the languages are resource poor languages. That means there is no digital corpora to achieve. What is the example of resource high language? It is French. So thanks to the Canadian government, every single government document in Canada mandatorily had to be translated from English to French by very high quality translators and made publicly available. So the first language where we had very high fidelity between English, between the two languages of translation was English and French. So, but then there is the other end of the problem statement, which is very low resource languages. So for these 1,100 languages, for most languages, the only text that was available was the Bible. And they got a human to read the Bible, and then they trained the model on that single recording. Yeah? and it made reasonably good speech to text software. High error rate, obviously, because there is now Compara, but even 60%, 70% accuracy is a good job for the first cut. So let's take another example. There is a non-profit in Bangalore called Agami. They have a project called Open Nyai. They have created a chatbot for domestic violence so that women can ask questions about legal remedies. If you look at the question answer pair that they have used to create the RAG pipeline before the model, it's only 300 questions and answers. And behind it, they are using some generic language model to make it into sentences and to respond to the context you're asking and so on. So again, you want to make a very powerful project, doesn't take so much data. It's only 300 question answer pairs, you will arrive at the project. So there is a lot of work for us to do in India, which doesn't need to wait at all for data. We just need to be very clear, what is the performance we are interested in, what is the application we are interested in, and then we can quickly move to all of that. And I wanted to break the seriousness a little bit here. I think everybody is talking about very serious use cases of AI. I wanted to share two use cases which I think are useful for us. Munshi Premchand's stories are now in the public domain. They're free of copyright. So it is possible to have the story translated using a variety of open source AI systems or even proprietary to any other language, maybe Kannada, and then a Kannadiga farmer or a Kannadiga person who is illiterate can hear Dr. Rajkumar, his favorite film star, read Munshi Premchand's story to him and he can enjoy literature. So that's one application which we should all be very excited about, provided the children of Dr. Rajkumar allow us to use the personality rights of Dr. Rajkumar for that application. And then the other story or the question that I keep asking everybody is, what percentage of Indian homes do you think own a personalized piece of art? So suppose in the good old days, a king wanted a portrait of himself painted. Only kings and queens had that kind of art in their homes. You could potentially go to a cyber cafe if the cyber cafe owner is savvy, and they could use a model to render your grandmother or grandfather's photo in the style of Raja Ravi Varma or Amrita Shergill, and you can print it and put it in your house for about 100 rupees. This technology chain is already available to us. And imagine the profound way, because even if we estimate that 10% of Indian homes don't have this art, I suspect it is much more. My suspicion is much more. That 10% is hundreds of millions of people, and this will be a profound contribution to the quality of their lives, which is not serious, like medicine and many other serious topics that we're also talking here, because I believe the fun part of AI is going to be very exciting, and that part also should be open.
I want to add something funny here. Right? My mother is almost 88 years old, so she can go and buy sarees, but she buys for all the others and all sarees and all everywhere. So she started looking at this video things, WhatsApp and all, where people show, there is a shop owner, he keeps on showing the sarees and all, she'll be watching them, all those things. So I was thinking something like this, right? So UPI, for example, has made it so easy for anybody to buy from anywhere, right? So now so many people have been able to start from the house selling sarees, selling things and all. Obviously, AI can, what you said can be applicable. My mom can probably see the saree and see how the saree looks on her, how it looks on the person she's trying to buy, right?
Why people hesitate to share, and why whatever available data we can train the model and be successful. I think that the underlying question, underlying thing is the quality of the data. That is the most important, because of it, just with 300 question and answers, a relatively good model can be built. Now, the fundamental thing is quality of data, but in order to get the quality of the data from
any person, any organization, or even from like somebody asks my data, I want clarity of usage. That's the main premise. If I know why that data which I am sharing is going to be used, how it will be used, clarity of usage, where it will be deployed. One of the important aspects is the policy always kind of trails behind the innovation. Okay. And today, if we go to any application, the main once you sign up, the main disclaimer says that are you ready to share your data? It might be used somewhere in some context. Another thing, there is no clarity in terms of how that will be used. That is the reason which I will be very much hesitant to share any of the data. So the first aspect in terms of policy making is to bring the clarity of usage. Once the clarity of usage has been stated, even though there is not a strict legal law which has been established, people will be willing to trust the system because there is a usage which is being already stated there. So quality data and clarity on the usage are the fundamental two aspects which we need to really empower everybody, and that is one of the fundamental challenges in order to really make the AI for everyone. Okay, and that is going to be one of the first challenges, and that's where the technologists, academia, and the students need to have a platform to interact. And one of the reasons behind the slowness of growth, or slowness in terms of adoption, is the mentorship. When I interact with students as a part of my social responsibility to raise awareness on AI with a lot of students, what I feel is the environment where somebody can really ask any question without any reservation, okay, and then seek answers for that in a very secure way. That is missing. That's where we need to have a platform of mentorship without hesitation to create awareness of how the data will be used, where it will be used, what will be deployed. And one of the only forum that can enable this is the open source forum. Okay. Because open source doesn't promise any employment. But one thing open source promises is the deployment. That's the fundamental importance of open source. Once you promise what you're going to deploy, then people will trust you and then people will be ready to share the information.
Absolutely. In fact, all of this stuff that you're doing is proof of that, right? You know, to the fun part, like the Chandamama Kadalu, it's not the equivalent of the Munshi Premchand stories, but these are stories that we all grew up in. You know, Surendra was saying the same thing. There's a huge cultural connect to all of this. It's a fun way that we had, in 6 hours, 10,000 students proofread around 40,000 stories that then fed into this small language model. Even the voice collection corpus activity was a fun part, right? No, yes, sure. There are going to be a lot of fun projects, but I'll have to, go back to serious questions again. I have two questions for all of them, and probably relevant to all of us over here. Two questions for each of you. Same question, different perspectives. I know we are at the fag end of this discussion. First question is, in your opinion, what should happen, what should we do to ensure that we are the AI capital of the world? Okay. And one message to all of us over here. Everybody over here for the AI days, so I'm guessing everybody is here because they want to learn and become successful in AI. Right? So what's one message that you want all of us to take away, and one thing that you think should happen, or one thing for us to become the AI capital, whichever way you want to go? Okay, we'll start with Surendra.
AI days gives me a kind of impression we are just few days away from the elections as well. Okay, so this request, if we wanted to become AI capital of the world, AI capital leaders in the world, information is out there available. So go and use the best intuitive way of using AI. Understand your constituency, understand your leaders, understand your representatives, blog about them, share your tweets on them, and then make that as the most relevant topic, because the AI adoption is all about the relevance and the context. If we approach any problem with the relevance and the context, I think it will be the first starting step to be called as leader in that space. So my request or my message is, just few days away, we're going to elect new leaders to use the AI to the best ability and share your story, how you use AI to really understand the problems of your constituency and the representation of the leaders, what they are promising, are they relevant or they context based.
I think that would help you hit it off well. It doesn't matter whether you are an entrepreneur, founder, or a student, or somebody who's looking for a great job opportunity. I think what you need to do is where you want to go and what you really want to achieve is what you need to keep in mind, especially for entrepreneurs or would be. Try and identify the problem and solve it. For AI capital, in fact, I'm sure we are all aware that we are now $4 trillion economy. World is coming to India for market access. So if we can solve for data issues, the world will come for data as well. Just to let you know, in fact, US has got roughly about 30 foundational models, is what I read somewhere. India has got none. I think small countries like Israel or some of these, I'm not talking about China, have got probably 2 or 3 big large language models, foundational models. So there's a huge opportunity for us to build on, and of course we have got 2 great organizations that are offering open source capabilities as well. So these are the areas to look into for to respond to those.
See, the IT guys never understand business, no? The same way, AI guys never understand customers or society. So first thing that I would say is, okay, we are in colleges, schools, we learn algorithms, we learn data structures, right? When we get a job, at least we know how to use the tools, how to solve. So at least in the initial days, we learn how problems are being solved, right? How to change the hairstyle of a person, how to change the dress of a person, how to write a nice article, right? My daughter does all her BB assignments using ChatGPT, right? So I'm worried about that also. So my thought process is, we need to go into business or go into society to understand what the challenges are. I think it is rightly said in the morning call by professor. So we need to understand where technology can make a difference, right? There are many technologies that have to come through. I see GenAI is just one of them. I was just talking to Praveen earlier. Even big enterprises, like when we want to work with ports or airlines, they also have these big challenges. They don't have the reliable network bandwidth to use technology in ports like sensors and cameras and all. They can't. So what is happening now with new technologies like private 5G, where they have issued a bandwidth. So what I'm saying is, when technologies, players, everybody has to come and create an environment where a business problem can be solved. My earnest request to all the people is, maybe you should go and work with companies, say that you want to work on business kind of problems using AI. So get familiarized with it. So when different solutions, different problem comes, at least we know how to approach. Thank you.
I agree with you when I say when you said that people don't know where to look for problems. They seem to have solutions first, and they don't have. Then they, half the time they come to us saying, "I have a fantastic product, no market, no funding." So my simple submission is, the solution is fantastic only if there is a market. Now coming to that, the one thing that I think India can do for AI, for any data set or any modeling, any IT that we can do, is how can we model it for the last person? Whether it is look at agri supply chain, right? We've not even thought. If you look at the way the world is looking at agri with AI, we combine the two. The things that you get is precision farming. You get things like commodity price management and things like that. In India, right now, the farmer is not, with 1 acre of land, is not really worried about how much commodity should I produce, at what price should I produce so that I can sell it. Because he's seen his neighbor, he's putting tomatoes, I will also put tomatoes. Because last year he sold well, I will also sell it this year well. But can you then have models which can, that tomato that guy is producing, where is it going? 40% of Indian food is wasted. The production that we do is wasted. Can we build models for post-harvest? Everybody is building models for pre-harvest. Can we build models for post-harvest? Where should the cold chain be? We can have mobile cold chain storages, but where should they be when the harvest happens? Right? That's one use case. Taking another use case, let's look at traffic data. India, one of the biggest problems in most cities in India is traffic. And please, somebody find a solution where there are no U-turns. My everyday morning commute is, how do I find a road to go where there is no new U-turn today? So, the same traffic management data that we have can solve for ambulances, which is the best route for the ambulances to take. The same data can be used for preventing accidents, predicting accidents and preventing that. So the same data can be used for lots of small things which can then be impacted in smaller towns, smaller villages and things like that. Think of solutions that can be like UPI, which is mass, which is scalable, which is everywhere to the last person it can go to. You build models in India for that. You have best case scenarios here. Then it can be deployed anywhere in the world. So that's my submission for this.
I think it is solved. Only Bangalore traffic is an NP hard problem. I don't think anybody can ever, solve that. Anybody from Bangalore? No. Okay, there are some people. I'm sure it's an NP hard. I think for me it's an NP hard problem.
Shall I? Okay, so I'll come at this. I think the other panelists have covered the question rather comprehensively, so I'll take a slightly different approach. I think some of us here are part of what we call the free software or open source software movement. It's a community of people that use or build free and open source software. But that is just one of the many openness movements. There are many other openness movements. And the problem with AI, exactly as we had during the inaugural ceremony, is that it's a dual-use technology. It comes with some risks. Just like electricity. Electricity, even today, comes with very significant risks, but also very, very useful technology for us as the human species. So, whenever anybody is selling you some technology, they will make some claims about the risk. It is risky this way, or it is risky that way. But how can you believe those claims? The only way you can believe the claim is if it follows what is called an open science paradigm. That means the software should be open source, the training data set should be available under open data license, the full documentation of what you have done should be published under an open access scholarly paper. And that is why I would slightly resist this point that India has no foundational models. Because many of these foundational models, they are even if they are proprietary models, they are released alongside with a paper which will explain the model. You should just go and look at the names of the authors in those papers. You will see many, many Indians. So India as a country may not have built models, but Indians have definitely built some of these key foundational models, including Llama 2. We have Indian authors building them. So what should you do to be part of this open science movement? Because that is the critical moment if we want to solve the data problem. According to DST, Department of Science and Technology, and Department of Biotechnology, they have an open access policy. That means every year they give $0.85 billion to Indian researchers as grants. But the expectation is, once you do the research should be published under open access license. That is the expectation. All we can as citizens say to these professors, please also release the data set. So that in the tradition of replicability of science, some other scientists can also repeat the process and check whether your scientific claims are correct. If there is a culture of releasing data sets in India by state governments, by scientists, then these data sets will be available for us to do other things. There will be a culture of open data sets being broadly available. So I encourage each one of you, because this $0.85 billion of research is your money. The intellectual property that has been created by that is licensed to you mandatorily by government policy. You own that, you're a custodian of that IP, push that IP in a further open direction, which is going to help all of us secure this leading position on AI technology.
Since you brought it up, I think it's a pet peeve of ours, but let's take this as a challenge. Open access journals, the Elseviers and the Singers of the world charge thousands of dollars just to publish one piece of paper. Per page is I think approximately $100 or beyond for any open access journal. The problem is there needs to be scopus indexing and all of that stuff. Can we today, take a stance, say that, we are going to come up with our own open access journal, not relying on the Elseviers and the Fingers of the world, but to also, at some point get into the scopus as well, because we can't start with a scopus index journal.
I mean, we may not be obsessed with journals, at least for some domains like AI.
Scopus is the problem.
Because some of the best papers in AI are not in journals. They are outside journals.
It is something that I think we should go for the next 1 year.
Yes.
If we can actually come up with our own peer-reviewed conference, proceedings, which are open access, and that is a huge thing, because even if you are the author right now, you can't even go and look at your own paper. That is something that we should definitely work towards. Open science, open source software. If you want India to become the AI capital without any of this stuff, it's absolutely impossible. Let's work together on that. So it's an open call to everybody over here. Let's work together. Create that open access system, open access conference. Alright, so we have come to the end of it. I have a small message to give to all of you as well. While we're talking about AI, society, all the serious topics, as Sunil said, I have a slightly more fun thing to say. How do I make AI us as the AI capital? Is first of all by letting the word go out. AI days, AI for society. My request is how many of you are on LinkedIn over here? So we should perhaps do this. Can we tag hashtag AI days? What do we do? Maybe we'll just go back to the previous session. There was a UPI story, right? It had brought out different emotions in all of us. Some of you felt proud, some of you felt, oh, this is good, inspired, whatever it is. Maybe we can do this. I watched, put the link to the story. At AI days, hashtag AI days. All of us, I see more than 1,000, 1,500 people in the auditorium. All of us together, can make a big bang, right? Put out, post on LinkedIn. So you watch this story, hashtag AI days 2024. Put out the emotion, whatever you have felt, okay? And then nominate 3 of your friends, each of us. I know this goes back to that, ice bucket challenge, but maybe, sorry, we're not doing this on Facebook any longer. But we'll perhaps do this on LinkedIn. Okay? Just because Surendra is sitting closer to me, right? We'll do this on LinkedIn maybe. Okay? Why don't we do that? Hashtag AI days. There's a good photo booth outside. We can take a photo over there, post it on your LinkedIn. Bhavneet was saying in the morning, you don't feel shame to ask for appreciation, promotion. I think we should appreciate all of us. This is a huge thing. I see a lot of energetic faces over here. Why don't we do that? Take a photo over there or something, put it on LinkedIn, say that you watch this at hashtag AI days. Sahiti will kill me if I don't give the correct hashtag, which is I'm not saying it out. Sahiti, AI days, hashtag. See, Naveen is already ready to kill me. Hashtag AI for society, please also hashtag AI days. I think this is one way. These sort of conferences will actually allow us to become the AI capital. I don't think there is ever another conference like this where lots of people, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, Google, everybody come and talk about all of these things. We have the entrepreneurial ecosystem. We have people who are really working on AI projects, and we have the open source community, which is creating all of these things. So, they're already bored of looking at my face. So, what I will do is, I'll thank all of you. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
How the AI is
currently changing, or how do I foresee how it's gonna change the landscape in the IT industry for sure. Right? What I foresee from the current trends right now, it's massively gonna impact the day-to-day life. Be it in any domain, I'm not going in specific to the fintech to start with, but be it in any domain, the generical problems gonna get impacted and gonna solved very easily going forward. And I think we are getting the flavors now. Everybody is aware of how the chat GPTs, the Soras, and all those things are working out. It's a mixed flavor. People are excited about it. There are people who are scared about it, but I do believe, I think it's a more of gonna be exciting journey going forward, because the help that the AI brings you to your day-to-day work is enormous. Like the task that you were performing till now, maybe it's in few hours, with the help of an assistant, which is trained in a specific domain or for a specific task, can actually help you deliver quite fast, like 10x or 20x, right? So it's definitely gonna do a lot of additions into our life, and specifically to the fintech world, right? Where I'm currently working on, and we are seeing the wave of the fintech, at least in the Indian economy, right? It's gonna help a lot, specifically for the areas where ease of solutioning or ease of the payments is gonna happen. A more robustness into the payments, the more openness into the payments kind of scenarios will happen. It will open up a lot of portals for us to have a niche products from the payment sites, from the fintech sites, that will actually get into the day-to-day life of each one of us, and it's gonna have an impact, maybe doing half of the work for us without taking a lot of help from us. So it's gonna positively impact our life for sure. That's my take on the AI in the coming years.
How AI is impacting today, as in our this generation, I feel it is immensely affecting us. We know or we do not know. For example, I can give you a certain scenario in the current financial world, how it's going on. You can think of that when the customer getting targeted, you may be getting a call, maybe from phone, maybe through emails notifications, or maybe from app notifications. So starting from the targeting a customer to acquisition of that customer, to bringing that customer through the process of a financial journey, and then managing it over time. Everything is today happening somewhere in some form, the AI or in a word, a traditional ML is used. So it's nothing new that we have found a new thing. It's happening. Just that we are slowly realizing. And given that the awareness today is very high, people are trying to understand, why did I get a message through my mobile, and why not I'm getting a phone call? So there is a difference. If you are not targeted through a phone call, that there is a certain algorithm behind that didn't prioritize you through a phone call, then maybe through a message. Right? So that's happening. And what is going to happen down the line 5 years? There are a lot of things going to happen. For example, if you have seen today any particular any technical product, or maybe whoever is using mobile, maybe before 10 years, there's just a phone. Today is not just a phone, it's much smarter than that. You can do a lot of things on top of it, right? And it has integrated today. The very basic thing today, we have the sensors through which you can play with it and you can do a lot of things. What I believe in down the line 5 years, already iPhone has built a lot of AI layers on the mobile we have. Similarly, you do see a lot of applications are built on top of it, and which would be everyone's hand, and people would play like any toy. So it would be so simple and so easy. So that's how I see it down the line 5 years. It is impacting, and it will impact our life.
If we have to think from a macro point of view, it is common sense that finance drives economy. And if India has to go from a $4 trillion economy to a $35 trillion, which is the aim which our Honorable Prime Minister is setting us for 2047, we cannot do anything without actually driving finance to the next level. And if we have to do that, everybody believes that an incremental technology adoption cannot do anything for us, but we need disruptive technology frameworks that will change the landscape for us. India, thankfully, has figured out through the digital public infrastructure the two facets of the fintech world. One is the identity layer, which we all have been beneficiaries of by the Aadhaar framework and multiple other frameworks that have been rolled out over the last decade or so. The second layer is the payment framework, which the gentleman just talked a few minutes before. And again, we all have been beneficiaries. More than us, I think the bottom of the pyramid have been beneficiaries of these two layers, right? People who didn't have the any kind of identity or who didn't know how to go to a bank and initiate a payment have fundamentally benefited out of this, right? And of course, there are multiple numbers being talked about in terms of how much these technologies have created or added value to our GDP. I think the next layer is going to be credit. So the identity is fairly figured out. The payment is fairly figured out. We are also taking it to the global level. The next thing which is going to revolutionize finance and obviously revolutionize the way of life for a lot of people and application of technologies like AI, ML will be the significant development which we all will see. Thank you.
When you look at the transformation that we all have gone through, the generational transformations, probably a decade over decade, this is probably the AI generation or AI decade that we are going through, right? It's been there, but the acceleration is picking up. The acceleration of AI transformation is dramatically picking up. And if you look at probably a year ago to till now, the acceleration has been quadrupled or even more, right? So what it transforms into is in our everyday life, especially point of the customization, which is really coming down to the personalization of your own information, right? Which is how do I serve you better? It is all machines are learning that. Machines are learning you. Machines are becoming better to understand what you want. How can that be served to you, right? I think that transformation has been more manual till now, right? It is when you automate it, part of the true characteristics, the behaviors that you wanted to really exhibit out of what you wanted to get out of it, you got to get it out through the machines, right? So that's a power to start with. And second thing I just wanted to add on there is, especially the fintech layer or a financial services layer, and my partner here rightfully called out, which is finance is the center of the world, right? Everything is centered around finance. And when you look at your financial information, how that is secured enough, how that has been monitored, how that has been looked into in terms of your banking or in terms of your trading, in terms of your own activities that you do with finance, everything is going to change in a way that it is going to be much more personalized, much more into the aspect of how best can I do, what is the best, and a lot of those recommendations come to you rather than you seeking that. Lastly, I want to conclude with this, which is recently I saw a post on LinkedIn which said humans are going after machines in terms of phones. We're all watching phones, but machines are reading us, right? When machines are reading us, they are becoming smarter, and that smartness is what going to reflect back onto what we do on a day-to-day life.
Very well said. Very well said, sir. Thank you. So I'll just double click on one of the key points that you mentioned, right? The hyper personalization, or how customers will see an evolution of kind of services that we'll see, right? So you and Sarah represent a global firm, Paytm, right? Anand represents an Indian giant, and Sir represents a startup. So how individually within your, I would say an industry level, right? How are you guys getting ready for the wave? What kind of changes should each of your industries what should the audience take from each of these industries as the next wave from a technology perspective or from a consumer perspective? What should they be expecting or anything of that?
Yeah, I think I'll address that in a couple of ways, right? And then probably pass it back this way. Uh, I think from a consumer point of view, you have to be cautious about how is your data, is that data secured enough or not, right? Your personal information, is that secured enough or not, right? How far it is, how global it is being transformed into, and how much of that is something that you want to share or not, right? Some of those are not in your control, right? So when you go onto the websites nowadays, they're asking for cookies to say, do you want to accept these cookies or not, right? Watch out. I think it is important for you to watch out what you're accepting, what you're not accepting, right? For example, the other day I was just traveling with another person, and somebody calls and says, "Hey, somebody is tracking you. You on your Snapchat app. You turn your location services on, so they're really tracking you, right? So that means you're with this person. You're going there, right? So you have to watch out what information that you're sharing." Right, that kind of impacts your personalization. And second side of it is companies, organizations, what they're trying to do is they're trying to really predict. They're trying to build those predictive models around your personal data, right? So we have a lot of our focus right now is a lot of that chatbot technologies we are bringing in, and making sure that we're able to address your questions, your personal questions, much more freely and much more accurately, right? That accuracy is increasing as we speak, but we are not there yet, right? It's a journey. The model is improving as we speak, but I think it all comes back to understanding the intent. That is where the model maturities are coming along. The multi-model maturities, the intent behind that human behavior. More we understand, more personalization that we can start doing, and that's the journey that we are in. And as we mature enough, the serving to the customer becomes much more easier and much more accurate as well.
Yeah, probably I'll talk about the context a bit. The gentleman talked about the intent. So we are in the trade finance industry, and everybody knows that when a small business buys or sells something to another business, it is not a straight line, right? So there are dips and there are seasonalities attached to it. There are a lot of dynamic situations where a customer is paying you very early. There are situations where the customer pays you late, right? And it's not just about telling a financial institution that, hey, go and fund this guy for about 10 lakhs, right? But it also is about giving the context. And that context can only be established when we look at large data sets, we look at the history within that spectrum of that industry, and we are able to bring intelligence which doesn't exist in the financial services ecosystem. So today, all of us know that banks are dependent on credit bureaus, right? So when somebody applies for a personal loan, or when somebody applies for a corporate loan, or a personal loan, the usual thing or a baseline thing which a financial institution does is to check about your financial history of what you have done, whether you have defaulted or paid your home loans, paid your EMIs properly, right? Now, this is a very baseline kind of checking that happens with the historical data that the system has captured. But what about people who do not have a history of data, right? What about people who face new dimensions of business? So today I might be a small business, serving about 100 customers. But the moment I get listed on an Amazon, or the moment I get listed on an e-commerce website, probably I'm staring at a million plus kind of customers who could come and ask me for business, right? And how do I meet the financing needs of these transactions is a fundamental challenge which trade finance institutions do not know how to solve currently. Because on balance sheet, on financial history, I may be worth only X lakhs or X crores in terms of my eligibility to draw financing. But I have a genuine case of looking at an hyperactive business traction which needs financing solutions, right? That's where ProFintech comes in. We are working with some of the voluntary organizations like iSpirit, which was at the beginning of UPI before even the NPCI came into picture. iSpirit was championing UPI payment ecosystems, and they are at the front end of bringing innovations which have an impact for the next decade or 2 decades, right? It's not about just trying to solve what is in front of us for the next year or so, but about creating something which can impact generations. So we are working with them. There's a first cohort which has come out where we are looking at large data sets and applying machine learning technologies to figure out if we can make this a kind of an auto decision process, right? Where people may not bring the data sets which usually people bring to a bank, but looking at their identity and looking at the industry and the trading situation they are in, we are able to make a decision that yes, this business would require this kind of financing at this point in time, and make that a kind of fulfilling story for that business. Because from a trade perspective, if you are not giving financing at the time of the need, then we should not be existing in the first place, right? So it's like a hospital. It's like a hospital in many ways, because if a patient walks in with a pain or a problem, and if you're not able to solve it and ask them to fill a form or give some do some requirements, then what's the use of being a financial institution in the first place? So we are thinking from that perspective, Kumar, and we are on an initial journey because the financial services industry is highly regulated. There are a lot of other challenges of risk, etc., which we need to solve for. But I think the direction that we are all taking is in the right spirit.
The way I see it in this case is that this is a win-win situation for both industry as well as the customers. So industry want to do better in their margins so that business can float, they can make good money over time, and customer wants better experience. So then needs to be balanced. Now, how AI is doing it? AI is, the way I see it, AI is going to enable it so that business has better way to make money. At the same time, as a customer, I get better experience. That's what we want. And at the same time, the beautiful things are happening as you see in this landscape for last 2 to 3 years, right? So if you look at simple KYC, know your customers. So simple things like you upload a document. Today people are just calling you, call over a video. You do not need to go to a particular bank or something and just prove it that you are the customer, right? So there are a lot of things are happening through this, and this is where, in a way, AI is making many things as an enabler. So it also brings like a lot of concerns as customer says, my data is get secured? Am I sharing whatever the data I'm sharing? These are my personal information. I'm giving right consent so that the models are getting built or the customers are getting targeted. So I think that's where government is going to do a lot of role. And in the same scenario, RBI also playing critical role, where as you see over time, in US it is always there. The market is well regulated and a lot of compliance is there. And I do see India is going to catch up on that. RBI has already put a lot of rules and regulations to build a lot of things. And recently you have seen this AI advisory came out, like how to build models, how to do things, but that's still not getting enforced. But the way I see it, that's in some point of time going to happen. So customer needs to look at it in more positive way so that the data is secure there, the trust is going to be built.
Just to refresh the question, what the customers should foresee or expect as we grow in the AI world, especially towards the fintech, right? So pretty much covered by the folks over the panel. I will just complement the answers and totally agree in aligned with the directions the folks has already described the things. But I will just add 2 points over here, right? Whatever the next outcomes that we're gonna see, right? Whatever the next products that the customer is gonna see will always be accompanied by 2 dimensions. One is on the fingertips, that is speed. So just to give an example, right? Let's take an example of KYC. So previously, when you used to go to a bank, it used to take maybe few days for you to complete the KYC because you have to submit the form, submit the documents and all those things. Nowadays, you just go there, fill the details and you're done. It's on your fingertips and it's with the accuracy, right? Lending. The underwriting nowadays is on the fingertips. You just apply for it and within few seconds you will get an SMS, congratulations. Yeah. Or even nowadays it's going even above that. Without applying, you are getting the messages that congratulations, you've been allotted.
So definitely with the accuracy, a lot of accuracy gonna increase, a lot of speed gonna increase, and the second dimension is affordable experts, I would say. So if I just ask in the room, right, how many people here have a wealth manager? Maybe very few, hardly one hand or maybe nothing, right? So, but with the help of AI, with the help of technology, the segment of robo advisors or the wealth advisors, which are affordable to the medium class, right, to affordable to the new young generation, is gonna happen, and that credit goes to the AI world, right? Because finance is a very very big world where you have to diversify, you have to learn a lot of things, right? And if an expert is sitting out there giving you an advice very cheaply, which also works in your direction according to your goals, that's something you should expect going forward in the fintech world. That's my two takes on it.
There are multiple challenges, but one of the positive things which I would like to start this, Kumar, is that whether we like it or not, the rules in the financial services industry or the regulations in financial services industry have been unknowingly made by the wrong set of people, right? When I say wrong set of people, these are defaulters. So when one Nirav Modi uses an instrument like a letter of credit to defraud the system, suddenly the entire rules for millions of other customers have been framed, right? It's like almost somebody going and crashing into a divider and then, without doing any checks on why the accident happened, we come up and put a traffic light or a signboard saying that this is an accident prone zone, right? So that has unfortunately happened over the years. So the good thing which is happening in this space is that a lot of data is coming into use, and RBI and SEBI and multiple other financial regulators who are the key stakeholders in the system are kind of believing that we need to look at the larger pools of data and bring in things like AI and ML before taking decisions which can impact the lives of people. Because obviously if I decide based on one Nirav Modi whether to lend or not to the next million customers standing in the line, I would have probably done a disservice to several customers. So that I think will be is a good thing which is happening. There are several challenges as you can imagine. Regulations always take time to catch up with any new technologies, and that is big in India because it's also about financial stability, right? Finance has both angles, right? It's a kind of a double-edged sword. So on the positive side, it can fuel the economy, it can fuel the growth. But if you don't do it the right way, the economy can just spiral down and create huge problem for everybody, not just for government and RBI, but even for common people. You guys would have heard what happened in countries like Zimbabwe, right? Or what happened in countries like Argentina, etc., when there was spiraling inflation. And all of us have seen that to buy 1 kilo of tomato, people used to take a pile of cash in a country like Zimbabwe to do that, right? Obviously, we don't want to go through that situation. So there will be a lot of caution before mainstreaming these technologies. But I am an optimist. I think that as the adjacent technologies or adjacent systems like the identity layers, the payment ecosystems, and things like account aggregator. I don't know how many of you have heard about that. Today, there is a regulated framework called account aggregator, which, if you give consent, can actually touch all your financial services providers like banks and NBFCs and take out a history of what happened in the past, right? So as these adjacent technologies and ecosystems mature, I think there will be a greater propensity for government and RBI to support adoption of AI and ML, not just adoptions, but also to support mainstreaming these technologies. But till the time these things mature and till the time it is proven with data sets, we still have to bear with a little bit of a slowness, which is okay. I mean, we don't want to take a step and suddenly get into problems, right? So that's what I'm seeing.
True challenges point of view, I probably put India probably on the better side of it than rest of the countries, right? To be in fact, because our fintech industry has been really matured, right? The great example is the previous session that we really had, the NPCL, that is driving a billion people in systems, right? That kind of maturity is probably not there even in US, right? So I think definitely we are better off. AI, right? I think European is slightly better in terms of the regulations. They at least came up with a AI Act, right? We haven't seen that come out of India. So if something that like that comes out, and which is gives us clarity on what can be done, what can be done, I think it just gets us another edge as well. And even in India, government wise, there is a lot of support for AI. AI in India is definitely a big motivating factor for entire India as a whole. So I know the gentleman spoke about the underlying financial challenges. I don't want to go into that specific things, but I think the challenges, if anything at all, I think for us is the variations and the maturity level of people that we deal with, the billion people, that really brings in a quite wide spectrum of the maturity and the adoption, and how do we really tune our technologies to adopt that spectrum of the variation, whether it is highly educated to not educated. How do we really deal with that, right? I think we are much better there already in fintech world, but I think AI will be enabler, but we need to solve some of those underlying challenges that comes with it.
The AI is nothing but, just in a simple words, this is a data stack, and using the data, the models are built and then models are getting deployed. So currently the process is that how can you make it this two endpoint within a very quick interval of time, so that's where you have a better business to be there, and then you will make an impact to the customers. So doing that is where the current challenges are more. Like, how do you first prepare those data? How do you gather the data in the particular business context? I think many times people are struggling there to gather data and preparing the data on which you can build a model. This model is nothing like you just put in garbage in and garbage out, right? So it will not learn anything magical, whatever, nothing there in the data. You need to make sure whatever the use case you have in hand, you understand the problem well, and keeping the right set of the data and putting to the right kind of algorithm and get the right set of output. Now you have an output. Model is trained, everything is good, but you can't put it in production because your production framework or the current the hardware or the architecture is available in the technical stack that is not capable to do it. For example, I build a model using a Gen AI Llama 7 million model, and I want to make a fraud detection on this, which I need to make a decision within maybe 1 to 2 milliseconds. That is impossible to do, because you need to generate data and pass through the model and get it out, right? So that required a massive infrastructure to do that particular inferencing or scoring to make it work. So it is not about the technology or the financial world, the required technology. It is not about this machine learning and AI algorithm. That requires the infrastructure and certain kind of hardware and software stack to support to that. And that's where the fintech, so-called tech, is helping the fin side of it to evolve faster. And that's a big thing happening, and this will keep evolving as we speak. And that's the beauty of this complete world. Right?
Again, it's the fourth term. Most of the things are being covered. But yeah, 2 points. Very, very important things said by my friend Sarah. Garbage in, garbage out. It's the data quality that's gonna be used to train the model to actually say that we're gonna be an AI leader, or we're gonna be having a lot of AI driven applications, is gonna play a very, very important role, right? And that's one thing, I guess, where we as an Indian or as an as a country have to do a lot of work on. Definitely now we have some base through the Aadhaar, through the PAN, right? But still a lot of things to be done, which says, okay, these are the unique identifications and all these are the well structured data which I can use to train my model, which will produce the accuracy which I am expecting.
right? So a lot of importance has to be given to the data quality if we want to excel into the AI world. And the second thing from the India's perspective, right, on the AI journey, what I see is adoption, right? We are very diversified country, right? Religion, caste, wealth levels, a lot of diversions, right? You just imagine, suppose if the demonetization would have not happened, for example, what would have been the percentage of UPI transactions or the digital wallet transactions as of now? I'm pretty sure the upper layer would have adopted it very nicely and would have done it, adopted it very nicely and have given a lot of inputs to it. But the lower layer, which is a larger layer into the Indian ecosystem, right, might have struggled a little bit because it might be possible that much effort into the adoption might have not been kept for if the demonetization would have not happened. Right? To do, even if we build a lot of AI driven applications, right, a lot of efforts needs to be put for the adoption to the lower level, right? We have a tier 2, tier 3 people who still believes in the cash market, right? They still want to do a cash transactions. Now you're just saying that okay, there is a chat bot or there is a voice bot, right, which will just do the transactions for you. Just tell it, right? How much changes they have to bring in their day-to-day life or their thought process, that whether this is gonna happen fine or not, even if it is a 10 rupees transaction, 100 rupees transaction, right? So that adoption, the drive for the adoption has to be there with a lot of force from the AI's perspective. Whatever application you deliver, you have to be on the ground. You have to make it very usable, very easy to use. In a different targeting different segments, maybe language wise, the region wise, and then drive for the adaptability. Until unless that won't be done, I think it will be a slow start. Slowly it will pick up, but for a faster thing, like to tell the story like UPI, right? You need either some event like demonetization, or you need some force which actually drives the adoption. Sure. Let me start maybe this time. With AI, there are a lot of challenges for sure, and responsible AI. Actually, I'm very happy that responsible AI is picking up early in the days, right? If you see the boom of 2000, right, where we were adopting towards the technology, the backslashes that could happen because of the technology was not brought that wisely or with that much voice previously, and then slowly we saw that the impact over it, right? But it's really good if we start with the responsible AI from the day zero, or in the early days itself. It's very important. It's very helpful technology, and at the same time it can be very dangerous for us, right? Because both the sides of world exist, right? You will see people who wants to build the applications who are like really helpful, but at the same time you will see the people who just want to ditch you, or who just want to make a fraud or make money out of it, right? So to create this responsible AI, early stage regulations, or a kind of community which can say, okay, these are the standards which will be followed while releasing an AI app or an AI feature, right? Anything, it's kind of gold market standards we have, right? If you're going to have a buy a gold somewhere, right? You generally see that okay, these tests are being passed, or any software you see, you generally check these are the security checks which are being passed or not, right? If we can together come up with an standard that okay, whatever the application or the feature that you are building through the help of AI or delivering as an AI, it has to go through certain security checks, or it has to pass certain benchmarks, and that becomes a kind of hallmark that okay, this is a sanitized app which it's not gonna harm the general people, right? And that will build a sense of trust within the people, that okay, I'm going to have an application which will be working for me rather than working against me, right? So it's gonna be a very important charter as we grow in the AI world. It will be very interesting to see how it goes.
Yeah, so this is very interesting theme, like responsible AI. So, but when we say responsible AI, so first we need to understand what do we mean by that, right? So it is where the responsible lies. So it is the person or the company or the organization who is building these models, right? So the model is built and then model is used for certain decision. For example, if you are getting a card or a credit decisioning is happening, you know that decisioning happens. So now I will just catch up on two themes, which is very important, I believe. One is the model bias, and second part is that how can you bring accountability through transparency. So what I mean by the model bias is that when I build a model, like as you collect the data, there is a certain inherent bias into it. For example, you collected a certain amount of data only because the person who surveyed or the way the data is collected, it is targeted to only male, not much female. Now the data is highly biased towards male, so because he has seen more attributes of those male population, so that when the decisions are made, and it says you are likely to get more profitable if you target a male customer rather than female. Now this is a bias inherent to the data that is selected and the model you build and the algorithm you choose to build these models, right? So now going, but the important part is that the regulator who is looking into this model, or let's say I own the model, so my primary purpose is to understand, is this model is biased towards something or not? Is it biased towards a certain language or certain race? So how can you make sure that? That is one responsibility lies with which building this model and posting to the customers at a final decision. Second part is that the interpretable AI or explainable AI. So now the decisions are made. Now we need to explain. I say, no, Kumar, I can't give you a credit of next. Let's say you are asking for, let's say, 1 lakh incremental credit or a credit line increase. Now I am saying, no, I'm not going to give you the credit line increase. Then I need to explain you why I'm not going to give you this credit line increase, right? That part, when I build into my system, I'm creating the transparency. So Kumar would be more now trustworthy with me, that he believes me what I'm saying, how my decisions are made. And that is the responsibility lies with me. Right? So these two aspects are, I believe, more important. There are more to it, but these are two critical things today, how the models are built.
One, I think, as I mentioned in the previous comment, the financial services ecosystem is highly regulated. And the good part is that a lot of financial intermediaries, whether it is insurance companies or banks, are regulated, which is not the case in many industries, right? So today, if you look at media or if you look at technology companies, they are not regulated. None of the Facebooks or Googles of the world are regulated, right? So in those sectors or in those industries, obviously the technology will be miles ahead of regulations before we open up our eyes and see that there are certain things which have happened the way which we didn't want to happen. Fortunately for us, the financial services industry is regulated, and also the service providers have an element of discretion. So if you are a bank or an insurance company, you are not allowed to just go ahead and go give loans to anybody, right? So there are certain ways and means of looking at it. For example, if there was a small company here which comes up and says that, hey, I would like to build a factory which will manufacture, say, machine guns or say narcotic substances, they're not going to get the loan, right? Because these are banned business activities. Fundamentally, they will not be allowed to come inside. So talking about the ethical side of AI and ML technologies, I think there is a fundamental design level deterrence which has been built because of the nature of this industry, because of the nature of these regulations. So I personally think, and I could be wrong here, this is based on my experience and my bias, that there may be very less scope for things to just crop up out of the blue and create ethical issues within the spectrum of fintech or financial services ecosystem. That's my personal opinion. Thank you.
I think we are evolving, right? Ethics play a big role in the entire AI spectrum. Uh, Organizations are really transforming their chief ethical officer into chief ethical AI officer, right? To make sure that there are ethics that are looked from an AI spectrum point of view. It's very important. So I look at it as probably 3 or 4 sectors. One is what organizations are doing, making sure they are doing ethical AI, ethics at the center of the AI. The second dimension is government, as the gentleman talked about, the regulations, the AI acts that are coming together, that really plays a big vital role. And third, we all are consumers. We are on consumer side of it. We also have to play a role into it to make sure that ethically we are able to consume the services that are being offered and challenge if something that is not right, right? I think we all have a say in this entire ecosystem. And overall, I think ethics is one of the reason probably AI didn't take off as much as it's supposed to as we are sitting here today, right? Because ethics, the kind of data controls that we want to put around, the kind of regulations that we want to, everything passing through that stages makes it even becomes challenging in these LLM models because they want a lot of data and all of the data is fed in. There are no controls in it. Then how do you really make sure that data is controlled enough and ethically correct enough to make sure that we are serving the right information to the right people at the right time, right? I think these things all play a vital role as we evolve. And ethics is really organizations are putting at the center of it as they evolve the AI practice as a whole.
I think one of the very interesting themes which is taking shape is the whole data and behavior footprint that we are generating as consumers, whether it's a corporate entity or whether it is an individual consumer, right? There is tremendous amount of data across various platforms and systems that is getting generated. I have taken an Uber in the morning to come here. I have made a payment using my GPay or PhonePe. I'll probably go back and do something, take a metro rail or something. So there is a data and a behavior footprint which is getting generated. Now the challenge is how do we bring these together, right? And whether we like it or not, there is a very thin line between snooping on privacy and creating something for the productive use. Now sitting in Hyderabad, we have all been reading news about phone tappings and things like that, right? So, people will always have a fundamental challenge of where do we draw the line? But to answer to your question, Kumar, is that if we can find a way in a clean and ethical manner to integrate the data footprint that we all generate, it is going to evolve into financial magic, right? We will see a day very soon where AI and ML will be able to give out a very, very curated experience of what financial products, at what rates of interest, at what points of time that you will be needing from the financial services providers, right? And that is going to fundamentally change the way the financial services ecosystem or industry has been built over a period of time. But more exciting is that it is going to bring a lot of changes into our way of life, because now we are going to get access, we are going to get better rates, we are going to get better financial products driven and fueled by AI and ML, right? So those are my thoughts around this.
One important thing, the way I see currently is happening or also will happen. So one thing which has happened is the financial inclusion. That is a good part which has happened, and then payment systems are in place. Now these things are placed. Now as a young India is growing up, what they need is the financial stability. So that is one of the important thing. What is the country is going to do something about it, and that is coming up. For example, so there are, as you have seen, there are very minimal instruments where people can diversify their wealth. Today, that is increasing. You may have seen these mutual funds have taken a lot of traction last 4 or 5 years, and people have started investing in stocks. Now they're getting learned in how to do that. Now there will be more safer instrument will be created where people will be more going to invest and make sure they have their financial stability. So that is what I think will happen. And I can give, there are some interesting stuff like pay over time, or they call it pay later. That's the easy credit everyone has in some form of the other, right? Where they can get that credit and do some sensible transaction out of it and then pay back, right? At the same time, what we see as easy credits are coming, that has its own challenge. So as we are going through these systems of change, we need to find that balance and make sure we get to a stable scenario where the country's wealth is safe and sustained over time.
My 2 cents on the question, Kumar. The answer is yes, I would say. To me, AI for India or India with the AI, there are two things which are required. One is the talent, and the second is intent. And we in India have both, and in plenty, right? So it's gonna happen for sure. We gonna be leader sooner. That's my belief. And it's gonna happen for India, especially in the fintech domains, health domains, where we have a lot of to catch up. And the acceleration that we'll see in those catch ups is will be something which the world will see for sure. That's what I think.
Seriously, I think it all starts with the talent, right? And we are here sitting here in JNTU Hyderabad, where there are a lot of students that are really growing up in AI/ML specialization, right? When I'm growing up, I didn't even hear any of those terms, right? Of course, it's a while back. So the reality is the talent is being built around AI here. That's definitely the number one big positive. The second side of it is we have already done in payment systems. We've done it. We have the subject matter expertise. We have the kind of financial background, financial systems, how they operate, what it is, what the challenges are at scale, right? We talked about scale as well. So we've seen it all, right? So we have the advantage than any other country in the world. And I think that combination is super powerful. When we bring that together and the intent that he talked about, and our heart is there, right? We are there. We are technologists. We are passionate, and we bring that passion together and make that happen. I think we're going to be very powerful. And it starts from top down, right? Our leaders like Modi, all the way down, it is AI centric. How they're driving India to be AI centric. I think all of that just fuels comes together, and we're going to be a very powerful country as we go along.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This conference is the largest AI conference in the country that has been held with an overwhelming response and resounding success, with 2,000 plus participation of academics, researchers, IT professionals, students and representatives from the government organizations. And this conference is deliberating on a lot of issues which have a real place for the people's issues to be solved. And from the tracks of fintech to the agri-tech to the health sciences to the life sciences to foundational research in AI, there are close to 8 and 9 tracks that include journalism, creative media industry, and all the issues that are related to the commons in all of these sectors is being jotted down, and the deliberations are being held to see on how do we solve problems for the commons. This conference began with the launch of a AI model where people communicate with the machines. There were 3 farmers who lost their dear ones because of electrocution. It's not that the farmers do not know how to switch a motor on or switch a motor off, but rather they just got electrocuted because when they water the fields, they get drenched in water, and one droplet of water from their little finger or index finger when they switch on the button is sufficient to be electrocuted. And this AI model that we built enables the farmers to communicate with machines, and while doing so, it made it really possible for them to give oral commands either to switch the motor on or switch the motor off
They can do it remotely, they can do it near the borewell site, or they could at the borewell site. And I think this is something which is going to be a path-breaking thing, because farmers being able to communicate with machines, agricultural workers being able to communicate with machines, we are only one step away from people with different languages being able to speak to each other. The only thing that is required is language models in different languages, and then there is already a bridge of being able to talk to one another. And the three farmers, we have called them. One is a mother of a farmer who died because of electrocution. Her name is Bhimamma. The other woman whose husband passed away because of electrocution, and her name is Ashamma. And there was Basavaraj who lost his brother. There are thousands of farmers who just get electrocuted, not because they don't know the why and how of switching on and switching off motors, but rather because of the harsh climatic conditions or the harsh conditions in which they need to live and work. And this conference is a resounding success, the first of its kind in India. And I thank all the people and the support that we got from everyone in making this conference a grand success.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Impact Hub has been very supportive in this entire journey for Buddy, in making connects, in making available in different formats, and most importantly, Buddy has a complete tech module built supporting the operations and the entire journey that we follow. So we have a B2C booking app that we've created where the online bookings takes place, and also we have a fleet management software where the entire operations of vehicles and the entire management of inventory takes place on the back end. Through Impact Hub, we've been able to make better connects and better reach into the market. And we are aiming to provide our SaaS model into the European market as well to different logistics companies and also different players in the segment.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Today, having come to this session, it was very, very insightful and a lot of learning on the ESG parameters, rating scales. Given the current situation of where, ESG, looking at ESG is inevitable, I think we start off on this path that towards, more sustainable, more renewable future. I think that is what we are all aiming to be. And at LGT also works with a similar sort of a theme in mind where they're very, very passionate about climate change and sustainable development goals. We take the entire gamut very seriously. So looking forward to learning more from Impact Hub and getting associated in any meaningful manner.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So today we talk about sustainability a lot. It's probably a buzzword. So it simply means that to meet our needs without compromising on our future generations. So today here we are to make sure we Impact Hub as a team follows that ecosystem, make your startups connect with different nations, spread your wings. And I here in Hyderabad as part of Impact Hub member take care of all the sales and sales strategies. So if you have any queries, please do contact us. We are here to make a footprint in future generations.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
All right, Carmen, we are here in Hyderabad. What are we even doing here? Who are we?
Yeah, good question. We are Tomorrow, and we are a consulting service provider. So we are doing ESG consulting with 100% ESG focus. And why are we here in Hyderabad? Today we had a little workshop to raise the awareness of the topic ESG, because it will come to India as one of the most pressing issues in the next years, from climate change to social issues. And we will really need to, kickstart maybe the ESG movement in India as well. So Justus, what do you think are the main drivers of ESG in India?
The main drivers, I think, are of regulatory nature and coming from investors all over the world. So even Indian companies that are working with European companies or American companies are pressured by investors or by their clients to disclose more ESG information and to make transparent their sustainability efforts in the environmental, social, and governance sphere. Karen, coming over to you. What are our expectations, or what were our expectations coming here as a small consulting startup from Germany? We are 8 people. What did we expect to find here, and did we find it?
Yes. In fact, it was like we are part of the Impact Hub in Germany, and we had like the opportunity to meet one of our fellow participants in the Impact Hub in Leipzig, who started here the Impact Hub in Hyderabad as a candidate right now, and will soon be turning to a real Impact Hub. And that was one of the reasons we heard a lot about the Indian companies starting with sustainability, starting thinking about all the green and circularity topics. And so we did some own research and discovered that India is really making good progress in that area. And I think it's the right time to come here and to provide all the learnings we have with the European regulations. We know some of them are really a burden to companies, but some of them are really a good start. And to give that knowledge to companies here in India and help them or support them to build their own ESG within their companies. So, Justus, what do you think? Is there a comparison if you compare like Europe's ESG regulations with India's efforts right now? What do you think? What are the pros and cons? What is India making better than Europe and the other way around? So Justus, if you look at the ESG efforts done in Europe and in India until now, what is your opinion if you compare these two?
Well, I think while Europe has the more comprehensive regulations as of now, and so more companies are obliged to report ESG informations and also quite comprehensive ESG information, India is catching up very, very fast. The largest 1,000 stock listed companies in India are now obliged to publish a certain set of ESG KPIs already, and this will have a trickle down effect throughout all the economy. And I'm sure that in the next few years in India, but also in other international places elsewhere, which is why we are so interested to get to know other legislations outside of the EU and are trying to venture here or to other places. The requirements will still rise, and more companies will be obliged to report ESG information and also develop ESG strategies, which is something we can assist companies with all over the world. What do you think can be our USP when working with Indian companies specifically, but maybe with companies when consulting them with ESG in general?
Yeah, good question. As you mentioned before, we are quite small and we started 2 years ago. So we have to really think about what is the USP. So our competitors are, some part of the time, are the big four, so the big consulting firms worldwide. And of course, they have more resources. But what we can offer our clients, I think, is the most important thing is that we are not like a standard solution we send to them and they should just fill it out. But instead, we care for them individually and we work with them together as partners so that we can find the perfect solution that tailors their needs. And this way, I think we can really have a good case example for our potential clients. I think if you want to build on that, are there other regions, if you think globally, that would be interesting for ESG efforts in the next few years?
So in general, I think what we tried here was to really leverage the impact that the Impact Hub has, the network that they have globally with their locations all over the world. So we have been in Germany, of course, where our headquarters are in Leipzig, are with the Impact Hub actually. We have been to Vienna, we have been to other places already, and now for the first time here in India. And this was really a great opportunity to get to know the Indian market. Now when we are looking at other markets where also Impact Hubs are, the US is of course a large market, the largest polluter of the world, of course. Some African markets could also make sense. And they all face, at least in the initial phase of ESG, similar challenges, I think, that we can help address.
Yeah, I think that was your comparison with the elementary school going to university. So we are now in the global state. We are in the phase of elementary school. So for each of the company, they have the same challenges. They have to report really, really similar KPIs. Yep. So with that, I think we can really, really help. Very good, because we're experienced in collecting all the data. And the other field is like the ESG ratings. So what's about the ESG ratings, and how can we help with that?
Well, the ESG ratings, ESG rating agencies are the ones that actually evaluate the ESG efforts of companies and then tag a grade to them and say company A is more sustainable than company B. This can be quite unfair sometimes, as it requires companies to report those ESG informations first, or they get a bad rating automatically. And this is something where we can assist with improving the information level so the rating gets better, and also then improving the rating by addressing the specific needs that this rating has. And this is something that we have successfully consulted companies on in the EU and are now looking to do worldwide, as those ESG ratings are something that are applied globally to every company from every sector with the same methodology. We have the methodology, so to say, experience, and can thus help companies the best.
Yes, definitely. I think also that the background we have as founders of the companies really caters to that, because we have, like, on one hand side, from my side, that's the strategic strategy consulting experience. So I can have a better view of what board levels and supervisory boards want from their company and how to communicate with them. And from your perspective, it's the capital markets, right?
Yeah. So I'm coming from investor relations originally, got started in a little firm where I addressed the capital markets needs, first financially, then non-financially. So from an ESG perspective, helping companies get their first ESG reports going. So I think this is something that many Indian companies will have to do in the next years, get this first major step done. First ESG information gathered, first ESG report done. And this is something where we have the experience in helping companies with.
Definitely. Okay.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Europe's regulations were really a good training, so that we can now use our knowledge of the challenges, of the weaknesses of global ESG efforts to bring them to other countries and to kickstart the ESG efforts everywhere. Because I think ESG is a global issue, but it has to be tackled locally. And for that, we have to stop thinking in silos and start understanding the specific challenges in each part of the world, so that we can raise ESG to the next level altogether.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
So currently we're focusing on sustainability, circularity, and helping the startups in scale up to the international markets. So we have very good connects with the Global Impact Hub network, which is spread across 70 plus countries and 130 plus locations. So right now it's chance for the Hyderabad and the Indian ecosystem partners and the players here in the startup ecosystem to join hands with us and help us scale up in the international markets.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
It was a great pleasure to be here in Hyderabad today to discuss with the audience on the issue of ESG. and see where we can assist companies that are here in India with their ESG efforts. Seeing that we have already worked with multiple clients in Europe with advanced regulations, we think this was the perfect training ground for us to now tackle the Indian market and their needs in terms of ESG, as this will be an ever-growing field that is still developing and where Indian companies will also need assistance in the future. It was a great pleasure to be here today to discuss those issues. We were able to go the whole mile from ESG ratings to ESG analytics and ESG data gathering, and it will be a great pleasure to be back someday soon.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So when I'm telling candidate, we are just on the finishing stage, taking the baby steps on one front and then finishing off, getting onto the Impact Hub Hyderabad soon on March 18th. And proudly want to say that we are first in India and Hyderabad, here we are. Looking forward for a complementing business with all the startups that are into sustainability, circular economy, and multiple other factors. Let's work together, complement, understand. We are the listening ears. Impact Hub is here. Looking forward.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I'm a social media enthusiast. I take care of branding and marketing at Impact Hub Hyderabad. So I'm looking forward to create an impact and grow together with Impact Hub Hyderabad.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Hi, Carmen and Eustace. Welcome to Hyderabad, India. I know you have experienced a bit in Pune, and you have traveled to Varanasi and Raebareli, both on a professional and also on a personal front. So how do you feel? What are the feelings from you? Just to start this conversation very informally, please go ahead.
In general, India is a lot. A lot of good things, a lot of maybe unusual things for us Germans coming from Leipzig 1 month ago, but it's very intense and a great experience that we will probably look back to for pretty much the rest of our lives.
Yeah, I think there have been a lot of first-time experiences while or during our stay here in India. With the 2 months here, it's a long time to experience a lot, and we are pretty sure, and we now have decided that we will come back next year with more time because it's such a great country that we want to see more of it.
Thanks a lot, Justus and Carmen, for your wonderful remarks. I mean, I just wanted to be very straight and very honest, but you gave your thoughts very open. And I'm really very much impressed that you just want to come back to India again, both on a personal front and a professional front. Am I right?
Yes, definitely. So personal front is we've been here for 2 months and we worked all the time. So I have the feeling I want to be back in India to see much more and to have more time, connect with people. And on a professional front, of course, we've seen there was a huge interest today in the workshop. So that was really overwhelming for us. And we see there is a potential and we want to deep dive into that a lot.
I also think the workshop we had today with the help of the Impact Hub candidate in Hyderabad was a great success. Many people coming here, great questions asked, and we got a really good feeling of what the ESG status quo in India is right now and how dynamic the field is. And this is really promising for us also as a growth opportunity, being the startup that we still are for the future.
Yeah, Carmen and Justus, you have nailed it down. I mean, like, the thing is, from a personal front, you have directly jumped into the professional front. That makes my life easy.
That's German.
That's German. Sometimes it's difficult to have a humor with the Germans. I experience it from my personal life, where I'm associated with a German family. So definitely, I sometimes stay back a bit with my humor. But nevertheless, you mentioned it, so I have the privilege to do it. So yeah, with that, I mean, like, look, see, it's a wonderful thing to know that you're a startup. So no more a startup, because you're graduated from a startup into a company with close to a double-digit number working for you. So that is something amazing. Here, as Impact Hub Hyderabad, we are also a startup. So we are also in the candidate, and we are about to finish our candidate phase. Hopefully by 18th March, we have our interview. And one more important thing I need to really bring here is mystartuptv. So these guys are amazing. I had the chance of meeting them at an International Startup Foundation retreat on a boat. So they made the boot camp as a boat camp. So this is the versatility of this mystartuptv. I mean, like, when I look at it, it's a wonderful thing. And I hope this brand goes or stays not just to the Indian audience. I'm also looking if this brand, MyStartup, because we are all in the startup ecosystem, right? And if this MyStartuptv can go into the European context. So how does it happen? Like, what are your feelings, Carmen? Just let me know, and then maybe use this.
Yes, I think, thank you for sharing the interesting story. I definitely want to hear more about the boat trip afterwards, and how that went. Yeah, for going to a European sphere, I think there's a lot of opportunities for startups because of, I know you're aware of that, of the huge demographic changes in Europe. So we are missing a lot. I think it goes into the millions of skilled workers and of people who want to start a business, because it's something I think the US is far better than we are, and Europe is like more old school. And so for everyone who wants to use the opportunity, it's a good chance to start in Europe as well.
Specifically for mystartuptv, I think there would be a great business opportunities in Germany right now, because this is actually a niche that is not being played so much in Germany right now. We haven't been interviewed by something similar in Germany right now. So I think this speaks for itself that we now have the opportunity here to share our thoughts or our experiences that we had here in Hyderabad. And for other startups in general, I think there are great opportunities in Europe as well. So it doesn't only go the way that we can assist companies or people here in India, but also, of course, Indian companies can have a lot of opportunities in the German or European markets with the help, for example, of such partners like the Impact Hub candidate in Hyderabad or the Impact Hub network as a whole.
Yeah, thank you, Carmen and the users, for the way they try to bring the realistic picture, like how it could be internationalized, this mystartuptv. Wonderful. And again, then coming back to, like, hey, what is this Impact Hub Hyderabad in future is going to do? So that is what we want to inform the global network, not just in the Impact Hub community, but also across the world. Like, hey, today's startups will be tomorrow's mature companies. So this is where I see a lot of congruence coming together between these three organizations. So now coming back to Via Tomorrow, I'm really keen to know why you guys used Via Tomorrow. Maybe that, if you can shed light on it in a minute, that would be wonderful, Carmen and Justus.
Sure. So first off, what we did was a very data-based approach to have it in very complicated words. But in general, we ask friends and family to rate specific company names that we had in mind and tell us which one sounded the best for them for an ESG consultancy. So this was the basic approach. And then Via Tomorrow was selected in this list because Via is from the Latin, the way, so to say. So in general, if you translate it a little bit, it's the way into the tomorrow. And we want to be the partners that accompany the companies into the tomorrow, which means a sustainable tomorrow, a socially responsible tomorrow with a great governance. And this is where we see ourselves as the bridge builders and as the accompanying piece to that.
And maybe then, if I may ask, because I think that's relevant for all three of us in the startup sphere, when you are in the startup, so you starting now the Impact Hub candidate, I would be really interested in, because I'm asking that all the other startup founders as well. And it's like, what do you feel like if you begin? I think there's a lot of euphoria, at least for us it was like that, like freedom and own business and proud and everything. And then maybe some doubts come up later on. So if it's really working or not. And what are your strategies to overcome that and to just keep the motivation ongoing later on?
Colonel Vamsi, it would be great if you can, from your perspective, because you have been dealing with the startups for a long time, and probably this is where Carmen and Justus would love to know. Vamsi, now you are there.
Yeah, I would say the startups, starting a startup itself is a challenge. And every day, every moment is new things coming up. So you should be up for it. And being, again, in a media line, I would always say, facing a challenge gives a different thrill. That's what moves, every day gives you a new adventure spirit. So that is what you will feel like. And like what you all also come from the same startup line. So you'll also be feeling the thrill. Success, today what you have achieved, sleep well. That's what, you'll not find it in normal life. It's a routine thing. But in startup world, you'll have a new adventure every day.
Yeah, just to give a brief intro about our bio of Vamsi. Vamsi is a colonel. He was in army. He was in the rough terrains. I mean, right now, he from the rough terrains protecting the country has come into the rough terrains of, into the startup world. How do you feel? What is the difference between these two things? If you can explain a bit to my German colleagues, it would be wonderful. Vamsi, go ahead.
Yeah. See, coming from the rough terrains, every day is a new day for me. Every moment is a new moment because you don't know what will happen the next day or next moment. And generally dealing with manpower, human minds is a very complex thing. And when 800 minds or 1000 minds start playing, so you'll have to think in a manner what the other person or what the other persons are thinking like. Okay. And coming to startup world, the same thing I would experience out here also. It's a new day, new moment. And what the outside world is feeling about is your clients, your investors, your partners, and outside people who are looking at you. Again, you'll have to play with those minds. It's like a game of chess. You have to be 2 or 3 steps ahead to think what they are looking, what they are thinking, and to behave what they want us to behave. That's what I see there.
Perfectly, well articulated. Now I ask my German colleagues, both Carmen and Justus, hey, how do you feel the analogy that he tries to bring from an army camp to a boot camp, to a boot camp, and to a startup camp, and right now to get into a mature industry? Carmen and Justus, yeah, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so first off, fortunately or unfortunately, I wasn't obliged to conscribe to the army, so I can't share the exact experience from there. But I think the analogy still seems fitting to me, so to say, because you have to work with contingency plans and see what happens if A doesn't work. Then I have to go to B, maybe to C or to D, and have something in store for that. Be ready to face the unknown sometimes even, and tackle new challenges every day. And so this is something that you also have to have the resiliency for, and the mental strength is also something I think that is important for both spheres.
But I also experienced that, although it may seem challenging, that I have some friends in the startup scene, and they all went before that to big corporations where you have like these routine lives, and it's a good job, it's well paid and everything. But there's also the danger in some of these positions that you get a so-called bore out, so that you are like, it's not matching your skills, it's not matching your ambition levels, and they are really, really keen to start something new. So it can be on the other hand side, if you're the right person for that, it can be really, really motivational to have something new each day.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Carmen and Justus. You have put it right in perfect perspective. Though not coming from the army background, the analogy which he tries to bring in almost matches to what you said. So right now, Colonel Vamsi, it was a pleasure because the other day, Vamsi introduced me to his co-founder and the founder rather. Founder, Major Sunilshetty. Am I right? Yeah. So he's a wonderful person. I had a very brief conversation with him, and I felt, hey, yeah, here is MyStartuptv, the founder, coming from a background, and the two guys, again from Army, again into this venture, which is really a tough thing, but they are doing a great job. Right now, I would like to ask Vamsi. Vamsi, please let us know a little bit about Major Sunil Shetty.
Okay. Major Sunil Shetty is again a passionate armed forces officer. He took an early retirement, and then he was into journalism before joining the army and also after joining the army. He did a course in conflict management, and he was into conflict management reporting in Afghanistan for 15 years. And he is also a serial entrepreneur. So when he returned to India, he felt that the startups in India, he was here in the startup ecosystem in India for around 2 years, went all around the country. He felt that there was no media, especially for startups. The mainstream media is focusing on all the topics apart from the startups. And Indian startup ecosystem started evolving during that time. So for that reason, in 2019, we started off with the MyStartuptv. And over a period of last 4 years, we have into now 5 verticals in MyStartuptv, starting with web TV. Then we have a podcast. We have a e-magazine, a digital magazine, MyStartuplife. And we are also into OTT platform. Okay. And I don't think in anywhere in the world there is a dedicated OTT platform for startups. So that's another thing which we are into. And our main aim is to project the startups into the entire world. Being digital, it gives us the leverage to go around the world with our MyStartuptv.
Hey, thanks a lot, Colonel Vamsi, for bringing in the perspective of Major Sunil Shetty. I hope he will join in us in next event, what we would conduct from the Impact Hub community. So once again, appreciate you. And as you said, we want to go internationalize in this digital world. So, I mean, like anything is possible. Right now, I take this opportunity to bring another colleague of mine sitting there, Dilip. Hey, come in, join. Hey, Dilip, it's again wonderful to see you. So I'm very happy to let you guys know that Dilip has been one of the founding pillars of this Impact Hub journey. So when I asked my chairman, Vijay Madhuri, hey, Vijay, I need a competent resource. Just I wanted to borrow it for a couple of weeks. So he said, okay, hey, it's very difficult, but still you said you want a competent. To get a competent person onto the board is difficult, but he said, okay, fine. Then I borrowed Dilip for a couple of weeks. Now he's staying with me for almost a year, close to a year. So maybe I would suggest, Dilip, you could be very critical. I mean, like here, let me know what your perceptions are during this journey of making this Impact Hub and also working with different players like a German company like Via Tomorrow. Just please go ahead.
Yep. Thanks, Raja. Thank you, Justus and Carmen and Colonel Vamsi. So when Raja first spoke to me about the Impact Hub, I thought it is just another hub that is focusing on helping startups to get connected to the market access. So, but when I deep dived into this and I got to know about the Impact Hub true value addition, that is where I thought, oh, this is a serendipity for me. And that is where I was committed to Raja and my co-founder Vijay as well, and told that I'll be part of this team. So I'm lucky and proud that I'm the first person in the Impact Hub Hyderabad team. And couple of months ago, we had an international event where Impact Hub Leipzig co-founder Martin was here. So he was telling about the Impact Hub experience and what it can do to the global community and how India can add value. So in the same sense, you guys came in for the ESG workshop and you guys provided very detailed insights about the ESG workshop and what the compliance and strategies are all about. And the audience were also very much interested in asking questions, and it was very lively. So I think this is the second step that we have taken in projecting the Impact Hub connectivity to the global audience. And we are looking very much forward. And I thank Raja once again for giving me this golden opportunity of being a part of the co-founding team and also playing the role of a director and taking care of the innovation and strategy at Impact Hub Hyderabad. Thank you. Thank you, Raja.
Hey, Dilip, you did not do a good thing for me. I just wanted to have more of a criticism and critical analysis of me, but you're trying to give something not nice. But nevertheless, I assume you're reserving your comments for a better day. So at the same time, Eustace and Carmen, you met Josna for a very brief time, right? And Vamsi as well. She's one of the most enthusiastic, most energetic person of this whole founding team. Josna is a wonderful person. Unfortunately, she's not this interview. So because we couldn't really bring her, because this was an impromptu. So right now we do everything impromptu. That is where I feel. See, we are doing the things in a very natural way. So yeah, with this, thanks for the compliments. I'm going to look for the criticism very soon from him. If not, then I think we have other ways to devise and do it. So yeah, then coming back to again, I will come back to the ESG workshop. Right now, I would ask one more question, like, Kalan Vamsi, it's really wonderful that you're a great team with Major Sunilshetty. So, see, this is where we always think of when startups, they are in their primary stage. We think of taking them to the global scale. And that is one of the biggest mandates of Impact Hub. So maybe this Impact Hub is headquartered in Vienna, Austria. So at the same time, they have this global networks in 60 plus countries. This is where I would like to see your MyStartuptv sound bites, just not confined to the Hyderabad or the Indian ecosystem, but we would like to also see this sound bites go to the other parts of the world, like Africa, Latin America, and Asia as well. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Being digital, we are across the world. And digital does not limit to a space only to India. We are across the world. And our broadcasts are beaming right now in US, as well as in Europe, in Latin America. Wherever internet is there, we are there. So whatever we are doing, then we share. Even in fact, we ask our partners also. So whatever we have recorded for them and whatever we edited and shared with them, they share it among their own partners. And since, as I already told that Mr. Sunil being a serial entrepreneur, we have a niche audience in US, Europe, as well as in West Asia, and including Latin America also. So whatever we are speaking here, and we edit it and post it, publish it, it goes around the world.
Yeah, thanks for that tip that you guys are already there. What we want to see is like you mature into much bigger TVs, networks, at least My Startup TV. I want it to grow and say that, hey, it's the My Startup TV #1. And maybe it's in Latin America, or it's in Africa, or anywhere else. Yeah, thanks for that. And then, I would like to have a few words from the ESG perspective via tomorrow. Well, one size doesn't fit all. Am I right? So this is where I'm really interested to know the perspective, because this was a workshop with a lot of gathering with different stakeholders and from multiple fields, right, from academia to corporates. And I would like to know how this could be, how you could really adapt it to the local conditions for the Indian conditions. Maybe you could share common.
So in general, I think you have some certain global baselines that companies around the world will have to adhere to or are already trying. So even the Indian government, when it did its sustainability reporting standards, they oriented towards standards that are globally active, like the SASB standards or TCFD standards. So this is something where we come in from a global perspective and can use knowledge that we acquired in Europe to transfer it to this market here. However, that being said, of course, and this is why this is a great question, there is some need to adapt this to the local needs here. You will have other challenges to tackle here first before you can tackle the same things that you have in Europe. So what I maybe feel and also felt from the questions is that maybe you have to start with raising the awareness first a little bit more and adapt the requirements so far that you have maybe some problems that are more prevalent here than in Europe tackle first, and some other problems that Europe has, like a very old growing population and society, and here you don't have. Those are the issues that are more prevalent in Europe and not so much here. And this is something which can be fun to tackle, really. Yeah.
I think one of the participants asked the question or raised the concern that there are different situations here in India and that the ESG efforts that are taken globally have to be adapted. I think, yes, it has to be, but you should not miss out that if you have in the end, all regional adapted landscape of ESG, the sole purpose of ESG, it's the comparison, the opportunity to compare companies globally gets lost. So I think that's one of the big challenges, to adapt it locally, but to keep in mind that the key KPIs have to be the same, and the form in which you report have also be very, very, very similar, because otherwise a company just moves to another country where the regulations are so adapted that they are easy to fulfill and can hide away their real intentions.
Yeah, absolutely great. I mean, like, you have nailed it down to the proper way, like how they, I mean, like, because the biggest challenge is if the other companies want to hide there and hide it in another country in the form of other regulations. So you try to pin it down like, no, that shouldn't happen. If that is going to happen, then there's no global good. Thanks. Appreciate. And Colonel Vamsi, you have been saying that Major Sunilshetty is a serial entrepreneur. Is he investing only in the media relations, or is he also investing any other interesting startups, maybe from Europe or maybe from Germany or maybe from Leipzig? Because we have wonderful connects to Leipzig. That is my other second home. So that's where I come from right now, I would say. Yeah. Tell me, so that I can take Major Vamsi and also Major Sunilshetty to Leipzig. Yeah, Colonel Vamsi, I have got another important question for you. So, because I have heard from you that Major Sunilshetty is a serial entrepreneur. So, yeah, is he investing only in media relations, or is he investing into other startups? Is he agnostic sector? And the other question is, would he be interested to invest in the German startups? So, because I come from Leipzig, I call myself as a Leipziger. So, right now, I would love to. It's a beautiful city with a beautiful startup ecosystem, and it's DHL's hub, European headquarters, and it has a Porsche manufacturing unit. So, it's got a lot of names to tell. But would you be interested to come and sector agnostic? Yeah, Vamsi.
Speaking about Major Sunil, I will not be able to tell about what his mind speaks, but after seeing him for the last 2 years, he would definitely like to be in the startup space, and he would like to do whatever he can for the startups. Investment, projection, promotion, anything. So he's a passionate entrepreneur, and he would like to continue with his entrepreneurial journey, and he'd also like to bring in other investors as well as investors, and he himself would like to invest and mentor the startups too. So that is his mindset and what I've seen him. Though he will not agree what I am telling, but he is a passionate entrepreneur.
Hey, you gave a very diplomatic answer. I mean, like, though you are not speaking his mind, though you are not speaking on his behalf, but you spoke his mind. I'm very happy. So it would be lovely. I mean, like, because you have been working with him, you understand him, and this is where the team works. So with this, I mean, like, I'm very fortunate today to have Carmen and Eustace for Impact Hub Hyderabad journey, and we want to see. And we want to take it, and we don't want it to limit to just Hyderabad. We want to take it to other places as well, wherever Impact Hub Hyderabad flies to. I mean, like, we want MyStartup to be with us, and we want Via Tomorrow. There's a beautiful Latin thing, what Eustace has talked about Via means in Latin. And similarly, everyone asked me, what is Dr. Rednath? Because that is where I earned my doctoral degree from Humboldt University, Berlin. So it's wonderful to use those Latin. I mean, like, still, I'm glad in Germany you use that, and also for titles we use. So it's a wonderful journey. Right now, I give the first to my colleague, Dilip. He can just round it up and say in a minute what he wants to, and then probably share.
Yeah, it was really a wonderful opportunity to work with you for these couple of days on the ESG workshop, and also bringing in the startups and the mature companies to get connected. So we just don't want to limit this to Hyderabad. We wanted to spread this ESG awareness and all to the other cities. So that is where we wanted to connect with you guys and take it forward together. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dilip. Now, I would ask Colonel Vamsi. So how do you think you will shape up your journey with our startup scenario, especially from Via Consulting GmbH and Impact Hub Hyderabad chapter?
Yeah. First of all, we would like to partner with the European startups, and where tomorrow I think will be the first step. And as far as Impact Hub, we are very glad that Impact Hub, which has almost around more than 70 participating countries all across the world, and now it has for the first time in India, in Hyderabad, it is starting its journey. And we wish them all the best and the good work which they are doing across the world. And it will definitely benefit the Indian startup ecosystem also. And also all the startups which across the world, with 70 participating countries, they would know the culture of India. And also India being now into the startup ecosystem for the last 6-7 years. And they have very promising startups, not only in technology, but also into the rural industries and medium scale industries and manufacturing. There are so many interesting startups in India, which the world will come to know through Impact Hub. And we are glad, and we wish Impact Hub Hyderabad all the best.
Thanks, Colonel Vamsi. I mean, you have already tied up with Via Tomorrow, GmbH. So that's a good, beautiful collaboration. So I hope, whenever they want to have a media presence, not just in India, probably in Europe, they would be happy to work with you. See, the collaboration doesn't mean a written document. It's an unwritten document, I feel, which is much more realistic and which is much more holier. So this is where, the commitments come without any, hidden agenda, where we don't have any written things. Yeah, thanks, Colonel Vamsi, for putting it in the right perspective. Right now, yeah, Carmen is looking with her, Mike, she wants to. Go ahead, Carmen.
No, only also thank you. Thank you for organizing everything. It was an honor for us to be here and have the workshop. And also thank you for putting us on the stage and giving us the opportunity to have some recordings also as well. And I think it won't be the last time in India for us, but I think it was rather the first step of a journey that begins.
Yeah. And we are so overwhelmed how friendly everyone is, how forthcoming, how much support we gathered, how many friends we also made along the way in the last few weeks. And we really loved being here in Hyderabad and in India. And this is why I can only emphasize and double down on what Carmen said. We will be very happy to come back and to welcome you then back in Leipzig once you get there, and then we can show you around there a little bit.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Carmen and Justus. And of course, Dilip, thanks a lot. So we are always I tell him, we are not into a sprint, we are into a marathon. And thanks a lot, Vamsi. And I would be failing if I wouldn't be mentioning another person, Martin Stoyer will, because he'll be angry. Helen will be angry with me then. No. So Martin has been a wonderful partner in this journey. So he was the initiator of this, along with my another hidden colleague in Germany, Sean in Stuttgart. He has been the motivating factor for me to bring this impact journey into Hyderabad. And I must appreciate Vijay and Josna. They are the biggest inspiration for me to be here in Hyderabad for such a long time, working on this impactful journey. And I'm very proud to say Vijay, a serial entrepreneur, a tech geek, and who is also, my childhood classmate. So we have always sometimes banter and fun as well. So, but with seriousness in business, he's a go-getter. And thanks to Josna, though she isn't here, she has been doing today, the whole organization, what we see here is to the great work that Josna has been doing sitting from her house. And she was here for a brief time, and absolutely grateful to all the people over here. Once again, thanks Dilip, thanks Eustace, thanks Carmen, Vamsi, thanks a lot. And and of course to majorsunilshetty. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you all.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Firstly, I would like to congratulate Impact Hub Hyderabad for actually bringing together such a wonderful thing and, starting their chapter in India. So Impact Hub is a wonderful global initiative with a very strong network, and they're looking at bridging the gap between Indian market and the European market. And Impact Hub team has been doing a lot of good things around the ecosystem. So today the session on ESG was very insightful in terms of how the whole ESG ecosystem is evolving and what's happening around the space, and how a lot of companies out of India can actually leverage the global ecosystem. So we really look forward to a lot more initiatives from Impact Hub Hyderabad, and I'm glad to be part of it.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So we are an employability project training company based out of Hyderabad. We are serving talent to Indian and global clients. With the connection of Impact Hub, we are looking to expand to more countries and especially into the European continent.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
The people at Impact Hub, some really amazing work which is being undertaken here. What I've noticed is that there are some very high-end research ideas which could do very well for the Indian industry, which Impact Hub is able to bring to India, especially to Hyderabad here. Some amazing initiatives they've undertaken on social impact, as well as trying to bring some very high-end research on especially stuff like electric vehicles here to Hyderabad. We've had, as a part of this overall initiative, we've had a workshop today by two entrepreneurs from Germany on ESG reporting. And I think this speaks to how Impact Hub is able to make a bridge to between the source and the use over here. So I feel very fortunate to be connected with Impact Hub, and some amazing work being done by everybody here.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We're proud to bring Impact Hub's first chapter in India, in Hyderabad. The idea is to create a massive social impact in not only bringing and attracting impact investments into startups that create massive effect, but also to help these startups expand into European and international markets by providing a very strong network with over 110 chapters of Impact Hub. The outreach for startups and larger companies as well into the European markets will be enormous. And that is where I think we will make a difference to society.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
Today I am at Startup Mahakumbh. This is the third day where Narendra Modi ji has come, who is the Prime Minister of India, and it was a boosting speech for all of the innovators who are present. So there was a crowd about 5,000 people who are right from the colleges to the incubation centers to the multinational companies, and talking about the future, the AI. So that is the future of India, where it is going to lead. So the startup Mahkum had different thematic areas, right from climate tech, fintech, and biotech, pharma, which includes medical devices. So these are the main areas where India is, innovating. So the tagline of this startup Mahakumbh is Bharat innovates. Bharat means India innovates. So these are the areas where India is working. In medical technology, any idea to come to the market, it's very difficult. It takes around 3 years, because the regulatory compliance of medical devices is very complex. So, but I can share a success story where India is propelling, and I have been be the main lead for that. So one of the startup called CanMed Healthcare Private Limited, which is coming with an innovative device, working on the oral cooling system during the cancer therapy. And only other company which is there is in European country, but this startup, the innovator, has come up with in 7 months, right from ideation to a manufacturing license and test license from Indian regulator. It happened in 7 months. So this is one of the big success what we see if a complete ecosystem like AMTZ can be given to an incubator. So this is a huge event, very focused to startups in India. So that why it was named it as Mahakumbh. It means gathering of people at one place. So huge crowd was seen, and this is the first time in India such a huge event on startups was happening. And this is required, and Bharat Mandapam is a good initiative by Government of India, where such big events can happen. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Significance of the event is basically we have incubation facilities for students and startups for engineering graduates who will be graduating. Basically, it's a technological university. Vishesha Technological University say engineers, basically engineers will be out. So many startups, many engineering incubations are there in Bangalore. So we have called around 400 plus student startup people over here, from 456 people plus people have visited from Vishesha Technological University representing Karnataka state. So everyone came with a unique idea pitch and their products over here. This actually gave them a very good hopes, and lot of investors and lot of accelerators, a good opportunity to interact with many people and to see many startups over there, where a big startup can take a small incubators, right? So these are the opportunities which really help the students a lot to learn over here. So global perspective, India is the next, as Modi ji said today's speech, it is all about the world. We are into the world, becoming the world largest economy. So in this regards, startups are the one who will be making us proud and make us high, make our India economy to the next level. So a lot of startups over here. Here in this opportunities, many global opportunities. Whoever have come here, the students and the startups have got an opportunity to interact with a lot of global investors and all, and how they can make themselves unicorn and pitch themselves to the other states and make their product reach the other countries and be a successful entrepreneur. So it's a wonderful platform where a new startup or a people have got over here. It's a wonderful program organized by Government of India. So as an organizer of this event, I'm a part of incubator and accelerator team. I'm thankful for the team, Pony Bhatt and Suresh Narayan and Karthiketu, who were the three leaders who led from front for this particular program, and I am one of their core committee member. Though a lot of takeaways for many incubation and accelerator sectors which has happened over here, and many of the we had a one-on-one session, which is one of the unique one of its type, first of its type, because each startup we asked around volunteers to go and have a interact with the mentors and investors. All the incubators, around 750 people of incubators and incubators were there. One-on-one session were happening, and each volunteer went and took the startup and had a mentoring session and start investor sessions for this was a platform which given to the people. So it's a great opportunity, and unconference, Meetify app, all these great initiatives taken by the startup team of this incubators and the start accelerator team of has done a wonderful job. And it's this type of organization. I mean, this startup Mahakum will continue with 2.0, 3.0, where a lot of new entrepreneurs will come over here, and we would like to see a great change in the world and becoming India the global leader. And it is already in the process, though. I mean, becoming the number one in global leader. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So we heard about this event a few days back, and we got to know that there are many startups which are coming here. Along with it, there are different incubators and investors which are gonna be here. So the main reason which we, why we were here is we wanted to explore this opportunity to let people know what innovative thing we are doing. So that's how we are here. And yes, it's always better to approach different people, to explore, to share our technology, to talk about our products and services. So that's how. So I think in blockchain and metaverse, there is going to be immense future now in the coming time, because if I talk with the government of India itself, they are talking about blockchain. They're immersing themselves into this latest technology. So yes, jump is needed, and at any moment of time, it is gonna hit the market. So yeah, it has a very bright future. Yeah, so we are talking to different businesses, and we are talking to the different government people as well. So that's how our target audience as well. Surely, yes, definitely. So though we do have a little presence over here over outside the country, we are available in US. But definitely, we are looking forward to have an immense and expansion on a very large scale. I think we were here for the entire team was here for good 3 days. We had a great time. We were exploring different businesses, how they are doing, what kind of different innovative solution they are offering, and how we can collaborate. Because see, new idea generates when two different thinker collaborate. So yeah, so that is what we were doing from last 3 days, and definitely we are looking forward to the coming Mahakums as well.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
The event is Mahakum. It is a startup event. It is a national event. Basically, today Narendra Modi ji, our Honorable Prime Minister, visited the event, and we really enjoyed it. Literally seeing different mindset of people together, the startup ideas. It's a very lovely experience. I learned about the startup ideas, different mindsets of people, their execution plan, etc.
I am presently working for the upliftment of students, and I want to take them such a big platform of Mahakum and show the students how the different startups and innovative ideas in such young schools to the bigger way. And the way the students now explored here, and one of my startup here, and alumni startup, and these are all students has come up with little ideation by seeing all this, and they have a sprout in their mind. No, we have to start something, we have to innovate something. That I want them to sprout in their minds, and this platform has given them different types of people in different states. We can say India's biggest innovation mart, we can say this Mahakum. And this given us, they were sharing their experiences. This was good, agri-tech, accelerators, incubators, and also investors. So we have all types of opportunities. Only thing is, students are not having exposure. This type of Mahakum, if they participate, practically they are giving exposure. And the way Narendra Modi has opened his platform to the young people, that made Mahakum is a grand success, we can say. And all students were nourished, and we can build ecosystem in the campus through alumni, current community people, rural areas. in all the angles we can have a upliftment of our country. Thank you one and all. Thank you for the organizers.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
What we do is we understand document and make bots for for company to process invoices and whatever their business requirements are to SAPs or Oracles, and we automate their entire process of invoice processing, onboarding of their clients. So our document processing is based on an in-house AI that we have already created. It's called Pry, and what it does is it reads the document and understands what is mentioned in the document. So it segregates the fields wherever the address is and wherever the GST number or whatever is the mention in the a particular bill. It will segregate it and then feed it into the service the customer is using. For example, Oracle, SAP. That's all. My CTO, he used to work in a mechanical industry. So the process of getting invoices and then processing it into their systems is very labor intensive, and somebody has to manually read the numbers and then feed it into the systems. That is this whole process is very prone to errors. So the rate of errors used to be very high, and human errors occurs so much often. So what he did was, when this NLP came, the model, so he tried to utilize it for our own system, and that's how he created the system. Yeah, so I think in India it's a quite huge opportunity because we have a huge manufacturing sector and the whole document processing right now. We started from invoice processing in mechanical industries, but now we have started to do insurances and all kind of documents. Now our AI is template free AI. You can give any template and it recognizes what type of template it is, and it segregates the data. Our CTO is very, he's like a tech genius behind this whole Pry thing. So he has done many things in this regard also. But I don't have any deep understanding about technical stuff. But he constantly works with the AI, the AI geniuses from other industry who help him in implementing these solutions. The opportunity that we are getting to know what all other companies are doing in this AI field and how they are implementing. Like one solution we found that we can process documents. Other have yes, other have found other solutions, and it's very like eye-opening to know what all they are doing.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are eager to show our project on surveillance and crop monitoring drone. Actually, we are doing this as an ideation project in the early stage of a minimal viable project. So we are here to explain and get guidance from any other technical staffs or technical experts. And we have done our project in the halfway through the goal. Our college has sent us from Chennai to Delhi to take a look in how the startups are performing in India, or like how the startups are doing in drone businesses. Actually, we are seeing some drone businesses which are just a startup, and they are doing very good in AI and some other kind of stuffs. This was basically from the idea of the organizers from this committee. Actually, they sent information to our colleges all over the country to get students from various parts of countries with innovation or their project what they are doing, and actually they aided us to get here and demonstrate our project to wide variety of people. The basic idea is to use the drones, make the farming and the surveillance of the large paddy fields or large agriculture fields or large like cattle monitoring are a very big task in India. Actually, they are very conventional way to do these things, but in the modern technology, we can use the drone technology to get it as a we can get real time data what they are occurring and what they want. So we are using drones to get the real time monitoring and surveying. We are using IoT platforms, and like we are training our own AI model in a microcomputer in the drone on board. So we can make these things or make this business as a very sustainable way to do. We are fortunate to get some links from other institutions. We are doing like this, and we get some like an internship like some of the aerospace companies, aerospace startups which are stalled here, and they approached us to develop these projects in their own, and they are willing to collaborate with us. This is the opportunity we get here.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are into venture capital and investments, and this was one of the best opportunity which I have seen to meet the startups and good companies. I thank Narendra Modi ji for this event. It's a wonderful event to associate with the partners on the funding side, and on the other side, the companies was too good to meet them. It was a great pleasure to meet everybody. See, basically, when we look for the investment, we look for the companies who are been making revenue and the companies which are scalable. So our interest will be into the companies like fintech, climate tech, EV charging companies, which can be scalable into the next level, and we invest into that companies. What I have understood from this event is there are a lot of innovations which are coming up in India, and if we tie up with this type of startups, it makes a lot of sense for us because they also grow and we also grow, and we see a lot of opportunities here because their innovation is too good. Sure, it's a great question. See, it's just a initial level of investment which we are seeing into this industry, but we see a lot of opportunities in coming 3 years or 5 years.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
इसमें आके जितने भी स्टार्टअप से जुड़े लोग हैं उनको काफ़ी सारी इंफॉर्मेशन मिली है कि कैसे सरकार काम करती है, कैसे एक दूसरे के साथ काम किया जा सकता है। यहाँ जो लोग आए थे अलग अलग स्टार्टअप से, उन्हें एक दूसरे के साथ नेटवर्किंग करने में भी बड़ी सहूलियत हुई, तो ये अच्छी चीज़ है। मैं तो कहूँगा साल में एक बार नहीं, साल में 2-3 बार इस तरह के इवेंट्स होने चाहिए। इवेंट इज़ पावरफुल, इवेंट इज़ सुपर, इसीलिए मैंने कहा है कि इस तरह के आयोजन स्टार्टअप के लिए होते रहेंगे, उतना ही अच्छा रहेगा। नई नई जो इनोवेशन है लोगों के सामने आती रहेंगी और लोगों को पता लगता रहेगा कि किस तरीके से लोग काम कर रहे हैं और एक दूसरे की जो टेक्नोलॉजी है उससे रूबरू होने का मौका मिलेगा। मोदी गवर्नमेंट को, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को स्पेशल थैंक्स बोलूँगा कि उन्होंने जैसे वर्ल्ड में स्टार्टअप को लेके एक कल्चर है वही भारत में भी देने की कोशिश की है, तो इस चीज़ को और भी आगे ले जाने की ज़रूरत है। और इंडिया इसमें स्टार्टअप को लेके बहुत अच्छा करेंगे और इंडिया का जो यूथ है स्पेशली वो स्टार्टअप, नए नए स्टार्टअप लेके आ रहा है और बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है। इस तरह के इवेंट होते रहने चाहिए जिससे सरकार को जो स्टार्टअप से जुड़े लोग हैं उनको काफ़ी बेनिफिट पहुंचेगा। तो थैंक्स गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया।
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This event was for 3 days, and we got the opportunity to come and present over here. This startup Mahakumbh, as you can see, there are more than 1,200 startups over here, and we could get the opportunity to interact with our Honorable Prime Minister today. This was a great pleasure to speak and talk about our product, and his appreciation has really inspired all of us. So great event overall, and nice to be here. As a startup, we got the opportunity and invitation to come here, and it's very far off from my place. I was in Pune, so it's to come here and to present my startup to increase the scale up the event and scale up our business opportunity. This was a great thing. So that is what inspired me to come here and be part of this. So here there are so many startups. We get to know the real development happening around us, and it helps us to even understand that who can be helping, and the entire ecosystem which is supporting us. So this is a platform where everyone meets, and I hope this continues every year or periodically at least to make sure that we all meet together and understand each other. To be honest, as a women entrepreneur, a lot of support is coming from the government side, and I'm personally thinking that at every place wherever I have been presenting my product as a women entrepreneur, we have got little extra to explain to people, and they have really taken us seriously to support. So the challenges wise, I don't think much challenges I have faced, other than maybe moving around. Sometimes it takes little while because we have our family to support. But otherwise, from the government side or from the entire ecosystem, it was a great help. I think you should become entrepreneur, and you should try to do something in the field where you are having expertise.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
So basically our startup works on a medical alert system. Like it's a smart wearable that focuses on the medical alert system like fault detection and crash detection. Like in India, in every 2 minutes an accident occur, and from that a casualty also happen. If we remove the on-spot casualty, the second most reason of the casualty is the delayed emergency response. Okay, so like if the user is wearing a smart wearable and something happen like that, so it will quickly alert to the nearby emergency services and their contact number with their live body vitals and live location, so they can easily get to that location. So like last year my friend got an accident, so like we reached there around 20 to 25 minutes and ambulance reached after 30 minutes. So I got an idea from that. If we make a smart wearable that not only measures the daily metrics but also the medical alert system like fault detection and crash detection. So basically like there are like-minded people, like there are many investors, VCs that they have contacted us, and there are also like mutual collaborations like companies also for the suppliers of our smart wearable. So like my main motive is to like the networking in the event. My one of the opportunities like I got like 2-3 deals for like getting the investments in that. So like that opportunity I got, and also the MSME chairman has visited a stall. So he has invited me to like attend their future events also. Okay, so basically like this is the first kind of event, like this is at a very large scale. I also attended the Google for Startups, like we got recognized by Google for Startups also. So like this is the like very large event where more than like 1,000 startup stalls are there, like more than 3,000 like HNIs, incubators, accelerators are there, and more than like 30,000 footfalls are also occurring there. So like it's very like useful if every year these kind of events happen. Currently I am in the final year student of Galgotias University. So my main vision is not to get a job, rather than create a job for the like young entrepreneurs, and like so my main vision is that like want to continue with this startup only.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are digitizing the unorganized segment. As you know, the 85% of the sale of food is done by the smaller retailers, what you call unorganized segment. So what is the difference between organized and unorganized segment is the technology. So we are providing technology to these smaller businesses like a small hawker, a thelawala, or a small shop, so they can organize their business, which helps them to sell online and also digitize their offline business. Like if they want to do a billing, they can just speak to the system. They say half kg tomato or 40 rupees ka vendi. It will digitize that and automatically create a bill. So it's a micro ERP we provide to them, which helps them to digitize their business, and they can compete with the new world, because everyone is getting digital as more and more people moving towards digitization. Now today the e-commerce is there only with few people, top of the pyramid 10% people, but 90% people have devices, they have digital payment, they have internet, but they are not doing digital commerce. The reason is their sellers are not there, their price points are not there. By enabling these smaller businesses, we want to provide the benefit of technology to larger part of the pyramid and impact their life and improve the food wastages, which is today highest in the India. So this kind of event helps us to reach out to a lot of people, understand what their needs are, which will help us to improve our product. And also we are looking for franchisee in one area. So for example, currently we have 1,000 shops in Bangalore and we want to launch in Delhi. Then we are looking for one partner who helps us in launching that. And also it helps us to look for the investors. And third, it helps in spreading awareness, because now people know that this platform is there. For example, if I am in Delhi and I am in an apartment, now I can tell my nearby shop guy, "Ki, please use this platform," and it will help him also and help me also.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
And my business partner is over there. Her name is Nemo, and I'm visiting India frequently. I'm very happy to be here. The reason I'm here today because I got an invite from Startup India, that I work with them a lot, and I'm very involved in the innovation ecosystem here. I run a company called Innovation Asia, or Innova Ventures, that we collaborate with most of the tech Asian countries here in Asia. And we also have a venture capital that invests in Indian and Israeli companies. I think that being one of the only foreigners here in events like this, it's an amazing privilege and asset. I think that it's the gathering of the best tech communities that I know. I'm also a part of Thai in Israel. I'm the Thai Women Israel manager. I think that it allows me to experience and to meet new partners and old partners. I met some of my good colleagues here today as well that I work with. And I think it allows Indian community to come together, because India, each state has their own kind of ecosystem. It's so vast. So those gatherings allows India to connect. I was also here for G20 during August. So this is why I'm so excited to come back. I missed PM Modi. I'm very sorry about that. I really wanted to hear him talk. India is one of the most interesting, exciting, and futuristic tech markets I know. I work with the Asian markets and the Indian markets for the past 12 years. It's the second home for me, and it's a privilege to connect India's tech and innovation market to my country, but also to the Middle East. Oh my God, I think it's a really good question, because ever since I graduated from my bachelor degree, which was East Asian Studies, I realized that most tech companies, they need to go east and not west. And my message is, if you're not here, if you don't have a local hub here, if you don't have a local partner, or you're not considering of coming to India, you're missing the train. And the time is now. Honestly, India in 5 years is going to be the most prominent tech market in the world. You got to start doing. And I think that on a personal note, I think it's one of the most warm communities I know, most productive and exciting projects I ever had were here. And I used to work a lot in China and Singapore and Japan and Korea. And India has a very different feel to it. And if you're not here and you're not considering, you're just going to miss out. So do come.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We have developed a multi-parametric diagnostic device which gives instant results. The problem that we are solving is that more than 90 crore people in this country, in India, do not have access to primary diagnostics or labs. So we are solving that problem by this device, which gives instant results, is very easy to install, is very easy to operate, can do blood tests with a simple finger prick, and has most of the commonly recommended tests, including the blood tests, including specialized tests like lipid profile, HbA1c, even an ECG, blood pressure, SpO2, all of those infectious diseases and markers. So this solves the problem of 70% of this country's population which is without these facilities. As I turned 50, I turned entrepreneur and I found a purpose in the healthcare space because I realized that there was a big gap in primary healthcare. And so that's really been my motivation to actually get into this. There are huge opportunities that come up because we met a lot of doctors, we met a lot of hospitals, we met a lot of people who sell to these customer segments. There are also opportunities that we identified for exporting this product because what is relevant for rural Bharat is also very relevant for large parts of the developing world. So there are opportunities that we found in Africa, opportunities in CIS, opportunities in the rest of Asia, Eastern Europe, etc. So lots of opportunities in this startup Mahakumbh. I think it's a wonderful initiative. My message is keep having more such events. I think it's so empowering to see so many startups, so much of innovation happening in this country. Really, we should have more such events. We should have at least once a year this kind of an event.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
India is actually evolving towards the startup ecosystem. There are multiple policies and government funds that are actually there for the startups and students to actually explore the industrial requirements. So every day is a startup day in India right now. Like you can see here, we are I think more than 1,000 startup here in this single roof, standing with their products with unique ideas and solutions that can actually benefit the future of India. So we are actually building a revolutionary future India and bringing something that can actually impact the lives of people and the industry. For my business at Napstream Innovation, it's an energy monitoring company. So energy is one of the biggest segment in the world. So energy is everywhere, and we have multiple ways of generating energy. But right now, the need is the monitoring any kind of platform that can manage their batteries and monitor their energy storage system. So at Napstream Innovations, we are building this platform that is Voltrack, which can actually give you a brief understanding of their energy storage systems, whether it's in lithium, whether it's in sodium, or these types of transition that is happening in this energy field. So we are not just limited to lithium. We are also providing the solutions for any kind of chemistry, flow batteries, lithium batteries, sodium batteries. So it's an integrated hardware that goes over the energy storage system and provide all the information on a platform that is here. You can see variables. We can also predict the lives of the battery. So we are predicting the life of the battery, how much a customer or business they can expect from the battery based on energy density. So this is what we are doing at Napstream Innovation, actually revolutionize the energy segment in India. I think opportunity in terms of opportunities, as you can see today, we have seen our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, in this event. He had actually given us some motivation that India actually can do something in the field of startup ecosystem. And what are the things are actually there in India? What are the opportunities we have in India? It was a great event where we can actually interact with other startups and find out the potential goals and also the problem statement that is actually in the industry, and do something and find a solution to build a startup and grow our startup.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Last week, the startup community gathered in Delhi for the biggest Mahakumbh.
Sir, I can't hear you.
The 3-day event was held from 18th to 20th March and was rightly named the Startup Mahakumbh. The event saw participation by founders, visionaries, innovators, and investors, and of course, leaders from across the nation. Hello, welcome to the Thought Leaders Show on MyStartuptv. I'm majorsunilshetty. My guest today is Shrikant Sinhaji, who is the CEO of Telangana Academy for Skills and Knowledge, also known as TASK. Sinhaji is a visionary leader dedicated to enhancing youth employability and fostering skill development in Telangana. My other guests are two students who attended from Telangana who were picked by task and they attended the Mahakumbh. Harika and uh, Chandra. So welcome to the show, sir. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for having us.
Let's start by Srinath sir. I would like to start with you to just give us for the viewers, for the benefit of the viewers, as to what Mahakumbh Startup Mahakumbh was all about.
In 2015-16, when the Honorable Prime Minister started the term itself, startup, at that time the term was not even known in India. And that is where we had just about 300 startups in India. Fast forward to 2024, the Startup Mahakumbh was a gathering of a lot of startups, investors, and everyone. And it was at the right juncture because today, in the last couple of years, we have moved from 300 to 1,23,000 startups. And that's a huge growth, which needed to be celebrated. And that is where multiple organizations of the government, multiple bodies like TAI and others, NASSCOM, SOCHAM, everyone could unite together along with the government of India to start the Startup Mahakumbh. It was a 3 days event being held at Bharat Mandapam, which became very, very famous for the G20 summit. So this was also the background where the Startup Mahakumbh was conducted. There were more than about, across the days, about 12,000 to 15,000 delegates, participants, speakers, etc. visited the Mahakumbh. So if you look at what is Kumbh, Kumbh is a place where you come, you meet like-minded people, you discuss, you solve problems, and this entire thing also got conducted. It was truly an amalgamation. It was truly a collection of all visionary leaders. Dr. Amitabh Kant, Mr. Chintan Vaishnav, Director of Atal Innovation Mission, the UGC, the AICT Chairman, Dr. Sitaraman. You had all the visionaries over there. Apart from people from the government side, we had the Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal. We had the people from DPIIT. We had people from various other bodies also. So that is what Mahakumbh was. And the icing on the cake for everyone was that the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, also decided to be part of this and motivate our futurepreneurs. Two of them who are also on this call, and we have also, the coordinator who actually managed to get the students from Telangana, Ms. Sumati, also with us, and we will be talking. They'll be talking about their experience. But if you ask me, I have never witnessed an event like this in my entire life. Over to you, Major.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for painting that complete picture of what was happening at Mahakumbh and what led to the the whole gathering, as it is called, the Startup Mahakumbh. We also had our team there, and we our team kind of filed the story, and we the reactions coming from various participants were very positive. So let's get into I would like to understand from Ms. Sumati as to if you can share how did you go about selecting the students from Telangana to be part of this Mahakumbh?
Actually, I would like to thank our CEO, sir, to pick me up for this great event to participate, to coordinate all these activities, sir. I'm actually basically from the Telangana, that is TSWRDC Nizamabad branch, sir. And I was given a great opportunity and the responsibility of all the 30 colleges, 20 colleges students to escort the students towards this program, sir. Without our CEO, sir, this program would not be a success, sir, because our sir, Srikant Sinha, sir, has given and taken a lot of efforts for entering into the startup Mahakumbha, sir. He personally has taken a lot of personal care, and he has handed over us the gate pass, and with that gate pass we could enter into the cabin, sir, into the startup Mahakumbha. This was the first stage where we could enter into that such a big event, sir. So if that pass would have not been, means we would not entered into that event, sir. That I thank the CEO, sir, for that handing over that kind of a pass. He took his personal care and he has handed over us that pass, sir. And later on we could enter and we could attend the program.
What was your experience? Firstly, if you can, tell us from where you are in Telangana, and what you study. Tell us a little bit of your college, and then if you can, share your experience of being part of this Mahakumbh.
I'm Harika, representing my KSWRDC, W Vikarabad, sir. And I'm pursuing my degree BCom CA second year, sir. And this was my first experience, sir, to go to Delhi for an education purpose. And it was my pride and pleasure for giving me this opportunity to go to Delhi, sir. And I'm so excited. And I was also excited to go to Delhi as per my future goals are connected to this Startup Mahakumbh. And also, it was a very great opportunity for the task members to give undergraduates an opportunity for going to Delhi and letting know them what are their dreams and how to pursue and how to achieve our dreams. And it was a great event, sir. And firstly, I would like to thank our task CEO, sir, Srikant Sinha, sir, for providing us the invitation cards. And it was very difficult for us to join in that big crowd, sir. But you have helped us a lot by providing us that invitation passes.
If you can share your experience being as part of the Mahakumbh there in Delhi.
Lalit Chandra from Rajiv Gandhi University of Knowledge Technologies in Basar. And yeah, first of all, I would so I am representing my whole college right now, and as the secretary of entrepreneurship cell of our college. So we usually constantly try to build the startup culture in our college and bring that business and entrepreneurial mindset. And we have been to a few programs of innovation or startup expos, but Startup Mahakumbh, it was definitely like it was one of a kind of an experience, right? Because it was India's largest startup expo and easily one of the biggest startup expos in whole world. And mostly the students who went there from our college were handpicked, and yeah, so I would like to speak about their experience mostly, and of course, including mine. And it consists of mostly of, it feels a little bit empowering, to see the rural landscape of India being represented at one of the most biggest events in the whole country. Because it's really, throughout the years, the rural India has been in the back door in the development race, which the world has already caught up. And to reach to that potential to catch up with the outer world, the rural landscape is constantly trying to enter in this business field and startup field. And the Startup Mahakumbh event had a huge number of startups that cater to the tier 2 and tier 3 towns and cities. So it was like watching us being represented in a global scale. And the problems of rural India are being solved, they are being capitalized on. And it's the rural market is kind of coming into the mainstream. That's what my experience was with the Startup Mahakumbh. We also saw, like, our whole team actually just spreaded across the event and talked to various professionals and problem solvers, and we have been interacting with a lot of them, knowing their marketing strategies and the problems they are working on. And we also talked about future collaborations. And yeah, so it was a lot of the experience has a lot of empowering kind of vibe to it. That's what I would say.
Similarly, it is very clear that the students really enjoyed every bit of being there, and definitely they come back, motivated and pumped up. So, one of the things was, when we had this conversation, you talked about I know how you made an attempt of bringing students from rural India. So if you could just talk about the thought process that went into selection of these students, and also very importantly, you made a mention that it was your initiative to ensure that they actually traveled by air, not by train.
Yeah. I think as the young futurepreneur, as we would like to call them, Lalit and has already spoken about it. There were about 700 startups over there, the stalls that were there, and every student interacted with the founders over there, and that is where their learning experience was. Now, the background for this entire thing was when Mr. Madan Padaki of the TIE Bangalore approached me and said that they are organizing a startup Mahakumbh, which is going to be a one-in-a-lifetime event. Of course, now I'm being told that this is going to be repeated every year, and we look forward to it, growing in size and everything else. But yes, when he told me this, we started looking at our internal system itself and seeing, because we work with about 750 colleges across the state of Telangana. And for us to select, and when we were talking to him, we said, can you give us 1,000 seats? So he said, no, that will not be possible because we are looking at about 1,500 students joining in. So we had about 300 to 400 students coming over there. The students were selected on 2-3 things. One was, we run a program which is a virtual program on creating an innovation and an entrepreneurial mindset, which is called as I4TS, which is Innovating for Telangana, which is an online program. It's a bilingual program, and any youth in the age group of 18 to 35 can log in and do this program online itself. So we looked at the people, and moving ahead, we said, okay, out of these people, who are the people who have submitted ideas, who have started working in that direction towards entrepreneurship? And we gave them a first chance, where we had about 100 odd students coming from the I4TS program itself. For the remaining 300 odd, we said, let's work it out. And that's where we looked at RJUKT, which is, if you look at it, they have got bright students. They are the 99 percentile people from the 10th grade who are immediately brought into the system. And it's a 5 years program that they are doing. And they are the most malleable. They are the most, people who can be molded. And if you look at, and when I had made discussions with the Honorable Vice Chancellor of RJUKT, who's a good friend, we have been talking about how we can expose these students to the world of entrepreneurship and what exactly is happening. And that's where we said, let's give 20 seats to RJUKT also. That's how we started dividing the seats. But of course, the closest to our heart are 2 institutions, which is Telangana Tribal Welfare Residential Colleges and Telangana Social Welfare Residential Colleges, and especially for women. And that's where we said, if we need to actually democratize entrepreneurship, both these institutions should also get represented. And that is where we were fortunate that we had representations from both these colleges across Telangana. And Madam Sumati was the in charge, who brought in 20 plus girls from these colleges to actually witness the event and be there. These people,
thank you, sir, for giving me that opportunity, sir.
No, ma'am, I think you were the moving force. You have handled these students. And of course, I would like you to share also, what was the journey like? What were these students' expectations when they were coming over there? Especially, I'm sure that some of the people would have been traveling to Delhi for the first time.
Yes, sir, this is the first time.
That experience, yes, that'll be good, because you would be being asked 100 questions. And what were those questions and how did you handle them? Once I finish, probably you can talk about those things, ma'am. So essentially, if you look at it, that's how we started selecting the students. And finally, we started looking at people who were actually wanting to become entrepreneurs. And that was one of the basic criterias for us to select the students. Futurepreneurs is what they were in the true sense of the word itself.
Chandra, I want to bring you in to fix the audio issue with Harika. Chandra, having been to Delhi and after your interaction with other entrepreneurs there and futurepreneurs, you have a college entrepreneur cell. What is the message you are going to be sharing with your classmates and other futurepreneurs from your college?
That's the correct thing to discuss actually. So we have been like thinking obviously for innovative ideas to encourage our own students to get into entrepreneurship and become the job givers instead of job seekers. And yeah, so the whole experience taught us about Delhi and the startup scene of whole India, like the rough sum of it. So you see, the process is actually very natural, right? So just because of us being in entrepreneurship cell doesn't mean we get all the knowledge of startups and entrepreneurship. So this experience has naturally evolved our students' understanding of my whole team's understanding about how we can communicate our way, how we can build efficient networks, and how we can actually bring our ideas into working stage. So after the trip, of course, it has been like one day, but we are all already excited and planning a lot of programs in our own college, a lot of competitions, pitching events, and startup hackathons and such and stuff. So you see, we have to work out a lot of innovative ways, and most of the time we have to think out of the box, especially in our college, because most of the students are totally they are not exposed to all these things.
I understand that.
They are not exposed to all these things since childhood.
I'm sure this event would have, this event would help you take that message to the students, right? So, Ms. Sumati, if you could,
Yes, sir.
share some insights into the challenges that you face and how do you go about, convincing, students from rural Telangana to be part of this event?
Sir, first I would like to thank our JS ma'am because we had a Zoom meet before we start from Hyderabad to Delhi, sir. She told us to make because I was the only person to take the students from Hyderabad to Delhi. So she told me to make a group. And Deepika from our college, TSWRDC Nizamabad, and Harika from Vikarabad, TSWRDC. These students has coordinated all the activities, and even two more students from Swati from West Warangal, and one more girl Nandini. These three students helped me out in all my program traveling towards the startup Mahakumbha, sir. Because of these students, I could successfully bring the students safe to again return back to the Hyderabad, sir. And in every stage where I was crossing, all the people cooperation and coordination, I could do this, sir. Really, it was a big task, of course, for me, but I could, because of the support from our CEO, sir, and the head office, and our secretary, sir, and JS ma'am, monitoring constantly in every 2 hours, I could do this program successfully, sir. And this program was really, actually, even I too don't know that we have just picked up the student from our college. She was just poet, sir. She's having a art of painting, sir. So we have taken her as a housemaster of our. I have picked up that girl, and with her idea, with her my student is topic is that is related to the eco-friendly products, sir, to eradicate the plastic. So we have taken that concept, and I have worked on it for 10 days with that girl, sir, and done the PPT, and so brought the products. And with her talent, hidden talent she has got, sir, painting on that eco-friendly products. We had painted on that the toddy leaves and jute bags. The painting was done, sir. I've even brought the products to exhibit there, but I didn't get that opportunity to exhibit there, sir. And but she has done a lot of efforts, and she was very silent in the class. And I don't know, when I made as a team leader to this 20 group of students, she has taken the initiative. She and Harika, both of them, without their support, I would not really do this program successfully, sir. Because in every day I used to conduct, before starting, and in every half an hour we used to conduct the meeting. Everything is going on correct, means they used to say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. They have cooperated, and not only those, sir, all the students of social welfare colleges and the principals also, they were monitoring us constantly, especially our JS ma'am. She has taken the personal care where this, because especially they are women, and they have to be safe and also participate in that program, sir. And without the support of CEO, sir, we could not have done this program, sir, because a lot of efforts he has taken, sir. I would thank him for organizing and picking the students of the social welfare degree colleges, of 20 students from this social welfare degree college. And also, I'm being a part, I feel very pleasure and pride, sir, because first time, even I'm also, it's the first time traveling return through flight. So journey through flight is for me also, it's a experience, a first time experience. I was very excited when the tickets was given to us, and with the support of CEO, sir. And especially
So it's
this,
all
I would, so my,
opportunity, isn't it? It's all
so
about giving opportunity, as I understand, right? So give the
yes,
opportunity,
sir.
and they would, people like the youth like Harika and Chandra would, grab both the hands and do the needful, right? So Harika, could you share the experience, after you came back to your college? What was the reaction of your classmates?
It was my first experience to Delhi, and also I have learned many things in that startup Mahakumbh, and mainly in the exhibition, sir. Like what are the products, and how to exhibit our product by just making the articles. And also mostly people will be more, they'll get more knowledge by seeing the products, not by learning, not by seeing any, not by telling. So I learned how entrepreneurs should be, and how, what are the qualities to be a successful businessman, and what are the strategies. And also I learned many things there, sir. And we also thought that, as a girl, I thought I cannot even go out of my home, but the task CEO sir provided us an opportunity to go out of state for taking a first step to towards our dreams and to achieve success, sir. And also, the after coming from Delhi, the first reaction of my fellow students and my faculty and my principal, sir, was they were very proud of me, sir. Like I was the girl from my college to represent our college, but we did not get a chance of representing what was our idea. But we got much opportunity, and we have got much experience, that we have seen what is business, and how business products and how businessmen will be, and what are their speaking skills, and how to communicate with each other, and what to do to be a successful businessman, sir.
Thank you, Harika, for that. So, Chandra, before I go to sir and close this, uh, what are your thoughts after having come back? Are you thinking of launching your own startup?
Yes, sir. So can I speak about my
Harika,
startups?
yes, Harika, go ahead. You will do that. Yeah.
So should I start first?
Yes, Harika, go ahead. Yeah. Chandra, you can
So
go after Harika.
as a BCom CS student, I have a startup idea of millet menu, sir. And my startup, my company name is Millet Menu, sir. And it contains an app development, sir. An app development, and also millet diet, sir. We need to develop an app, and in that app, the app will be available in every digital watches and smartphones, sir. It will say that how much millet intake we have to take daily, and what are the profits, and what are the healthy millets we have to intake, and what is the deficiency of millets in our body, sir. And also, if we intake the millets, what are the healthy benefits? And also, it is not only an app to say what is the millet diet and at what time we have to take, but it also provides some members will not have the accessibility of making and taking all the millets and making their own product. No, sir. We'll make the millet menu, or we'll make the products and we'll sell them, sir. It is not only an app, but it is also a trading business, sir. Like we'll sell our millet menu, we'll sell our products to customers and make them learn what is the importance of millets, sir. It is my startup, sir.
That's very commendable of you, Harika. That a trip like that is, motivated you to launch your own startup. So, Chandra, coming to you, have you come up with an idea, or your group of friends or classmates? What is it?
Yes, definitely. So I have my own idea of a semiconductor related startup, which I take a lot of interest in. And semiconductor is also getting a lot of boost from the government, right? So yes, I do hope I run a successful startup in the future. And yeah, so Startup Mahakumbh has actually helped me to connect with a lot of experts in this field of semiconductor technology. So yeah, and my team members also have a few startups of construction marketplace and student loan lending platforms and a lot more. So yeah, we cannot thank enough task, and especially Srikanth sir and our own faculty coordinator Rakesh sir as well. So yeah, so I do hope I run my own successful startup in the future.
Raji, it looks like a trip to Mahakumbh, and as Startup Mahakumbh wanted to achieve, it has ignited young minds.
So absolutely, I think not only ignited young minds, as Madam Sumiti was saying, that the students took ownership, students took leadership, right, in the journey itself. So it started from there itself. The qualities of being a leader, a good team player, a good, everything started getting inculcated from there itself. Of course, the experience was awesome for them when they saw the Bharat Mandapam itself, right? And I'm sure that I'm speaking on the behalf of Harika also and Lalit Chandra also, that it would have been awesome for them to see the large auditorium and everything else and the grandeur of the building itself. And then coming to the Startup Mahakumbh Expo area, right, which is another experience which is beyond anything, because you saw 700 startups over there and you're able to understand that, okay, this idea which I was thinking is something which is a realistic idea. I probably can do something better than this in my own way. I can bring down the pricing. I can bring down multiple things. This is going to be a USP in taking this forward. And that is what actually started the thought process. And I could see the people, and the energy over there in the expo area was extremely, extremely high and infectious. Apart from that, of course, they had speakers for the previous 2 days. Some of our students were part of it, where they even got a chance to hear to Mr. Aman Gupta, Mr. Piyush Bansal, and the Zomato owner also. So they also heard those people. Plus, they even took part and there were roundtables going on over there. While the entire session the expo was happening in the same halls, there were roundtables happening. In fact, I was also part of one of the roundtables on the second day, for which I had traveled, which is more towards how do you encourage entrepreneurship in universities. And I think this entire thing would not have been possible while everyone is giving me the credit for it. I think it was all a team effort putting together the entire task team. And of course, unless until the sponsors for the event, the various people who actually gave in the money, SIDBI, e-marketplace of government and other, and plus all the private partners also like Zomato, etc. I don't think this kind of an event would have been possible. What this event has done is not only ignited these people, but brought them and said that, look, today, anyone and everyone, and as the Honorable Prime Minister said in his thing is, today our entrepreneurship journey is there. The story is being told in tier 2, tier 3 towns and villages. And it is becoming a culture. A culture is something which can never be derailed or stopped. And that is what I think truly that is happening. Mr. Madan, of course, was supposed to be there on this show, but unfortunately, due to a prior commitment, extending, he is not able to join in. So probably from his side, I would also like to thank him for providing the opportunity to the TAS students, as well as also mention to the young students over here that they have also become part of a group now of futurepreneurs who will be mentored. So they have become part of a network of about 1,500 plus students who is going to be mentoring, who are going to be mentored by some of the topmost founders and mentors in India. They are going to be handheld, and they will be supported in whichever way by the organizers of Startup Mahakumbh. So after igniting their thought process, getting them to think about different ideas, coming up with solutions for problems, the next step is how do you take it forward. So this is not a one-time event that has happened, but it is going to be followed by a complete process itself to ensure that the ball doesn't get dropped in between.
Sinali, before I wrap up this conversation, what are your thoughts? I mean, do you think, given the success, the impact it has created, the Startup Mahakumbh, should there be a similar small-scale Mahakumbh at state level or even district level, so that more students, more youth, or the futurepreneurs, as you call them, get the opportunity to interact, right at the probably at the district level, state level, and then probably go to the national level. That way, we make the net much bigger, much larger.
No,
and
absolutely.
After that would Telangana and task take up the task.
No, absolutely. I think Telangana has got a very, very vibrant ecosystem of entrepreneurship. As you already know, we have T-Hub, where people who are with an MVP, they help them accelerate. If you have a woman entrepreneur as a founder and you have an idea, you don't even have an MVP, We Hub will help you accelerate. Then you have organizations like Rich who bring in research, etc., to the startup world and the industry. You have, Intenta Innovator program run by, Telangana State Innovation Council, and T-Works, which is the prototyping center, and of course, Task, which is into creating an entrepreneurial mindset. So with all these organizations working together, I think organizing this kind of a thing at a state level or a district level, of course, TSIC had been doing events, the Intenta Innovator program that I spoke about, which is more of a show yatra, trying to identify, innovations that are happening currently, in our villages. So it'll be a good idea to have this. And what is most important is that I think it's important to link it with different SDGs and other things also, so that our youth are aware about the sustainable development goals, what it means, how exactly can they play a part in ensuring clean and green environment, and all these other things. So I think it's important for us to do something at the state level also. And definitely, earlier on, we used to do something similar in August, around 15th of August. I think it's important for us to keep this momentum up at all the districts. In fact, I'm very happy to say that, when I got to know that apart from Telangana, across India, the students had come. And today, entrepreneurship, these 123,000 people that I'm talking about, are from 600 districts across Telangana, across India, sorry. And which is a real thing, just see how the needle has moved. So definitely we should do those things also, and then help them, mentor them, and coach them so that they can become real, probably decacons later on. Not only unicorns or unicorns, but decacons later on.
Likely, as the Prime Minister said in the speech at the Mahakumbh, that this has become a social norm and it's not going to stop. So, and we will be, as MyStartuptv, we will be following everything that's happening in the startup ecosystem, and we hope to see you again on some of our shows. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining, and thank you, panelists, Chandra, Harika, and Smriti Madam. Thanks for joining.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This particular startup in 2016, where we found out the problem is like when fleet owners not able to manage their tire properly. So that's where our solution, we build it. We build a product, we build some of the IoT solutions, mobile applications, web applications to just take care of their tire, their inventory, their how to get a better mileage, all such of preventive care that we can able to provide. And one of the device that we have is tire pressure monitoring system, which can measure real-time pressure, temperature, driver behavior and misalignments of the vehicles, which is giving the road safety impact, cost impact, financial impact to the transporters. And we got a patent also for that. So that's where we are. Event is giving us the startup boost, where we got a networking, we connect with the different startups. We can able to share our ideas, thoughts, and one of the places, if we go there, multiple founders, all such of stakeholders that we are meeting, and the government organizations are also there, like GEM is there, Startup India is there, all some of the different founders that we met it. So it is always be better to have it this type of event, which is helping startups to grow and meet different ideas, thoughts, and the industry leaders. Yeah, whenever any startups are coming, because initially it is coming from the very ground, and they need to build a team. So team is the first thing that any startup, any founder is get faced any issues. Secondly, you need to have a good product, because product is only giving you the comfort saying that this product is viable or it is a profitable, sustainable model. Then the third part is coming, the fund which is required for any startup. It is from the bootstrap to taking a fund from the, you can say, friends and families, then raise some of the capital, seed round, and then another round of like Series A, Series B. So that is the journey of the startup, when they start from the team to product, then the fund, and then scale it up to the next level. With Narendra Modi ji, the event started in, like, you can say, Startup India, Stand Up India, which is in 2016. And from there onwards, we connected with this particular initiative with the Modi ji. And he's keep focusing on different type of verticals which is supporting to startups, like fund of funds or any this type of events. So that is helping it out. And what rightly just now Modi ji said is, like, we need to connect and we need to grow to an entire ecosystem. And every startup should also support another startup, so that this ecosystem build and everybody will be the growing stage. And this is the vision for Modi ji's for the 2047, where we all are in the developing nations and we can grow together. I think that's how. See, my message is everybody was looking earlier for the government service or the private job or this type of thing. But this is the new vertical started, where the startup or the new college graduates will also start their own startup. They can think of new ideas, because the country is the place where so much of innovation and things are required, and it is very near to you now. So I'll give you them you can feel it, you can build the product, you can see how you can able to create a good impact to the organization or the country. I think that will help it out to all these startups.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I head the antimicrobial resistance laboratory. We developed artificial intelligence and machine learning based urinary tract infection prediction tool using clinical history of patients. This technology helps to overcome the current challenges in the clinical system, that is access to laboratory, lack of precision guidance medicine. Here we are able to develop this patented technology without the need for sample culture or collection of samples. I collaborated with SignV Biosciences Private Limited, a startup through which we developed the technology AMRX. AMRX is artificial intelligence and machine learning based prediction system. It can predict the propensity of a patient to have urinary tract infection, what is a causative organism, and what is the antibiotic resistance without the need for any sample collection or laboratory culture testing. This is a revolutionary patented technology that can be used in hospitals, clinics, and for digital treatment. This technology was developed using 8,000 prospectively collected patient clinical data containing 170 clinical features across 10 different hospitals in India. We have clinically validated it. Currently, the accuracy of the model is around 91%, and we have less than 5% false positive rate. And now, through BioAsia's support, we are able to showcase this technology in the global forum. We thank BioAsia and the government of Telangana for this opportunity. In addition to this technology being used as a prediction tool, we also have it as a platform for drug discovery and development. I request our partner to speak on it.
I'm here to talk about how AMRX can be used for drug discovery, apart from being an excellent tool for the diagnostics. So, apart from being an excellent tool for diagnostics in the UTI space, this can also be of immense help to the pharma companies, wherein it can be used for aiding the drug discovery. So, it has three different approaches to it. The first, it can be used for de novo drug discovery. The second one is it can be used for drug repurposing, and it can also give data, the real world data, wherein we can gain the real world evidence from the samples what we have in the lab. So it's an excellent combination of in vitro along with in silico. And I would like to thank BioAsia for giving us an opportunity to present our novel idea and also connect with a lot of eminent personalities here to present our solution. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
Hello, I'm Dr. Jalandhar Reddy. So I represent a company, a startup company based in Bangalore called as Cambrian Bioworks. So we are into the magnetic bead-based technology systems which do DNA and RNA extraction from variable number of samples. So this is our second setup. We have been here in 2023, and now this is our second instance here, and we are very much immersed in this and take a pleasure to participate in this event. So here this has given us a chance to meet lot number of customers, as well as they have come and see what's going on. So as a startup, we started building up from scratch, and now we are into different places across the world. So we take it as an immense pleasure to be here as a part of this event.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
I head the antimicrobial resistance laboratory. We developed artificial intelligence and machine learning based urinary tract infection prediction tool using clinical history of patients. This technology helps to overcome the current challenges in the clinical system, that is access to laboratory, lack of precision guidance medicine. Here we are able to develop this patented technology without the need for sample culture or collection of samples. I collaborated with SignV Biosciences Private Limited, a startup through which we developed the technology AMRX. AMRX is artificial intelligence and machine learning based prediction system. It can predict the propensity of a patient to have urinary tract infection, what is a causative organism, and what is the antibiotic resistance without the need for any sample collection or laboratory culture testing. This is a revolutionary patented technology that can be used in hospitals, clinics, and for digital treatment. This technology was developed using 8,000 prospectively collected patient clinical data containing 170 clinical features across 10 different hospitals in India. We have clinically validated it. Currently, the accuracy of the model is around 91%, and we have less than 5% false positive rate. And now, through BioAsia's support, we are able to showcase this technology in the global forum. We thank BioAsia and the government of Telangana for this opportunity. In addition to this technology being used as a prediction tool, we also have it as a platform for drug discovery and development. I request our partner to speak on it.
I'm here to talk about how AMRX can be used for drug discovery, apart from being an excellent tool for the diagnostics. So, apart from being an excellent tool for diagnostics in the UTI space, this can also be of immense help to the pharma companies, wherein it can be used for aiding the drug discovery. So, it has three different approaches to it. The first, it can be used for de novo drug discovery. The second one is it can be used for drug repurposing, and it can also give data, the real world data, wherein we can gain the real world evidence from the samples what we have in the lab. So it's an excellent combination of in vitro along with in silico. And I would like to thank BioAsia for giving us an opportunity to present our novel idea and also connect with a lot of eminent personalities here to present our solution. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
We do research, develop, manufacture and supply of psychology and physiotherapy testing and exercise tools. Currently we have testing tools for measuring attention and brain-eye-hand coordination in fine motor level and gross motor level. Also we have the exercise tools for the improvisation of attention, brain-eye-hand coordination, memory power, sitting tolerance, handwriting, body balancing, etc. by daily practicing. So our testing tools are we giving to the psychologists, physiotherapists, special educators and normal schools. And also we are giving our exercise tools to the populations like ADHD, learning disability, MR, autism, stroke patients, ataxia, Parkinson's, etc. So we are very much happy to be here in this BioAsia 2024. This is a big good opportunity for us to interact with the across the world market, and we had some discussion as well. So we really appreciate the government of Telangana for taking such initiatives and including us in this event as a startup. So we are very much happy to be here and for having this opportunity. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
సో టొఫ్లాన్ ఏంటంటే వీఆర్ ఎక్విప్మెంట్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరర్స్. మేము ఎక్విప్మెంట్ ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తాము, దానికి కన్జ్యూమబుల్ కూడా ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తాము. లైక్ ఎక్విప్మెంట్స్ లైక్ సిఎస్ బయోరియాక్టర్, సింగిల్ యూజ్ బయోరియాక్టర్స్, ఎస్ఎస్ బయోరియాక్టర్స్, డౌన్ స్ట్రీమ్ ఎక్విప్మెంట్, టీఎఫ్ఎఫ్, క్రోమోటోగ్రఫీ సిస్టమ్, ఇవన్నీ ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తాము. సో మాది ఇది ఇక్కడ హైదరాబాద్లో మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ ఫెసిలిటీ కూడా ఉంది. ఇక్కడ మేము ఏం చేస్తామంటే సింగిల్ యూజ్ బ్యాగ్స్ చూస్తారు, ఇవన్నీ మేడ్ ఇన్ ఇండియా. యాక్చువల్గా ఇండియాలో మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ అవుతాయి ఇవి. యాక్చువల్గా ఇప్పుడు డ్యూరింగ్ వాట్ యు సే మెడిసిన్ ప్రొడక్షన్కి బేసిక్గా ఏం కావాలంటే బ్యాగ్స్ కానీ ఎక్విప్మెంట్స్ కానీ ఇవన్నీ టొఫ్లాన్ ఇండియా ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తుందండి.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartup TV.
So today we are showcasing in BioAsia 2024. So let me talk about my platform. So we are CanScan Oral AI platform. We are here to early detect the oral cancer. The way it works is we take the combination of three key parameters. One is the EMR of the patient data, and then these smartphone based pictures of the oral of the patients, and then saliva metabolomics. Like we take a drop of the saliva from the patient, and then we combine all three parameters and then arrive at the accuracy of the oral cancer prediction. So that's pretty much about our platform. So BioAsia is really giving us a good opportunity to showcase us and expose us to the ecosystem in Hyderabad. I think this is going to work in the cooperation and working together. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Today we are here in BioAsia actually. This is a startup friendly conference where we are getting lots of enquiries from distributors, and we are able to mingle with new technologies, and this is something very new in we are the third Indian manufacturer of NPWT actually, that is negative pressure wound therapy, and this is a boon for the wound care industry, and we have almost done around 10,000 patients still today, and this is helping for the both acute and chronic wounds in reducing the edema and creating more of good wound bed, and it also helps in reducing the amputations in diabetic foot wounds. So this is actually a new and Atmanirbhar Bharat in that concept we have come up, and as a startup. So we wish good luck to BioAsia and great exposure. Thanks a lot.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I'm very glad to be participating in this BioAsia 21st edition. I think over the years, BioAsia has created a lot of ecosystem building exercise, and also it has created a brand in itself. This is the biggest platform, I think, in the region, Asia region, and India is taking the lead, where startup companies, bigger companies, academicians, and all these stakeholders are coming together at a platform where they can discuss, forge the collaborations and all. So I think it's a very, very important occasion where we should be supporting and collaborating with each other. I think BIRAC has been supportive in these efforts. BIRAC is Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council, and actually we have created a lot of clusters, and I think such occasions are very important for us to support. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Good afternoon to the viewers of My Startup TV. My name is Dr. Nikhil Kateja. I am the founder and CEO of Edna Biolabs. So Edna Biolabs is a young startup company located in New Delhi. We are into manufacturing of specialty enzymes, reagents and kits for the molecular biology and the mass spectroscopy domain. We have products that are used for PCR, RT-PCR, DNA RNA extraction kits. Moreover, we have enzymes for advanced characterization of antibodies like MS-grade trypsin, PNGase-F. Our journey so far has been pretty interesting, and our visit over here also has been pretty fruitful. So the conference has provided us a good platform to meet prospective clients and collaborators. So looking forward to growing in terms of our company. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
And basically we deal with instruments and consumables for the life sciences and biotech industry, and particularly we deal with hollow fiber membrane models from Asai Kasai. It's a Japanese company, and Mainly, we support Indian startup companies of biotech and biopharma to help them to do their R&D with our membrane modules. Once they develop their product successfully, then we help them to reach their product into the commercialization. And in fact, in BioAsia, it's a great platform to be present here, and we can easily connect with all the Indian startups, majorly whoever comes with a different technological and different process applications. We are happy to be here, and we are happy to get interacted with all the customers, and we can see a lot of footfalls here, and it is a great platform to introduce our product. And whoever present here, all the best for your product to be in the market. Yeah, thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, I'm Dr. Jalandhar Reddy. So I represent a company, a startup company based in Bangalore called as Cambrian Bioworks. So we are into the magnetic bead-based technology systems which do DNA and RNA extraction from variable number of samples. So this is our second setup. We have been here in 2023, and now this is our second instance here, and we are very much immersed in this and take a pleasure to participate in this event. So here this has given us a chance to meet lot number of customers, as well as they have come and see what's going on. So as a startup, we started building up from scratch, and now we are into different places across the world. So we take it as an immense pleasure to be here as a part of this event.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Midvolent is actually solving the problem of procurement and access to the medical devices and equipments in a rural area hospitals. We are actually creating a one-stop solution for the hospitals where they can procure products, services, along with the financial freedom for the equipment purchase. We are actually creating a seamless procurement platform, which is Midvolent. It's a digital procurement platform. We are the pioneer in delivering goods, medical supplies through drones. And SRX has helped us in initial stage. They funded us, yes, BioAsia here is helping us connecting with the fellow startups and enablers, as well as investors, more into pharma sector of people are around, so that we can collaborate each other and we can help each other. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hi, RX Propellant is one of India's largest lab space developers. We provide infrastructure for all the life sciences and pharma companies who are looking to lease space, be asset light in India. It's one of the largest platform of its kind, and our current focus, largest being Hyderabad in Genome Valley. Then we also setting up something in Bangalore and Mumbai, with future locations probably going to be Vizag, Pune, Ahmedabad, and NCR regions. BioAsia we've been attending for many years, and it has been a great platform to showcase ourselves, to showcase our product, and especially being in Hyderabad and BioAsia being so big in Hyderabad, we've always made sure that all the delegates do come and visit our current facilities, which are based out of Genome Valley. And yeah, so I think it's a complete ecosystem, and all we say is we give infrastructure to make sure that you don't have to invest on it. We get you the land, we get you the building, and BioAsia has been a great platform for us to get such companies to Hyderabad and in India. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We provide digital applications for pharma and life sciences sector. So there are around 14 applications developed under the brand name of GMP Pro, so which is a good manufacturing practices program. So it serves the purpose right from the material procurement till end product delivery, having all the built-in features of quality, compliance, regulatory, and the various other streams like material management, production processes, quality, engineering. So all together, we are creating a complete ecosystem for the data, and there and then we can use these data elements into various trendings, and so that way we can make the companies paperless using these applications.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
From Oberon Diagnostics. We are a next generation PCR diagnostics company which is looking to push the envelope with PCR diagnostics. We are incubated at our Atal Incubation Center, CCMB. We are a BIRAC BIG 20 grantee. So what we're aiming to do is to push the envelope with PCR diagnostics, where we are hoping to further improve the specificity and sensitivity of the PCR test. We're developing a PCR platform which will be extended to all multiple infectious disease diagnostics, point of care tests, different CRO applications, genotyping, and so on. So, obviously, one of the larger advantages of our technology is going to be more accurate diagnostics. Obviously, more accurate diagnostics simply means greater human cost savings. We'll all be using locally made reagents. We are already probably move 40% of our supply chain in India. And in the near future, we totally plan to have a supply chain totally based out of India, which basically allows us larger control over the supply chain, give us and allow us to pass the benefit of the cost to our customers and the larger industry. We also, because of our superior technology with the current gold standard, we've been able to bridge the gap with emerging tech, which is better than the current PCR gold standard, which is TaqMan, TaqPath set of probes, and it's closer to the droplet PCR as well. Now, because obviously since we are pushing the envelope with this and we're able to scale this up to multiple tiers of the molecular diagnostics field, we will enable enhanced readiness for the next pandemic based out of India for molecular diagnostics companies and for the larger population across the world. And obviously, since we are enabling a larger sensitivity and we're able to bridge the sensitivity gap for the PCR test, we possibly and looking like more increasingly possibly looking like aiming to enable earlier detection of cancer, of diseases like cancer, cardiac markers, and many other tests. This will be applicable to both PCR and point of care services. Obviously, we largely have applications with hospitals, diagnostic chains, contract research organizations, drug development companies, research institutes, universities, and with obviously multiple tech industries like agriculture, drug development, food safety, forensics, clinical studies, environments, other than diagnostics and contract research organizations. I'm obviously here very glad to be at BioAsia 2024. It's a fantastic platform to meet so many key players in the biotech industry and for allow us to go further explore opportunities. Obviously, we are a pre-revenue and mainly R&D company, so allow us to further understand our applications, connect with larger with different partners of the industry, and basically hopefully build and connect and build many key partnerships for the way forward. Thank you and cheers.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
And at Newverse, our mission is to make the healthcare accessible for all. Keeping the same in mind, we have built a technology called New AI. So what New AI does, it scans your face for 1 minute and it can give you the multiple health vital parameters, like what is your heart rate, what is your blood pressure, what is your SpO2, what is your heart rate variability, and based on the heart rate variability, it derives your stress levels and stress parameters as well. Along with that, our applications also tell about what is your HbA1c, hemoglobin as well. So how does it work is, so whenever the light falls onto your face and whatever the blood circulation is going on to your cheek areas, it emits some energy and reflects back towards the camera, and it gives you the data in real time. And the BioAsia 2024 is helping us a lot in terms of connecting with the C-level peoples, along with all of the partnerships, collaborations, and everything. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Greetings from Plebs Innovations. We are a medical robotics company. We are building robotic system to assist doctors and surgeons in ultrasonography and other interventional modalities like surgical interventions. So today we are here at BioAsia, our 21st edition. So BioAsia is helping us in getting connects the network, the connects to the state government. We are expecting some potential partnerships with the BioAsia, wherein we will be connected with the health secretary of the state government, and we have good partnerships with the incubators here. Maybe few things will convert into fundraising activities as well. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are from a company called Z-Blocks, and this particular product is called Pot. This is used for transportation of any temperature-sensitive products like biological samples, tissue samples, medicines, vaccines, and for that matter, organs can also be transported using this device. The best part of this is we can set temperature anywhere between -10 to +25, and the ambient temperature can be -10 to +45 degrees. We can also track the location of the device using mobile app, and the temperature also can be set using the mobile app itself. We need to charge it for 4 hours. It will run from anywhere between 12 to 24 hours depending on the ambient temperature. Z-Blocks Actipod is a patented device, and it's ISO 13485 certified and NABL accredited.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Vision Nanny is a web application for children with cerebral visual impairment. So what happens in CVI is these children with the brain damage have a tough time to understand what they are looking at. So that's where we come in. We are providing an online therapy for these children. We have a library of activities where the parents at the comfort of the home can provide these activities to the children. And CVI, though it might sound little rare, it is one of the leading cause of the childhood blindness, and many children with autism and cerebral palsy already are facing this visual challenge.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This has become a pioneering event in the life sciences healthcare space. Tremendous participation from across the globe, which talks volumes of what this platform does to the global biotech community. This year was special because the BioAsia launched along with World Economic Forum C4IR, Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution Initiative, where Laurus Labs is the founding member. So we are quite pleased to be pioneers and become the founding member. About Laurus Labs, we are a large pharmaceutical company, vertically integrated pharmaceutical company, strong presence in HIV area, but we have also diversified into other biotech areas. We've been responsible for launching India's first cell therapy CAR T product, along with ImmunoAct, which is an incubating company in IIT Bombay. We have also partnered with IIT Kanpur to bring innovative gene therapy solutions to this part of the world. We also have our unit in Bangalore, which is called Laurus Bio. They do a lot of bio ingredients for biopharmaceutical applications. We also have a large precision fermentation capabilities. So overall, Laurus Labs is a well-diversified biopharmaceutical company. And we are very proud to be partnering with BioAsia. We are the principal industry sponsors. Very proud to be hosting a lot of clients, a lot of visitors on this platform. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We have developed an integrated digital platform to execute clinical trials. We are a startup registered with the Government of India, ROC. Primarily, we work with the pharma companies where a lot of clinical that happen. The entire platform is on the mobile to execute clinical trials. We are in BioAsia, and Bio has actually given us a platform as a startup, to display our capabilities here in this exhibition. And we're very happy about this event and conference. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We have been attending various events of BioAsia since 2019 of our inception. This particular event has given an opportunity to connect with various leaders and industry experts, especially from the biotechnology segment. At Lab Iconics, we have LIMS, ELN, and QMS and DMS solutions. These softwares will help the laboratory to convert their entire documentation, which is paper-based, into the electronic system. Like right from the process and whatever the experiments that we do, all those activities can be digitalized. And we also have a process where the entire process flow can be automated by using our applications. Nice to be part of this event and looking forward to see many more in future as well. All the best to you all.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
We are in existence for the past 5 years, and our core is to deliver software solutions to enable collaboration in the life sciences industry. Specifically, we work in two areas. One is in the contract manufacturing space, and the second is in the area of cell and gene therapies. This is a product, Alpecia, is specifically targeted to accelerate the delivery of cell and gene therapies. The science is all done, and the challenge is to get it up and running so that it can be reached to many, large number of patients at a reasonable cost. And so the idea is to provide a software for cell and gene therapy companies, CAR-T companies, so that they can operationalize the system. BioAsia has been extremely useful to us because we got a stall here thanks to the government of Telangana. And we also have benefited because of the reach, a whole lot of global and Indian partners and potential customers have been visiting us, and we thank BioAsia for providing us this opportunity.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So SparshMind works for 15 million or 1.5 crore neurodisabled Indians. We provide accessible and affordable healthcare for 1.5 crore neurodisabled Indians with our solution called DreamMind. It's a virtual reality based solution for patients who are struggling with any kind of brain injury. We got this, we are here today with SRX Innovation Challenge with the help of BioAsia. This program has helped us in a way to connect with other startups and explore our projects capabilities, or explore that how we can present better and get collaboration with other startups in BioAsia, and connect with distributors and global exploration about our product, how our market is there in there. So thanks BioAsia and SRX Innovation for this. We are SparshMind Innovation, empowering lives through virtual reality. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
So ProRhythm is a remote patient monitoring device, which it's a platform where we convert any bed into a smart bed in the hospital, from a 5-bed to a corporate hospital. This is what our concept is. We use a device to capture all the vitals and provide a real-time data to the doctor to take a right call at the right time. So it's easy to place it on the chest, and it connects with the gateway. And there's a dashboard in the hospital where they can monitor on a continuous basis every minute to minute, and provides data to them. And it's a data-driven decision can be taken by the doctors and also the paramedic staff or the medical practitioners. And continuously, it's going to be used in the wards and the rooms, not in the ICUs. So it's mainly towards converting any wort into a distillized wort.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We are a new enzyme brand in India, and we have our facility in Bangalore. We are an ISO certified facility. We make enzymes and master mixes catering to the need of PCR based applications, diagnostics, and etc. And we are the fastest delivery guys in terms of making these products accessible and reachable as fast as possible in India. We are very thankful to Team BioAsia because they are the one who has given us an opportunity to put up a stall here. It's very important to mention one single fact that BioAsia is helping startup like us so that we can showcase our product and we can have a same place, meeting with many people, networking with prominent figures in the industry. And we thank Team BioAsia for giving us an opportunity, and we request them that the same opportunity or similar kind of event should happen every year, and similar companies like us should get the benefit out of it. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We specialize in life care logistic movements, and we serve industries like pharmaceuticals, CROs, biotech companies, as well as diagnostic companies. And we have presence across the country in more than 500 locations, and we do international business as well. See, this BioAsia event has been very vibrant event. We have participated here for the first time, but we could see many of our target segment clients are also present here. And then I was attending this session this morning wherein the government of Telangana inaugurated this Center for Industrial Revolution specifically dedicated to the life science industry, which shows a great vision of this current government, how they want to excel in the life sciences as well as pharmaceutical industry. And it gives a lot of hope as well as opportunity for us as well, that wherein we can further enhance our presence not only in Telangana, but we can serve the clients across the country and through this base of Telangana. So our participation in BioAsia has been very fruitful, wherein we could connect with so many of our existing as well as potential clients as well. So I thank a lot to the organizers for organizing such a great and wonderful event. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Food and beverages is one of the largest sector in the nation, with many new startups being launched daily. However, most founders don't have easy access to qualified mentors who can guide them through this fastest growing sector. Hello, welcome to Thought Leader Show. I'm majorsunilshetty. Today my guest is Nakul Chandana. He's a F&B and retail veteran with 27 years of experience. Nakul was the ex-CEO of a leading food chain and has led a variety of food formats from fine dining restaurants to busy coffee shops. His background goes well beyond boardroom. He has been guest speakers at various food and beverage events and with some of the leading prestigious universities. Welcome, Nakul. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Major.
Major retail, major growing up industry.
Yes.
As somebody who spent so much time, in F&B, where do you see the industry, shaping up? How do you see the industry shaping up?
Well, I would say that it's back at its full strength. The COVID period, of course, dented the industry. A couple of years were very hard. But now, if you see, people are experiencing F&B a lot. The habits of going out for regular eating, it has gone up like anything. Earlier maybe it was not that very often people used to go out for eating, but today it's, I think, at least weekly, twice or thrice, all of us are moving out and experiencing F&B by sitting in different eateries for meetings, for gatherings, for celebrations and all. और इसके साथ में the other point which I would like to share in the time of COVID also, there was a steep increase in habit of ordering food online, of course, because that was the time when everyone was confined to home, or that was the time when people started ordering from the online platforms a lot. So if you see today's time, I think it's happening like anything, because there are a lot of new joints opening everywhere, you can see, and then of course people are also ordering the food a lot. So I think it's one of the best time to enter the industry.
With your experience, both pre-COVID and post-COVID, has there been a change in people's approach towards trying out different food? Have you experienced that? Meaning, there was time probably in Hyderabad, biryani is more popular, right? Yeah. But today, do you see, let's say Hyderabad is an example, do you see, people coming in, experimenting with food or acquiring new taste?
Of course, I think it's been there for times, because see, generally, you like to taste the food of other regions. If you see, northern side of India, if you move, people are having a lot of craze about, this side of food, southern food actually. People love to have dosas, idlis and cuisines of southern India. Similarly, when, the city where we are talking today, Hyderabad, people like to have, food from the northern side. You will see a lot of fine dining outlets which carry food from the northern side, buffets, and North Indian food is in craze. And what has happened, post-COVID is maybe because, as I said, that people, are today loving to, experience more F&B. So, all formats I think are doing very well today. Whether it is, fine dining outlets, barbecues, bakeries, cafes, ice cream parlors. So, yes, there is, people are experiencing, and I think all the formats are doing very well.
And also, food is no more, it's no more limited to the fact that people are going to have food there. Now it's also become an experience, isn't it? Like people, especially the millennials and the younger generation, right? They're going into these coffee shops or the restaurants. Not just food. There is more. Could you add your experience from your experience?
Yes. So, see, first of all, I would like to say Hyderabad is a city of foodies, of course, and there's a lot of craze about food out there. Being in this industry, we have, experience talking to a number of guests, and, many of them, would share the experience that today, I just came 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers just to taste my, the special dish or a ice cream which, I really love, I'm fond of. So that is one of the part. Yes, so one thing which has happened that today, as you're talking about cafes or maybe, the fast food joints or eateries, people are, at times, they're also, having a lot of meetings out there and lot of discussions out there. It's not, earlier very formal office discussion which used to only take place in offices. Today, lot of, organized meetings are happening at eateries actually.
Especially with startups.
Yeah, especially with the startups. They're providing that kind of a sitting place and ambience where people would like to, carry the meetings with and also gatherings. And so that is happening. And then, with the corporate also, there is one more thing that they also like to take their team out frequently, for a change actually. So they definitely go out, hunting for maybe the convention halls or, banquets, or maybe the fine dining outlet where they book for a particular day where they can have, they can call the families and employees together for a gathering. So all this is happening, yes, and yes, food is also not restricted today just for, lunch or dinner. A variety of things, especially, you can see there is a big rise in, today bakery products, which is, a lot of snacks are happening, healthy snacks are happening. And so desserts also, if you see, so there is a growth in each and every segment out there. So if you see, from the time maybe last 10 years, if you witness, a number of varieties out there, which was, earlier not there. So even if you see a single format today, let's say we talk about bakery today, there is no fixed definition that, what menu a bakery should run. So a bakery can just have cakes, other bakery can also serve a lot of savories. The third bakery can have a lot of mocktails added in that. So there is no fixed format. So a lot of different varieties in a single model also you can witness today.
So now, taking your experience, making use of your experience, I would like to understand for the benefit of our, founders from F&B or startups who are in F&B. What are those challenges that startups face when they start, or what are the points they should keep in mind as a F&B startup founder while they're launching it?
What is the challenge? First of all, in F&B is that food format or running a food format, it looks very easy. And because this is one of the industry where you can see, you generally go and sit and witness that. It's not like, many other industries where the operational aspect of that is not visible to outsider. So people, they generally get carried away very easily that yes, I can also do this. I can easily run this kind of a format for sure. But, there are so many challenges which are related to the operations because, you're dealing with the perishables first of all. And then you need, skilled people to run different operations out there. And there's a lot of planning required for sure, which unfortunately people, don't give time to because they just, for example, if they're going to a particular joint, a fast food joint and a cafe, they just feel, yeah, I can do it, and they just immediately jump into it. Not understanding that, principles of any other business. Let's say 4 P's, like, working on your product, price, place, and people. It also works a lot in this industry. If, your selection of the place is not correct, of course, is going to definitely have a challenge later on. I mean, you have to understand from various angles whether the place is suitable for the format you are starting. I mean, for example, let's say if you even have a place available on the main road, but and you want to start an ice cream parlor out there, but it is very near to a hospital, then most likely it is not the best suitable place because for people to just stop there, in such kind of a place where hospital is nearby, to have deserts. Somewhere it's going to be a challenge. So there are so many, different things to be analyzed, before you select even a place. Then they don't, unfortunately, understand that, a right format is very much required. A right model is very much required, and it will vary from a company to company because every company sort is different from other. Your strength, weakness, opportunity, your threats will be different from others. So when you are starting something, what is the right format for you? Whether your capital is supportive to that or not. Let's say if you have a limited capital and you want to go for a fine dining, of course, maybe today we get so many, inquiries where people say that whatever funds they had in their hand, they have invested in basically, making the joint.
Infrastructure
And everything. But they don't understand that operational capital will be required later on. A big operational capital because it's a service industry. And unless you reach your break-even point from, if there is no planning of it, of course the model is going to fail or you are going to get burdened. And similarly, like the format, many times they go very high on the menu. They want to serve a lot of dishes out there, not understanding that, how you're going to carry it. What is the, budget for the manpower you have? What is your HR budget? From where you're going to prepare your ingredients, whether the ingredients are available or not. Right? So, I always say that, you generally, if a joint is just serving a simple tea, right, and tea is good, you are going to go there again and again. Instead of, going very high on your menu and, not understanding the challenges which are going to happen. So, there's a lot of guidance required there from the day one. So, so even if it is, your product, suppose once your product is also good, if the place is not right, or the people who are serving out there, they're not able to, really carry it well, basically, right?
Because at the end of the day, it's also hospitality.
Yes, hospitality industry. So, those who are, serving, there is a lot of training required out there. Because it's not that you put the people for a particular task and you can be assured that they're going to carry it really well, because it's like an industry which is having a lot of challenges. You today serve maybe so many guests in a day, but just one single negative feedback from a single guest will affect you a lot. So a lot of moral support, a lot of guidance, a lot of advice, a lot of training is required on daily basis. The motivation is required for daily basis. And also you have to understand that, let's say if you want to carry a menu, what is the right manpower planning in each and every department?
So as I see it, that this, unlike other startups, like a tech startup where you're building a product, in F&B, you build a product which is your menu, the food that you will serve. Yes. You also have to build the service side of it, right? So there's a kitchen you need to build, there's the front end or the restaurant part of it you need to build, you have the menu right, you have the right staff who's going to be friendly to the customer. Yes. So the minimum viable product, the MVP as they call, is still very big when it comes to
it's very big. It's very big because as you rightly said that the planning for each and every department is required. I have seen people doing their purchases just like the way they do for their home needs, and they're running an outlet. They just feel that purchase is just okay. We can just buy today from any source which is available, or maybe just not studying the ingredients so well. There's very dynamic industry. So many of updations are happening from time to time. Let's say today there are so many premixes which is in play, which was not earlier there. And if you're not, really understanding the menu well, and don't understand the ingredients, that what is available, you are going to get burdened with a lot of more cost and more time out there, precious time of your staff. And for example, let's say maybe 10 years back, the cake premixes were not in play that much. But today there is, I think it is a very important part. So similarly, there are a lot of premixes, lot of which are available today. And then you also have to understand the right sourcing from the right places. Because if your cost of purchase is not correct, you cannot sell at the right price. It's the principle, right? So if you say that, purchase I will see later. I do understand initially everyone looks for the top line, for sure. Every new company, looks for the top line, better top line. But what is the harm in understanding that how you can improve or better your bottom line also? Ultimately, the goal of each and every company is to make profits, right? So to understand and, to strengthen your back-end department, like, the purchase department, the supply chain, the HR department, maintenance department, housekeeping department is also very important.
But for a startup, we can't have all these things, because startup by definition would start with very minimal resources. Yes. So what is your advice? How would you, like you said, ek chai banao, start with one tea probably. Yeah. What would be your advice?
I would say, the guidance from the day one is very much required. I think you should, definitely have some mentor, some experienced person, who can carry through, you through this journey. Because if initially you're able to plan your format correctly, that what is the right format with the right market survey. Let's say, I just give you example today. People generally say, I talked to some people recently, and they were telling me, sir, I was just thinking to open a tea joint, because chai to log piyenge. So yes, it is good to listen, but if you see from the other angle, let's say there are 10 people in a place, or if all 10 open a tea shop, then who's going to go to other shop? Instead of the right survey is that if 9 have already opened tea shop, why not you start a cookies business? Yes. Because apart from the customers, the 9 other shops are also going to be your customers. Tea shops are also going to be a customer. So right planning at the stage of format is required. That what is the right format? Hota kya hai ki there is a success for us, maybe an ice cream parlor. Then everyone jumps into that format. If recently, if there is opening of maybe mandi outlets, or maybe people will jump into it, but not understanding that there is a market survey required to understand that what kind of a population you're expecting, what is your customer segment. So from that stage you have to plan, and then comes the menu. Menu is very important. It's like because ultimately on the basis of menu, all the planning will happen. But to design the initial step to have the right format and the right menu, of course, you have to also understand the strength, weakness of that particular company. So, ये generally is a missing step in the industry. Mostly people feel the food is very easy. यार, हम लोग इसको कर लेंगे. But they, it's like, I'll just put in another verse today. Maybe online today there is advice and guidance is available for each and everything today. It's that kind of time we are living. But then also specialized coaching is there.
You provide mentoring to startups. Yeah. Your experience, 27 or long years in F&B and retail, you provide mentoring. So do you want to talk about what kind of service do you provide? And first, for founders who out there probably want to associate with you, what kind of service do you provide and how do you go about?
Yeah, so see, generally it is good that if people approach us at a time when they are starting, that is the right time to approach a mentor, because therein, he can really contribute, in defining the right model which is suitable. I mean, food gives a variety of choice, from a fine dining to a barbecue to a fast food joint, cafe, bakery. A lot of choices in terms of models are available. But what suits you the best and the phase.
So tell us about your service that you provide.
Yeah.
How do you help these startups?
So that is one thing. If they approach at the initial time, we can generally look into the format, look into the menu, and then plan and do the right planning for all the departments. Settling all the various departments from the operations to the production, then the planning required for the back-end department with purchase, HR. So all departments can be settled well. But yes, there are so many inquiries which comes where the people have already started. Now they are verge of closing because they don't really understand that why the top line is not coming or the bottom line is not coming. So there we generally see into we go deep and understand where the problem or challenges are, and by fine tuning, by replacing certain aspects or getting certain advice, we try to fine tune the different aspects and see that wherever the lacking is, to improve that. I mean, so that happens. Let's say if you are sometimes the top line is good, but the bottom line is not there. So there is a challenge, and they are not able to understand why bottom line is not there. So there can be like difficulties in that maybe you are carrying a large team on board, which is not required for that menu. So you can of course see to the size of the team. So you have to have the experience out there to understand that to run this kind of operation, what is the right size of team required. That's why I'm telling that from the company to company is going to vary. And so similarly, if let's say if your purchases are not right, you are not sourcing the ingredient well, and your food cost is again an important aspect. There is a defined food cost for the menu. If it is on a higher side, then of course your profitability will not be there. Now again, if your sales is weak, then there can be a lack in, and maybe you need to improve your product line. You need to get some sort of a USP to attract the customers, or else maybe you have to improve on the service part or the branding, merchandising part, because today
you kind of work with all these
all areas. Because you have to see finally that which area is having problem. So at times maybe your everything is good, but your branding is weak. I mean, it is not coming across. You are not maybe today, because there are a lot of different channels available for the right branding. You have to work with the right PR agency. You have to also understand that. Of course you have to see where the problem is.
You have captured all your experience into the book that you wrote, which is Corporate Club here. You want to talk about the book?
Well, it's not about F&B. It's like I was fortunate to work with a lot of youngsters in the recent past. I mean, and also while going to colleges, I was interacting a lot with them. And one of the things which I realized that because there are a lot of opportunities out there today, it brings a lot of confusion, because every second day there's a new opportunity coming, there's a new course coming. So at times they feel that oh, I have not, chosen the right career for me, and they get into that kind of a zone of feeling low, and it's a very common thing which I have realized in a lot of youngsters today. So the book which I have written is, as the title say, Eklavya story inspires us that, by the right, by observing and right learning, actually you can master any skill, basically. So that is what, I have narrated 16 points out here, which gives a better understanding to a youngster about themselves, first of all, that how they can analyze themselves better. The first point which I mentioned is that the gift of Mother Earth. So the gift of Mother Earth, in other words, is that, when we are all born on this Mother Earth, we got a special gift, because we have seen, kids who are better in one activity or other. That is like, for example, some are good in playing, some are good in, reading. So that is, your unique gift. If you are good in talking, actually, and you take some kind of profession where, let's say you take a profession which is like maybe a software coding, and you're not an introvert person, right? You like to interact, you are good in PR and all. Then maybe, of course, you're going to get exhausted after a couple of years. So it's like giving a better understanding, and then there is a path to follow. And you can see, any education is always useful, no matter, what course you have done. But with the right, using your education as a base, you can also, today change to any line of your preference. So that is what that book is all about. And fortunately, I was able to release this in a couple of leading colleges, and got a good positive feedback. So it is written with the aim that maybe to somewhere guide and advise youngsters so that they can choose their careers and maybe have a great career.
Thank you, Ratu. Thank you for being on the show, and we look forward to hosting you again on some of our other discussions.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartuptv.
I, the citizen of India, having abiding faith in democracy, hereby pledge to uphold the democratic traditions of our country and the dignity of free and fair and peaceful elections, and to vote in every election ethically, fearlessly, and without being influenced by considerations of religion, race, caste, community, language, or any other inducement. Let's vote. Let's vote.
We've been organizing sports tournaments for the last couple of years and more now. And this is the first time that we are organizing a tournament in box cricket and for women. And we are doing this to spread awareness among the voter folk through the Let's Vote campaign.
Precisely this is the issue. We have taken it as a challenge. Let's vote, to encourage and hope and wish that the urban people with this kind of awareness programs will get activated, enthused to go to polling stations on the day of polling and cast their vote.
Here we are today having this tournament with the aim of promoting awareness of voting. So as we all know, voting is not only a responsibility, but it is a very cornerstone of democracy. But unfortunately, in the cities, more and more people are, becoming apathic towards this process of voting. The simple act of thinking that, how my one vote will make count. So as we have seen in the recent Telangana elections, all this, rural population and the urban population, two-tier towns, everybody exercised their vote very nicely, where we have seen the percentage was 65%, 70%.
So on this occasion, I urge all voters to please
vote compulsorily and then elect right leaders for the bright future of our country and then bright future of your children and grandchildren.
We thought why don't not focus on women cricketers, especially with the recent WPL. I know that India was always on the magic of cricket and especially the women cricketers. With that, we are again trying our level best to make sure that we spread awareness and we get more and more urban voters to come out and vote.
And we are campaigning for voting. Please vote this time to choose the right candidate. We all are playing cricket today to improve the voting system and we are campaigning for it.
We would like to promote our business on this occasion of Let's Vote.
I support being a responsible democratic citizen of India, and as an educator I take a vote today to promote the campaign in the school and make the children request their parents and be a part of democratic India, avail their rights and become a responsible citizen and choose their leader.
This is a very good cause for our state and whole country actually. We want to encourage everyone around me in schools and wherever in my society that all the adults should go and vote on voting day.
ఓటేద్దాం రండి, ఓటు మన హక్కే కాదు బాధ్యత కూడా అనేది గుర్తు చేయడానికి మెయిన్గా ఒక సందేశం ఇవ్వడానికి ఇలా మీ ముందుకు వచ్చాను.
I believe right to vote is a right to represent your future. So go ahead and vote. Everybody should vote, right to vote.
Grab the vote because you have the power to change the future. Vote and bring the change.
Voting is a privilege to shape our futures. Let's vote. Let the democracy take decisions.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We work in reviving the textiles of northern Karnataka, especially Khana and Ilkal saris. These were textiles that have been known in the history of northern Karnataka from the Chalukyan Empire, but somehow due to the advent of power loom and because of polyester and art silks, it was completely devalued as a craft. So our aim is to revive these textiles, rejuvenate them, use traditional processes for each of our sari weaving and ensure that the weavers are paid, and not just the weavers but all the ancillary activity artisans that are involved in the processes are fairly paid, or in fact more than fairly paid for their work and for the craftsmanship, and that's what we represent here. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
This organization is called Kumau Earthcraft. We are coming from Uttarakhand and we have a group of women weavers, it's a women's cooperative, and we have brought this collection here at Hyderabad. It's all totally organic, sustainable and natural dyed. And what the collection we have here is, if you can see, we have brought in saris with all natural dyes. We have stoles, linen, silk, and we have different materials with shawls, and it is made up of linen, silks, wool, and it is locally sourced and produced within that Uttarakhand region. Our owner Rashmi Bharati ji is taking care of this organization, and we have a lot of women weavers who are associated, who works with the organization. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
I work with Odisha weavers. I'm based out of Bhubaneswar and I work on revival sarees of Odisha weaves. As a designer, I work on reviving and preserving designs which are heritage design and creating contemporary designs which are suitable for the current market. In the process, we provide sustainable livelihood to many weavers and home-based women workers. So it has been a small attempt, but through this, the entire process of creating, designing has been very, very exciting.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We have come from Bangalore and come with this collection of saris, hand woven fabrics like kotas, linens, and a few chanderis here. All are printed, either hand block printed from Jaipur, or basically we keep pastel colors. We work on pastel colors and natural fabrics, and we keep florals as